You indiscriminately explode in the presence of others, regardless of whether you are the supreme, celestial sovereign who governs the three realms, still the dark demon lord that devours the abyss. In short, a mere disagreement ignites an explosion. It is characterized by an intolerable sensitivity to even the slightest grievance. You, having traversed through time, are bestowed with three supreme VIP privileges. Firstly, the ability to comprehend the laws of a universe at a glance. Secondly, an unwavering focus on your heart's desires, rendering you impervious to all forms of mental alterations and restrictions. Thirdly, the gift of immortality, allowing you to be obliterated countless times, yet resurrected anew. However, before you have the chance to contemplate these extraordinary abilities, you find yourself already amidst a vast, boundless prairie. After enduring hunger for 2.5 days, you suddenly succumb, your eyes turning a vivid shade of green as you collapse on the spot. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, you miraculously resurrected right where you stood. Thus, you stretched languidly, feeling the sublime essence of rebirth. However, just as you were poised to continue your wilderness survival, Tongzi spoke up suddenly, offering, "In truth, I can assist you in ending your own life. There is no need. I relish the suffocating sensation that envelopes me like a constricting python when I am on the brink of death. After I assist you in self-termination, you may choose to resurrect at a random location. Why did you not mention it sooner? I am already eager to experience the warmth and coldness of human emotions in this world." At this moment, on the streets of Moyang City, within a slowly advancing carriage, two young boys sat facing each other. "Not the master of the children. What are you doing to me? You directly resurrected me into someone else's carriage." To your astonishment, the youth opposite not only remained unfazed but uttered words that left you utterly speechless. "My father is Ji Boda, and I am Ji Buchang. It is an honor to finally meet you." Upon hearing this, you cannot help but draw a sharp breath. It is utterly astonishing that the customs of this realm exhibit such fierce tenacity. They immediately display their formidable prowess, leaving one to ponder whether the two truly embody the essence of their names. "My apologies, I am but a humble servant." Within the carriage, you and Ji Bo exchanged pleasantries, and for a moment, the atmosphere became remarkably harmonious. After your conversation, you learned that today marked the decennial recruitment day of the Wuyang sect. Wuyang sect is indeed a prestigious martial arts sect, a place where countless individuals vie fervently for the opportunity to gain entry. Upon hearing it, you immediately became intrigued. Now that you are here, it is only fitting to engage in some practice, otherwise it would be a disservice to the privileges you possess. Subsequently, the carriage arrived at the enrollment site of the Wuyang sect. The scene was teeming with people, all eager to join the esteemed sect. As the two stood in line, they exchanged remarks about the passing beauties. "Look at those legs, as smooth and flawless as pure jade, slender, yet possessing a delightful allure, a sight to behold indeed." Ji Buchang's gaze was suddenly filled with astonishment. "Alas, how refreshing it is under the bright daylight. This truly delights my heart. I once believed my insight to be unparalleled in the world, yet I find that brother Jun surpasses me." Our conversation flows seamlessly, each exchanging words, evoking a profound sense of regret for not having met sooner. The initial assessment of the Wuyang sect is remarkably straightforward. One need only be under the age of 16 to register. The formal evaluation will commence upon arrival at the Wuyang sect. Subsequently, you touch your face and summon the system to inquire, "How old am I now? How old do you believe you are?" 16. Indeed, you are 16 years old. Then there is no issue, you may withdraw. Soon, all young men and women of eligible age will have been meticulously screened. At this moment, a young man from Wuyang's sect spoke from the high platform, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall all be disciples of Wuyang's sect. I will now lead you to our esteemed sect." With a wave of his hand, the unexpected unfolded before our eyes. A colossal flying vessel materialized in the center of the arena. Under the arrangement of the man, the group boarded the flying vessel and soon arrived at the Wuyang sect. A multitude descended from the flying vessel, arriving at a seemingly expansive plain where two colossal stone monuments stood prominently. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood in the void, glancing down at the crowd below. He spoke, indicating that those with martial prowess should register at the stone tablet to the left, thereby gaining direct access to the outer sect. Without any martial arts cultivation, approach the stone tablet on the right. Touching the tablet will bestow upon you the inheritance of martial arts techniques. Here, you may cultivate. Those who enter the path of martial arts within 3 days may join the outer sect. Those who exceed 3 days will be regarded as servant disciples. After greeting you, Ji Buchang proceeded towards the stone tablet on the left. As the young master of the Ji family, he underwent medicinal baths from a tender age, refining his body and purging impurities without fail, thus naturally possessing remarkable cultivation. At this moment, you leisurely approach the stone tablet on the right, gently placing your hand upon it. In that fleeting instant, a profound technique surged into your mind, the foundational chapter of the Fiery Sun technique. Subsequently, you promptly departed from the stone tablet and sought a secluded spot to contemplate the Radiant Sun technique. Following the prescribed method, you began to draw the vital energy into your being. Yet at that very moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. In but an instant, streams of ethereal energy gradually converged into your body, commencing the purification of your limbs and bones. The first breakthrough. You suddenly open your eyes, feeling the surging power within you, astonished at the revelation. I'm truly a genius. Is the practice really this effortless? It's as simple as drinking water. You merely utilize your VIP privileges. Please refrain from being overly modest. Subordinates must not speak ill of their superiors. If I declare myself a genius, then indeed I am a genius. After continuing to immerse yourself in the sensation of cultivation for a while, you promptly rose and made your way towards the senior brother in charge of registering information. Cultivation can be pursued at any time, yet the opportunity to join a sect is limited to these few days. You certainly do not wish to become a mere servant disciple, a place typically reserved for the protagonists of tales about underdogs rising from obscurity, which would be a severe mismatch for your esteemed VIP status. However, when the senior brother in charge of the registration conducted an inquiry, he could not help but feel utterly astonished. So soon, in less than a fleeting moment, he had actually made a breakthrough. Could it be that this young man is a prodigy? However, what the Wuyang sect possesses in abundance is talent. Thus, one must still begin as an outer disciple. Before long, senior sister Shiha led everyone to the abode of the outer disciples. Each of you was bestowed with 3 red vitality pills and 1 body refining pill. It sounds quite generous, yet it is evident that you do not intend to adhere to conventional methods. At this moment, you gaze upon the elixirs in your hand, and, subsequently, you make a remarkable decision. Astonishingly, you consume all 4 pills in one go. Even the system was left in utter astonishment at this scene. My dear brother, have you indulged in such excessive substance use? You have truly overstepped the bounds. Is there a problem? However, before the words could fully escape your lips, you abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, a crimson liquid continuously oozed from your body. Indeed, you have truly overexerted yourself. At this moment, the effects of the body-enhancing elixir began to manifest. A relentless surge of raw energy relentlessly bombarded your body, which might prove to be rather painful. Upon witnessing the situation, you simply relinquish your struggle, surrendering yourself to the ground as the 4 pills within you unleash their effects. In an instant, blood begins to seep from various parts of your body, transforming you into a figure drenched in crimson, while red steam continues to rise around you. The effects of the medicine persisted for over an hour. You felt as though your body was perpetually teetering on the brink of collapse, yet never succumbed. As you took a moment to assess your physical condition, you were astonished to discover that you had indeed progressed to the mid-stage of the first realm. I always said that cultivation is not as arduous as it seems. However, before you could prepare yourself, a knocking sound resonated from outside the door. You pondered momentarily, wondering who could be at your doorstep. Could it possibly be that rascal, Ji Buchang? As you stepped forward to open the door, you found a haughty young man standing at the threshold. As soon as you opened the door, I was about to speak, but I never anticipated witnessing a scene that would become etched in my memory for all eternity. At this moment, you are drenched in blood from head to toe. A harrowing blend of dried bloodstains and fresh marks intertwines, creating a scene that is profoundly unsettling. Upon encountering you in such a manner, the young lad momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit. Observing this, you broke into a smile and inquired if he had something to discuss with you. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the young man suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Hey, this is not a place for slumber. At this moment, you gaze at the youth lying before you, a look of disbelief on your face. However, considering that it was you who had frightened him into fainting, it would be prudent to carry him back to your room to assess the situation. Just at that moment, the three brothers of the young man happened to pass by your dwelling, and they chanced upon you, drenched in crimson. They swiftly dragged their unconscious sibling into the house. At this moment, you also observed the three individuals dragging Jun into the room, after which they presented a benevolent smile towards the trio. The three individuals witnessing this scene were instantly struck with terror, fleeing in a frenzied panic, abandoning even their camaraderie. Am I truly that frightening? After casting Jun aside, I gazed upon my own room. One glance was enough. It was a scene of utter carnage, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. This is unacceptable. In resignation, you inquire of the system. After my demise, will this blood vanish? Then assist me. As your voice faded away, your entire being transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. The bloodstains upon the ground, and the metallic scent of blood in the air dissipated in that very moment, as if they had never existed at all. You have once again graced the room with your presence, yet this time you appear transformed, radiating a newfound brilliance. You then approached Jun and lightly patted him. Wake up, for heaven's sake. Perhaps it was due to the superior physical condition of a martial artist, but your mere slap indeed roused him from his stupor. Jun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at you with a hint of bewilderment. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed through the door, shattering it as he fled without looking back. At this moment, the smile on your face suddenly froze. Is it truly so frightening when I smile? Surely, there are no traces of blood upon me anymore. With such a timid disposition, how can one aspire to be a martial artist? Gazing at the shattered wooden door before you, a sense of melancholy envelopes you. Could it be that the feng shui of Weiyang's sect is lacking? It appears that a change of residence is in order. Contemplating this, you rise and make your way towards an uninhabited house across the way. Dear brother, what should I do next? Please provide some guidance. You, lying idly on your bed, let the system find you something to occupy your time. Do you not possess your own aspirations? Isn't that rather redundant? If I were to plan everything myself, what purpose would you serve? I am merely a decorative vase, one that is not even pleasing to the eye. The system's voice is filled with an unwavering confidence, even tinged with a hint of arrogance, leaving you momentarily at a loss for words. You're quite honest. Then feel free to suggest a task for me, as I'm too lazy to think of one myself. Why not learn a few martial skills? With formidable techniques at your disposal, defeating enemies beyond your rank would not be a challenge. A splendid idea. Upon hearing this, you immediately sit up. Mastery of martial arts is undoubtedly essential, preferably those that are strikingly impressive, to showcase when you venture out in the future. With such thoughts in mind, you made your way directly to the location of a library. The custodian of the library is an elderly man with snow-white hair, currently dozing in a recliner. He cast a fleeting glance at you, irritation evident in his gaze. What are you staring at? If you seek martial techniques, choose for yourself. You may borrow a maximum of 3 tomes. Oh, this old fellow has quite the temper. However, it is not the right time to provoke a conflict. You have yet to master your martial skills. Thus, you kindly turned your back on the old man and raised a middle finger before stepping into the library. At this moment, you gaze at the array of martial arts manuals neatly arranged on the bookshelf, a thrill coursing through you as you rub your hands together. Although these techniques are of relatively low caliber, it matters not their utility is what truly counts. The sunlit swordsmanship, the gale leg, the fiery palm, and the Iron Mountain lean. What utter nonsense is this? Self-detonation techniques are worthless. As you gaze upon the self-detonating secret technique in your hands, a spark of realization ignites within you. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. By employing arcane techniques, one incinerates all that is within oneself. In the act of self-detonation, one simultaneously ignites their very essence and bloodline, thereby significantly amplifying the potency of the explosion. Remarkably, even practitioners of the first realm can achieve self-detonation after mastering this method. Art is indeed an explosion. In an instant, you swiftly peruse this secret method of self-detonation, and with just a glance, everything becomes clear to you. From this moment forth, whenever you desire, you can self-detonate at any time and place. One must ponder, who was the mastermind behind such an invention? This arcane technique ought to be accessible to all. Subsequently, you discovered a tome of the blood ignition's secret art and arcane method that drastically enhances one's combat prowess at the expense of igniting one's own lifeblood. This is truly a miraculous tool. At this moment, you can't help but excitedly rub your hands together. This journey has proven to be remarkably fruitful. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the elderly gatekeeper entered, seemingly out of nowhere. Have you rummaged through the entire library, my boy? Have you found nothing that pleases your fancy? Young man, do not be too ambitious. Upon hearing this, you shot a glance at the old man without uttering a word, simply raising your hand once more in a gesture of international camaraderie. Hey, you young rascal. The elder expressed some displeasure. Although he is unaware of the meaning behind this gesture, the context of the preceding and subsequent situations, along with your demeanor, unequivocally indicates that it is certainly not a gesture of courtesy. Dear old ding, simply enjoy your slumber and refrain from causing any disturbances. Oh my, such a young lad. If I do not impart a lesson to you today, you remain unaware of what it truly means to respect your elders. As the elderly man slowly approached you, an invisible pressure surged forth like a tide, constricting your breath. To the old man's utter astonishment, without uttering a single word, you commenced the invocation of your self-detonation secret technique. Very well. If we are to resort to violence over a trivial disagreement, I shall not endure even the slightest injustice. I shall unleash my wrath upon you. In the next moment, I beheld your entire being radiating with vitality, akin to a torrent of blood. You surged forth like an impending detonation of a nuclear bomb, hurtling towards the elder. The elderly man, who originally wore a smile at the corners of his lips, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Goodness, this young man. Suddenly, the elderly man took a step forward, and in an instant he was by your side. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flowed into your being, quelling the tumultuous force of your blood and vitality. At this moment, you and the elder are locked in a gaze, each staring intently at the other. Ah, your movements have slowed, perhaps you have been a tad too greedy, when an explosion should have occurred directly. Little did you know that your intention was to rush before this old man and then explode. Thus you merely delayed for a moment, only to find yourself unexpectedly suppressed. The old man felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This young fellow exhibits quite a temper, resorting to self-destruction at the slightest provocation. Whom could he have learned such behavior from? The elderly man cleared his throat with a slight cough. Please refrain from such fervor in the future. Continue. I shall not disturb you. Having spoken, he stepped forward and returned to his recliner. Yet, his thoughts remained fixated on you. He was genuinely apprehensive that you might suddenly surge forth and unleash a tremendous explosion upon him. At that moment, you merely curled your lips, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to test the efficacy of this self-destructive secret technique. However, this old ding truly possesses formidable strength. Even if you were to self-destruct, it is unlikely to inflict harm upon him. Seeing that there is little left to learn, he departed from the library and made his way directly to his residence. As you depart, the elderly man in the armchair finally exhales a deep sigh, for it is indeed the first time he has encountered such an impetuous young individual. You remain restless, eager to seek out endeavors to occupy your time. A single day devoid of activity leaves you feeling as if countless ants are scurrying beneath your skin. Thus, under the guidance of a spirited young lady, you arrived at the Hall of Merit. Wuyang sect does not tolerate idleness regardless of whether they are inner disciples or outer disciples. Each month, they must accomplish specific task objectives. However, for you newcomers, there are certain privileges. In the first month, you may devote yourselves to your cultivation without concern. In charge of the Hall of Merits is a middle-aged beauty named by Li, who is currently leaning on the counter, one hand propping up her chin, observing you with keen interest. Didn't the newly arrived outer disciples have their first month's quota waived? Upon hearing this, you shrugged your shoulders. I found myself in a state of ennui, thus I sought something to occupy my time. Bailey could not help but chuckle. The little one certainly had a rather uncouth way of speaking. Very well, then, choose a task for yourself. However, do remember to carefully scrutinize the task requirements and act within your capabilities. Subsequently, you began to peruse the tasks, only to discover they consisted entirely of laborious undertakings such as cutting bamboo and tending spirit beasts. There is even a task to alleviate the worries and troubles of the graceful, beautiful, and generous Elder Bailey. At this moment, you disdainfully utter, "This task is so undesirable that even a dog would refuse it. The more one lacks something, the more one emphasizes it. The person who issued this task must surely be an unsightly creature, lost in an inescapable reverie of their own beauty." Perhaps that is the case. Bailey smiled with a somewhat somber expression. If gazes could kill, you must have perished 1,000 times over. At this moment, you gazed disdainfully at a chaotic array of tasks before you. If all the tasks were of this nature, you would rather detonate yourself at the old librarian's place than endure such monotony. Nevertheless, since you are already here, you might as well sift through the muck in search of a glimmer of gold. Not long after, a rather unusual task caught my attention: to venture into the Wanyao mountain range and hunt a first-tier demon beast, with a reward of 100 merit points. This is splendid. As a warrior, one ought to engage in a thrilling and exhilarating battle with the monstrous beasts. However, just as you were poised to undertake this task, Bailey resolutely intervened. What can you, a mere mid-stage practitioner of the first realm, possibly handle? This is a mission meant for those at the pinnacle of the first realm. Did I not advise you to act within your capabilities? I have assessed my capabilities, and I believe I am capable. That is not acceptable. Your abilities are insufficient, and taking on this task will be tantamount to a guaranteed failure. Then I shall take my leave. You curled your lips in disdain. It will be far more worthwhile to send you to undertake those trivial tasks than to allow you to engage in such nonsense. Upon exiting the meritorious pavilion, the system unexpectedly posed a perplexing question. What shall you do now that you have not received a task? Naturally, I shall venture to the myriad demon mountains, came the reply. Her refusal to assign me a task does not preclude my journey there. After all, Baijing is aware of the existence of the myriad demon mountains. Henceforth, I need only to embark on my journey and indulge in the experience. Ultimately, I shall merely forfeit 100 points of merit. However, before that, one must first inquire about the location of the Wanyao mountain range. Immediately, you recalled the old Dang from the library. His formidable strength surely bestowed upon him the knowledge of the location of the myriad beast mountain range. With such thoughts in mind, you swiftly consumed a cheap blood pill and activated the blood-burning secret technique, then rushed toward the location of the library at the foot of the mountain. In a matter of moments, you arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, rather than immediately seeking out the old man in the library, you took a moment for self-reflection. After experiencing a rebirth and restoring yourself to full vigor, you confidently approached the entrance of the library. "Old Dang, I have come to see you," you announced. The elderly gentleman, swaying gently in his armchair, opened his eyes slightly at the sound of your voice before closing them once more. "Speak," he said. "What brings you here this time? Do not dare to tell me you have come to learn martial skills. No one would believe such a tale. How can you perceive me in such a manner? Is it not due to the events of our previous encounter that I feel a sense of remorse towards you, prompting me to come and offer my sincere apologies?" "Oh, so you truly have come merely to see me," the old man remarked, momentarily taken aback. This individual, who would resort to self-destruction over a disagreement, surprisingly possesses a semblance of conscience. "I'm not here to ask you questions. The young rascal seeks to amuse himself at my expense. Does he?" The elder felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he found himself unable to retaliate and impart a lesson. Otherwise, it seems this young lad would once again resort to self-destruction. Your temperament requires adjustment. It may be acceptable within the sect, but should you venture outside, your disposition could very well offend many. Upon hearing this, you merely scoffed and dismissed it from your mind. What was there to fear? After all, what could be worse than confronting them directly? The old man felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had intended to teach you a minor lesson, but little did he anticipate that you would resort to self-destruction right from the start. And now, here you are again, completely disregarding your own life. Let's not dwell on this. Are you aware of the location of the Wanyao mountain range? What are you inquiring about, young one? Are you truly unafraid of the formidable lawn? With your current cultivation, will you venture into the myriad demon mountains to feed the beasts? Simply state where it is. There's no need for further discussion. If you don't tell me, I might just linger here all day. Hey, are you looking for trouble? I shall refrain from speaking, yet I am inclined to confide in you. Stop, stop, stop. The elder quickly pressed you down. He let out a long sigh and ultimately divulged the information regarding the Wanyao mountain range. There was no other choice. The youth before him was utterly unrecognizable as a person. Thank you, old Deng. I shall visit you again when time permits. After receiving the desired news, you bid farewell to the elder. Yet at this moment, you remain unaware that the old man deliberately indicated an erroneous direction for your safety. The Wanyao mountain range lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Wuyang sect. To depart from the Wuyang sect, it seems that your handsome visage alone may not suffice. Without an entry permit or a letter of authorization, it is not surprising that you have been detained by the elder brother responsible for guarding the sect. Gazing at the freedom that is so tantalizingly close, you merely sighed and chose not to seize the opportunity. However, in your moment of utter helplessness, the system unexpectedly proposed a solution. Why not simply self-terminate? Upon your demise, you would be able to resurrect at any location within your field of vision. Upon hearing those words, you promptly sought a concealed spot and delivered a swift blow to your heart. In the next moment, at a low slope merely 10,000 meters away from Wuyang's sect, you, having just been reborn, surveyed your surroundings in astonishment. Indeed, it is truly possible. This is far swifter than my previous hurried journey. Subsequently, you pondered the direction of the 10,000 demon mountains and then commenced your artistic explosion. With a series of intense rumblings echoing around you, you relied on self-detonation to hasten your journey. Before long, you arrived at the 10,000 demon mountains, though whether it was indeed the authentic range remained uncertain. At this moment, while you searched for the elusive demon beast that occupied your thoughts, you savored the freshly roasted wild hare and wild fruits. Unexpectedly, you were struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in your abdomen. Alas, it seems this fruit is poisoned. At this moment, the system gently inquired, "Would you like to end it all? It will be painless, you know. There is no need. I revel in this invigorating sensation of pain. I shall endeavor to see how long I can endure. I shall test my limits to discover how much I can withstand." However, just as you were on the brink of despair, a figure suddenly emerged from the forest. Upon witnessing your dire condition, the man was initially taken aback. However, upon realizing that you were merely poisoned, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A mocking smile gradually appeared on his face. To his surprise, there were unexpected gains. The man, with keen interest, observed you enduring the pain, curious to see how long you could withstand it. Where did this foolish dog come from? Have you never seen a handsome man succumb to charm? At this moment, you too are discreetly observing the man before you. However, the man's attention was swiftly captivated by the wild rabbit you had roasted. In any case, you wouldn't be able to partake in it, so allow me to take care of it for you. Upon hearing those words, a surge of fury enveloped you in an instant. Your entire being ignited with a crimson intensity as you rose to your feet, directing a fierce kick towards the man. How dare he lay a hand on my belongings, especially the password to them? Upon witnessing this, the man merely scoffed in disdain. After all, you are but an ant at the midstage of the first realm, and with your affliction, how could you possibly inflict harm upon him? In the next moment, the man swiftly reached out and grasped your foot. However, before he could exert the strength to cast you out, you astonishingly detonated. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion erupted, casting a cloud of dust into the air. At this moment, a man knelt on one knee, clutching his severed arm, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Was this truly a self-detonation? Surely, a warrior of the first realm should not possess the capability for such an act. The excruciating pain emanating from the severed arm left the man no time to ponder the situation further. Had it not been for his cultivation having reached the late stage of the second realm, this explosion would likely have claimed his life. Yet before he could regain his composure, the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. I see you, unscathed, standing not far away, gazing at the bewildered hair that has been propelled into the air, a look of dismay upon your face. My rabbit was treated with such carelessness. At that moment, the man's pupils constricted sharply, his voice trembling with disbelief. It's impossible. How are you still alive? In response, you let out a cold, mocking laugh. Remarkably, you still haven't perished. Just as the words left your lips, you unexpectedly charged towards the man, erupting with a resounding explosion. The man, already reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, gazed at you once more as you appeared before him again, bewildered. At this moment, you kicked the man's SD spray, which surprisingly exploded twice before yielding. Such resilience is truly remarkable. Yet, just as you prepare to depart with a gentle clap of your hands, a faint glimmer of light flickers before your eyes. That was indeed a spatial ring. Subsequently, you immediately activated your cultivation techniques to extract everything contained within. 2 bottles of elixirs and a somewhat yellowed book. Yet in the very moment you turn the pages of the book, your fingertips unexpectedly tremble slightly, as if they have brushed against an ineffable taboo. What you never anticipated was that this was indeed the Emperor's banner, not merely a comrade. Do not tell me you are illiterate. That is the sole refining banner. Subordinates must not speak ill of their superiors. What I declare to be the imperial banner is indeed the imperial banner. What I assert to be the imperial is truly the imperial. Subsequently, you relied upon your unparalleled insight to comprehend the methods of refining and utilizing the imperial banner. In the future, we shall also be able to invite our friends to gather under the banner for a discussion. Subsequently, you retrieved the previously acquired white elixir and promptly commenced the cultivation technique to refine the energy within your body. Unexpectedly, while you were engrossed in your cultivation, a few uninvited guests arrived. At that moment, 3 sorcerers clad in black robes stood not far away, observing you intently. Although their cultivation levels were somewhat lacking, it was still better than having none at all. Just in time, my soul refining banner needed only 1 final soul to ascend to the realm of the 100 souls. One of the demonic cultivators approached you, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. In your next life, may you find a better place for your cultivation, he remarked. With that, he delivered a direct punch to your chest. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a gentle light flickered across your eyes as you engaged in your cultivation. With a resounding explosion, a vast crater formed at the very epicenter of your being. In the depths of the pit, a sorcerer of dark arts was ceaselessly spewing blood. His black robe lay in tatters, and his body bore scarcely a single unblemished spot. What transpired? The other 2 demon cultivators, witnessing the scene, were taken aback. They hurriedly descended into the pit to assist their gravely injured companion. The power of this explosion far exceeds that of my usual self-detonation. At this moment, you, having resurrected at the same spot, gaze upon your masterpiece with a degree of astonishment. It seems that in the future, one might endeavor to experiment more frequently. After consuming the elixir, one could then choose to self-detonate. At this moment, the severely injured demon cultivator gazed at your unscathed form, his pupils suddenly constricting. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, he had witnessed your self-detonation with his own eyes. Impossible. It is undoubtedly a fabrication. The severely injured demon cultivator suddenly descended into a state of madness. After coughing up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, he ultimately succumbed to death. Isn't the mental state of those who are not practitioners of demonic cultivation always so abstract? At this moment, you gently stroked your chin. The remaining 2 demonic cultivators, upon witnessing this, promptly retreated a short distance, remaining vigilant as they observed you. Unlike the magic cultivator from the 3 departures, these 2 did not witness your self-detonation firsthand. They only knew that, after a sudden explosion, their companion was swiftly eliminated while you remained unscathed. Clearly, your strength is far more formidable than it appears on the surface. This is a case of playing the innocent while concealing one's true prowess. This individual is far from ordinary. Seize the opportunity to withdraw. The 2 exchanged a glance and instantaneously reached a consensus. They desire to leave. Have they inquired about my opinion? You let out a cold laugh. He randomly took out the remaining black pill. As soon as the words left his lips, the black elixir entered his abdomen and instantly transformed into streams of pure energy. However, just as you were about to self-destruct, once more, an extraordinary event transpired. At that moment, you unexpectedly expelled a mouthful of black blood. Goodness, a poisonous elixir. Not far away, two demonic cultivators exchanged a glance. Even upon seeing you in a state that suggested you had been poisoned, neither of them exhibited the slightest relaxation of their vigilance. Those who walk the righteous path are thus. Not only do they enjoy feigning weakness to deceive the unsuspecting, but they also take pleasure in presenting a facade of vulnerability. In doing so, they reveal their cunning stratagems, ensuring that they remain unfooled. The two displayed not a trace of hesitation. Since you enjoy pretending, they simply took flight, vanishing from your sight in an instant. At this moment, you once again expel a mouthful of dark blood. No, I cannot allow this succulent opportunity to slip away. Soon after, you self-destruct once more, relying on the ability to resurrect anywhere within your line of sight. In no time, you catch up to the two individuals who are fleeing. Your pace appears to be somewhat sluggish. The two practitioners of dark magic felt a surge of fear and swallowed hard. They could not comprehend how you had suddenly materialized before them. With such formidable power, why would you feign being merely at the first realm? The two of them were inwardly lamenting in disbelief. You hypocritical individuals who masquerade as virtuous, day after day, feigning youthfulness or weakness, engage in acts cloaked in grandeur while preying on the vulnerable and shying away from the formidable. It is utterly despicable. Indeed, the two individuals engaged in a lively exchange, leaving you somewhat taken aback. Are they speaking of you? In the next moment, you curled your lips slightly, observing the man before you who seemed increasingly invigorated, and cleared your throat. You must understand one thing. Firstly, I do not feign youth. Secondly, I am not a gentleman. Thirdly, I am indeed a scoundrel. At this moment, your peculiar laughter left the two in astonishment. Why is it that they scold so fiercely while you remain unperturbed? However, what you uttered next unexpectedly caused the other party to break down. In the end, your manner of scolding resembles that of a playful tease. Upon the utterance of those words, the accursed demon cultivator initially smirked, only to suddenly spew forth a mouthful of crimson blood. You, the demonic cultivator, gazed at you for an extended period, rendered speechless. A sense of suffocation gripped my heart as I helplessly watched you approach, devoid of any will to resist. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, I succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining demonic cultivator appeared somewhat flustered. Now, the last bastion of support has vanished. Is escape an option? It is evident that fleeing is futile. In such circumstances, even resistance seems superfluous. You kicked the fainted sorcerer and shook your head. How could the mental fortitude of these sorcerers be so lacking? You then turned to face the only standing figure of the demonic cultivator. After scrutinizing the individual closely, you were immediately taken aback. To my astonishment, she is actually a woman. Upon hearing those words, the female demon cultivator took a step back in alarm. What are you intending to do? Do not be afraid, I have never harmed a woman. Yet, as soon as the words fell, the female demon cultivator was caught completely off guard by your unexpected self-detonation. As the smoke cleared, she lay on the ground, breathless, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, you, revived, gaze upon the two individuals on the ground and offer a faint smile, embracing them with a strength that is ever so slightly immense. Subsequently, you shall reclaim all their rings. There are 4 spirit essence pills, 2 soul refinement artifacts, 10 common poison pills, and a long blade. At this moment, 2 soul refining orbs lay upon the ground. One of them was exuding a plume of black smoke, while the other remained utterly still. According to the words of the previous demonic cultivator, this soul refining banner, emitting black smoke, is merely 1 soul away from advancing to the 100-soul stage. This implies that it contains the essence of 99 solitary spirits. Regrettably, you are currently unable to utilize it otherwise. You might have engaged in conversation with the souls within. Subsequently, you stored the soul-refining banner away, awaiting the moment when your cultivation reaches the 2nd realm, at which point you will truly claim the soul-refining banner as your own. Subsequently, you sought a tranquil spot and settled upon the ground. Consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, you commenced the practice of your cultivation technique. For an ordinary first-tier martial artist, the potency of the spirit-nourishing pill is excessively fierce. Although forcibly refining it may expedite one's advancement in cultivation, it could also inflict irreparable harm upon the body. However, for you, none of this poses a challenge. You merely need to slightly sacrifice yourself after forcefully refining the effects of the spirit essence pills to perfectly resolve this issue. Time passes second by second, and under the cumulative effects of the 4 spirit essence pills, you have successfully soared from the first realm to the second realm. In the next moment, you took a deep breath, drew forth the long blade, and slashed your neck. After your rebirth, you felt invigorated and rejuvenated. Now, you have transcended to the second realm, which signifies that you can harness spiritual energy and wield magical artifacts. However, you did not produce the soul-forging artifact that emitted black smoke. Instead, you retrieved the silent soul-forging banner and began to infuse it with spiritual energy. Merely because of the soul-refining banner that emitted a dark smoke, it bore the soul imprint of a previous sorcerer who had perished thrice. The endeavor to refine it for your own use proved somewhat challenging. Moreover, the principal issue lay in your aversion to utilizing items that have been previously owned by others. However, within a brief span, you successfully accomplished its refinement. You could distinctly perceive the connection between yourself and the soul-refining banner. From this moment forth, it shall be known as the Emperor's Banner. Gazing at the Imperial Banner in your hand, you feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Should anyone dare to offend you in the future, you will unhesitatingly invite them to a conversation under the auspices of the Emperor's authority. After refining the Emperor's Pangu, you find yourself wandering aimlessly through the forest, a sense of boredom creeping in. As you stroll for a while, a perplexing thought arises. Is this not the myriad demon mountains? How is it that you have yet to encounter a single beast? At that moment, the system suddenly resurfaced. The direction indicated by the old man was in stark contrast to that of the Wan Yao mountain range. Upon hearing this, you initially fell silent, only to be consumed by a surge of fury. How dare that old dang deceive me? No, I must return and confront him. In a fit of rage, you exploded on the spot. It was only after your rebirth that you regained your composure. After all, in the eyes of that old dang, you, a mere first-tier martial artist, venturing into the myriad beast mountain range was akin to a mere offering of lamb. However, if you were to return now, wouldn't that merely grant that old dang his desires? This is not the outcome you seek. You must resolutely slap that old dang's face with determination. Thus, you once again initiate a self-destruct sequence. This time, there is no chance of straying from the path. However, at this moment, you could never have anticipated that the 10,000 demon mountains would bestow upon you an unexpectedly profound reward. Relying on self-detonation to hasten your journey, it wasn't long before you arrived at the Wan Yao mountain range. After wandering here for quite some time, you finally encounter your first Biasta towering tiger, standing over 2 meters tall. The colossal creature assumes an aggressive stance and lets out a thunderous roar, unleashing a foul stench that assaults your senses. Suddenly, you let out a cold laugh, then executed a swift slide tackle. To everyone's astonishment, you charged directly into the mouth of the colossal tiger. The great tiger felt a sense of fullness emanating from its abdomen, unable to restrain a hearty belch. A bewildered expression, reminiscent of human perplexity, graced its visage. What had transpired? Have the current provisions learned to serve themselves into one's mouth? The pace was so swift that it hardly had the chance to savor the flavors. Unexpectedly, just after the giant tiger took a few steps, a sudden wave of searing heat surged through its abdomen. Immediately thereafter, a muffled sound echoed, and the colossal creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. At this moment, a smirk graces your lips, as you proudly gaze upon the colossal tiger on the ground. Oh, how formidable I truly am! Indeed, a second-tier beast. Soon, I shall bring it back to the wolves, to strike a blow at that woman and old dang. However, at that moment, you were suddenly struck by the sound of a woman's cry for help, illuminating your surroundings and evoking the spirit of a gallant rescuer. You then ran eagerly towards the direction from which the sound emanated. Upon arriving at the location, I beheld a stunningly beautiful maiden, radiant and enchanting, being pursued by 2 lascivious men. Upon witnessing the scene, An expression of exhilaration illuminated your face. Little did I expect that I would have my own day of heroic rescue. As two lewd men were on the verge of catching up to the young woman, you readied yourself to intervene. Suddenly, a young man in white, wielding a long sword, appeared ahead. Release that girl at once. Upon hearing this, you wore a look of disbelief. What a bold fellow, daring to seize my opportunities as if you have already mastered the art of acquisition. At this moment, the young man in white remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught your attention, while he vigilantly observes the two men before him. The young girl gazed at the figure of the white-clad youth standing before her, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of gratitude, her heart brimming with a profound sense of security. You are in cahoots with her. The two men spoke with an air of indifference. Gazing upon the radiant glow of the youth in white, one cannot help but ponder the significance of such brilliance. What if it were otherwise? Do not wade into waters that do not concern you, young one. Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed through the air. You stepped forward, positioning yourself between the two men. Upon encountering you, who stands by their side, the two men exchanged glances. Do you recognize him? No, I do not. Following this silent exchange, they concluded that you were merely a foolish bystander here for the spectacle. Consequently, the two men disregarded you and advanced forward, seemingly intent on exerting pressure on the young man clad in white. Are you certain you wish to protect her? She is, after all, a practitioner of demonic cultivation. The young man in white glanced back at the girl, who was shyly hiding behind him, her anxious demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. I can only see you bullying a vulnerable woman. If we're to speak of demonic cultivators, you resemble them far more. The righteous conduct of the young man in white instantly evoked tears of emotion in the eyes of the girl who was hiding behind him. In the midst of this endearing gaze, the youth clad in white gradually began to lose himself. I do not wish to expend further words with you all. I have ensured her safety today. As the words fell, the young man in white grasped his long sword, causing it to tremble with a resonating force, revealing glimpses of sharp, ethereal energy. Upon witnessing this, you discreetly took a step back. However, what you did not anticipate was that this young man was, in fact, a warrior of the third realm. In the next moment, the two men beside me stepped forward, their cultivation at the mid-stage of the third realm evident. Since you seek us out, do not blame us, one of them declared. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were engaged in battle. Cheer up. The young girl stands in the background, waving her small hands, encouraging the boy in white with her spirited support. The young man in white, upon hearing the voice of the girl, felt a surge of determination. In that moment, despite possessing only the early stage of the third realm, he was surprisingly able to engage in a spirited exchange with the two opponents. So intriguing, I must sit and watch. At this moment, you are filled with excitement. Little did you expect to witness such a grand spectacle. In the next moment, the young man in white, caught off guard, was sent flying. He fell beside the young girl. Are you all right? It's all my fault. Had it not been for my rescue, you would not have been injured. The young girl hastily helped the youth in white to his feet, and his pitiful visage, filled with longing, evoked a profound sense of compassion. It is but a minor injury. You may go ahead. I shall detain them for you. As soon as the words left his lips, the young man in white boldly advanced once more. However, amidst the clash of fists and feet, a miraculous scene unfolded. A tremendous aura surged forth from the young man clad in white, and to everyone's astonishment, he unexpectedly broke through to the midstage of the third realm at that very moment. This is truly exhilarating, a remarkable breakthrough at the 11th hour. The more one watches, the more one becomes engrossed. Such captivating storytelling is rarely encountered in everyday life. After a prolonged battle among the three, the young man clad in white, despite achieving a breakthrough in the heat of the moment, was ultimately hindered by his injuries. Surrounded by his two adversaries, he succumbed to defeat, his body soaring backward until he landed right before the young girl, who promptly assisted him to his feet. Are you all right? The young man in white suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he remained concerned for the girl's safety. Why have you not yet departed? Immediately, the young man struggled to rise to his feet, retrieving a healing elixir and consuming it. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Once I have dealt with them, I shall seek you out. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the young girl tilted her head and grinned, saying, "What I mean is, you are somewhat unreliable." Immediately thereafter, a shocking scene unfolded. The young girl, with her delicate hand, astonishingly pierced through the boy's chest. Since you are so eager to assist me, may I borrow your heart for a moment? The young girl continues to smile sweetly, yet the gracefulness she once possessed has faded. Upon witnessing this scene, you are instantly astonished. To your surprise, there is indeed a twist. This compels me to rise and observe closely. In the next moment, the smile on the young girl's face vanished as she swiftly cast aside the boy's SD, immediately fleeing the scene. Observing this, the two men promptly gave chase. You cast a glance at the boy sprawled on the ground and shook your head. You remarked, "What can you possibly do? Not everyone can be a hero and come to the rescue, you know? Well, now it's too late, the person is gone, isn't it?" As you crouch down, a sudden inspiration strikes your mind. This young man clad in white is merely a corporeal being. His soul has yet to reach the age of 3. You are also a pitiable creature. Given this, I shall show my great compassion and allow you a glimpse into my imperial banner. After speaking, you glanced around to ensure no one was present, and then discerned the presence of the emperor's banner. Instantly, the soul of the young man in white was ensnared by the emperor's banner. As you activated the emperor, a terrifying force began to relentlessly draw the soul of the young man in white closer. You are a practitioner of demonic cultivation. The soul of the young man clad in white widened his eyes in astonishment, yet he found himself powerless to resist as he was directly absorbed by the emperor's banner. Upon hearing the words of the youth, a sense of displeasure washed over you. The illustrious treasure of humanity, the emperor's banner, was audaciously referred to as a mere soul-forging tool. Such a denigration of the emperor's banner is utterly intolerable. A severe punishment is undoubtedly warranted. Subsequently, your consciousness shall immerse itself within the banner of the emperor. At this moment, the soul of the young man clad in white is drifting solitary in this realm. Upon witnessing your arrival, he rushes forth eagerly, intent on confronting you. Yet in the next instant, the piercing force of soul-refining power compelled him to struggle in anguish. Upon encountering this esteemed presence, not only do you fail to kneel, but you also dare to resist. Truly, it is beyond comprehension how you continue to live. You have long harbored disdain for this young man clad in white, who audaciously usurps your moment of heroism in saving the damsel. One can only assert that your demise is well-deserved. However, you have maintained an appropriate balance. It is merely a punishment, without directly transforming him into a soulless being devoid of reason. This punishment serves to reprimand your disrespect towards this esteemed presence and to chastise your reckless utterances. It is indeed the sovereign of humanity, not the soul refinement you so carelessly speak of. Upon hearing this, the youth clad in white let out a mocking laugh. Do you think that merely changing its name renders it anything other than the soul-refining banner? Aside from deceiving oneself, what purpose could it possibly serve? Hey, you little rascal, do you not know your place? You no longer pretend. Directly urge the imperial banner to refine the soul of the youth in white. The chilling cries of time resonate throughout the entire imperial banner. I ask you once more, is this the imperial banner or the soul-refining banner? Shameless sorcerer, do you truly believe that I would yield to such tactics? Even if you refine your skills to the utmost, I shall still be engaged in the forging of souls. So you refuse to yield, do you? I shall refine you for 3 days and 3 nights. In an instant, your consciousness departed from the imperial banner. This young man in white certainly possesses remarkable resilience. Yet, how long can he endure such trials? Little does he know, once he enters the realm of the emperor, his very existence shall be bound within your grasp henceforth. Gazing at the white-clad youth on the ground, you remove the spatial ring from his hand. Compared to the previous few demonic cultivators, the resources contained within this white-clad youth's spatial ring are far more abundant. You have struck gold. A wave of joy surges within you. Not only have you witnessed a splendid spectacle, but you have also contributed a soul to the emperor's banner. At this moment, you have acquired an abundance of resources. This is undoubtedly the treatment befitting a protagonist. Indeed, you have not misjudged your own worth. However, just as you ponder whether to uphold your moral integrity, burying the white-clad youth's body, several enormous wolves are drawn by the scent of blood. In the next moment, you witness a colossal wolf lunging directly at you, while the others charge toward the white-clad youth's remains. Upon witnessing the scene, you raised an eyebrow. The little wolf cubs exhibited a rather distinct division of labor. However, regrettably, they miscalculated their strategy. At the very moment the colossal wolf charged towards you, you detonated yourself on the spot. The violent shockwave from the explosion sent the giant wolf soaring through the air. Upon your rebirth, without uttering a word, you immediately activated the blood-burning secret technique and delivered a powerful blow to the giant wolf's face. However, to your astonishment, the beast remained entirely unscathed after the strike. Truly, a third-tier demon beast possesses remarkable resilience. In the next moment, the colossal wolf suddenly opened its gaping maw, lunging towards you with ferocious intent. Yet your subsequent actions left even the wolves bewildered as you boldly leaned your head forward. The colossal wolf was momentarily taken aback, as you had already plunged half of your body into its gaping maw. Is food so readily offered these days? The giant wolf pondered, yet in the next instant, its confusion dissipated. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion obliterated the head of the colossal wolf from within. The other 4 smaller wolves, startled by the sight, immediately turned tail and fled. You paid no heed to the fleeing ordinary little wolf, instead choosing to stow away the enormous wolf's treasure. Subsequently, you prepare to return to the Wuyong sect. This journey has indeed proven worthwhile. Coincidentally, your cultivation has also ascended to the second realm, meeting the fundamental requirements for an inner disciple of the Wuyong sect. You may now return to elevate your rank. A few days later, within the halls of Wuyong sect, you hummed an unfamiliar melody as you made your way to the library. At this moment, the old man reclines in his armchair, basking in tranquility. For some inexplicable reason, the absence of that mischievous lad for several days has rendered his days somewhat monotonous and tedious. Has Lao Deng missed me? A familiar voice suddenly echoed in my ears. Wang Jun couldn't help but slightly startle. What brings you here again, you little rascal? Of course, I have come to trouble you. How dare you, old bidding, misdirect me? Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's expression became somewhat peculiar. You have departed. Indeed, not only that, I have also transcended to the second realm. By the way, take a look at the treasures I have brought back for you. As you release the colossal wolf, which remains but a mere shell of its former self, a pungent aroma of blood swiftly permeates the air. Wang Zhuan's lips twitched slightly. This is truly a treasure. No, you really went to the myriad demon mountain range. At this moment, Wang Zhuan was somewhat astonished. He could not comprehend how you managed to leave the Wuyong sect with your cultivation at that time. Moreover, he was clearly indicating the opposite direction. Or did you think that your meager skills could deceive me? I simply proceeded in the opposite direction, I suppose that caught you off guard. Wang Zhen fell into silence. This was indeed something he had not anticipated. He could not even comprehend how you managed to leave the Wuyong sect. Can you not show a modicum of respect to your elders, you little impudent brat? Old by deceive me, and still expects my respect. What an absurd notion. Jin Zhuan's face stiffened as he waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this little brat. Quickly get lost, and take this demon beast's ST with you. Upon hearing those words, you raised a middle finger towards Wang Zhen and departed without casting a glance back. Having just departed from the library, you suddenly recalled an important matter astonishingly. You had forgotten to inquire with Wang Zhen regarding the entrance to the inner sanctum. Should you return? After some contemplation, you ultimately decided against it. If old Deng could deceive you once, he could certainly do so again. In contrast, the elder sister at the Merit Pavilion is far more commendable. With these thoughts in mind, you hurried your way to the Merit Pavilion. Bailey couldn't help but feel astonished upon seeing you. Have you perhaps indulged in some substances? Yet within merely 10 days, you have ascended to the second realm. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily rendered speechless. Your words beg the question. Who among practitioners can cultivate without the aid of medicinal elixirs? If the use of such substances were prohibited, then what purpose would serve the monthly distribution of pills by Wuyong's sect to its disciples? Subsequently, you extracted the colossal tiger from the spatial ring and cast it onto the ground. As you gazed upon the immense creature sprawled on the earth, realization dawned upon the colossal tiger. It became evident that you, indeed, had disregarded her counsel entirely. Although it remains unclear how you departed from the Wuyong sect, it is of no consequence, for you have yet to fulfill your mission. You carefully examined the requirements of the task. This is a first-tier mission, Yet you find yourself confronted with a second-tier beast, which does not align with the task stipulations. However, you may utilize this creature to claim the rewards of a yellow-level task. At that moment, your composure falters. Had you known, you would have effortlessly dispatched a first-tier beast instead. Nevertheless, you dismiss the thought as too cumbersome. Shaking your head, you choose not to dwell on this matter, and instead, you inquire, "Now that I have reached the second realm, how may I join the inner sect?" "Ah, well, you'll have to wait for a while," comes the response. The inner sect conducts regular recruitment of outer disciples who have attained the second realm every month. If my memory serves me correctly, there are still several days remaining until the next recruitment. Upon hearing this, you could not help but feel a twinge of boredom. Had you known that you would need to wait for more than 10 days, you would have lingered outside a while longer. After departing from the Hall of Merit, you return to your long-abandoned abode. Lying on the bed, you gaze at the wooden ceiling, yet an elusive sense lingered, as if you had forgotten something. Ah, the Imperial Banner. The young man clad in white has been refined within the Imperial Banner for 5 or 6 days. Initially, he intended to undergo the refinement for merely 3 days and 3 nights, but inadvertently, he lost track of time. However, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, your strength is well regulated. Even if you practice for a year and a half, it should not pose significant issues. Therefore, it is best to defer the discussion until tomorrow. The following morning, you departed from the Wuyong sect, seeking a secluded location where you could unveil the Imperial Banner. Your consciousness then plunged into the depths of the Imperial Banner. The tragic sight of the young man in white comes into view. At this moment, he stands disheveled, screaming in agony. Upon witnessing this, a playful smile graces the corners of your lips. Ah, it appears you possess quite the prowess. You need not endure such hardships. Who could have anticipated your stubbornness? In truth, there is no need for you to endure such suffering. Even if you were to remain here for centuries, I can assure you that your consciousness will remain intact. In the future, new souls will arrive in this realm. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall serve as a cautionary tale for them. Now, reveal to me your choice. The voice of the young man trembled slightly. This is the banner of the human emperor. Indeed, he has succumbed. The torment of these recent days has imparted a profound realization. Merely possessing integrity is futile, especially when one is not in control of their own fate. Upon hearing the response from the young man in white, you nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be. Had it been this way earlier, all that suffering could have been avoided. By the way, I still do not know your name. Never mind. From now on, I shall call you by E. In just a few words, you have been bestowed with the name by E, a new appellation for the youth. Jean nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Living under the roof of another, why must one maintain an air of superiority? His future lay shrouded in darkness. You may remain here. I shall venture forth to see if I can find you a companion. As the words left your lips, you departed from the Emperor's banner, leaving the solitary figure in white to ponder amidst the fluttering fabric. However, just as your consciousness began to detach from the Emperor's banner, you discovered a stranger approaching you with measured steps. What does this mean? Jun Lin is somewhat perplexed. He hasn't done anything at all. Why is he unafraid of death? Although he indeed exhibits no fear of demise, the man finds himself somewhat speechless. He pointed towards the direction of Wuyong sect. How dare you take out the soul-refining banner when we are so close to the Wuyong sect? You truly do not fear those so-called righteous individuals coming to bring you harm? Listening to the man's words, in an instant, Jun Lin understood. This person is rather considerate, even taking their own interests into account. My brother speaks with reason. It was indeed a momentary lapse on my part. Jun Lin has temporarily set aside the Emperor's banner. Yet there remains one matter I wish to clarify. This is not the refining of souls, but rather the Emperor's banner. The man was taken aback, bewildered by what he encountered. Why is there a need to rename the soul-refining banner? However, the term human Huang banner does indeed sound considerably more prestigious. Yet, it also imparts a sense of righteousness. All right, let us depart swiftly from this place and not linger any longer. The man did not linger in indecision, but rather urged Jun Lin to depart. It was indeed the right course of action. Jun Lin expressed agreement, acknowledging that the person before him indeed possesses discernment, unlike the foolish. He stubbornly refuses to acknowledge the name Huang Banji. Coincidentally, he currently has little to occupy his time. so he decides to accompany this individual for a stroll. It is indeed a delightful occurrence. Along the way, I also learned the man's name Roger. Just as he had anticipated, Roger is a practitioner of dark arts, and he has attained the foundation establishment stage, which is the third realm. Allow me to convey to you that the heads of practitioners of demonic cultivation have become exceedingly valuable, the disciples of the righteous sects. Every day, they keep their eyes on us, particularly that disciple from the Wuyang sect. If it weren't for my swift escape, I would have been in grave trouble. I was ultimately brought to my demise by them. If I were to grow stronger in the future, they would be the first to face my wrath. At that time, I shall directly annihilate the Wuyang sect. Even the passing ants, I shall break 6 of their legs. Roger is exceedingly enthusiastic. The conversation was rather abundant, with Roger predominantly speaking throughout the journey, while Jun Lin would occasionally interject with a response. However, upon hearing that Roger intended to eradicate the martial arts sect, I could not help but nearly burst into laughter. It was quite an ambitious notion, and I found myself in agreement with it. Speaking of which, dear brother Jun, why did you appear in that place? If the members of Wuyang sect were to discover your cultivation level, you might perish without even comprehending the manner of your demise. Roger suddenly inquired. However, Jun Lin was already well prepared and promptly elucidated. I was pursued by a righteous cultivator, but I seized the opportunity to turn the tables and ultimately vanquished him, subsequently ensnaring him within the confines of my yellow banner. Didn't we encounter you afterward? Roger nodded. He did not harbor any doubts about Jun Lin. After all, such artifacts as the soul refining banner exist. Even if Jun Lin claims to be a paragon of righteousness, he does not even bear a surname. Speaking of which, we are indeed on our way. Who can say for certain? I am but a wandering cultivator without a fixed abode. Wherever one may go, it matters not. The priority is to distance oneself from the Wuyang sect. Roger returned to their current location. The proximity to the Wuyang sect remains rather concerning. Should an idle elder from the sect decide to venture out for amusement and happen upon them, delivering a single strike would surely result in their immediate demise. Indeed, Jun Lin nodded. However, the path they are currently traversing, it is neither the myriad demon mountain range nor the mountain range where the human emperor's transformation was previously attained. It appears that a new map is about to be unlocked. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly elapsed. The two arrived at a quaint village, where Jun Lin surveyed the stone monument standing at the village's entrance. Inscribed above is the name of the village, Huai Village. Roger appears to be somewhat excited. At long last, I have encountered another soul. One might wonder if there are many righteous cultivators in this realm. Who can say? It is merely a few days' journey from here to Wuyang sect. You should refrain from taking action as much as possible. Jun Lin surveyed the village before him. It appears rather unadorned here. The houses are constructed from locust wood, and one can also observe numerous flowering locust trees within the village. Indeed, the village lives up to its name. At this moment, Roger gazed at Huai Village with a smile and said, "Rest assured, as a practitioner of the demonic path, I possess a clear understanding of my own position. Generally speaking, I refrain from resorting to violence. Unless unable to resist, the demonic cultivator in a state of tranquility bears no significant distinction from an ordinary cultivator thus, if one refrains from taking action. It is often difficult to discern whether an individual is a practitioner of dark arts, however. Once they engage in combat, their true nature is unequivocally revealed. Thus, the majority of such practitioners adhere to a principle of discretion. The principle of avoiding confrontation whenever possible, unless the opponent is notably weaker. Well, let us proceed and take a look. Jun Lin nodded and entered the village alongside Roger. The streets were bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Every individual's visage radiates a heartfelt smile. The arrival of Jun Lin and Roger was met with immediate and fervent hospitality from these individuals. Guests have arrived. It has been a long time since we welcomed visitors from afar. Sir, would you care to purchase some pastries? They are exceedingly delightful. What delectable treats do you offer among those pastries? A true man should indulge in fine spirits. Brother, please bring forth a bowl of strong liquor. The delicacies meant for women should not be paraded before the king. Men ought to indulge in hearty drinks and robust meats. Brothers, bring forth a beef shank. The enthusiastic vendors warmly invite Jun Lin and Roger to partake in their offerings of food and drink. Would you care for some candied hawthorn, dear brother? A little girl tugged at Jun Lin's pant leg and offered a candied hawthorn to Jun Lin. He bent down to her level. With a smile, she accepted the candied hawthorn. Thank you. How much is it? The little girl quickly shook her head and replied, No need for payment. Mother says you are guests from afar. To extend a warm reception, Jun Lin couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch the cherubic face of the innocent little girl before him. Thank you, dear older brother, on behalf of my mother. Farewell, dear older brother. The little girl nodded happily. She turned and skipped away. As the young girl departed, a subtle smile lingered on Jun Lin's face. He gently tapped Roger on the shoulder. What's the matter? Roger inquired. Why aren't you indulging? Those candied hawthorns appear quite delightful. If you're not going to eat them, would you kindly share with me? At this moment, Roger holds a roasted beef leg in his left hand, a jug of strong liquor in his right, and a morsel of pastry still lingering in his mouth, yet to be swallowed. His gaze, however, was fixated on the candied hawthorn in the man's hand. A few dark lines appeared on Jun Lin's forehead. Could it be that this fellow was oblivious to it? Are the people here a bit overly enthusiastic? You seem to be enjoying your meal quite thoroughly. Do you have the means to pay for it? Chapter 21. Dream within a dream. Upon hearing Jun Lin's inquiry, Luo Jie was momentarily taken aback. It was true. He had no money. As a practitioner of the demonic path, typically did not pay for food. However, gazing at the warm-hearted individuals before him, he felt a pang of guilt at the prospect of not compensating them. Do you have any? No, Jun Lin shrugged. In truth, he possessed wealth, having acquired a significant amount of gold coins from the slain enemies, but he was unwilling to pay as it was evident that these individuals were engaging in coercive sales. At that moment, a vendor selling wine interjected, No need for payment. You have traveled from afar. It is only right that we host you, and besides, these are merely trivial items. Nearby, a matron selling pastries chimed in, Indeed, young sir, you need not worry about funds. These are our treat. With that, she handed Jun Lin a piece of pastry wrapped in oiled paper. Jun Lin looked at the confection in his hand, bewildered. Was it not a case of coercive sales? Had he misjudged their intentions? Luo Jie, overhearing the exchange, was elated. Thank you so much. I shall drink to your health. He swiftly downed an entire jar of strong liquor. Jun Lin observed in disbelief, thinking to himself that if someone had spiked the drink, Luo Jie would be oblivious to his peril. Yet, he had underestimated Luo Jie's capacity for alcohol. After finishing the jar, he seemed no worse for wear and even desired more. My friend, you truly have a remarkable tolerance. Allow me to join you. The wine vendor, noticing this, eagerly poured another jar. As Jun Lin witnessed this scene, he took a bite of a candied hawthorn. The sweetness of the treat gifted by the young girl is delightful. Of course, he held no romantic notions regarding the little girl. The candied hawthorn was simply exquisite. However, he remained perplexed by the villager's warmth. Could it be that the customs of this world were genuinely so unpretentious? System, do you understand what is happening? How would I know? Indeed, relying on such a useless entity was less reliable than trusting his own instincts, Jun Lin mused. Upon reflection, perhaps it was simply the shock of experiencing such genuine warmth for the first time that left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Moreover, he had no reason to be cautious. After all, these people posed no threat to him. With clarity of mind, Jun Lin immersed himself in the festivities. The food was indeed splendid. Strong liquor, savory meats, and sweet pastries, all offered free of charge. He and Luo Jie indulged in all the delights the street had to offer until they could eat no more. Burp! By the heavens, I have never feasted so well, Luo Jie exclaimed, though the alcohol had begun to cloud his senses. Jun Lin, too, felt the effects of the liquor, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity, though it proved futile. As night fell, an innkeeper approached. Why not stay at my establishment for the night? Absolutely. Thank you, kind sir, Luo Jie replied without hesitation. Although Jun Lin felt somewhat reluctant, he did not refuse. Fortunately, these villagers bore no ill will. Otherwise, Luo Jie's current state would surely have led him to ruin. Inside the inn, Jun Lin and Luo Jie were assigned separate rooms. Lying on the wooden bed, Jun Lin gazed at the wooden ceiling, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. This day had been exceedingly enjoyable. The exhaustion from the previous days of travel had vanished entirely. However, he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and now felt slightly dazed. But he dismissed his concerns, for he was invincible. "You have drunk too much." "Nonsense. How could I be intoxicated? My tolerance is unmatched." "You are a fool." Jun Lin, in his stupor, drifted into slumber. As night deepened, he felt an increasing heaviness, akin to a great weight pressing down upon him. His consciousness stirred, yet he could not open his eyes, feeling as though he were suffocating. Sleep paralysis? Jun Lin's heart raced. In his previous life, he would have attributed it to fatigue. But this was a fantastical realm where souls existed. Could it be that there were indeed specters? Was this their method of murder? To first lower their guard, then intoxicate them, ultimately leading to their demise in slumber? If that were the case, these villagers were rather considerate, refraining from dismembering their victims. As Jun Lin pondered these thoughts, the oppressive weight suddenly lifted and the suffocating sensation dissipated. He sat up, eyes wide open, scanning his surroundings, only to find nothing amiss. Wait, if that was sleep paralysis. Then, he lifted his gaze. A blood-soaked visage loomed close. What the hell? Jun Lin jolted upright in bed. Was it a dream? He looked again, but this time, the ghostly face had vanished. System? No response from his system. A smile crept across Jun Lin's face. A dream within a dream. How intriguing. This village undoubtedly harbored secrets. Yet, to be fair, the dream felt remarkably vivid. He delivered a punch to his own face, shattering the illusion of sleep. Upon awakening once more, Jun Lin called out to the system. "What is it?" This time, the system responded, confirming that he was indeed in reality. To test its authenticity, Jun Lin prompted the system to assist him in a self-destructive act. Upon his rebirth, he felt revitalized. The foggy haze from overindulgence had cleared. Suddenly, he recalled Luo Jie in the adjacent room. He hasn't met his end, has he? Upon further reflection, he realized that Luo Jie, lacking in intellect, was likely still caught up in some absurd dream. Jun Lin opened his door quietly. Finding no one in the hallway, he stealthily approached Luo Jie's door and pushed against it. Locked. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one was present, Jun Lin decided to dismantle the entire door. "What are you sneaking around for?" Jun Lin rolled his eyes. "You would understand. It adds to the thrill. What is the point of doing it openly?" He relished the exhilarating sensation of being on the edge of discovery. Inside, Luo Jie lay on the bed, furrowing his brows, as if embroiled in a significant dream. Jun Lin approached and delivered a sharp slap. Yet, Luo Jie did not awaken. Jun Lin struck him again. This time, Luo Jie jolted awake. "What the? It was just a dream. I nearly perished in my sleep." Luo Jie sighed in relief, but soon felt the sting on his cheek. "You hit rather hard." "Well, what did you expect? Otherwise, how would I wake you? I told you this place was peculiar." Rubbing his face, Luo Jie got out of bed, drawing his weapon and eyeing Jun Lin warily. "This place indeed has its oddities, but you never mentioned it before. Am I still dreaming?" Jun Lin. All right. So you've finally grown a brain?" Chapter 22. Oh, Lao Luo. During the daytime, feasting and revelry. Why did you not exhibit such astuteness? Jun Lin found himself at a loss for words. Gesturing towards the long sword in Luo Jie's hand, he remarked, "Wouldn't it be simpler to give yourself a cut in your dreams to ascertain your reality? But perhaps that is best left alone." Luo Jie rubbed his face. The pain was all too real, affirming that he was indeed awake. Jun Lin approached the window and opened it, casting a glance outside. Beneath the silent moonlight, the locust trees swayed their branches, and a cool breeze swept through, instilling a sense of unease. Luo Jie joined him, stating, "This place is undeniably peculiar, but those people during the day seemed entirely ordinary." Jun Lin shook his head, asserting that while the daytime inhabitants appeared mundane, he did not believe they were unaware of their circumstances. Their intentions were unmistakable: to warmly welcome the two of them, lull them into a false sense of security, and then intoxicate them, preparing for the events that would unfold after nightfall. What could possibly possess the ability to kill within a dream? Luo Jie pondered, stroking his chin. Whatever it may be, it surely will not relent until its aims have been fulfilled. I must venture out for a closer look. With that, Jun Lin leaped directly out of the window. "Hey, wait for me." Luo Jie hurriedly followed suit, cognizant that splitting up at this juncture might lead to dire consequences. The village at night was eerily quiet, each household securely shut. As Jun Lin and Luo Jie walked along the path, they surveyed their surroundings. After a short while, Luo Jie furrowed his brow, sensing a heavy aura of malevolence. Something sinister was afoot. It had gone unnoticed during the day, but now, under the cover of night, the strangeness of the place was palpable. If it were indeed a malevolent force at play, Jun Lin, at the nascent stage of the second realm, would be nothing more than easy prey. We must not linger here. With that thought, Luo Jie grasped Jun Lin's arm, urging him to flee toward the village exit. Upon leaving the village, Luo Jie finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Jun Lin and expressed, "We are ill-equipped to confront the malevolence here, so we should just then." He noticed something amiss about Jun Lin, who appeared unervingly silent. This was a stark contrast to the usual Jun Lin taking a step back. Luo Jie summoned the dark energy of his sword, pointing it at Jun Lin. "Were you?" At that moment, Jun Lin seemed to come to himself, tilting his head and grinning widely before lunging at Luo Jie. Jun Lin walked along the narrow path of the Locust Village, feeling the chill of the night air. He could not help but mutter, "This wretched place is truly eerie. Where on earth is that fellow Luo Jie? Surely he has gone back to sleep?" However, Jun Lin mused that Luo Jie was not the type to act so foolishly. It would be best for him to remain in his room and not wander about. His audacity to venture out stemmed solely from his belief in his own invulnerability. After wandering for a while without uncovering any clues, Jun Lin grew bored and approached a house, knocking on the door. "Is anyone home?" Silence reigned within. However, who was Jun Lin? A practitioner of the second realm. He stood still and listened intently, soon discerning the heartbeat and breath of someone inside. Perhaps they were merely asleep, unresponsive to his calls. As he prepared to knock again, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him, followed by a series of knocks. Jun Lin turned to see a town crier holding a lantern, his expression tense as he regarded him. Upon recognizing Jun Lin, the crier visibly relaxed, exhaling. Why is a guest not resting at the inn, but instead here? Jun Lin appraised the crier, responding, "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll." The crier hesitated, then remarked, "I would advise against disturbing others who are resting." With that, he turned and departed. Jun Lin squinted at the retreating figure, convinced that something was amiss. The crier had not been present when he knocked. This indicated that the man had appeared out of thin air after his arrival. Excitement coursed through Jun Lin as he rubbed his hands together. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was eager to unearth the secrets concealed within this humble village. However, before that, he should return to retrieve Luo Jie, who, being of the third realm, was significantly stronger than himself. Moreover, it would not be safe to leave him alone at the inn. Yet, upon returning to the inn, Jun Lin discovered that Luo Jie was no longer in his room, and there were no signs of a struggle. What? Where has he gone? Jun Lin pondered, slightly taken aback, but he reasoned that it was unlikely he had met with misfortune. Unless he had been killed instantly, there would have been some noise. Perhaps he went out searching for me. With that, Jun Lin nimbly climbed out of the window again. Upon landing, he felt something beneath his feet. What is this? Looking down, he was horrified to find a body sprawled on the ground, the clothing appearing all too familiar. Oh no! A chilling thought surged through Jun Lin, and he hastily turned the body over. Indeed, it was Luo Jie's lifeless form, and the sight was grotesque. His eyes wide open, limbs contorted, and a gaping hole where his heart once resided. Lao Luo, your demise is so tragic. Jun Lin could not restrain himself from pounding his chest in despair, exclaiming sorrowfully. Though he had known Luo Jie for only a few days, the latter's straightforward nature had resonated with him. He had been so forthright, not even resembling a demonic cultivator. To think that in the brief time they had been apart, Luo Jie had become a corpse was truly lamentable. Rest assured, my brother Luo, I shall avenge you. Jun Lin stood resolutely, determination etched on his face. Although he had no leads and was uncertain about the entity responsible for Luo Jie's death, He was convinced that it had a path to destruction. Jun Lin placed Laozi's body into his spatial ring, intending to find a proper burial site later. As for the lurking malevolence in this place, he could surmise two possibilities based on prior events. Either it was a malevolent spirit or a demonic cultivator. Regardless of which it was, having already slain Laozi, it would not spare him either. Thus, theoretically, he needed do nothing but wait for his fate. However, that was too passive for Jun Lin. He resolved to take the initiative and depart from the Locust Village. He did not believe the malevolent force would simply watch him leave without taking action. With that thought in mind, Jun Lin strode towards the village entrance. Yet, not far along his path, he was intercepted by the town crier holding a lantern. "Were you off to guest?" The crier questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. "I intend to leave this place." The crier smiled. "Why the haste, dear guest? Would it not be better to wait until dawn to depart? Why should I need your permission to leave whenever I choose?" Chapter 23. The Fearless Villagers. I merely offer a suggestion. Traveling at night is inherently perilous. The town crier chuckled. "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" "Oh dear, when did you leave? You ought to have notified me." Before long, a considerable number of villagers had gathered in this place. "Why the haste? Your companions are still resting at the inn. Would it not be more prudent to depart together at dawn? Indeed, if your friends discover your unannounced departure, they may hold us accountable, and we would be at a loss for explanations." The villagers earnestly implored, wishing to dissuade Jun Lin from leaving until morning. A small girl approached, tugging at Jun Lin's sleeve. "Big brother, please don't go." This little girl was the one who had gifted him candied hawthorn earlier that day. Feeling a pang of tenderness as he gazed at the adorable child, Jun Lin smiled faintly and ruffled her hair. In an instant, a long sword appeared in his hand, severing the town crier's head from his body. Originally, Jun Lin had intended to slay them all, but considering the innocence of this charming little girl, he opted for a mere demonstration of power. He hoped the remaining villagers would recognize their folly. As the town crier's head fell to the ground, blood seeped into the earth, leaving no trace upon the surface. "He's killed someone." Panic ensued among the villagers, with several timid souls turning to flee. The little girl, her complexion drained of color, trembled as she clutched Jun Lin's sleeve. Seeing her distress, Jun Lin knelt and gently patted her head, his voice softened. "Do not fear. It's merely a death." The girl pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks as she began to wail. "Wow!" Jun Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness at her loud cries, as if he had wronged her. Unbeknownst to him, he could hardly bear to see such a delightful child in tears, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he attempted to comfort her. "Stop crying. If you do, Big Brother might have to deal with you too." Fearful, the girl promptly closed her mouth, wiped her tears, and shook her head. I won't cry anymore." Content with her response, Jun Lin nodded. "That's better. Little ones should rest well at night and not wander about. Go back now." As he spoke, he could not resist pinching her cheek, finding it delightfully soft. However, the girl stifled a sob, covering her mouth and watching him with trepidation. Yet, Jun Lin's attention was drawn back to the town crier's corpse, now a mere husk. All the blood had been absorbed into the ground. A startling thought crossed Jun Lin's mind. Could this entire village be an embodiment of malevolence? If that were the case, it would be far beyond his capabilities to confront. Even with self-detonation, he would struggle for a time. Yet, if this village were indeed a source of evil, it would not easily permit his departure. The current situation, however, suggested otherwise. He surveyed the remaining villagers, noting that his earlier act of intimidation had indeed sent some fleeing. Yet others remained, blocking his path out of the village. Clearly, his demonstration had not achieved the desired effect. With a deep sigh, he gently removed the girl's hand from his sleeve and spoke softly. "Wait here. Once I deal with them, I shall take you out to play. You're quite gentle. Of course, I always exhibit patience with little ones. By the way, how did you come to know of this situation?" "Yes, I found out. Do you wish to know more?" "I do not desire to know everything." "What's the point of that?" "I will address these villagers first, and then we shall see." Jun Lin opted not to gather information from the system, relishing the thrill of the unknown. With sword in hand, he approached the villagers who obstructed his path. Despite their ordinary status, It was evident that they had engaged in such matters before. Thus, they felt no psychological burden in confronting him. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground emitted a noise, and it lunged at Jun Lin. "Ah, it's risen from the dead," Jun Lin observed with interest as the corpse charged at him. "So, devoted to protecting these villagers, are we?" He swung his sword at the corpse, expecting a clean severance, but instead, the collision produced a sound akin to metal clashing. It had been reinforced. The town crier's body now resembled iron and steel, and Jun Lin's sword could only break through the skin. Moreover, since he had severed the head earlier, it was now detached from the body. As the body attacked him, the head snapped its jaws in his direction. How absurd! Jun Lin ignited with a crimson energy, sheathing his sword and delivering a forceful strike that sent the body flying while he seized the head, with flames igniting in his right hand. He employed the sunfire palm he had learned in the library. With a resounding clap, he struck the head, causing a crack to form in the skull, embedding it deeply into the ground. Meanwhile, the body surged forward. Jun Lin pressed his foot upon the head, grasping the arms of the reanimated town crier. Despite the corpse's enhanced strength and resilience, Jun Lin, empowered by the blood-burning technique, was not lacking in might. With all his strength, he tore the corpse apart. Yet, as he gazed at the now severed remains still advancing toward him, he could hardly contain his frustration. How incredibly tenacious! Muttering angrily, he seized the body and violently dismantled it, discarding the pieces upon the ground and trampling them until a deep pit was formed, the bones crushed to dust. "Will you move again?" Just as he finished speaking, a fragment of bone twitched. Unbelievable, it still moves. Startled, Jun Lin swiftly delivered another kick, ensuring it ceased all movement. Once he confirmed it would not rise again, he dusted off his hands and regarded the onlooking villagers. They had merely observed as he disassembled the town crier's corpse, showing no inclination to assist. Now, though fear was etched upon their faces, they did not retreat. One woman even pleaded, "Esteemed guest, I implore you, please return." Jun Lin remained silent, quietly summoning the imperial banner. Chapter 24. Little sister, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your family, would you? "Eliminate them all," Jun Lin declared, turning to shield the young girl from the impending horror. He gently tousled her hair, seemingly wishing to spare her from the gruesome sight. Observing the blockade before him, sighed. He was not a practitioner of dark arts and could not bring himself to harm a group of ordinary people. Yet, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of defying Jun Lin's orders. Thus, granting these individuals a swift end was the only mercy he could afford. "Big brother, please don't kill them," the girl pleaded, her voice trembling, fully aware of the grim reality that loomed ahead. "Of course I could. How could I bear to refuse such a heartfelt request from my little sister? However, you must first divulge the secrets of this village," Jun Lin replied with a disarming smile. I don't know," she stammered. "Then it seems there is no other option." Jun Lin shrugged. "Would you like to leave this place with your big brother?" "No, I don't want to." The girl shook her head decisively. Despite her refusal, Jun Lin grinned. Her decision was hardly the final word. He lifted her effortlessly, and as he turned, the path was clear, save for the lifeless bodies strewn about. The girl clutched his collar, trembling in fear, rendered mute by the terror surrounding her. He hesitated before speaking. "Master, more people are approaching." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. "You needn't call me master. Simply refer to me as young master from now on." Being called master by a grown man felt uncomfortable. It was more fitting if it were a young woman. "Yes, young master," He nodded, relieved by the change. He had feared Jun Lin's wrath if he disagreed. Following Bai's gaze, Jun Lin observed the townsfolk gathering, undeterred by the danger, seemingly prepared to sacrifice their lives to confront him. Sighing, Jun Lin prepared to command Bai to engage them. Whether it was one life or many, the outcome remained the same. At that moment, a figure cloaked in dark energy burst forth from the crowd, exclaiming, "Jun, you must flee. Something is amiss here." As the shadowy figure approached, Jun Lin recognized him and gasped, "Holy hell, have you risen from the dead?" It was Laozi, bearing numerous wounds and blood-soaked clothing, appearing far from well. "What do you mean, risen from the dead?" "I'm very much alive," Laozi responded, perplexed. He had just battled a malevolent force outside Huaitown. However, there was no time to ponder this. He grabbed Jun Lin's arm, urging him to flee the village. Yet, as they took a few steps, a chill ran down Luo Jie's spine. This scene feels eerily familiar. He turned to Jun Lin, his demeanor suddenly wary, his sword enveloped in dark energy. What sorcery is this? Are you truly Luo Jie? Examining Luo Jie closely, Jun Lin wondered if the man before him was genuine. Or the corpse he had encountered earlier. In a moment of clarity, Jun Lin produced the body of Luo Jie, pointing at it and asking, "Which one of you is real?" Luo Jie, equally confused, questioned, "I died? When did this happen?" "No, I feel perfectly fine." His mind raced, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on the present. "I can't explain it, but I assure you, that corpse is an imposter." Holding the trembling girl, Jun Lin regarded Luo Jie and said, "Very well, I believe you." After all, he had the means to rectify any errors. Even if this Luo Jie was false, it was of little consequence. Luo Jie nodded, but then scrutinized Jun Lin with suspicion. "But how can you prove that you are the real one?" "I currently have my doubts about you. I suspect you might be a fake." Jun Lin replied, somewhat exasperated. "Are we playing a game of deception here?" "Just a jest," Luo Jie chuckled, sheathing his sword. "But why are you holding a little girl? You're not harboring any ulterior motives, are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I merely sought to protect her from the dangers here," Jun Lin insisted earnestly. Luo Jie regarded him with skepticism. "Such altruism? Then why not rescue the others as well?" He gestured to the villagers who stood resolutely blocking the path out of the village, their expressions betraying fear and tension, yet they remained steadfast. "These people are preventing my exit. Do you not comprehend the reason for it?" Jun Lin scoffed. Had Luo Jie not arrived in time, they would have already met their end at Bai Yi's hands. Luo Jie seemed to grasp the situation, pointing to the little girl in Jun Lin's arms. "But did she not impede your escape?" "She did," Jun Lin admitted. "Then why save her?" "Because I am a hypocrite," he replied with unabashed nonchalance. "Ah, I see." Luo Jie nodded, not finding fault with Jun Lin's reasoning. Such is the nature of practitioners of dark arts. Yet, glancing back at the villagers, he furrowed his brow. "What shall we do about them?" "Eliminate them all," Jun Lin answered casually. "That is not right," Luo Jie stammered, shaking his head. "They are merely common folk. There is no need for total annihilation." Jun Lin regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Are you truly so compassionate? Are we not both practitioners of dark arts?" "Indeed. But there is no necessity to quibble with a swarm of ants. We should leave post-haste." Luo Jie was a practitioner of dark arts, not because he reveled in bloodshed, but out of necessity. He had returned to lead Jun Lin away from this accursed place, not to massacre the village. "Leaving is not an option," Jun Lin replied, observing the rising corpses scattered across the ground. It was evident that the orchestrator behind this chaos intended to ensnare them all. "Fear not, they are but mere specters," Luo Jie proclaimed, charging forward with his sword. In mere moments, he dispatched several corpses with ease, showcasing the might of a practitioner at the third stage. Such prowess! Jun Lin marveled. If only I possessed such strength. Alas, without assistance, his cultivation progress was painfully slow. Ahead, Luo Jie bravely fought on. Meanwhile, Jun Lin pinched the little girl's cheek and asked, "Now, can you reveal the secrets of the village?" "Of course, if you choose not to divulge." "Witness that gentleman ahead. I shall command him to slaughter the entire village. By then, it will be too late for you to speak. And you surely do not wish for your family to come to harm, do you?" Chapter 25. When defeat is inevitable, flee. The young girl, powerless to resist, ultimately succumbed to Jun Lin's relentless assault. With a choked voice, she confided, "I cannot discern the specifics, but I know that those who arrive here vanish the following day. If no one visits for an extended period, the villagers, too, will disappear. My father was one such victim." Listening to her words, Jun Lin nodded. It seemed these individuals were driven by the instinct for survival. Yet, was it worth sacrificing everything for mere existence? However, the girl possessed limited knowledge. He needed to capture someone for more thorough interrogation. Jun Lin's gaze swept over the surrounding villagers, who were evidently stalling, unwilling to let them leave even at the cost of their lives. Although he could force his way out, he had no intention of doing so. His objective had always been to confront the malevolence plaguing this village. At that moment, Luo Jie returned after dealing with the corpses, unable to suppress his frustration. These malevolent beings are quite troublesome. Initially, I severed those corpses into pieces, yet they continued to move until I reduced them to minuscule fragments. It was utterly revolting. Upon seeing Luo Jie, Jun Lin spoke. Let me share my perspective. I suspect this village itself may be a source of evil. Surely that cannot be true. Does that mean we are doomed today? Luo Jie grimaced, recognizing the grim implications. Jun Lin shrugged. It's merely a suspicion. It could also be that a demonic cultivator is lurking in the shadows. In any case, Bai Yi apprehend someone for questioning. Bai Yi nodded and stepped forward to seize a villager. Does the soul within your soul banner retain consciousness? Luo Jie inquired, observing Bai Yi. Jun Lin affirmed, indeed. Why do you ask? Having conscious souls is advantageous. They can execute commands without question, allowing for greater control. Furthermore, they can pursue the path of ghost cultivation to enhance their power. In contrast, soulless entities can only be released for assault, a significant disparity. Luo Jie furrowed his brow. In that case, an abundance of souls could lead to backlash in the future. Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I am aware of the risks. I am, after all, indestructible. Even if I were to face backlash, I could perish momentarily and return to teach them a lesson. There will come a time when they submit. Luo Jie, witnessing Jun Lin's nonchalance, felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet, this was not the moment for such concerns. It would be better to address them once the current situation was resolved. The villager captured by Bai Yi trembled in fear, acutely aware that he was merely an ordinary person, while the two before him were ruthless demonic cultivators. Reveal everything you know, otherwise, my brother here may resort to slaughtering your entire village. You witnessed his strength just now, Jun Lin stated coldly. Luo Jie, slightly bewildered, thought, when did we decide to massacre the village? Despite his inner thoughts, he cooperated. Jun, you speak the truth. If you wish to spare your family and friends, you must cooperate. The villager shuddered, quickly responding, I will speak. Please, do not kill anyone else. Then, glancing around nervously, he began to recount. Our village was once perfectly ordinary, but a year ago, a villager inexplicably disappeared. Get to the point. Jun Lin interrupted, his interest piqued not by stories, but by solutions. Yes. The villager nodded fervently. The cause of all this is a locust tree. Before he could finish, a wooden spike erupted from the ground, piercing his throat. Luo Jie instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding a similar fate. Is it unable to conceal itself? Jun Lin swiftly vacated the area. What is happening? Luo Jie, sword in hand, furrowed his brow, realizing that a murder was occurring right before him. Yet he could not identify the assailant. Did you not hear him? The malevolence here must be a sentient locust tree, though its strength remains uncertain. Although the villager's words were left unfinished, he was not a dim-witted antagonist from a novel. A moment's thought sufficed to grasp the situation. Luo Jie scratched his head. Is that so? It sounds plausible. However, if it is merely a sentient locust tree, I should be able to handle it. The pressing issue was the creature's whereabouts. As Jun Lin spoke, he took a step back, and another wooden spike erupted from the ground. Luo Jie turned to the villagers. Who among you knows where the locust tree demon resides? Let us there. The villagers exchanged glances, remaining silent. Bai Yi, interrogate them one by one. Those who do not know will be eliminated. Understood, Bai Yi responded, advancing toward the villagers. This method proved effective. After a few villagers were killed, an elder stepped forward, shouting, I know. I'll lead you, just stop the killings. Luo Jie immediately rushed to the elder, lifting him to avoid the deadly spikes. Lead the way, Jun Lin instructed, setting the little girl down, for they were about to confront the boss, and she could not accompany them. With Luo Jie providing protection, the elder was unharmed despite the spikes continuously emerging from ground. However, after a short distance, the frequency and number of spikes intensified. It must be that tree. The elder trembled, pointing to a distant locust tree. Jun Lin and Luo Jie exchanged glances. This tree appeared no different from the others. Yet, as they approached, a faint metallic scent filled the air. This must be the place. Confirming that the tree before them was indeed the source of malevolence, Luo Jie cast aside the elder. With a sickening plop, a series of spikes pierced the elder's body, draining him of blood in an instant. Jun Lin cast a surprised glance at Luo Jie. It seemed this fellow was not as benevolent as he had envisioned. Noticing Jun Lin's gaze, Luo Jie remarked, "Why do you look at me like that? You're far more ruthless than I am. By the way, why don't you collect these souls with your soul banner?" "I did not collect refuse," Jun Lin replied dismissively. He held no regard for the souls of ordinary people. His soul banner was designed for the elite. Luo Jie was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though Jun Lin's soul banner was not merely an artifact for soul refinement, but rather a true royal standard. After all, what kind of soul-refining banner would disdain the souls of the common? Suddenly, a barrage of crimson spikes erupted from the ground. Jun Lin and Luo Jie quickly dodged the attack, while Luo Jie charged toward the locust tree, delivering a powerful slash. Clang! His strike left only a faint white mark on the tree. Luo Jie's pupils dilated in shock. "It's incredibly hard." Just then, several blood-red petals fluttered down. Luo Jie felt his mind swirl, rendering him momentarily dazed. Thud! A branch from the locust tree impaled Luo Jie's chest, pinning him to the ground. "What the hell? Instantly killed?" Jun Lin exclaimed in alarm, rushing to Luo Jie's side, gazing at the wound in his chest, and cried out in anguish, "Old Luo, wait, this time you are truly dead, aren't you? Cough! Damn it, I can't win, I must run." Luo Jie swiftly extracted the branch lodged in his chest, grasping Jun Lin's hand as they turned to flee. "Isn't it remarkable, my friend, that your vitality is so resilient? You were pierced through the heart, yet remain unscathed?" Observing Luo Jie, who appeared vigorous and lively, Jun Lin found himself somewhat bewildered. "Are all demon cultivators this formidable? I count myself fortunate. My heart resides on the right side," Luo Jie replied. "And, given your words, do you truly wish for my demise?" Chapter 26. Yes, there's one more thing. Ahem, that's not quite what I meant. Jun Lin cleared his throat awkwardly. To be honest, he had indeed entertained the thought of waiting for Luo Jie to perish so that he could be absorbed into the Emperor's banner. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. He never intended to act on it, did he? Luo Jie took out a pill and consumed it, causing the blood from his wound to cease flowing. Yet, he had barely fled a short distance when numerous sharp spikes erupted from the ground, forming a wooden wall that directly obstructed their path. "This isn't good for running. Perhaps I should return and blow myself up," Jun Lin suggested, glancing back at the locust tree. Luo Jie looked at Jun Lin, sensing a peculiar absence of fear or tension emanating from him. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a second-tier martial artist in such a predicament. Could it be that he was a concealed powerhouse? "Brother Jun, tell me honestly, do you have hidden powers?" Luo Jie's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Huh, no," Jun Lin replied, momentarily taken aback. Did this guy misunderstand him? He was contemplating self-detonation. Luo Jie felt a pang of disappointment. "Stay here and don't run around. Avoid the wooden spikes while I clear the way," he declared, brandishing his sword and charging toward the obstructing spikes. Jun Lin felt a surge of emotion. It was touching that Luo Jie was concerned for his safety in such a moment. Truly, he was moved to tears. Such a dear friend must not be let down. Should Luo Jie fall, he would undoubtedly be the leader among the souls within the Emperor's banner. However, rather than remaining in place, Jun Lin turned back, determined to see if he could explode that locust tree. Before long, Jun Lin found himself back at the base of the tree, spikes lunging toward him. Yet, he did not evade. Instead, after consuming a spirit-infused pill, he charged directly at the locust tree. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated through the village, shaking the very ground beneath them. Luo Jie, who was clearing the path, felt a surge of alarm and turned back, only to find that Jun Lin had vanished. Given the recent explosion and the suddenly weakened wooden spikes, it was clear what had transpired. Jun Lin was paving the way with his very life. Filled with sorrow and anger, Luo Jie severed the spikes before him and sprinted toward the village's exit, dispatching several villagers who attempted to thwart his escape along the way. Once outside the village, Luo Jie turned back, gazing at the silent locust village, silently vowing, "Brother Jun, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Should I fail in this vow, may heaven—" Boom! Suddenly, another deafening explosion shook the ground. Huh? Luo Jia was momentarily stunned. Why was it still exploding? What level of magic was this tree that it remained so resilient? Having just been reborn, Jun Lin gazed at the locust tree, which had endured 2 explosions yet stood tall. 4th tier, and its weakness lies underground. Explosions above are ineffective, the system informed him. Why didn't TU mention this earlier? Didn't TU instruct me not to speak? Is that so? I don't recall. Jun Lin stomped the ground, finding it solid. Unfortunately, he lacked the secret arts necessary for burrowing underground and could only resort to self-detonation to break the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions enveloped the entire locust village in tremors. Before long, Jun Lin had created numerous large craters, revealing the roots of the locust tree beneath the surface. Intertwined among these roots lay a blood-red object pulsating like a heart. What is this? The heart of the tree? Jun Lin wondered, intrigued by the throbbing organ before him. This is a demon heart. It may have been nurtured here by someone, the system explained. What purpose does it serve? Consuming it can transform your physique into that of a demon, enhancing your combat prowess. All right, then it's mine. Jun Lin dashed toward the demon heart, only to find himself ensnared by roots emerging from the ground. This. Jun Lin stared at the roots, binding his limbs, and the writhing branches of the locust tree before him sparked bizarre images in his mind. Is this some kind of binding play? Or tentacles? But wait, I'm a man. This seems inappropriate. The system marveled at its master's abstract thoughts, noting the peculiar knowledge he was acquiring. Who would have thought a tree spirit could be so playful? Jun Lin grinned, eyeing the demon heart guarded by the roots, not far away, and resolved to self-detonate. He then revived right beside the demon heart, reaching out to grasp it. Indeed, it resembled a heart, but it likely would not be very palatable. Observing the blood-soaked demon heart in his hand, Jun Lin felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Suddenly, sharp spikes pierced through Jun Lin's body. Ouch! He gasped, followed by a swift tug, pulling the demon heart free. The locust tree, bereft of its heart, fell silent, visibly withering at an alarming rate. System, can this thing really be consumed? Jun Lin inquired, examining the heart in his grasp. Aside from its blood-colored aura, the demon heart bore no significant differences from an ordinary heart. However, this likeness made it difficult for him to muster the courage to consume it. Yes, but consuming it may lead to some changes in your body, the system cautioned. What kind of changes? For instance, you might grow horns, develop demonic patterns, sprout additional arms, grow a 4th leg, or even become covered in red fur. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin shuddered. What kind of nonsense was this? Red fur? He was far from old age. I can't eat this. Absolutely not. Moreover, that so-called demonic body would be of no use to him. He did not lack combat prowess. With a look of disdain, he regarded the demon heart in his hand, realizing how many times he had died in vain. At that moment, a figure rushed toward him. When a newcomer saw Jun Lin impaled by numerous spikes, he was taken aback. Brother Jun, are you all right? It was Luo Jia. He had intended to leave, but upon hearing the series of explosions, he suspected Jun Lin was responsible and had returned. Jun Lin grimaced, gesturing at his own state. How could you ask such a question? Do I look like I'm unscathed? His condition was nothing short of tragic. He was punctured by multiple wooden spikes, blood staining his clothes. Luo Jia opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you have any last words? I believe I can still be saved. No, in your current state, unless you possess a healing pill of 7th tier or above. You won't survive more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Luo Jia replied earnestly. Thus, you should hasten and deliver your last words. I will do whatever is within my power to fulfill your requests. Really? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Luo Jia and then at the demon heart, and suddenly conceived a bold idea. This worthless object held no value for him, but he could trick Luo Jia into consuming it. After all, he was a demon cultivator. Absolutely, Luo Jia nodded resolutely. Then you should eat this. Jun Lin struggled to extend his hand, presenting the demon heart. Luo Jia fell into a long silence. I don't eat human flesh, Jun Lin explained, This is a demon heart, a treasure for demon cultivators. Consuming it will be beneficial for you. Luo Jie accepted the demon heart, hesitating. This is rather disgusting. Yet, seeing the hopeful expression in Jun Lin's eyes, he steeled himself and swallowed it down. Surprisingly, despite its appearance, it doesn't taste too bad. Wow, you really ate it. Jun Lin was astonished. Was he truly so honest? He had meticulously planned how to coax Luo Jie after being rejected, yet he never anticipated that the fellow would be so forthright. Luo Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, I'm not eating in front of you? How could it be false? Are you not afraid I might bring you harm? If I didn't trust you, I would never have returned, nor would I have consumed anything. As the saying goes, when one is on the brink of death, their words are sincere. Given Jun Lin's current state, surely he would not attempt to deceive him at the last moment. Good brother, if I must die, then I shall do so with my eyes closed. Jun Lin tilted his head, extended his tongue, closed his eyes, and succumbed to death. Luo Jie was momentarily taken aback, feeling it was rather hasty. Yet, gazing at the lifeless Jun Lin, he couldn't help but sigh. He was, after all, a step too late. Just then, Jun Lin suddenly revived. Oh, right, I forgot to mention that demonic essence indeed has its benefits for you, though it may come with some side effects. Luo Jie was startled, but quickly replied, No matter, I trust you. Good brother. Jun Lin tilted his head, extended his tongue, closed his eyes, and once again fell into death. Having learned from past experiences, Luo Jie cautiously inquired, Jun, is there anything else you wish to convey? There was no response, no breath, no heartbeat. It was then that Luo Jie confirmed Jun Lin was truly gone, letting out a deep sigh. Oh right, there is one more thing. Chapter 27. While it's hot, are you truly dead or not? Luo Jie felt a growing sense of tension. The continuous resurrection attempts were beginning to cast a psychological shadow over him. Jun Lin cleared his throat and said, I assure you, this is the last matter. Luo Jie took a deep breath and replied, Go on. Actually, I forgot to mention, I cannot die. As Jun Lin's words fell, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Luo Jie in full vigor. Luo Jie stared in astonishment, bewildered by this celestial feat. Could it be that Jun Lin was a divine being? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Luo Jie's gaze, Jun Lin remarked, What are you looking at? I'm merely resurrected. You resurrected? Jun Lin unabashedly replied, Indeed. How else could I possibly defeat that tree demon? I am relying on my own life force. Luo Jie felt as though his entire worldview had been profoundly shaken. So, the explosions he had just heard were Jun Lin self-destructing? This was utterly absurd. You could just tell me something like this? Luo Jie found it hard to believe. If he possessed such an ability, he would certainly keep it hidden more thoroughly than anyone else. Jun Lin firmly grasped Luo Jie's shoulder and said earnestly, Of course, because we are brothers, and I trust you. Luo Jie couldn't help but laugh. Even if he were to divulge his ability to resurrect, it would pose no threat to Jun Lin. In fact, he anticipated Luo Jie doing so, as it would allow him to relish the thrill of being pursued. The mere thought excited him. Unaware of Jun Lin's inner thoughts, Luo Jie's heart swelled with gratitude as he listened to him. Rest assured, I shall never reveal this secret. Jun Lin confiding such a secret to him indicated that he truly regarded him as a brother, and he certainly did not wish to disappoint him. By the way, didn't you mention that the demon heart has side effects? Were they? Luo Jie inquired suddenly. Previously, he had refrained from asking due to Jun Lin's critical state. But now that he understood Jun Lin was merely pretending, he needed to clarify these side effects. Oh, they say that in old age, one may become afflicted with misfortune and end up covered in red hair. Jun Lin explained leisurely, gesturing toward Luo Jie's own hair. Your hair has already turned red. Perhaps it was due to recently consuming the demon heart, but Luo Jie had only experienced a change in hair color. As for sprouting horns or multiple arms, that had yet to occur. Afflicted with misfortune, covered in red hair, Luo Jie gasped and quickly plucked a strand of his hair, which indeed was red. No way. His hands trembled as he envisioned himself in old age, entirely covered in red hair. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he lamented, Jun, you have truly brought misfortune upon me. Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now, what's there to fear? It's merely a possibility, and besides, that's a long way off. It's uncertain whether you'll even live to old age. True, Luo Jie nodded, but then quickly realized, wait, Jun, do you lack the ability to comfort others? I don't, Jun Lin replied, shrugging. But I speak the truth, and you need not worry. If that day truly comes, you will always have a place in my imperial banner. Luo Jie's lips twitched. I sincerely thank you for that. However, he mused that if such a day were to arrive, being part of Jun Lin's imperial banner wouldn't be the worst choice. Jun Lin patted Luo Jie's shoulder and said, no need for thanks, we are brothers. As they conversed, the two made their way outside Huai village. Along the route, they encountered numerous villagers pierced by wooden spikes. Ultimately, the Huai tree had turned against these villagers, leaving no survivors. As they walked, Jun Lin spotted a small figure lying quietly on the ground. It was the little girl from before, now pierced through the chest by a wooden spike, devoid of life. My goodness, you are even more twisted than I am. Jun Lin couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Jie, startled by the sudden accusation, stammered, Huh? I didn't do anything. Ah, it's nothing. I wasn't referring to you. Jun Lin clarified while internally chastising the system. Luo Jie, puzzled, observed Jun Lin's intense gaze fixated on the lifeless girl. She has just died. Her soul has not yet departed. You could capture her soul in your imperial banner, allowing her to pursue the path of ghostly cultivation, though her form may not change. I know you have a penchant for that sort of thing. Jun Lin looked at Luo Jie in surprise. I take back what I just said. I was actually talking about you. And for the record, I do not have a penchant for that. Luo Jie shrugged, filled with disdain in his heart. What good was denying it? Did Jun Lin truly think he was oblivious to his inclinations? Jun Lin shook his head and continued. Moreover, there's no need to do so. Once someone enters the imperial banner, they can never reincarnate. She does not deserve such a fate. Indeed, that would be somewhat inhumane, Luo Jie agreed, nodding in approval. Like him, Jun Lin was a man of conscience, even as a demonic cultivator. After leaving Huai village, the two embarked once more on a directionless journey. They traveled by day and cultivated by night. Over the course of more than half a month, Jun Lin's cultivation reached the late stage of the second realm, a feat largely attributed to his consumption of medicinal herbs. Where exactly are we? Why are there so many people? Luo Jie gazed at the continuous mountain range and the multitude of martial artists gathered there, feeling astonished. So many people. If I were to expose my identity as a demonic cultivator, wouldn't I be reduced to a pulp? This is the Wan Yao Mountains, Jun Lin remarked, equally surprised. How is it that we have circled back here again? Last time, I managed to subdue a white-clad figure here. I wonder if I can add more souls to my imperial banner this time. Should we perhaps retreat? The people here seem to be righteous cultivators. Luo Jie hesitated. After all, he was a demonic cultivator, and this place posed a considerable danger to him. Jun Lin was not inclined to retreat, saying, what is there to fear? Once we enter, we simply need to eliminate anyone who discovers our identities. Then, no one will know we are demonic cultivators. Luo Jie pondered this for a moment and realized the logic behind it. Yet he still felt that it was unnecessary to take such risks. This is where your mindset falters. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. As demonic cultivators, we cannot compare ourselves to those righteous cultivators with sex. We must rely on ourselves. If we do not strive and seize opportunities, how can we hope for a future? Jun Lin spoke earnestly. Luo Jie contemplated deeply and found great wisdom in Jun Lin's words. Listening to Jun Lin, Luo Jie nodded repeatedly, convinced that what he said was entirely without flaw. He could not help but exclaim, Jun, your words today are like a refreshing breeze to me. I have learned much. Jun Lin, unfazed, replied, we are brothers. No need for such formality. Luo Jie gazed toward the Wan Yao Mountains, filled with ambition. But then he quickly realized, wait, you are immortal and unkillable, so of course, you are not afraid, but I am truly at risk of dying. Chapter 28. Why didn't you inform me about the script revision in advance? How did this young man come to realize it? Jun Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness, but it was fleeting. In the next moment, he composed himself and remarked, Brother Luo, your words are misguided. You are aware that I cannot perish. If I cannot perish, does that not imply you cannot either? Luo Jie looked bewildered. What connection was there between the two? Noticing his confusion, Jun Lin elaborated, You see, as long as I remain alive, even if you were to die, I could still allow you to enter my human emperor banner. Thus, you would essentially be as though you had not died. Luo Jie twitched his lips, feeling as though Jun Lin was simply eager for him to enter the human emperor banner. Over the past few days, Jun Lin had mentioned the prospect of entering the banner after his death so frequently that it made him suspect he was being brainwashed. How could you think so ill of me? Jun Lin said, his expression slightly displeased. We are brothers. Do you truly believe I would harm you? At this, Luo Jie immediately retorted, That is uncertain. The demonic heart was something you tricked me into consuming. I did it for your own good, Jun Lin said earnestly. Your constitution is gradually transforming into that of a demon. Have you not noticed how much your strength has increased? Luo Jie nodded, acknowledging this fact. However, if given a choice, he would have preferred not to consume that demonic heart. He certainly did not wish to be covered in red fur. Jun Lin pressed on, right? How could I possibly harm you? Moreover, should you truly perish and enter my human emperor banner, would I not be remiss in treating you poorly? Yet entering the human emperor banner meant eternal reincarnation would be denied. You know I am immortal. As long as I live, do you not also live? Therefore, my immortality equates to your everlasting life. Since we are immortal, why concern ourselves with the next life? Jun Lin continued speaking, leaving Luo Jie momentarily stunned. He wanted to counter, but found himself at a loss. Upon deeper reflection, Jun Lin made a compelling argument. Luo Jie suddenly grasped the implication. I understand. It means I can indulge freely. Primarily, Jun Lin's words left him with no points of rebuttal. Furthermore, the allure of immortality was indeed captivating. Why did he cultivate? For power, to avoid being bullied, but ultimately, it was to live better and longer. Jun Lin nodded appreciatively, a wise pupil indeed. Yet at that moment, Luo Jie shifted the conversation, stating, But I still have no intention of dying right now. Jun Lin will waste a breath. However, Luo Jie, deep in thought, mused that perhaps he could explore the Wanyao mountain range. Dying was not an option at present, but as Jun Lin had said, as a demonic cultivator, without striving and competing, how could one obtain resources for cultivation? Are you also heading to the Wanyao mountain range? Would you like to accompany us? It would be good to have someone to look out for each other. In the distance, a group approached, one man and two women. The man was at the third stage of cultivation, while the two women were only at the second stage. Jun Lin and Luo Jie exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning instantly. Jun Lin nodded without hesitation. Of course, we were looking for a team as well. Luo Jie greeted them warmly. I am Luo Jie. May I ask who the three of you are? The man replied with a smile. I am Mo Chung. These two are my junior sisters, Lin Shui and Wang Yu. We are disciples of the Tianna sect, out on a mission. May I inquire which sect you two belong to? Luo Jie was taken aback. As a demonic cultivator, what did he have to do with any sect? Jun Lin answered with a smile. We are disciples of the Wuyang sect, here for some experience. Luo Jie immediately gave Jun Lin a thumbs up internally. Truly, he was his brother, capable of lying without batting an eyelash. Ah, so you're disciples of Wuyang sect. To be honest, I once wished to join Wuyang sect, Mo Chung said, a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, my talents were too exceptional, and my master took me under his wing, causing me to miss the opportunity to join Wuyang sect. Jun Lin's expression turned peculiar. Was he lamenting? This seemed more like boasting. Lin Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth, chuckling. Senior brother, if the master finds out about this, he will surely reprimand you. Wang Yu added playfully, indeed. I must tell the master when I return. Mo Chung suddenly looked flustered, pleading, Oh, my dear junior sisters, I beg you. Please do not let this slip. That depends on your sincerity, senior brother. My dear junior sisters, I will grant you anything you desire. That is what you said. Mo Chung and Wang Yu bantered amicably. Meanwhile, Jun Lin and Luo Jie exchanged glances, both sensing a shared indignation. What is the meaning of this? Displaying affection before us? Are they mocking the single among us? Jun Lin declared, I can no longer tolerate this. I must confront them. Luo Jie advised. Let's endure a bit longer. We can address it once we enter the Wanyao mountain range. Along the way, Mo Cheng, Wang Yu, and Lin Shui were all too friendly, calling each other senior brother and junior sister, much to Jun Lin's irritation. Was their purpose in inviting them to join the team merely to flaunt their affection? Mo Cheng had certainly chosen his path to demise. Since they were still some distance from the Wanyao mountain range, they had to endure this show of affection for a while longer. As time passed, even the good-natured Luo Jie found it increasingly unbearable. If not for the presence of so many righteous cultivators, he would have seriously considered ending the lives of these three right then and there. At that moment, Mo Cheng, just having finished his affectionate exchange with his junior sisters, remained oblivious to the ire he had garnered. He continued, I apologize for any discomfort. I have known these two since childhood, hence the familiarity. Jun Lin smiled blandly. Mo, brother, you are too courteous. You and your junior sisters are a match made in heaven. Indeed, Luo Jie nodded in agreement, internally marveling at Jun Lin's ability to maintain a smile while uttering such insincere words. It was truly admirable. Haha, you yist. Junior brother, Mo Cheng laughed heartily. I did not expect a disciple from Wuyong's sect to be so eloquent. You truly are worthy of being from a prestigious sect. Before long, the five of them entered the Wanyao mountain range. Once they distanced themselves from the righteous cultivators outside, Luo Jie felt a surge of excitement. He viewed these righteous cultivators equally, always wishing to eliminate them. There was no other option, as he was a demonic cultivator. It was either he killed these righteous cultivators, or they would kill him. It was simply the way of things. Thus, the moment Mo Cheng invited him and Jun Lin to join their team, Mo Cheng's fate was already sealed. However, at this moment, Mo Cheng remained blissfully unaware of what was about to unfold. He was still engrossed in sweet discourse with his junior sisters. Jun Lin and Luo Jie exchanged glances. Jun Lin nodded imperceptibly, and Luo Jie understood. Just then, Mo Cheng abruptly halted in his tracks, turning to the two and saying, Gentlemen, I am here on a mission to hunt a third-tier demon beast and two second-tier demon beasts. I wonder if you have any tasks at hand? Luo Jie was about to speak when Jun Lin interjected. We are here merely for training and have no specific tasks. However, since we are journeying together, we shall certainly lend our assistance if we encounter any demon beasts. And Mo Cheng was overjoyed, exclaiming, Then I must ask for your help. Junior brother and this esteemed senior brother. It is no wonder disciples from Wuyong's sect possess such awareness. Truly, Wuyong's sect is the foremost among righteous sects. Jun Lin maintained a composed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There is no need for formality. As fellow practitioners of the righteous path, it is our duty to assist one another. Luo Jie remained silent, reflecting on the implications of such words. Were it not for his awareness of the underlying truth, he might have genuinely believed that Jun Lin was an embodiment of righteousness. Lin Shui and Wang Yu exchanged astonished glances towards Jun Lin. Not only was he exceptionally handsome and of amiable character, but his words also exuded a sense of noble integrity that was truly captivating. However, his cultivation was somewhat lacking compared to their esteemed senior brother. Mo Cheng turned to continue his journey alongside his two junior sisters. The long-simmering impatience of Luo Jie erupted suddenly. With a swift motion, he thrust a long sword through the unsuspecting Mo Cheng's chest, followed by a surge of demonic energy that ravaged Mo Cheng's body. You, demonic practitioner! Mo Cheng's eyes widened in shock, one hand clutching his wounded chest while the other pointed accusingly at the ominous figure of Luo Jie, enveloped in dark energy. I've been displeased with you for some time. Damn it, if I weren't concerned about revealing my identity, you wouldn't be alive to see this day. Luo Jie spat out in frustration. What? You are a demonic practitioner? Jun Lin exclaimed in alarm, swiftly positioning himself protectively in front of Mo Cheng and his companions, revealing the full extent of his cultivation at the late stage of the second realm. Luo Jie, taken aback by the turn of events, found himself utterly perplexed. What was unfolding before him? Chapter 29. He truly made me cry. Ro Jie's silence lingered as he struggled to comprehend Jun Ling's intentions. Shouldn't such matters have been communicated to him in advance? However, upon observing Jun Ling's serious demeanor, Ro Jie resolved to cooperate, coldly stating, "Do I not appear capable? You all proceed. I shall confront him." Jun Ling, sword in hand, faced Ro Jie while directing the others behind him. Mo Chung clutched his chest, gazing sorrowfully at the unfolding scene. Initially, he had assumed that Jun Ling was allied with Ro Jie. But the aura emanating from Jun Ling was not that of demonic energy, but rather a potent spiritual force, undeniably masculine in nature. However, Jun Ling, being merely at the second realm, could hardly be a match for Ro Jie and would not last long. "We must leave. We cannot squander Jun Xiong's earnest intentions," Mo Chung uttered with great difficulty. Beside him, Lin Shui and Wang Yu were already terrified. Upon hearing Mo Cheng's words, they hastily pulled him toward the exit of the Wan Yao mountain range. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me first?" Ro Jie snorted coldly, blocking their path. Yet, in the next moment, Jun Ling followed closely behind. Ro Jie, exasperated, observed Mo Chung and the others hastening deeper into the Wan Yao mountain range, choosing not to pursue further. Once they were at a distance, he spoke. "Jun Xiong, what is the meaning of this? Why not simply eliminate them? What will be the point of that?" Jun Ling smirked, relishing the amusement of the situation, unwilling to let it slip away. Ro Jie shook his head, perplexed by Jun Ling's perspective, yet chose to comply. "What shall we do next?" After a moment's contemplation, Jun Ling replied, "You shall continue to pursue them, occasionally emerging to intimidate them. As for the rest, improvise as you see fit. If you find yourself with nothing to do, feel free to indulge in some plunder." "Very well, I will leave it to your discretion. Just ensure they do not escape." Although Ro Jie did not fully grasp Jun Ling's strategy, he voiced no objections. "I shall follow them now." Jun Ling turned and chased after Mo Chung and the others. To appear more convincing, he inflicted a few cuts on himself, soon becoming drenched in blood. Lin Shui and Wang Yu, both at the peak of the second realm, struggled to run swiftly with a burden. Utilizing the blood ignition secret technique, Jun Ling quickly caught up. "What are you still doing here?" Jun Ling inquired, observing the two girls in a state of panic and the pitiful Mo Chung. He felt an urge to laugh, yet his expression remained one of shock. "You, how did you come?" That demonic cultivator did not follow, did he?" Lin Shui stammered, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Cough, cough. Jun Ling spat out blood, reassuring them. "Fear not. I escaped using a secret technique. You should not be able to catch up in the short term." The combination of the blood ignition secret technique and self-inflicted wounds left him in a state not much better than Mo Cheng's. However, to demonstrate his innocence, Jun Ling approached Mo Chung and said, "I apologize. It was my misunderstanding of the foe's identity that led to your current plight. Damn it, have you not heard that those who flaunt their affection often meet a swift demise?" Jun Ling internally criticized. Ro Jie had indeed been too lenient, failing to incapacitate the girl entirely, allowing her to linger on. Mo Chung, despite harboring anger at Jun Ling's sincere apology, found it difficult to express his frustration. Now, in a precarious state, with his two junior sisters in disarray, his survival depended on Jun Ling. Thus, he could not afford to offend Jun Ling any further. He immediately responded, "There is no need for such apologies. This situation arose not from your intent, but from the deceit of the demonic cultivators. They truly deserve death." As he spoke, Mo Chung coughed up blood, the demonic energy within him raging, and even taking medicinal pills could only provide temporary relief. "Brother." The two girls were in a state of utter confusion, uncertain of how to respond. Jun Ling surveyed their surroundings and declared, "This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must find a safer refuge. Shouldn't we hasten our departure?" Once outside, that demonic cultivator would surely not dare to strike. Lin Shui questioned, perplexed. "Are you not capable of critical thought?" Jun Ling's internal alarm rang, yet his face remained impassive as he replied, "No, if you can think of it. So can the demonic cultivator. Should we venture outside the Wan Yao mountain range, we would undoubtedly fall into his ambush. Yun Shun speaks wisely, Mo Xing concurred." asserting that heading deeper into the Wan Yao mountain range was indeed the better option. Very well. With Mo Cheng's endorsement, the two girls had no objections, nodding in agreement. The four of them hurried onward. After more than an hour, they discovered a cave. Jun Lin approached the cave and instructed, "You all wait here. I shall enter to ascertain any dangers. If there is peril, flee without concern for me." Upon hearing this, the three were somewhat moved. They understood that, at this juncture, Jun Lin could have easily abandoned them, yet he chose not to. Instead, he led them in their flight while bearing his own injuries. Inside the cave, Jun Lin raised an eyebrow upon encountering a massive bear. He had not anticipated genuine danger. Fortunately, it was merely a second-tier beast, requiring no self-detonation on his part. Roar! The giant bear opened its gaping maw and roared at the intruder in its territory. How audacious! Jun Lin activated the blood ignition secret technique and charged forth. Outside the cave, Lin Shui and Wang Yu grew anxious as they heard the commotion within. "Should we flee?" Wang Yu, feeling timid, spoke, having reached her psychological limit with the day's events. "No, let us wait a moment longer." Mo Cheng shook his head, retaining faith in Jun Lin. After all, escaping from a third-realm demonic cultivator indicated formidable strength. Before long, Jun Lin emerged from a cave, his injuries more severe than before. "All is well. We are safe now. Let us rest here for the night." The three sighed in relief and followed Jun Lin into the cave. Inside, the two girls gazed at the massive bear's corpse on the ground, feeling a surge of gratitude. Jun Lin could have easily called them in to slay the bear, yet he chose to shoulder the burden alone. "You all rest. I will handle this bear. We can have some meat to replenish our strength later," Jun Lin said, dragging his injured body to the bear and beginning to dissect it. Seeing this, Lin Shui rushed over. "Let me assist. You have sustained enough injuries. Please go rest." Jun Lin's willingness to go to such lengths for them left her at a loss for words. Wang Yu, who had been tending to Mo Cheng, stepped forward as well. "Yes, this is a task for Lin Shui and me." Jun Lin, however, shook his head. "I am fine. This mess is my responsibility. Consider it a form of atonement." Upon hearing Jun Lin's words and witnessing the myriad of wounds adorning his body, as well as his pale complexion, Lin Shui felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. It was the demonic cultivator's treachery that had caused this predicament, yet Jun Lin bore the weight of all blame. Before she could voice her thoughts, Wang Yu took the lead, firmly pulling Jun Lin to the cave wall. "You shall rest here." With that, she hurried back to assist. However, the two girls, in their flustered state, found themselves at a loss, cutting uneven chunks of meat based solely on instinct. Jun Lin, observing their clumsiness, felt a bit exasperated. He had expected them to possess more skill, but was disheartened to see them struggle with such a simple task. Yet, he chose not to intervene, maintaining his facade of injury. After consuming a chi blood pill, he began to meditate and recover. For a considerable time, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the cave. Jun Lin emerged from his meditative state. At that moment, the two women were engaged in grilling, and in a commendable display of consideration, Wang Yu first presented the grilled meat to him. "Thank you," Jun Lin replied, accepting the meat with a gentle smile. Although it lacked flavor, it was still edible. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat flustered, promptly turned back to the grill. The following day, Luo Jie stood before the cave, deep in thought. According to Jun Lin's instructions, he merely needed to instill a sense of fear from time to time. Surely, now was an opportune moment to do so. Chapter 30. Brother, would you kindly depart this world? Mo Xiong, are you feeling any better? Jun Lin inquired with concern as he observed Mo Cheng leaning against the wall. Mo Cheng replied, his voice weak. "For the moment, I shall manage, but complete recovery seems improbable." Luo Jie struck with considerable ferocity. "Presently, I can only suppress the demonic energy within me through the continuous consumption of healing elixirs. However, if no one intervenes to purge this energy, I will undoubtedly meet my demise once the elixirs are exhausted." Despair gnawed at Mo Cheng, yet he refused to resign himself to death in this forsaken place. He had a beloved master and two enchanting junior sisters. A beautiful future awaited him. As long as he could escape and return to the Heavenly River sect, salvation would be within reach. At that moment, Lin Shui and Wang Yu approached. Lin Shui asked, "Shouldn't we be leaving? That individual may have already departed." Jun Lin nodded. Mo Xiong's injuries cannot be delayed. Let us see if we can escape the Wan Yao mountain range today. Supporting Mo Cheng, Lin Shui and Wang Yu followed Jun Lin as they exited the cave. However, upon emerging, they found Luo Jie standing before them. He was still contemplating how to proceed with his performance when Jun Lin and the others unexpectedly appeared, catching him off guard. Yet the show must go on. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! We meet again. Last time, you managed to escape by sheer luck. This time, you have nowhere to flee." Somewhat theatrical, brother, Jun Lin remarked, feeling slightly awkward at Luo Jie's exaggerated demeanor. Nevertheless, he immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Shui and Wang Yu. "You two go ahead. I will hold him off." Seeing Jun Lin confront Luo Jie, Lin Shui and Wang Yu felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly assisted Mo Cheng in their retreat. Luo Jie, noticing this, smirked and ignored Jun Lin, rushing to seize Mo Cheng by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. "Seems they are quite eager to protect you." "How enviable," he grinned, revealing his teeth. Mo Cheng, gravely injured, had no strength to resist and could only struggle weakly, unable to utter a sound. Observing this, Jun Lin rushed forward, thrusting his sword at Luo Jie. With a disdainful grunt, Luo Jie flung Mo Cheng aside and engaged Jun Lin in battle. "You all escape first. I have a plan to extricate myself," Jun Lin shouted amidst the fray. "How amusing! Such a touching performance." Luo Jie sneered. His cruel laughter combined with the swirling demonic energy and his flowing red hair made him resemble a fiend. Lin Shui wiped away her tears and helped the nearly motionless Mo Cheng to his feet as they departed with Wang Yu. As the trio distanced themselves, Luo Jie halted his assault, remarking, "You truly know how to play. Could it be that you have taken a liking to those two ladies?" Jun Lin grimaced in disgust. "What do you take me for? I merely sought a diversion." "Very well," Luo Jie acquiesced, nodding without further comment. After they discussed how the next act should unfold, Jun Lin turned to pursue Lin Shui and the others. Before long, the injured Jun Lin caught up with them. "Are you all right?" Wang Yu asked, her concern evident as she approached him. At that moment, Jun Lin appeared more wretched than Mo Cheng himself. He shook his head. "I'm fine. What of Mo Xiong?" Upon hearing Jun Lin's continued worry for Mo Cheng, Wang Yu's heart ached. "He is merely unconscious. There is no serious harm." Jun Lin sighed in relief, grateful that Mo Cheng was not dead. If he had perished, the narrative would have concluded abruptly. That is a relief. However, this is not a place for rest. We must keep moving. Wang Yu quickly offered her support to Jun Lin, anxiously suggesting, "You are gravely injured. Allow me to carry you." Jun Lin waved her offhandly. "No need. Just take care of Mo Xiong. I'll be fine." In the days that followed, Luo Jie encountered Jun Lin and the others daily, each time mercilessly beating Mo Cheng, but only rendering him unconscious rather than killing him. Jun Lin managed to intercept Luo Jie each time, allowing the trio to escape, only to later catch up with them in his injured state. "Jun Lin, are you all right?" Wang Yu asked, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed to feed him a healing pill. "I'm fine," Jun Lin assured her with a gentle shake of his head. "That demon cultivator is clearly toying with us. Are we doomed to perish here?" Wang Yu lamented, tears streaming down her face. She was not naive. Given Luo Jie's strength, it would be effortless for him to end their lives. The only reason they had survived thus far was that he was merely playing with them. Jun Lin softly comforted her. "Do not worry. If he wishes to toy with us, we shall seize this opportunity and surely escape." "Yes." Wang Yu nodded resolutely. Over these days, her trust in Jun Lin had deepened immeasurably. Regardless of the dangers they faced, he always stood before them, protecting them. At this point, if she could not trust Jun Lin, she truly did not know whom she could rely on. As for her own brother, he had become a mere burden, of no use other than to slow them down. Damn, this is quite entertaining. Brother, please create more scenarios like this. They are delightful. By the way, brother, I have an even more thrilling idea. Would you care to hear it? Oh, speak. Jun Lin's interest was piqued. It appeared this flawed system had some merit after all. You could take that Mo Chang down a notch, right in front of him, by courting his two junior sisters. The system's sudden suggestion left Jun Lin momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly retorted, "Where do you conjure these ridiculous ideas? Am I that sort of person? I am a champion of pure love. I don't believe you. I am your system, and I know precisely who you are, believe it or not. If you have nothing better to do, you could peruse an encyclopedia." Jun Lin chose not to continue the argument with the system. Yet, he couldn't deny that the system's proposal was indeed provocative. Not far away, Lin Shui was tending to Mo Cheng, who was gravely injured and required assistance, even for eating. Mo Cheng's gaze drifted to Wang Yu, who was sleeping beside Jun Lin, and then to Lin Shui, who remained steadfastly by his side. He felt a surge of gratitude. Over the past few days, Wang Yu had gradually distanced herself from him. Initially, she had cared for him, but now she primarily lingered by Jun Lin's side, almost ignoring him altogether. Even when he called out to her, she often pretended not to hear. In contrast, Lin Shui, although she tended to Jun Lin as well, did so only because he had been injured for their sake. Most of the time, she remained by Mo Cheng's side, administering pills, food, and infusing spiritual energy to suppress the demonic energy within him. How could that wretched woman, Wang Yu, compare? A storm of resentment brewed within Mo Cheng. If it weren't for Jun Lin, he wouldn't have been so grievously injured by Luo Jie. If it weren't for Jun Lin, Wang Yu wouldn't have abandoned him. "Brother," Lin Shui suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Mo Cheng looked at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Only Lin Shui was his true love. Even in his dire state, she remained unwavering. In the future, he vowed to repay her kindness. "Brother," Lin Shui bit her lip, a tear slipping down her cheek. Seeing her sudden tears, Mo Cheng felt an ache in his heart. "Sister, please don't cry. Rest assured. We will survive and escape." Lin Shui wiped her tears and choked out, "Indeed, we will surely find a way to survive, but..." As she gazed at the heartbroken Lin Shui, Mo Cheng felt a pang of sorrow in his own heart. With compassion, he said, "Junior sister, do not be disheartened. Whatever you wish to express, you can share with your elder brother. Elder brother, I acknowledge your kindness towards me and the junior sister, but I truly cannot allow you to continue being a burden to Jun Lin. Therefore, elder brother, would you consider leaving this world?" Chapter 31. What a surprising turn of events. Upon hearing Lin Shui's words, Mo Cheng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Shui intends to kill him? Or is it for Jun Lin? Panic surged within Mo Cheng as he quickly turned to glance in the direction of Jun Lin and Wang Yu. At that moment, both Jun Lin and Wang Yu seemed to have fallen asleep, unaware of the turmoil unfolding on their side. "Jun Lin, save me, Lin Shui wants to kill me." Mo Cheng cried out desperately. At this moment, his only hope lay with Jun Lin. Lin Shui, flustered, covered Mo Cheng's mouth while casting a glance backward. Mo Cheng's shout startled both Jun Lin and Wang Yu awake. "What happened?" Wang Yu exclaimed, startled by the sudden outburst, fearing that Mo Cheng had been captured again. However, upon noticing that Mo Cheng was unharmed, her expression shifted to one of annoyance. "What are you doing? Don't you know that senior brother Jun Lin is exhausted? Can you keep it down? What if you attract that demonic cultivator?" She increasingly felt that her senior brother was a burden, causing unnecessary trouble. After admonishing Mo Cheng, Wang Yu turned to Jun Lin, "Senior brother Jun Lin, ignore him and rest well." Jun Lin struggled to rise, saying, "It's all right." Mo Cheng wouldn't shout without reason. "Has something happened?" Mo Cheng, unable to speak due to Lin Shui's hand over his mouth, could only plead silently. Seeing this, Jun Lin frowned and asked, "Lin Shui, what are you doing?" Mo Cheng is in a very bad state. Lin Shui, feeling flustered, released her grip on Mo Cheng. He immediately shouted, "Jun brother, save me. She wants to kill me." Wang Yu gasped in shock, staring at Lin Shui, who she had always thought of as gentle. She never imagined her senior sister would be so ruthless. I don't want to kill him. I don't want him to be a burden to senior brother Jun Lin any longer," Lin Shui declared, her determination clear. "You vile." Mo Cheng began, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his condition deteriorating rapidly. His pupils dilated in horror as he accused, "You poisoned me." Lin Shui replied, I know senior brother Jun Lin has a kind heart and will certainly save you, so I won't be foolish enough to give you a chance to survive. Wang Yu gasped, unable to comprehend her senior sister's actions. However, as she observed Mo Cheng's waning vitality, she found herself secretly approving of Lin Xue's intentions. Wang Yu tugged at Jun Lin, offering comfort. Senior brother Jun Lin, she is only thinking of us. Jun Lin sighed deeply and approached Mo Cheng. Gazing at him, Mo Cheng's eyes still held a flicker of hope as he implored, Jun brother, save me. Jun Lin feigned a meticulous examination of Mo Cheng's condition before shaking his head in resignation. I'm sorry. I'm powerless to help you. Despair washed over Mo Cheng, and he no longer concealed his simmering rage. He spat. What are you pretending for? That demonic cultivator was brought here by you. I have fallen so low because of you. Don't think I don't know. It was your idea to have me killed. You despicable scoundrels. May you all meet a wretched end. How can you say such things? Senior brother Jun Lin would never think that way. Lin Xue shouted angrily, feeling unjustly accused for actions she had taken. Indeed, senior brother Jun Lin has saved you countless times, and you still harbor such thoughts? I have misjudged you. Wang Yu added in disapproval. Though Jun Lin felt a sense of elation internally, he maintained a facade of remorse. You are correct. I bear responsibility for this matter. But I never intended to harm you. Ha, is that so? Then kill this woman and avenge me. Mo Cheng cackled maniacally, teetering on the brink of madness. I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Jun Lin replied, shaking his head. While I sympathize with your plight, I cannot allow further harm to come to them. Wang Yu looked at Jun Lin with newfound admiration. What a man of responsibility. Lin Xue, too, felt a wave of gratitude, realizing she had not misjudged him. Ha ha! Such noble words. Do you think I would believe you? You all deserve to die. Mo Cheng continued to laugh maniacally, only to suddenly spit out another mouthful of black blood. Seems you have a penchant for cursing, Jun Lin thought to himself, unable to tolerate any longer. He swiftly drew his sword and ended Mo Cheng's life. Mo Cheng's eyes widened in shock, but ultimately he could utter no more words. His body slumped, lifeless. Lin Xue, witnessing this, finally relaxed her clenched fists and softly thanked Jun Lin. Thank you. Jun Lin had taken it upon himself to end Mo Cheng's life for her sake. Surely, he must feel a pang of guilt for having done so, for he was ever so kind-hearted. Wait, what is happening? Jun Lin was taken aback by her sudden gratitude. He found himself perplexed. However, understanding was unnecessary, as this farce was destined to conclude. Before the astonished gaze of both women, Jun Lin summoned the imperial banner, capturing Mo Cheng's soul within it. Lin Xue and Wang Yu gasped in astonishment. You are a demonic cultivator too. Wang Yu collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by this revelation. Though Lin Xue was equally shocked, she maintained her composure, trembling as she asked, Senior brother Jun Lin, you are not in league with that demonic cultivator, are you? She could not believe that the gentle and protective Jun Lin would be a demonic cultivator. I am truly sorry. You have misjudged. Luo Jie's figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Xue offered a sorrowful smile, realization dawning upon her. She understood everything now. Luo Jie approached Jun Lin, remarking, What do you plan to do with these two women? It seems they both have developed feelings for you. Jun Lin shrugged. What else can I do? I suppose I must kill them. Luo Jie clicked his tongue. You truly are heartless. However, I would suggest you take them both in, as they are evidently infatuated with you. Hearing this, Wang Yu rushed to Jun Lin's side, declaring, Senior brother Jun Lin, I genuinely like you and am willing to do anything for you. Really? Wang Yu nodded resolutely. Indeed. Then would you be willing to die for me? At this, Wang Yu froze, realizing that if she were not afraid of death, she would not be pleading so desperately with Jun Lin. You see, you are unwilling to commit to such a small matter, so how can you claim to do anything for me? Jun Lin shook his head in disappointment. Wang Yu opened her mouth, about to speak, but Jun Lin's sword had already pierced her chest. The imperial banner trembled as it captured Wang Yu's soul as well. Jun Lin then turned his gaze towards Lin Xue. At this moment, Lin Xue sat on the ground, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Go ahead. If I must perish by your hand, I will find satisfaction in that. Is that so? Chapter 32. Who says righteous sects cannot harbor demonic practitioners? Lin Shui ultimately met her demise beneath Jun Lin's sword, her soul ensnared within the imperial banner. Luo Jie surveyed the three corpses on the ground, exclaiming, "You certainly played well, but it appears these righteous cultivators are not virtuous souls themselves. They turn on each other at the slightest setback." Jun Lin chuckled. "You speak as if death is upon us. Who does not act in their own interest? Do we demonic practitioners not have such individuals among us?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Jie replied, "Certainly, there are such cases, but as you mentioned, we are demonic practitioners. Turning against one another is quite normal, is it not? However, they are righteous cultivators and should not engage in such behavior." Jun Lin paused, realizing the wisdom in Luo Jie's words. After a brief silence, Luo Jie added, "But rest assured, I, Luo Jie, am not that kind of person." Jun Lin nodded slightly, confident in that regard, setting aside the thought that Luo Jie could be foolish enough to betray him. Even if he did, there would be little Jun Lin could do about it. "I must check within the imperial banner to see if those three are causing a ruckus. You should gather the resources from them," Jun Lin instructed, and with that, he focused his consciousness into the imperial banner. As expected, the atmosphere inside the imperial banner was quite lively. Mo Chung, Wang Yu, and Lin Shui were already embroiled in a fierce confrontation, while Bai Yi watched with keen interest. "Is it entertaining?" Jun Lin inquired, patting Bai Yi's shoulder. "Indeed, immensely so," Bai Yi affirmed, but quickly bowed, realizing the presence of his master. After spending time with Jun Lin, he had fully accepted his fate. He had come to understand that serving an immortal master was not such a bad prospect. As long as he remained prudent, it was akin to achieving eternal life. Furthermore, should he serve Jun Lin well, there might even be a chance for resurrection in the future. Jun Lin nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention to the brawl among Mo Chung and the others. Like Bai Yi, the trio retained their consciousness. Thus, upon entering the imperial banner, their enmity flared anew, creating a scene of chaos. At that moment, Mo Chung noted Jun Lin's arrival and immediately unleashed a torrent of insults. "You demonic practitioner, may you die a miserable death. Ha ha ha. And you two shameless women. Did you think clinging to someone would ensure your survival? Ha ha ha. I bet you didn't foresee this outcome. Enough." Jun Lin interjected with a cold snort, stepping forward to seize Mo Chung and swiftly refining him. Initially, he had intended to keep Mo Chung around to assist him like Bai Yi, but being greeted with such vitriol upon entering was intolerable. He had no desire to be insulted daily. Under the full activation of the imperial banner, Mo Cheng's consciousness was refined in an instant, leaving only a pure soul. Jun Lin casually tossed Mo Cheng's soul to Bai Yi, saying, "Here, take it, refine it." "Thank you, master," Bai Yi exclaimed, elated. Although he had become a soul, who wouldn't desire to advance further. Even as a ghost practitioner, he aspired to be the strongest of his kind. At that moment, Wang Yu and Lin Shui collapsed to the ground, faces etched with despair, fully aware of the consequences of entering the imperial banner. "You too. Never mind. You should accompany Brother Mo. He shouldn't have to traverse the path to the underworld alone." Jun Lin ultimately resolved to refine both women. He then turned to Bai Yi and said, "These two souls are also yours. Cultivate them well." Bai Yi's joy was palpable. "Yes, master. I shall diligently assist you in the future." Wise indeed. Jun Lin praised Bai Yi's perceptiveness before withdrawing from the imperial banner. Outside, Luo Jie had already assessed their recent gains. Over the past few days, Mo Chung had squandered numerous healing elixirs, while the cultivation elixirs remained largely untouched. Upon sensing Jun Lin's consciousness returning, Luo Jie produced a spatial ring and presented it to Jun Lin, saying, "The spoils from these days are quite satisfactory. Here, take this." Jun Lin examined the contents and was taken aback. So much. The spatial ring held an astonishing array of resources, including hundreds of bottles of various elixirs and several demon cores of varying ranks. These resources were undeniably beyond what the three could possess. Luoya, unfazed by Jun Lin's astonishment, explained, "In my pursuit of you these past days, I also dispatched some passing righteous cultivators, as well as a demonic practitioner." Understanding dawned upon Jun Lin, It made sense why they had encountered no one during their days of fleeing. Despite his intention to avoid confrontation, Luo Jie had been instrumental in clearing the path. However, he remained puzzled about the spatial ring. Those individuals were slain by you, so the resources are naturally yours. Why give them to me? Luo Jie responded matter-of-factly. It is only fair to share the spoils. Since we are allies, resources should be distributed evenly. Reasonable. Jun Lin conceded quietly, gazing at the spatial ring. Suddenly, he felt a newfound admiration for Luo Jie. With him around, he need not fear a scarcity of resources, for Luo Jie would always share half. Wait, Jun Lin mentally chastised himself. How could he think this way? Luo Jie was his brother, his beloved companion. He could not view him merely as a tool for resource acquisition. Noticing Jun Lin's sudden distraction, Luo Jie inquired, Jun, what is the matter? Snapping back to reality, Jun Lin slowly tucked the spatial ring away. Oh, it's nothing. We should part ways now. Why? Luo Jie furrowed his brow, confused. Their synergy was impeccable. They could easily pull off a few more major heists in the myriad demon mountains before leaving. Why the sudden decision to separate? With a weary sigh, Jun Lin explained, I do not wish to, but my cultivation technique currently only supports my advancement to the peak of the second realm. I must return to obtain the subsequent chapters of my technique. He practiced the solar flame technique, but only the foundational version, which limited him to the peak of the second realm until he acquired the later chapters. Technique? All right, I just remembered that you are not practicing a demonic technique. Luo Jie finally recalled. The reason demonic practitioners often expose their identities was due to their cultivation of demonic arts. However, Jun Lin was different. Although he too was a demonic practitioner, he cultivated a righteous technique. Were it not for the Imperial banner, he would not have been able to ascertain Jun Lin's identity. You just realized that? Jun Lin replied, somewhat exasperated. Haha, I hadn't thought of it in that direction. But why not cultivate my technique? Luo Jie suggested. Do spy me. Jun Lin shook his head. If I practiced your technique, I would surely become a pariah, hunted by all. Very well, then where will you return to? Wuyang sect. Upon hearing the name of the Wuyang sect, Luo Jie was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief, You truly are a disciple of the Wuyang sect. Otherwise, what? Didn't I mention it when they inquired earlier? Jun Lin replied. Luo Jie grimaced. I thought you were deceiving them. Besides, how could a demonic practitioner be a disciple of the Wuyang sect? Who says a demonic practitioner cannot be a disciple of the Wuyang sect? Jun Lin retorted with a feigned innocence. Luo Jie fell silent. There was indeed no explicit prohibition, but the Wuyang sect was the foremost righteous sect in the eastern region, in which demonic practitioner would dare to enter its ranks. That would surely be inviting death. Moreover, the disciples of the Wuyang sect harbor a profound animosity towards demons. He has been pursued by them on several occasions. Are you not afraid of being exposed? Why should I fear exposure? Even if I were to be revealed, they would be powerless to harm me, replied Jun Lin with remarkable composure. Indeed, considering Jun Lin's circumstances, Luo Jie felt a sense of relief. Were he in a similar position, he too would not be afraid. Perhaps he would even boldly proclaim his identity as a demon cultivator before them. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. During this time, be cautious and ensure your survival. Otherwise, I would be at a great loss if I were unable to retrieve you with the Imperial banner. Luo Jie. Chapter 33. I was here first. Luo Jie gazed at the departing figure of Jun Lin, feeling somewhat speechless. He had come to a definitive conclusion. Jun Lin had been persistently preoccupied with him, desiring to recruit him into his banner of the Emperor of Humanity. Was this how one treated their brother? However, with Jun Lin's departure, Luo Jie found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he continue his path of violence and theft? This wretched place didn't offer much safety. When Jun Lin was around, he could act recklessly, knowing that even in death, he could return in a different state within the banner. But now that Jun Lin had left, he was left with but a single life. With a sigh, Luo Jie resolved to find a suitable place to cultivate diligently. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the third realm, and the resources he had acquired should suffice for a breakthrough to the fourth realm. Once he ascended to that level, his efficiency and safety in future endeavors would significantly improve. Just as Luo Jie was preparing to depart, he noticed Jun Ling returning, which left him somewhat puzzled. Why are you back again? Jun Ling explained, I suddenly remembered that returning now would be pointless, so I thought I might as well wait a bit longer. Previously, Bailey had informed him that the inner sect of Wu Yang sect recruited outer disciples at regular intervals each month. However, nearly a month had passed since he had left, causing him to miss the last recruitment. Thus, returning now would serve no purpose. He would have to wait a few more days. So, let us continue causing some chaos. Days passed, and Jun Ling and Luo Jie found themselves several miles away from the Wanyao mountain range, dividing their spoils. Wow, these righteous cultivators are incredibly ruthless, Luo Jie remarked, wincing as he consumed a healing pill. Their attempts to ambush righteous cultivators had not always been successful, and those who managed to escape had spread word of the two demonic cultivators who mercilessly slaughtered anyone in sight within the mountain range. Consequently, they found themselves pursued by a throng of righteous cultivators. Jun Ling fared well. He changed his attire and donned a mask during each ambush, making it nearly impossible for anyone to recognize him. Luo Jie, on the other hand, stood out with his striking red hair, making him the most conspicuous figure in any crowd. Jun Ling shrugged nonchalantly. What is the big deal? You're still alive, aren't you? If you die, you can enter my banner, and I'll make you the main soul. Luo Jie rolled his eyes, exasperated. You're always thinking about getting me into that banner, aren't you? It's truly ridiculous. Jun Ling merely shrugged. What else? Only by entering my banner can we brothers be together every day. Luo Jie shook his head, firmly declining. He had no desire to enter the banner so soon. At the very least, he wanted to wait until his old age when he was covered in red hair before considering it. As they chatted, they evenly distributed the resources they had gathered over the past few days. However, considering Luo Jie's severe injuries and the fact that he had done most of the heavy lifting, Jun Ling generously allocated a bit more to him. Luo Jie accepted without hesitation. There was no need to be courteous with a brother who constantly wished for his demise. All right, it's about time for me to be on my way. Are you sure you want to join my banner? Jun Ling asked one last time before leaving. Luo Jie twitched his lips in annoyance. Why was he still fixated on this? He nodded resolutely. I'm sure. I'm not ready to die just yet. Though slightly disappointed, Jun Ling nodded in understanding. Very well then, take care and don't die. With that, he swiftly plunged a knife into himself and vanished from sight. Luo Jie looked enviously at the spot where Jun Ling had disappeared. How wonderful it would be if he could do the same. Jun Ling committed suicide to traverse the distance. Before long, he arrived back at Wu Yang sect. The disciples guarding the sect had changed, but after presenting his identity token, he was granted entry. He made his way toward Yun Peak. During his absence, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the second realm, and with the right techniques, he could break through to the third realm at any moment. Today, Yun Peak was bustling with activity, as it was the day for the inner sect to recruit disciples. Anyone who had reached the second realm could directly enter the inner sect. Many disciples had gathered here in anticipation. It seems I returned just in time. Jun Ling smirked. He had timed his return perfectly. Among those waiting were disciples who had already broken through to the second realm, as well as those merely there to observe the excitement, including Ji Buchang. Among the crowd was a lively young girl who spotted Jun Ling and waved energetically. Senior brother, I'm over here. This girl was the same one who had boldly kissed Jun Ling previously. As she called out, several other girls nearby also noticed him. Wow, this senior brother is so handsome. I've never seen him before, one exclaimed. Yin, introduce us. Yeah, could he be from the inner sect? Are all inner sect brothers this good looking? I want to join the inner sect too. Lu Yin quickly shook her head. What are you talking about? Senior brother is from the same batch of outer disciples as us. You just missed him because you joined a few days late. At that moment, Jun Ling approached with a gentle smile. Long time no see. Lu Yin's cheeks flushed. Senior brother, it's been a while. Hello, senior brother. The other girls chimed in, their voices sweet and playful. Ji Buchang looked on, filled with envy. Is there any fairness in this world? I haven't secretly admired my junior sisters, nor have I done their chores just to earn their favor. Yet, despite my efforts, they still treat me coldly. Meanwhile, Jun Lin, who had been gone for over a month, returns to such warm reception. Is this truly reasonable? Perhaps it is, but I fail to comprehend. Where have you been all this time, senior brother? Lu Yunyun inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course, I was out training, Jun Lin replied with a slight smile. Today just happens to be the day for recruiting inner disciples, so I returned. Lu Yunyun nodded, then proudly declared, Senior brother, I've already reached the second realm. I haven't wasted my training. Impressive. Jun Lin praised generously. After all, it was merely a matter of using his words. The other girls crowded closer, eagerly asking questions. Senior brother, what is your current cultivation level? Senior brother, I heard you beat up 2 arrogant senior disciples as soon as you arrived. Is that true? Jun Lin responded gently and unhurriedly to their inquiries. Meanwhile, Ji Buchang watched Jun Lin enjoying the company of the junior sisters and felt increasingly out of place. After all, he and Jun Lin were supposed to be kindred spirits. Sighing deeply, Ji Buchang lamented, comparisons can be so disheartening. Before long, a graceful figure piloted a small flying vessel toward Yun Peak. Ji Buchang turned to see who it was, surprised to recognize her as Bai Shihe, the sister who had previously guided them to this place. At that moment, Bai Shihe also noticed the scene at Yun Peak. Jun Lin, surrounded by several female disciples, immediately caught her eye. I knew it, Bai Shihe thought, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had long suspected that Jun Lin was not an ordinary individual, but she had not anticipated his popularity. Yet, considering his striking appearance, it was hardly surprising. In stark contrast, Ji Buchang, who had accompanied Jun Lin, felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Senior brother, a senior sister has come to pick us up? Lu Yunyun smiled as she reminded him, her heart brimming with yearning for the inner sect. For only by possessing formidable cultivation could she remain by Jun Lin's side. Thus, she must strive with unwavering determination. Jun Lin too cast his gaze towards Bai Shihe. Although they had not met for quite some time, he recognized at first glance Bai Shihe's flawless complexion, radiant as jade, and her elegantly long legs. Chapter 34, The Third Realm. Forging the Supreme Foundation. Having reached the pinnacle of the second realm, I will escort you to receive your inner sect identity tokens, Bai Shihe announced. The process for outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect of Wuyang sect is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to meet the cultivation requirements and then obtain the inner sect identity token. Although it may appear rather hasty, in truth, it is indeed quite cursory. However, only upon entering the inner sect can one be considered a true member of Wuyang sect and gain the qualification to cultivate the complete version of the Li Huaying Ju. Yet, even upon entering the inner sect, one is merely at the starting line, as above the inner sect lie the core disciples. The procedure for receiving the identity tokens is swift, merely involving a brief examination of one's cultivation level. Yet, when it was Jun Lin's turn, the elder conducting the examination could not help but display a look of astonishment. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, You've reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Why have you only just come to the inner sect? Jun Lin explained, I missed the last opportunity and then went out to train, which accelerated my cultivation progress. The elder nodded. Your speed in cultivation is commendable. However, do not rush to establish your foundation. First, stabilize your cultivation and lay a solid groundwork. Perhaps you may forge a superior foundation. Jun Lin nodded, humbly expressing, Thank you for your guidance. Elder, I shall keep it in mind. The elder was quite pleased with Jun Lin's response, appreciating such a polite disciple who does not become complacent due to his talent. What a good child. Jun Lin stepped aside to collect his identity token. The identity token for inner sect disciples contains the complete Li Huaying Ju technique, which can be comprehended simply by infusing one's spiritual energy. Moreover, only the bearer can comprehend it. Should any other spiritual energy be infused, the token will be instantly destroyed. This is a measure taken by Wuyang sect to prevent the leakage of the Li Huaying Ju. Once all the disciples had received their identity tokens, Bai Shihe led everyone to the residence area for inner sect disciples. Similar to the outer sect, the inner sect's residence is also situated in a mountainous region featuring bamboo houses. However, The spiritual energy present is significantly denser than that of the outer sect. You may find an unoccupied room to settle in. If there are no vacant rooms, you may choose to squeeze in together. Bai Shiha remarked before departing on the flying vessel, leaving a group of newly arrived inner sect disciples exchanging glances. However, in the next moment they scattered, eager to claim their accommodations. Observing this, Jun Lin shook his head. Today's youth are so impetuous, fretting over mere lodgings. Senior brother, why aren't you selecting a place to stay? Lu Yunyun, noticing Jun Lin's calm demeanor, became somewhat anxious. Do not worry about me. You should hurry and pick one, or there may not be any rooms left, Jun Lin replied with a gentle smile, remaining unhurried. However, Lu Yunyun, perceiving Jun Lin's demeanor, felt a sense of urgency for him. If he could not find a place to stay, would that mean they would have to live together? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Realizing her senior brother's intention, she understood. She comprehended everything. Looking at Jun Lin, whose smile and gentle gaze radiated warmth, Lu Yunyun clenched her small fist and exclaimed, Senior brother, I understand everything. With that, she dashed off in haste. What did she comprehend? Jun Lin felt a bit bewildered. Had he said something easily misinterpreted? Unknown, not inquiring further. He reflected that with the complete Li Weiying Jun now in hand, it was time to prepare for a breakthrough to the third realm. Jun Lin contemplated his cultivation speed had indeed been rapid, primarily due to his exceptional talent. However, the third realm differs from the previous two. The first realm focuses on body refinement, the second on energy condensation, while the third realm is about establishing the foundation. With the body as the basis and the spirit as the guide, one forges the roots of martial arts. It can be said that both the first and second realms serve as groundwork for the third realm. The foundational quality of martial arts spans from the 1st to the 9th grade, corresponding to the 9 realms of martial arts. The quality of one's foundation indicates the potential realms one can achieve in their lifetime under normal circumstances. Of course, the 1st and 2nd grades are exceptions. After all, once one establishes a foundation, their minimum cultivation level is at least that of the foundational realm, and it is generally rare to encounter 1st or 2nd grade foundations. I wonder what grade of foundation I can forge, Jun Lin mused with a hint of anticipation. Setting aside other considerations, given his talent, a 9th grade foundation would seem appropriate for his status, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, the matter of establishing a foundation, which pertains to future achievements, must not be taken lightly. Preparation is essential. The elder who had assessed his cultivation also advised him to first stabilize his level and solidify his foundation before making a breakthrough. After all, he had ample time and was in no rush. As Jun Lin walked along the path, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that there were no vacant rooms available. Nonetheless, many disciples were still searching for accommodations, scratching their heads as they pondered their options. Jun Lin shook his head again, reflecting on how impatient today's youth were. It was merely a matter of finding a place to stay. Anywhere would suffice for cultivation. Following the path, Jun Lin arrived at the mountain summit. Standing atop the peak, he gazed at the resplendent sun hanging in the sky, the distant, undulating mountains, and the swirling clouds below. The breathtaking scenery evoked a sense of wonder within him. Truly magnificent. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Jun Lin remained atop the mountain, diligently cultivating to solidify his foundation. The system's encyclopedia had not been read in vain. It had tailored a personalized training regimen for him, promising a 100% success rate for forging a 9th grade foundation. For the first time, Jun Lin felt that this system was not a waste of resources. Over the course of the month, Jun Lin's cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Yet he could distinctly sense a substantial enhancement in his strength compared to a month prior. Now, he could easily defeat 10 versions of his former self. It was finally time to initiate the breakthrough. Should this not result in a 9th grade foundation, the system ought to take responsibility. Rest assured, it guarantees a 9th grade. Jun Lin nodded slightly, placing his faith in the system, or rather, in himself. He had reached an optimal state in every respect. While the establishment of a martial arts foundation primarily relates to one's innate qualities, a solid foundation is indispensable. At this moment, as the sun began to rise. Radiant rays cascaded upon Jun Lin as he cultivated. With the passage of time, a faint golden halo gradually manifested behind him, solidifying in form. Following closely the second, third, fourth up to the ninth halo. In just half an hour, 9 golden rings appeared behind Jun Lin, slowly revolving. These luminous manifestations represented the foundation itself. Each ring symbolized a grade of foundation, and 9 rings naturally indicated a 9th grade foundation. However, this was not the culmination. As the sun ascended, a purple aura began entwining the golden halos behind him. Simultaneously, a violet radiance enveloped the heavens and the earth, shrouding the entire Wuyong sect in this extraordinary phenomenon. In an instant, disciples ranging from the sect master to the most junior of workers were astounded by this sudden celestial display. What could be occurring? Wuyong sect's master, Wu Junsheng, looked on in astonishment. A celestial phenomenon? Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? Yet, after so many years of heritage, was there anything in this place he was unaware of? But if it were not a rare treasure, then it must be a human. Wu Junsheng was suddenly struck with alarm. Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by a peerless genius emerging from their midst? Could this endure? Wu Junsheng immediately felt as though the chair beneath him was pricking his posterior with 100 needles, urging him to rise swiftly. He soared out of the hall to investigate the situation. In the direction of Baizhu Peak, which belonged to the inner disciples. Could it be that someone was causing a celestial phenomenon by establishing their foundation? Although he harbored some suspicions, such matters must be personally verified. It had been quite a while since he had accepted a direct disciple. On his way, Wu Junsheng encountered numerous elders also hastening towards Baizhu Peak. Unable to restrain his irritation, he inwardly cursed a gaggle of old-timers, always meddling in everything. If this truly was a celestial occurrence triggered by foundation establishment, that disciple would undoubtedly be his. Not even the ancestors of Wuyong sect would stand in his way. Meanwhile, atop Baizhu Peak, Jun Lin was at the pivotal moment of his foundation establishment. The 9-grade Dao foundation behind him was entirely enveloped in a purple aura. In the next moment, 9 luminous rings gradually merged into one, forming a complete Dao foundation radiating a violet glow, slowly integrating into Jun Lin's body. Chapter 35. Oh no, this master is not particularly clever. Purple Qi Dao Foundation. My dear brother, you are impressive. What is this? Not a 9th rank Dao Foundation? Fine. No need for further words. You might as well take your own life in atonement. No. The Purple Qi Dao Foundation is far superior to the 9th rank Dao Foundation. Above the 9th rank lies the manifestation, and even among the manifestation Dao foundations, the Purple Qi ranks among the finest. Yet it is still not a 9th rank. Jun Lin slowly opened his eyes, fully aware of this fact, but merely wishing to lay blame on the system. Goodness, there are so many people. It would have been better if he had kept his eyes shut. Upon opening them, he found dozens of individuals hovering before him, most of whom were elderly men. To make matters worse, these old men were all gazing at him with fervent eyes. Jun Lin felt a bit unnerved under their scrutiny. Esteemed elders, what is the meaning of this? Ahem. Wu Junsheng noticed that he and the others were slightly losing composure. So he quickly cleared his throat and attempted to manage his expression. However, no matter how he tried to maintain his composure, his gaze towards Jun Lin remained filled with fervor. A manifestation Dao Foundation. This phenomenon has scarcely appeared in the entire history of Wuyong sect over the past several millennia. How could he not be excited? One elder, quick to react, immediately spoke up. It is thus, young one, your talent is remarkable, and I wish to take you as my direct disciple. What say you? Fearing that Jun Lin might decline, he added, I am an 8th realm warrior, the master of Baizhu Peak. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin instantly understood. His exceptional talent had drawn the attention of many eager to claim him. Alas, such is the fate of a protagonist. Before Jun Lin could respond, another elder interjected, Little one, do not go to Baizhu Peak. It is filled with brutes. Become my disciple and come to Dan Peak, where my junior sisters will teach you hands-on. You old scoundrel, resorting to such shameless tactics? Are you suggesting that going to Dan Peak would lead him astray? coming to our Xinhuan Peak is the superior choice. Will you be swinging a hammer at Xinhuan Peak? Come to our Beastmaster Peak. You can cultivate while raising spirit beasts. And when the time comes, they will transform. Do you expect me to clean up after those spirit beasts at your Beastmaster Peak? Come to our Divine Fire Peak. Old Flame, how dare you? When did our Beastmaster Peak ever do such things? Just look at your Divine Fire Peak, where everyone is either red-faced or blackened. You speak nonsense. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted among the elders, and it seemed a brawl could break out at any moment. Enough. Stop the noise. Wu Juanshun felt a headache coming on. This young one has caught my eye, and I intend to take him as my direct disciple. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into a hush. Sect Master, your sect affairs are quite demanding. It truly is not suitable for you to take on another disciple. Indeed, Sect Master, and you already have 3 disciples. It appears you are struggling to manage them all. It is truly unwise to take on more. Sect Master, heed my advice. You cannot manage this child. The elders and peak masters quickly united, urging Wu Juanshun to reconsider. At that moment, Jun Lin quietly raised his hand, saying, may I choose for myself? All eyes turned towards Jun Lin. Of course, no one dared to refuse. After all, a genius with a manifestation Tao foundation must be properly courted by any sect. If Jun Lin were to storm off in a fit of anger, they would regret it immensely. Jun Lin surveyed the assembly and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a beautiful woman. Among the crowd, apart from the relatively younger sect master, the rest were all elderly men, with only this one woman being a sight for sore eyes. Ling Qiuyan was taken aback when she noticed Jun Lin looking at her. What does this mean? Is he interested in me? No, that cannot be. Could he want to become my disciple? You're the one. Just as Ling Qiuyan thought, Jun Lin decisively chose her. Ling Qiuyan was instantly filled with joy. Is this really happening? She had indeed come to recruit Jun Lin as her disciple. However, upon arrival, she found herself surrounded by the sect master, elders, and old peak masters, feeling she stood no chance. Yet unexpectedly, without her uttering a single word, Jun Lin chose her. Is this fate? Contrary to Ling Qiuyan's delight, the other elders and peak masters began to grow restless. Ling Peak Master, you cannot manage this young one. Elder Lin, is it the only phrase you know? How can you presume I cannot manage him? Besides, since this young man has chosen me, what more is there to discuss? Ling Qiuyan retorted with a haughty tone. Wu Juanshun sighed, turning to leave, as if resolute in his decision. Ling Qiuyan was ecstatic. She flew to Jun Lin's side and declared, Little one, I am now your master. Come, let me take you to our sword peak. Jun Lin nodded, not refusing. Ling Qiuyan summoned a long sword and, taking Jun Lin's hand, they soared towards Sword Peak. Wow, sword control technique. I truly have an eye for talent. This is the master most suited for me. Jun Lin could not contain his inner laughter. In truth, he genuinely wished to learn the sword control technique. Although he could fly at the 4th realm, nothing compares to the elegance of soaring on a sword. By the way, my dear disciple, what is your name? Ling Qiuyan inquired, her mood exceptionally cheerful. Jun Lin, a fine name indeed. With such remarkable talent, if you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible for you to rule the world in the future. Throughout their journey, Ling Qiuyan's smile never waned. She had snatched this disciple from a throng of elders, veteran peak masters, and the sect master. How prestigious would it be to share this news? Moreover, this disciple's talent was astonishing, and who knows, perhaps their sword peak would become the foremost peak of Wu Yong's sect in the future. After bringing Jun Lin to Sword Peak, Ling Qiuyan handed him a book. Our Sword Peak has a specialized technique that can directly replace the Liang decision. However, if you feel the Liang decision suits you better, you may choose not to change. Jun Lin looked at the book in his hands, where the words sword control technique were boldly inscribed. This was not a martial skill, but a technique. Without a second thought, he declared, change. I must change. What is a Liang decision? Some trash. Can it summon the sun? Let me think. What should I give you as a meeting gift? Ling Qiuyan pondered, tapping her red lips with a finger. Oh no, this master is a fool. Jun Lin felt a pang of alarm, but soon shrugged it off. Who is he? He is Jun Lin. Give him a technique, and he can soar to the heavens. As for the master, As long as she is pleasing to the eye, that suffices. Ah, right, a meeting gift. Let me see. Ling Qiuyan rummaged through her spatial ring. Before long, she produced a long sword and handed it to Jun Lin. This is a 7th-rank spirit weapon. It should serve you well. Then she presented him with a jade pendant. This pendant can withstand a full 4 strike from a 7th-realm warrior, so keep it for self-defense. Jun Lin accepted the long sword and the jade pendant, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. While the pendant may not be of much use, the long sword is indeed a fine treasure. A 7th-rank spirit weapon. Given his current strength, he could not acquire such a weapon through any amount of effort. Ling Qiuyan nodded and said, Well, now that you call me master, I shall certainly not shortchange you. Come, let me take you to meet your senior brothers and sisters. Saying this, without waiting for Jun Lin to refuse, she took him on a flying sword ride to the residence of the direct disciples on the back mountain of Sword Peak. There were only 2 bamboo huts. Ling Qiuyan pointed to the 2 bamboo houses and remarked, This is where your senior brothers and sisters reside. And it will also be your dwelling place in the future, though you will need to construct your own bamboo house. At that moment, seemingly sensing Ling Qiuyan's arrival, the door of one of the bamboo houses swung open. A graceful figure emerged from within. Master, what brings you here? And why? Baishia's words faltered abruptly. What did she see? She beheld Jun Lin, escorted here by her master. Could it be that her master had succumbed as well? Jun Lin was equally taken aback, never anticipating that the master he had casually chosen would turn out to be Baishia. Indeed, how small this world is. Ling Qiuyan, evidently unaware of any irregularities, cheerfully introduced, Shiha, allow me to present to you. This is Jun Lin, who will henceforth be your junior brother. So, he is a junior brother? Baishiha sighed in relief, thinking he was perhaps a grandmaster, and was quite startled. Jun Lin obediently greeted, Greetings, senior sister. Chapter 36. Are you going to be a rebellious disciple? As Baishiha gazed at the obedient and understanding Jun Lin before her, she felt a tinge of unreality, but still managed to smile. Greetings, junior brother. It is our first meeting, and I have nothing substantial to offer you, so I shall gift you a martial technique. Thank you, senior sister. Jun Lin politely accepted the martial technique handed to him by Baishiha, expressing his gratitude. Nearby, Ling Qiuyan observed the harmonious interaction between Jun Lin and Baishiha, which eased her worries. Is Baizai not here? Senior brother is still in seclusion. I do not know when he will emerge. I see. Ling Qiuyan nodded, refraining from further inquiry, appreciative that her 2 disciples were relatively worry-free. She then turned to Jun Lin and advised, from now on, you will stay here. If you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult Shiha. If she is unsure, you may come to me. Understood. Jun Lin responded obediently. Ling Qiuyan nodded and addressed Baishiha. I entrust Jun Lin to you. Teach him well, and do not bully him. With that, she departed, leaving Jun Lin and Baishiha standing there, staring at each other in surprise. How did you become my junior brother? Baishiha could not suppress her curiosity. If her memory served her correctly, Jun Lin had only just entered the intersect a month ago, and now he had suddenly become her junior brother after disappearing for a month. Jun Lin shrugged and replied, What else could it be? It's because I am a genius. You see, not only did our master want to take me as a direct disciple, but a host of old men claiming to be peak masters also sought to recruit me. Even the sect master was interested. Listening to Jun Lin, Baishiha fell silent, unable to resist reaching out to pat his head, muttering, You seem fine, so why are you talking nonsense? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? Baishiha nodded emphatically. Of course I don't believe you. You said that many peak masters wanted you as a direct disciple, and even the sect master wished for it. Unless there's something wrong with your head, how could you possibly choose our master? Jun Lin was perplexed by her words, as if she were implying that choosing Ling Qiuyan as a master was a mistake. What is wrong with our master? Wrong? Baishiha pondered for a moment. Well, she doesn't quite understand how to teach her disciples, is somewhat irresponsible, a little lazy, and not particularly bright. As she spoke, Baishiha suddenly felt it might be inappropriate to speak ill of her master behind her back. She quickly amended, Ahem, but our master is quite generous, gentle, and beautiful. And, Jun Lin interjected, you can enumerate her shortcomings with ease, yet struggle to articulate her virtues? Nonetheless, even with such flaws, it mattered little to him, as his initial choice of Lung Qiuyin was purely based on her looks, which sufficed in his view. Moreover, she had the ability to wield a sword, a true sword immortal in the martial world. What more could one desire? Xia momentarily faltered, unsure of how to praise her master, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she added, "In any case, do not hold too high expectations of our master. However, there is no need for disappointment. She treats her disciples quite well." Jun Lin nodded. This was indeed true. Upon becoming her disciple, she had gifted him a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, a treasure worth a fortune outside, yet she had presented it without a flicker of her eyes. She was either foolish or wealthy. He leaned toward the latter. "I'm curious, why would our master take a liking to you?" She had refrained from accepting disciples for many years. Fully aware of her own abilities, Bai Shihe inquired with intrigue. Jun Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "Would you believe me if I said it was I who was enamored with our master?" Bai Shihe was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Wow, you can't possibly be thinking of becoming a rebellious disciple, can you?" She had suspected that Jun Lin was not an easy character. Back in the outer sect, he had been surrounded by female disciples, and now he had his sights set on Lung Qiuyin. "Hey, do not falsely accuse me." Jun Lin's eyes widened in protest. Such matters were permissible for him, but should never be openly acknowledged. Bai Shihe pouted. "How am I accusing you? Did you not just say you were enamored with our master? That is obvious." Jun Lin retorted, "A group of old men and a beautiful master. Who would you choose?" Bai Shihe considered for a moment. "If you put it that way, it would indeed be wise to choose our master. But are you really being sought after by a group of peak masters? Do you think so? Just now, did we not witness a celestial phenomenon at Wuyang sect? That was caused by my foundation establishment," Jun Lin declared proudly. "Do you understand what it means to be treated like a protagonist?" "Oh, so it was you. I thought some celestial treasure had appeared. What else with that disappointment in your tone?" "Nothing, but why didn't you choose the sect master? While he may not be a beauty, he is not an old man either. He is not as handsome as I am. So he isn't worthy of being my master." While Bai Shihe had to admit that in terms of looks, Wu Junsheng could not compare to Jun Lin. She also knew that if he were to hear this, he would likely be furious. Such a hasty criterion for selecting a master was absurd. All right then. Bai Shihe decided not to dwell on it further. If there is nothing else, you should focus on your cultivation. If you have any questions, just ask me. As for the bamboo hut, figure out yourself. Understood. Jun Lin paid little mind to it. Realizing it was indeed time for him to cultivate and hastily switch from the solar flame technique to the sword control technique. Seriously, you have no intention of becoming a rebellious disciple? Bai Shihe could not help but ask once more. Jun Lin's lips twitched as he decisively replied, "Absolutely not." Much like his identity as a demon cultivator, there were certain truths that could not be acknowledged until they were revealed. Very well. Bai Shihe turned to leave. For some reason, her tone and demeanor seemed tinged with disappointment. Jun Lin shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. Perhaps Bai Shihe was attempting to play tricks on him. After all, he had previously unabashedly admired her figure, and it was only natural for her to harbor thoughts about him. Yet as a senior sister, surely she would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters against a considerate and obedient junior brother. With no place to stay, Jun Lin casually found a patch of land to practice. As time passed, after replacing his cultivation technique with the sword control technique, Jun Lin grew increasingly restless. He was not one to remain idle. Having endured a month of cultivation on the summit of Baizhu Peak solely for foundation establishment, he felt that was his limit. "I can't stay here any longer. I need to go out and stir up some excitement." Jun Lin felt as if ants were crawling all over him. He could not remain at Wuyang sect for even a moment longer. With that thought, Jun Lin took flight on his sword, heading towards the direction of the Merit Pavilion, hoping to accept some tasks before venturing out. Not long after Jun Lin departed, Bai Shihe pushed open the bamboo door and stepped outside, calling, "My dear junior brother, help me." "Huh? Where'd he go?" Chapter 37, Battle. Exhilarating. The Merit Hall. As the direct disciple of the Sword Peak's master, Jun Lin naturally came to the main hall of the Merit Hall of the Wuyang sect, where merit tasks of all levels were displayed. The tasks were categorized into 5 levels corresponding to the 5 realms of martial arts. Collect 100 third-tier demon beast cores. Hunt a demon cultivator of the 3rd realm or above. Investigate the whereabouts of the masked demon cultivator and the red-haired demon cultivator in the Wanyao mountain range. Teach external disciples in the outer sect. Before him lay a plethora of profound tasks, most of which were combat-oriented. Jun Lin promptly accepted the task of hunting the demon cultivator. After further searching, he stumbled upon another appealing task. Investigate whether there are traces of demon cultivators in Qingxiao City. Qingxiao City? He had never heard of it. But the presence of this task in a merit hall suggested something was amiss there, as he had yet to determine his destination. Qingxiao City now seemed like an excellent choice. Jun Lin accepted the task. This time, Jun Lin departed from the Wuyong sect through the main entrance. With his cultivation at the 3rd realm, the guarding disciples had no reason to impede his passage. Once outside, Jun Lin soared through the air on his sword. Thanks to the unique nature of the sword technique, he was unbothered by the fierce winds that rushed toward him as he advanced at high speed. At this moment, standing on his sword, Jun Lin squinted slightly, relishing the gentle breeze that caressed his face. A delightful experience indeed. As he made his way toward Qingxiao City, he took out the martial technique that Bai Shihe had previously given him and flipped through its pages. Lightning 5 whips. Win the world. Jun Lin stared at the 5 characters on the cover, momentarily dazed as a flood of forgotten memories washed over him. This martial technique truly existed. There was no choice but to learn it. Filled with curiosity, Jun Lin quickly perused the Lightning 5 whips, and soon, all its intricacies became crystal clear to him. This was an offensive martial art that transformed spiritual energy into lightning, unleashing 5 consecutive strikes like lightning in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible for opponents to defend. What a fantastic technique. Jun Lin couldn't help but feel an eager anticipation to find someone to test out his new whip technique. Suddenly, a blade of sword energy rushed past from below, striking Jun Lin with pinpoint accuracy while he remained unsuspecting. A deep gash appeared on his chest, revealing bone beneath. What on earth? Jun Lin looked at the wound, blood oozing from it, bewildered. Who had he offended? Why had he been attacked mid-flight? All right, fine. If that's how you want to play, just wait until I catch you. Jun Lin swiftly descended on his sword. Soon he spotted several individuals engaged in combat below. Within moments, he identified the source of his injury. There were 4 individuals in total, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman appeared somewhat familiar, though she was currently being besieged by the 3 men, looking quite disheveled. One of the men wielded a long sword and unleashed a sword energy toward the girl. This sword energy was eerily reminiscent of the one that had almost taken him down moments ago. Jun Lin cursed under his breath. Damn it. If you want to fight, fine, but causing collateral damage is where you draw the line. He quickly consumed a pill to staunch the bleeding and leapt down, landing in front of the girl. The 3 men looked at Jun Lin with wary eyes, questioning his intentions. Who are you? Are you here to assist this demoness? Demoness? Jun Lin was taken aback, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. He turned to look at the girl behind him, who was now covered in dirt and blood, her exquisite features still shining through. The more he gazed, the more familiar she appeared, yet he couldn't quite place her. He reached out to wipe the grime and blood from her face. The girl froze, staring at Jun Lin in stunned silence. He failed to recognize her, yet she recognized him. It's you? You're still alive. After cleaning her face, Jun Lin finally recognized her as the demon cultivator girl with whom he had previously shared heartfelt words. She turned her face away and pouted. I'm about to die. This was truly disastrous. With enemies both in front and behind, her chance to escape was slipping away, especially now with Jun Lin's presence. This girl is a demon cultivator. We righteous cultivators must take it upon ourselves to eliminate demons. Why not join us in capturing this demoness? The swordsman suddenly suggested. Jun Lin immediately retorted, to hell with that. Didn't you just send a sword energy soaring into the sky? The swordsman nodded, acknowledging the truth of his actions, stating it was aimed at the demoness. Jun Lin chuckled, pointing to the wound on his chest. Do you even realize you hit me? The swordsman felt a bit embarrassed. noting the severity of the wound that had stained Jun Lin's side with blood. Why waste words with him? He knows this demoness. Even if they're not allies, they are definitely connected. Let us kill them both. One of the men interjected impatiently. The swordsman frowned, sensing the impropriety of such a hasty decision. The other man scoffed. What is improper about it? He might very well be a demon cultivator himself, hiding his true identity by practicing righteous techniques, perhaps even a spy planted in our sect. Excuse me, gentlemen, do you even have any shame? You injure me and refuse to offer compensation? A simple apology would suffice. Yet you accuse me of being a demon cultivator? Jun Lin couldn't help but scoff at their logic. Compensation? You, a demon spy, are not worthy of it. The absurdity of their reasoning was laughable. They could gain additional spoils by eliminating Jun Lin, so why would they consider compensation? As Jun Lin surveyed the three men, a sudden realization struck him. He had indeed been too kind. This was a world where martial strength reigned supreme, where power dictated reality. Their audacity to speak recklessly before him was merely a testament to the leniency he had afforded them. Perhaps he should have eliminated them first before discussing matters. At that moment, the girl tugged at Jun Lin's sleeve. Brother, can you please be quiet? Calling me brother so sweetly, do you wish to steal my heart? Jun Lin eyed her warily. The memory of Bai Yi's tragic fate loomed large in his mind. He had no illusions about the innocence of this girl before him. The girl pouted. I was only trying to escape, and they planned to kill you. Would you not resist? Jun Lin shrugged. They're nothing but waste. Together they aren't even my match. As he spoke, Jun Lin summoned the royal banner, and in an instant, a black mist enveloped the area. Bai Yi emerged from the banner, bowing respectfully to Jun Lin, young master. Jun Lin nodded slightly. Let us take action. Bai Yi, already at the third realm, had advanced further after consuming the souls from the individuals in Mo City. Without hesitation, she charged toward the three men. The three men were taken aback, realizing with disbelief that she was indeed a demon cultivator. Wow, brother, you really are a demon cultivator, the girl exclaimed with delight, relieved that she wouldn't have to face death. Jun Lin placed his hand on her shoulder. Who told you I was a demon cultivator? I am a righteous cultivator. As he spoke, and under the girl's bewildered gaze, Jun Lin hurled her toward the three men. Whoa! The young girl gazed in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could they turn against their own? Jun Lin consumed a pill and activated the blood-burning secret technique, plunging into the fray. The battle ensued. Exhilarating. Chapter 38. Who are you? On the battlefield of 5 men and 1 ghost, a figure in white floated gracefully. Jun Lin, fearless of death, commanded the scene. A young girl, clutching her head, scurried away, exclaiming, Must you be so fierce? She constantly dodged the remnants of the battle while seeking an opportunity to flee. Yet, each time she barely escaped, Jun Lin would catch up and toss her back. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the girl lamented her position as merely a fledgling demon cultivator. Was this battle truly hers to partake in? Was it necessary to bully her so? Moreover, could the white-clad specter refrain from regarding her with such a murderous gaze? After all, she had only extracted his heart. Fortunately, Jun Lin merely pulled her into the fray, preventing her escape with no intent to kill her. Although the white ghost harbored murderous intent, he did not act against her. In her utter helplessness, the girl resigned herself to aiding Jun Lin in confronting the 3 men who had pursued her. Before long, the trio lay gravely injured on the brink of death. Despite being merely a novice in the third realm, Jun Lin's foundation of purple energy was no trivial matter. It was not an exaggeration for him to claim invincibility among his peers, and defeating foes of higher realms was not a difficult feat. Cough. We were wrong. Spare us. The 3 men, now struck with fear, hastily begged for mercy. Jun Lin furrowed his brow, addressing the white figure. What are you doing? Why are they still alive? Nodding slightly, the white ghost moved to end their lives. With a flick of his hand, Jun Lin captured their souls within the imperial banner and turned to the girl beside him. She was kicking the corpses while muttering, "This is what you get for chasing me." Jun Lin couldn't help but facepalm. Had he not witnessed her extracting the heart from the white figure, he would never have guessed she was a ruthless demon cultivator. Stop kicking them. They are dead now. It's your turn to die. Jun Lin's words startled the girl, who appeared pitiful as she exclaimed, "Huh? Brother, you must be joking." Jun Lin approached her slowly. "Joking? Do I look like I am jesting? You are a demon cultivator, and I am a righteous cultivator. We are irreconcilable." The girl glanced at the imperial banner floating in the air, internally scoffing at his audacity. "How can you say such things with a straight face? No one would believe you. Don't come any closer. I will scream." The girl, frightened by Jun Lin's advancing figure, protested. "Scream all you like. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you." Jun Lin smirked wickedly. "Stop. Shameless demon cultivator. Take this blade." Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by the flash of a blade. Jun Lin swiftly evaded the attack. In the next moment, the assailant was seized by the white figure, who shattered his limbs and tossed him before Jun Lin. Pleased, Jun Lin nodded, appreciating the white ghost's understanding. Looking at the youth with his limbs broken, Jun Lin sighed deeply. In this day and age, anyone dares to play the hero, thinking that saving a damsel will earn them her affection. Wouldn't you agree? Turning to the girl, he found she had already fled, leaving behind only a diminishing dot in the distance. She runs quite fast. After dispatching the would-be hero, Jun Lin captured his soul and that of the white ghost within the imperial banner. He then promptly inflicted a wound upon himself. Meanwhile, the girl, now far away, dared not slacken her pace. Having finally seized a chance to escape, she did not wish to be recaptured. Yet soon, she discovered Jun Lin had appeared before her. "Hey, how did you get here?" She laughed nervously, bewildered by his pursuit. "I was waiting for you here," Jun Lin replied with a smile, advancing toward her. "Disobedient children must be taught a lesson." "Ah, no, it hurts." The girl quickly crouched down, covering her head. Jun Lin's smile faltered. He had yet to lay a hand on her, and her cries were misleading. Observing the girl crouched on the ground, he said, "Enough pretending. Stand up and speak." With a grin, she sprang to her feet, asking, "Can I leave now?" "No, you must come with me." "What? I'm not ready yet," she stammered. "It's still time to prepare. What is your name?" "Yun Ruashi." "All right, let us go." Jun Lin grasped Yun Ruashi and flew toward Qingshao City on his sword, assured by the system that he would not lose his way. "Wow, slow down." Yun Ruashi yelped as they ascended into the sky, clutching Jun Lin tightly. "Do you know Qingshao City?" "Ah, of course. Isn't that where the demon cultivators gather?" Yun Ruashi replied, without a hint of caution. In her eyes, Jun Lin was a genuine demon cultivator, so there was no need for concealment. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her openness. Indeed, this could be quite entertaining. "Are we really going to Qingshao City?" Yun Ruashi asked, peeking over Jun Lin's shoulder with curiosity. "Yes, my task is to investigate the situation there. Although you have informed me, I still wish to see it for myself," Jun Lin responded. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruashi rolled her eyes, thinking it pointless for him to feign ignorance when the soul-refining banner was already exposed. Traveling by sword was swift, especially as Jun Lin spared no spiritual energy. In less than a day, they neared Qingshao City. To avoid drawing attention, Jun Lin chose to walk when they were about 100 miles away. Along the way, Yun Ruashi bounced with vivacity, appearing nothing like a demon cultivator. Meanwhile, Jun Lin, with his enhanced spiritual awareness after reaching the third realm, explored the realm of refining treasures, capable of storing them within his sea of consciousness. However, the imperial banner, being of its type, could easily retaliate if placed within the sea. Yet Jun Lin had no such concerns. At this moment, within the soul-refining banner, four souls endured the tortures of refinement, while the white figure supervised. Upon seeing Jun Lin enter, he swiftly approached, "Young master." Jun Lin nodded, halting the refinement process, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "How do you feel?" "Bah, shameless demon cultivator. What have you done to that girl?" The hero of the hour was still worried about Yun Ruashi's safety. Jun Lin felt a pang of nostalgia. "Look at you, so devoted after merely one meeting, willing to sacrifice your life for her." He then reassured him, "Do not worry. She is well and currently enjoying my company." The youth, filled with rage, retorted, "You scoundrel. What did you do to her?" Jun Lin, puzzled, wondered why the young man would not be pleased if Yun Ruashi was faring well. It was unexpected. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, then suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. You wish to meet her in person, don't you? Rest assured, I will fulfill your request. Saying this, Jun Lin exited the imperial banner, bringing the youth with him. He called out to Yun Ruashi, who was not far away. Yun Ruashi, there's a soul that wishes to see you. Come here. Yun Ruashi skipped back joyfully. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. The young man lamented as he gazed at the enchanting girl before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. To endure such misfortune, yet remain so optimistic. What a wonderful girl she was, tragically marred by that accursed demon cultivator. Huh? Yun Ruashi tilted her head. Who are you? Chapter 39. Shall we play a game? After a thorough explanation from Jun Lin, Yun Ruashi finally understood. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Please, do not flatter yourself. And as a demon cultivator, I shall not express any gratitude, even if you save me. No, that cannot be. The youth felt a pang of sorrow. How could such an adorable and innocent girl be a demon cultivator? Surely, someone must have coerced her into saying that, right? I understand. I will not blame you. Yun Ruashi, with a hint of disdain, leaned close to Jun Lin and inquired, Is this person deranged? Jun Lin shook his head. You do not comprehend. His love is simply profound. It's only our first meeting. How could one fall in love so quickly? Yun Ruashi expressed her skepticism, suggesting that it was merely lust. That's what a sycophant would do. Jun Lin shrugged, effortlessly retracting the sorrowful youth into the human emperor banner. He then returned to the confines of the banner himself. The youth sat there, seemingly despondent, silent, and lost in thought. Deep down, he understood, yet he was reluctant to accept the truth. With a heavy sigh, Jun Lin felt a twinge of sympathy for the boy's plight and proceeded to refine him. The wretched cries lasted but a fleeting moment before the youth transformed into a pure soul, drifting aimlessly. The other 3 witnesses were instantly engulfed in terror, pleading for mercy. We were wrong. We shall heed your every command henceforth. Please spare us. Jun Lin regarded the trio with a hint of exasperation. Honestly, had you not attacked me first and maligned me as a demon cultivator, I would not have resorted to killing you. Would you not agree? Yes. They nodded vigorously, not daring to voice a single objection. Do you find fault with my actions? They hastily responded, No. This is the fate we deserve. Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. I am, after all, a reasonable person. Look at that. Even the most obstinate and shameless individuals become agreeable once they enter his human emperor banner. Truly, this is a place where reason prevails. However, should he refine these 3 or keep them around for labor? As Jun Lin contemplated their fate, a frantic voice pierced the air. Jun Lin, save me. Emerging from a human emperor banner, Jun Lin turned to see Yun Ruashi sprinting towards him, followed closely by 2 demon cultivators. One of them wielded a soul-refining banner, clad in a black robe with a lecherous grin. Yun Ruashi dashed behind Jun Lin. Jun Lin, they're trying to bully me. Jun Lin, somewhat speechless, tapped Yun Ruashi's head, bemused at how sweetly she called for him when in need. Is this your sister? The black-robed demon cultivator inquired with a mocking tone. Jun Lin furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar yet familiar about the tone, making him want to slap the man. Nevertheless, he replied, No, she is my pet. Yun Ruashi blinked in surprise, pouting slightly but refraining from protest. After all, she relied on Jun Lin for protection. Ever since she had extracted the heart from the white-clad figure, misfortune had followed her relentlessly, and she had nearly perished multiple times. Now, at least she had Jun Lin to depend on, so she thought it better to remain silent than to face death. Well, I find your pet quite appealing. Name your price. The black-robed demon cultivator boasted arrogantly. Jun Lin shook his head. Not for sale. The black-robed demon cultivator erupted in fury. How dare you? You are courting death. With that, he summoned his soul-refining banner, unleashing a torrent of malevolent spirits to assail Jun Lin. In response, Jun Lin produced his human emperor banner, releasing the 3 men who had just been begging for mercy. If they did not wish to be refined, they must eliminate the threat. The 3 exchanged glances and, without hesitation, charged forward. Though they lacked strength, their opponents were mere soulless entities, so they held their ground. The black-robed demon cultivator frowned upon witnessing this. With a cold laugh, he remarked. I did not expect you to possess a soul-refining banner as well. How surprising. But if I take matters into my own hands, how will you respond? With that, he lunged at Jun Lin, only to be intercepted by the white-clad figure. Kill him! Kill him! Yin Ruoshi, emboldened by their advantage, urged from behind Jun Lin. Brother, you go and kill them. The black-robed demon cultivator commanded a younger boy beside him. Me? The boy pointed at himself, bewildered as he thought he had misheard his brother. The black-robed demon cultivator, with an air of certainty, stated, Of course. Capture the leader first. I have restrained their main force. If you seize them, everything will collapse. Jun Lin, you need not intervene. Allow me. Yin Ruoshi declared boldly. She had fled earlier because the black-robed demon cultivator was stronger, not because this little brat was any match for her. Jun Lin swiftly restrained her. Stay quiet. This little fellow still holds value. With that, a long sword flew forth, resting perilously against the boy's neck. Panic surged through him. Even a slight miscalculation would mean his demise. After all, he was merely a second-realm novice. At that moment, he resented his elder brother deeply. Why meddle with someone else's pet when there was nothing else to do? Within a brief span, the black-robed demon cultivator found himself at a disadvantage, battered and bruised. Realizing the dire situation, he wasted no time retracting his soul-refining banner, ready to flee. However, when he sought his brother, he discovered that the boy had already been captured by Jun Lin. Release my brother, he bellowed. The boy closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he internally cursed. So you remember you have a brother, yet you don't even know when you were caught. What a splendid brother you are. Jun Lin patted the boy's shoulder. The bond of brotherhood is indeed profound. Tell me, if only one of you could survive, who would you choose to perish? Him. The boy pointed decisively at his elder brother without a moment's hesitation. The black-robed demon cultivator was struck dumb, his face etched with disbelief. Why? Why would my beloved brother say such a thing? Coerced? Yes, he must be coerced. Curse you. If you dare harm a single hair on his head, I will ensure you pay dearly. The black-robed demon cultivator seethed. Jun Lin could not help but chuckle. Others became demon cultivators due to their tragic pasts or vile nature. This one was simply too foolish to be accepted by any righteous sect, and thus had no choice but to embrace the path of a demon cultivator. At that moment, the black-robed demon cultivator was encircled by the white-clad figure and the other three men. Jun Lin gestured for them to attack. In the next moment, an earth-shattering battle was imminent. However, the black-robed demon cultivator proved to be quite formidable, managing to take down all three of the others before his demise, even injuring the white-clad figure despite their timely retreat. Return. The soul within the human emperor banner is yours. Thank you, young master. The white-clad figure expressed his gratitude and returned to the human emperor banner. Jun Lin approached and captured the black-robed demon cultivator's soul within the soul-refining banner, subsequently claiming the banner itself, for it contained many valuable souls. Once refined, it could be considered sustenance, later to be rewarded to buy or other members of the human sovereign banner. At this moment, the younger brother of the black-robed demon cultivator felt a surge of fear. He certainly did not wish to be tormented within the human sovereign banner. Jun Lin did not respond to the youth's words, but instead smiled gently and inquired, What is your name? Wan Zhe, he answered without hesitation, not daring to conceal his identity. Ah, did you come from Qingshao City? Yes. Do you have a family there? Indeed. Take me there. All right. Every word from Jun Lin was met with compliance from Wan Zhe, driven by a fear of refusal. Before long, Jun Lin and Yin Ruoshi entered Qingshao City, led by Wan Zhe to his home. Along the way, Jun Lin learned about Wan Zhe's family situation. They belonged to a demon cultivation family, with both parents being early-stage third-realm cultivators and a younger sister who was still a mere first-realm. Upon arriving home, Wan Zhe was greeted by his younger sister. Brother, you're back. Wan Lin, a charming young girl, exclaimed. Wan Zhe forced a smile that was not particularly appealing, replying, Yes. A middle-aged woman approached, visibly relieved as she embraced Wan Zhe. Oh, you scare me. I thought you went out with your brother. Wan Zhe scratched his head. No, how could I have gone out with him? Regret washed over him for not heeding his mother's advice. Despite his brother's formidable strength, he was far from reliable. The middle-aged woman then noticed Jun Lin and Yun Ruo and said, "Thank goodness. Are these two your friends? Welcome. Come in." She warmly ushered Jun Lin and Yun Ruo inside. "I want to be going in." Yun Ruo, she shook her head, then tugged at Jun Lin's hand. "Brother Jun Lin, I want to play outside for a while." "Don't worry, I want to run off alone." Her sincerity was evident, as she realized that even while following Jun Lin, trouble still seemed to find her. Yet he was dependable. "Whatever you wish," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly, for he cared little whether she stayed or left. He had discovered something far more intriguing. After Yun Ruo departed, Jun Lin entered Wanzai's home. Inside, a middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Jun Lin and icily asked, "You are a demon cultivator?" "Indeed," Jun Lin nodded, presenting the human sovereign banner to confirm his identity. Upon seeing the banner, the man's expression softened considerably. The middle-aged woman shot a reproachful look at him. "What are you doing? He is Xiao Zhe's friend. Why frighten him?" The middle-aged man turned away and retreated to his room. The woman sighed apologetically. "I am sorry. That is just how he is, especially with recent unrest in Qingxiao City." Curious, Jun Lin asked, "What has been happening in Qingxiao City recently?" Sigh. The woman lamented, "Recently, many righteous cultivators have come to Qingxiao City, seemingly to investigate the situation, especially those disciples from Wu Yang's sect. They have even learned to disguise themselves as demon cultivators and have coerced demon disciples to take them into the city for information." She expressed her indignation. "These righteous cultivators are truly despicable. We have been living peacefully here, and we have not provoked anyone. Yet they come here preaching about eradicating demons and upholding justice." Jun Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, those from Wu Yang's sect are certainly not virtuous. Wanzai remained silent, perplexed by Jun Lin's intentions. The middle-aged woman sighed again. "Enough of this talk. It's time for dinner. I shall prepare a bowl of beef noodles for you." "Thank you, sister," Jun Lin replied. "Oh, what a sweet little fellow you are. Just wait patiently." The woman beamed, heading to the kitchen. At this moment, Jun Lin turned his attention to the visibly anxious Wanzai. An idea struck him, sparking amusement. He retrieved his Wu Yang sect identity token and slowly slid it across the table towards Wanzai. "Shall we play a game?" Chapter 40. I do not eat beef. Ever since Jun Lin entered the room, Wanzai had scarcely uttered a word. Fearful of inadvertently saying something amiss that could lead to the annihilation of his entire family, he remained silent. At this moment, as he gazed at the identity token presented before him by Jun Lin, his heart raced in trepidation. He recognized this token. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a disciple from the Wu Yang sect who had perished in Qingxiao City. So, Jun Lin had also slain a disciple of the Wu Yang sect? "Your mother harbors quite a strong opinion against our Wu Yang sect," Jun Lin remarked as he slowly tucked the token away. Wanzai's pupils constricted in disbelief upon hearing Jun Lin's words. "Our Wu Yang sect? Jun Lin is actually a disciple of the Wu Yang sect?" Such a revelation was hard for Wanzai to fathom. If Jun Lin belonged to a righteous sect, how could one explain the soul-refining banner? A faint smile graced Jun Lin's lips as he proposed, "Let us engage in a game. If you lose, I shall depart immediately. If you win, you shall all meet your demise." He then cast his gaze toward the kitchen, wagering on whether his mother's beef noodles contained any beef. Cold sweat trickled down Wanzai's back as he struggled to comprehend Jun Lin's intentions. "Your mother despises our Wu Yang sect. I suspect she would not have included beef in my portion." At this, Wanzai felt a sudden wave of relief. Although his mother was a demonic cultivator, she treated guests with utmost kindness, and if she offered beef noodles, she would certainly ensure they were plentiful. At that moment, Wanzai's sister, Wan Lin, joyfully bounded out of the kitchen, holding a plump fruit and cheerfully extending it toward Jun Lin. "Big brother, have some fruit." "Thank you, little sister." Jun Lin, quite fond of the little girl, accepted the fruit without a trace of suspicion. "This fruit is poisoned," the system's voice suddenly echoed, momentarily freezing Jun Lin's smile, though he quickly regained his composure. It seemed this family was far more cunning than he had anticipated. Rather than consuming the fruit immediately, Jun Lin lifted Wan Lin onto his lap, playfully pinching her soft cheek. "Why aren't you eating, big brother?" Wan Lin asked, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at the fruit in his hand. What you have given me is too precious for me to consume. I must preserve it as a memento, Jun Lin replied with a smile. Wan Lin pouted, Big brother must not like me, so he does not want to eat my fruit. How could that be? Big brother likes you the most. Jun Lin tousled Wan Lin's hair and, in her presence, took a bite of the fruit. Upon witnessing this, Wan Lin's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, Big brother is the best. Of course, he responded. Just then, Wan Zai's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bowls of noodles, presenting the bowl with the most beef directly to Jun Lin. She then cheerfully offered him a pair of chopsticks, saying, Come, give it a try. Jun Lin looked at the heaping bowl of beef and smiled knowingly. Von Shi, who had been tense, finally relaxed. However, the next words from Jun Lin sent him plummeting into despair. I do not eat beef. Jun Lin suddenly erupted, flipping the table with a swift motion, before drawing his sword and decapitating Wan Lin. In the same instant, another sword pierced through Wan Zai's chest. Both Wan Zai and Wan Lin, lacking sufficient cultivation, had no time to react before they were slain by Jun Lin. You scoundrel! Wan Zai's father burst forth from an adjacent room, his expression contorted in grief and rage as he beheld the lifeless forms of his daughters. You shall pay for this, he bellowed in fury. Ha! Then come and kill me. Jun Lin grinned, though he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The poison from Wan Lin's fruit had activated. Nevertheless, he remained unharmed. As the two assailants approached, Jun Lin summoned the Human Emperor banner, capturing the souls of Wan Zai and Wan Lin within. He then charged at them, initiating a self-detonation. The explosive power of a third-tier warrior was nothing to scoff at. The blast obliterated Wan Zai's home, sending debris flying and affecting nearby passers-by. What on earth? The onlookers gazed at the ruins, only to find scattered remnants of flesh and two severely injured individuals. Fearful, they swallowed hard and hastened away. However, the commotion was too pronounced, attracting the attention of many within Qingshao City. Amidst the rubble, Jun Lin emerged, grinning at the two individuals he had just injured. Surprised? Aren't you? I'm still alive. Wan Zai's parents stared at him as if witnessing a ghost, horrified to see Jun Lin revive after his self-detonation. Do it now, Wan Zai's mother commanded, her voice steeped in sorrow, cradling half of Wan Lin's head in her hands. Regret washed over her. She should never have allowed Wan Lin to deliver the fruit. Had she sent Wan Lin away first, perhaps they could have escaped. With his head bowed, Jun Lin felt a pang of compassion. He could not bear to witness their suffering. With a heavy sigh, he swiftly ended their lives, sealing them within the Human Emperor banner. Meanwhile, many who had sensed the disturbance in Qingshao City began to gather. Jun Lin surveyed the crowd, donning a sunny smile as he slowly opened his arms, exclaiming, Oh, are you all here to welcome me? I am truly flattered. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted through the throng, calling out loudly, Help! Brother Jun Lin, someone is trying to snatch your pet. Confused, Jun Lin looked on as Yun Ruo, she leapt into his arms, nearly knocking him off balance. What trouble have you gotten into now? Is someone after you again? Do you truly possess such an allure? Jun Lin frowned, scrutinizing Yun Ruo, she in his embrace. Of course I'm beautiful. What of it? She pouted. Is it my fault for being attractive? Jun Lin chuckled. Her unabashed confidence was amusing. If Yun Ruo, she truly possessed the irresistible charm of a succubus, it will be a boon for him. With her by his side, he would never lack for entertainment. Your woman? At this moment, a dashing young man riding a white horse approached Jun Lin, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Let me correct you. She's my pet. Yun Ruo, she interjected, placing her hands on her hips as she hid behind Jun Lin, feeling secure with him in front. The young man's expression stiffened. It seemed he had been thoroughly trained. However, he discerned that Yun Ruo, she was still a maiden, indicating that Jun Lin had not yet made his move. Thus, he leisurely stated, Since she is a pet, name your price. I shall take her. Really? The young man nodded. Indeed. I desire a pill capable of granting immediate ascendance to immortality. His eyes glinted with coldness as he coldly declared, Offering you a price is merely out of respect for our shared demonic lineage. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to seize her. Jun Lin smirked. So you wish to escalate matters? Your demeanor certainly pales in comparison to the righteous cultivators, who at least afford one the courtesy of conversation. At this point, Laozi tugged at Jun Lin's sleeve. Shall we not flee? He claimed to be the son of a city lord and appears to have quite a formidable background. You truly know how to stir up trouble. Jun Lin could not help but mock, yet excitement coursed through him. It seemed he had encountered a formidable adversary. I didn't want this. I was merely walking along when he suddenly declared his interest in me. Yin Ruo, she protested, her voice tinged with innocence. Upon witnessing the scene, Jun Lin could not help but furrow his brow. He reached out to stroke Yin Ruoshi's hair and said, I do not blame you. Perhaps in the eyes of others, you are merely a troublesome mischief maker, but to me, you are my fortunate star. Chapter 41. What a thrilling and arduous battle it has been. Jun Lin gazed at Yin Ruoshi with utmost sincerity, for he spoke these words with genuine heartfelt intent. After trailing Luo Jie for so long, only to find some intrigue in Huai village, he had orchestrated the drama in the myriad demon mountains himself, albeit with numerous flaws. Yet, in just a day since their encounter, Yin Ruoshi had already brought him 3 delightful surprises, adding to the previous incident with a white-clad figure that made it 4. Was she not his lucky star? Brother Jun Lin. Yin Ruoshi felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Despite her penchant for trouble, Jun Lin treated her with such kindness. A young man on a white horse observed the tender exchange between Jun Lin and Yin Ruoshi, his anger flaring as murderous intent filled his gaze. Yin Ruoshi was the one he had set his sights on. Jun Lin's behavior was nothing short of an affront to him. Uncle Tang, eliminate him. The boy's icy voice rang out, and a middle-aged man named Tang Wu, one of his protectors and a practitioner of the 4th realm, stepped forward. However, before Tang Wu could act, Jun Lin had already seized Yin Ruoshi and soared away on his sword. Tang Wu snorted disdainfully and took to the skies in pursuit. Brother Jun Lin, hurry! Faster! Yin Ruoshi clung tightly to Jun Lin, unable to restrain her cries as Tang Wu drew nearer. Rest assured, I will turn the tables on him shortly, Jun Lin assured her, glancing back without a hint of fear. His sole aim was to lure Tang Wu away from the confines of Qingshao City, where uncertainties abounded. While he could afford to be reckless, he could not gamble with the safety of his little lucky star. As for Tang Wu, Jun Lin found it laughable. Despite being a 4th realm warrior, the man bore the surname Tang, which meant he was not to be underestimated. As Tang Wu closed the distance, Jun Lin unsheathed the 7th grade sword bestowed by his master. The sword control technique served as both a martial art and a combat skill. Slaying foes with the sword was merely one of its capabilities. With formidable strength, one could even sever an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Jun Lin swung his sword toward Tang Wu, who scoffed and countered with his spear. In an instant, their weapons clashed, and the spear was cleaved in 2. Tang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the half of the spear in his grasp, while the approaching sword filled him with unexpected delight. He had not anticipated such a treasure. The sword was undoubtedly of high quality. However, a 3rd realm warrior capable of flight and wielding such a fine spirit weapon was no ordinary foe. Tang Wu narrowed his eyes, determined to eliminate this youth on the spot. At that moment, Jun Lin glanced back at Qingshao City. They had already distanced themselves significantly. It was time. Seizing the moment, he tossed Yin Ruoshi into the air and charged toward Tang Wu on his sword. What? Yin Ruoshi screamed in terror. She was only in the 3rd realm and could not fly. Boom! Simultaneously, a violent explosion erupted in Tang Wu's vicinity. As Yin Ruoshi plummeted, she looked back only to find Jun Lin's figure vanished. Only a slightly disheveled silhouette remained soaring in the sky. Jun Lin, self-destructed? Yin Ruoshi's pupils constricted, a pang of pain gripping her heart. Just then, a hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. You, wait. Brother Jun Lin, you're not dead. Yin Ruoshi exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was indeed Jun Lin holding her. Who else could it be? Jun Lin replied, safely setting Yin Ruoshi down before glancing back at Tang Wu hovering above. Although his earlier self-detonation had caught Tang Wu off guard, it had only inflicted minor injuries. After all, the disparity in their realms was significant. Tang Wu, witnessing Jun Lin unharmed, was taken aback. How are you not dead? Have you come back to life? The secrets surrounding this youth seemed to multiply. If he could grasp Jun Lin's secret of resurrection, might he not also possess such a power? If that were the case, why would he need to serve the Tang family? Tang Wu, now agitated, shouted, "Kid, hand over your secret of resurrection, and I might spare your life." Jun Lin raised his middle finger in response. "Fool, if I can come back to life, do you really think I need you to grant me mercy?" Tang Wu smirked. "You may have survived, but I doubt this little girl behind you shares the same fate." "Oh." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. "Your master specifically desires her. Do you dare to lay a hand on her?" "Ha ha. As long as I obtain your resurrection secret, that brat is nothing, and the Tang family is even less." Tang Wu laughed, a hint of madness in his eyes. "Go on ahead," Jun Lin instructed Yun Ruashi. "This foolish dog seems to have been oppressed for too long and has lost his mind." "Ah, okay. Be careful, understanding that her presence would only be a burden." Yun Ruashi hurriedly fled into the distance. Tang Wu, witnessing this, grinned wickedly. "Looks like you care for her. Then I must eliminate her." He charged toward Yun Ruashi, only to be intercepted by Jun Lin's sword. "I'm trying to maintain my image here. Can't you show me some courtesy?" "Image? What nonsense!" Tang Wu had no time to entertain Jun Lin's frivolities. He was solely focused on capturing Yun Ruashi to leverage against Jun Lin. "Don't understand?" Then witness the art of explosion. Jun Lin grinned wickedly, consuming several spirit-nourishing pills, igniting with energy. Tang Wu took a cautious step back, but Jun Lin lunged forward. In a swift retaliation, Tang Wu struck out, only for Jun Lin to explode. This time, after consuming 3 spirit-nourishing pills, Jun Lin's explosion not only inflicted damage, but also expanded in range. "Damn it!" Tang Wu wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at his surroundings, fearful of the moment Jun Lin might revive and explode again. And indeed, just as he feared, Jun Lin reappeared right before him, mere inches away, wearing a benign smile. Boom! Having been blasted twice, Tang Wu was filled with impotent rage. "Damn it! You must die!" Jun Lin remained unfazed, standing before Tang Wu. After consuming another spirit-nourishing pill, he said, "You know I can't die, yet you continue to scream for my demise. Perhaps you should consider your own predicament." Tang Wu, watching Jun Lin approach, began to panic. Faced with a self-destructive man who could not be killed, what could he do? He could only run. Realizing this, Tang Wu immediately turned to flee, thinking that if he returned to inform the Tang family, they would surely relish the opportunity to hunt down Jun Lin. However, reality proved cruel. Not far into his escape, Tang Wu found Jun Lin blocking his path once more, a gentle smile gracing his face. After several encounters, Tang Wu's injuries worsened. What began as minor wounds had escalated to severe injuries. One of his arms severed, his body drenched in blood. "I was wrong. Spare me," Tang Wu pleaded, kneeling before Jun Lin as he reappeared. What a thrilling and exhilarating battle it has been, Jun Lin reflected as he struck down Tang Wu with a single sword, capturing his soul within the Emperor's banner. He then turned his gaze toward the direction Yun Ruashi had fled. One must wonder, in such a brief span of time, will my little lucky star have caught the eye of another? Contemplating, he felt reassured. Such occurrences were too abstract even for a novel. Chapter 42. I am not a good person. Jun Lin soared through the skies on his sword, casting his gaze towards the direction of Qingshao City. The commotion he had caused this time was considerable. He wondered if any righteous cultivators hiding in Qingshao City had been harmed. However, such thoughts were inconsequential. With Yun Ruashi absent, he could easily launch a counterattack and seek trouble with the Tang family. Without hesitation, Jun Lin directed his sword back towards the city. Meanwhile, within Qingshao City, a young man from the Tang family was leisurely riding a white horse towards the city lord's mansion. Along the way, every passerby treated him with utmost respect. The young man wore a faint smile. Despite his modest cultivation, he was the heir of the Tang family, Tang Jia. No one in Qingshao City dared to disrespect him. Upon Jun Lin's return to Qingshao City, he soon encountered the arrogant Tang Jia. Without delay, he charged forward on his sword. How audacious! At this moment, a beautiful woman stood guard beside Tang Jia. Immediately sensing Jun Lin's approach, and intercepting him. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, finding the situation troublesome. For every opponent he faced, another emerged. This young man was quite cautious. After a moment's thought, Jun Lin advanced. The woman thrust her long sword straight through Jun Lin's chest, yet he retaliated with a swift slap. The sound echoed sharply. The woman was momentarily stunned by the blow, and soon after, in a fit of rage, she swung her sword to cleave Jun Lin in half. Tang Jie frowned at the sight of Jun Lin's lifeless form. Wasn't Tang Wu supposed to capture this brat? How did he return? A sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that Tang Wu had taken a liking to that girl and fled with her? Suddenly, a whisper reached his ears, startling him. He turned to find Jun Lin, who was supposed to be dead, now standing alive before him. In an instant, Jun Lin had seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Hey, you choose to offend me, of all people, a man who believes in vengeance. What could you expect from me?" Jun Lin exclaimed. Tang Jie struggled against Jun Lin's grip, gasping for breath as a feeling of suffocation threatened to overwhelm him. "Stop!" A woman soared through the air behind them. Jun Lin glanced back, noting the numerous bodyguards trailing her. "Tell her to stop pursuing, or I shall end your life right here," he warned. Tang Yi nodded vigorously, desperate to breathe. Jun Lin frowned slightly. "Don't just nod, speak." Tang Jie pointed at his throat, gasping. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "Indeed, if you remain silent, I shall end your life." Tang Jie stared at Jun Lin, realizing that the latter was deliberately toying with him, having no intention of letting him live. "Release the young master." The woman behind them gritted her teeth, yet dared not act rashly. Jun Lin smirked. "You think I must heed your words? What if I tell you to leave? Will you listen?" He then grasped one of Tang Jie's arms. "Quick, tell that woman to retreat, or I might just drop you." "Tang Chi, you first." Tang Jie began to instruct, but then reconsidered. If he sent Tang Chi away, wouldn't he be signing his own death warrant? In despair, he closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. In this situation, unless a fifth-tier expert intervened, he had no hope of escape. Since death was inevitable, he might as well drag Jun Lin down with him. "Come on, put up a fight," Jun Lin exclaimed, shaking Tang Jie's arm. "What is the point in your lack of resistance?" Tang Jie winced at the thought of fighting back. How could he? He was merely a second-tier warrior. It was absurd to expect him to resist. If he had known this day would come, he would have cultivated earlier, rather than wasting time on the fundamentals. Now, having laid a solid foundation, he found himself facing death. Tang Chi, witnessing this, suppressed her fury, thinking that if Jun Lin released the young master, everything could be resolved. "That won't work. If I release him, I'll be dead too." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Jun Lin retorted, shifting his gaze towards the city lord's mansion not far away. Upon hearing this, Tang Jie's eyes brightened. Home at last. He felt a glimmer of hope. After all, his family housed fifth-tier experts who could surely rescue him from Jun Lin's clutches. As fate would have it, the Tang family soon discovered Jun Lin's presence. The sight of their young master being captured right at their doorstep shocked them. "Quick, notify the family head." The Tang family descended into chaos. Jun Lin watched the commotion with interest. "If I were to take you down there to negotiate, do you think they would fulfill all my demands?" Tang Jie hastily replied they would. "Just release me, and I can offer you anything you desire." Jun Lin smiled knowingly and soared into the city lord's mansion. "Everyone, I have brought your young master back." Inside the mansion, a middle-aged man approached Jun Lin with a grim expression. "Father!" Tang Jie exclaimed with joy. His father had arrived, and salvation was at hand. His father was the city lord of Qingxiao, a formidable fifth-tier cultivator. Everyone knew of Tang Shan's reputation throughout Qingxiao City. "You dare to capture a mere nobody?" Tang Shan nodded, addressing Jun Lin. "Speak your demands. Anything my Tang family can provide, we shall not refuse." Such generosity took Jun Lin by surprise. He had expected a swift execution. Clearly, Tang Jie held a significant position in his father's eyes. "It is not a matter of what I want, but rather, what do you believe your precious son is worth?" Jun Lin inquired, pushing Tang Jie forward, his sword poised at the young man's throat. "Do not entertain thoughts of resistance unless you are faster than I." Tang Shan scoffed, tossing Jun Lin a spatial ring. "This is my spatial ring. The resources within are sufficient for your needs for years to come." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, infusing his spiritual energy to inspect the contents. Indeed, the resources were piled high within. Now, may I release my son? Tang Shan's tone turned cold. Should you renege, you shall not leave this door alive. Yun Lin xiokut. Your words suggest that if I release your son, I can simply walk out of here. You truly underestimate me. He knew that if he relaxed his guard for even a moment, he would meet his demise. Thus, he declared, so be it. In that instant, Jun Lin moved to behead Tang Jia. Just then, Tang Shan swiftly appeared before Jun Lin, knocking the sword from his grasp. A tremendous explosion followed as Tang Shan struck out. He quickly shielded Tang Jia, but the sudden blast obliterated half of the young man's body. Fool! Tang Shan's furious roar echoed from within the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, Jun Lin had already fled the mansion, sprinting through the streets of Qingshao City. I've won. I've truly won. Jun Lin laughed uncontrollably, reveling in his success. The city lord truly lives up to his title. He is remarkably generous. Hey, who the hell bumped into me? Don't let me catch you. A red-haired man, having been knocked to the ground by Jun Lin, rose with a curse. Gazing at Jun Lin's departing figure, which increasingly seemed familiar. Paul Yun, wait for me. Chapter 43, May I enter your soul refinement banner? Did someone just call for me? As Jun Lin, traveling by sword, glanced back, he saw a red-haired man soaring towards him. Roji? Jun Lin recognized him immediately, primarily due to his striking crimson hair. However, it was curious that after consuming the demon heart for so long, only his hair had undergone a transformation. Jun Lin had expected to see horns sprouting from his head. Not wishing to slow down, as the officials of the city lord's mansion could become a nuisance if they realized what was happening, Jun Lin continued at full speed. Yet Roji, now a formidable warrior of the Fourth Realm, caught up with him after they had traveled several dozen miles from Qingshao City. Looking at Jun Lin's sword beneath him, Roji expressed surprise. Have you returned as a sword immortal? Of course. You should know who I am, Jun Lin replied casually. By the way, what brings you to Qingshao City? It's rather tumultuous here. I have a feeling it won't be long before the righteous sects come to cleanse it. Jun Lin's recent activities had stirred quite a commotion, exposing many of the demonic cultivators in the city. Moreover, disciples from righteous sects had previously come to investigate. It was only a matter of time before Qingshao City faced a thorough purge. Roji nodded. I noticed several disciples from the righteous sects, including those from your Wuyang sect. Quite normal. I came here on a mission myself, Jun Lin explained nonchalantly as he surveyed the ground below. He wondered where Xia Fuxing had run off to. He needed to find her quickly. Otherwise, given her situation, she might be taken back to become a captive bride at any moment. Roji followed Jun Lin's gaze downwards. What are you looking for? Is there something on the ground? Without turning his head, Jun Lin replied, I'm looking for someone. You can help me search as well since your cultivation is high, and you can see farther. Looking for someone? Roji was puzzled. He had no idea who Jun Lin was searching for, nor did he see anyone around. His eyes swept the ground. Wait, there really is someone. Just as Roji was astonished, he noticed Jun Lin had already taken off, soaring downwards on his sword. Wait for me. Though puzzled, Roji followed suit without hesitation. Why? Why are you treating me this way? Yin Ruashi, severely injured, struggled to stand, her heart heavy with despair. She wanted to flee, but she did not know where Jun Lin was or which direction to run. The two individuals before her were vastly stronger. She would not be able to escape far before being caught. She lamented that she should have stuck with Jun Lin. At least they could have faced death together rather than being hunted down. Demonic woman, stop your futile struggles and surrender. A heavily made-up woman sneered. You're the demonic woman. Your whole family are demonic women. Yin Ruashi gritted her teeth and retorted angrily. Oomph, you insolent creature. I wonder if I tear your mouth apart, will you still be so brash? The woman scoffed, her eyes glinting with malice. Hey, junior sister, don't be so rough with a lady, a man beside her remarked, gazing at Yin Ruashi with some interest. Though a demonic cultivator, she was indeed beautiful. After crippling her cultivation, it wouldn't be bad to take her back and nurture her. The woman snorted, displeased. She could see what her senior brother was thinking. This made her even more irked. How could he feel pity for a demonic woman when he had such a stunning junior sister beside him? Jealousy surged within her, solidifying her resolve to eliminate Yun Ruashi. If worse came to worst, she would disfigure her. That way, she was certain her senior brother would no longer look at her. The man was oblivious to his junior sister's thoughts. With a smile, he addressed Yun Ruashi. Don't even think about escaping. How far can you run? Behave, and I might grant you a way out. Stupid dog. Don't think I don't see through your intentions. Just look at your ugly face. Even a toad would feel ashamed standing next to you. Yun Ruashi spat, her insults laced with venom. She figured she was already doomed, so she might as well vent her frustrations before her demise. If escape proved impossible, she would resort to self-detonation. She could not let this toad succeed. The man's expression stiffened at her harsh words, but he couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. The woman beside him smirked coldly and suddenly lunged forward, aiming a palm strike at Yun Ruashi. Yun Ruashi was startled and quickly retaliated. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. She was effortlessly sent flying. Already gravely injured, this only added to her woes. Nearby, the man felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing this scene. Though Yun Ruashi had just insulted him, she was undeniably beautiful. A few harsh words wouldn't cost him anything. He turned to his junior sister. Be gentle, just cripple her cultivation. There's no need to kill her. Understood. The woman nodded obediently, her gaze fixed on Yun Ruashi, now filled with murderous intent. I will be gentle. Quickly, they approached Yun Ruashi. The man prepared to strike and cripple her cultivation, but he realized his junior sister had already charged ahead. Not good. Panic gripped the man. His junior sister clearly intended to kill Yun Ruashi. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. This strike would surely end Yun Ruashi's life. As the woman drew closer, Yun Ruashi despairingly closed her eyes, preparing for self-detonation. It was a pity she wouldn't see Jun Lin again. Yet in the next moment, she felt a familiar embrace around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Surprised, she opened her eyes to see none other than Jun Lin's familiar face before her. Jun Lin, brother, Yun Ruashi exclaimed, a surge of excitement flooding her, momentarily dulling the pain of her injuries. Oh my heavens, is this my sister-in-law? How is she so grievously injured? Roji, nearby, felt a bit out of place. Jun Lin couldn't help but kick Roji. What are you shouting about? Even if she's not my sister-in-law, you should at least address her respectfully. Roji shrugged and glanced at the man and woman not far away, who were now on high alert. Flying through the air, a fourth realm powerhouse. The pair exchanged glances, fear creeping in. This was someone they could not afford to offend. So it was you two who injured my sister-in-law? Roji glared at them coldly, clearly ready to act should they provoke him. Senior, how dare you? You think you can address me as senior? Roji charged at them. Jun Lin, brother, it hurts so much. Yun Ruashi buried her head in Jun Lin's chest, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. Jun Lin remained silent, feeding her several healing pills. Looking at the gravely injured Yun Ruashi, he felt puzzled. How long had he been gone? How had she ended up in such a state? It was utterly unreasonable. Who could be so unfortunate as to face 4 assassination attempts in a single day? She has suffered a backlash of fortune. A backlash of fortune? Jun Lin furrowed his brow. What had this girl done to incur such wrath? However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Jun Lin opened the spatial ring given to him by the city lord of Qingshao and retrieved several 5th-grade healing pills. Jun Lin, brother. Yun Ruashi clutched his clothes tightly. Yet she did not take the pills he offered. Be good. Take the pills, and you will be fine. Jun Lin's tone was unexpectedly gentle for the first time. Yun Ruashi shook her head and said, Brother Jun Lin, may I please enter your soul-refining banner? Chapter 44. Let us avenge our younger sister. With no regard for the events that unfolded, Luo Jia approached, having resolved the matter with the 2 adversaries. To his dismay, he found Yun Ruashi peacefully lying in Jun Lin's embrace, her life extinguished. Words escaped him, and a profound sense of sorrow enveloped his heart. What a pity, having just reunited with his younger sister, only to lose her so soon. One could only imagine the anguish that Jun Lin must be experiencing at this moment. Alas, he was not well versed in offering comfort and could only stand by silently. It's all right, Jun Lin shook his head. She has merely passed away, not turned to ashes. He summoned the Imperial Banner, entrapping Yun Ruoshi's soul within. Oh, how could I forget that? Then it's not a problem, Luo Jie remarked, visibly relieved. There was sadness. Indeed, although her physical form was gone, her spirit remained. As a ghost cultivator, she could still be with Jun Lin. Moreover, if Jun Lin's power were to grow sufficiently in the future, the possibility of resurrecting Yun Ruoshi was not out of reach. What shall we do with these two? Luo Jie pointed at the man and woman not far away, both rendered powerless and crippled. Just kill them, Jun Lin replied casually. Luo Jie nodded and promptly crushed them into a pulp. Their souls, too, were collected into the Imperial Banner by Jun Lin. Luo Jie stepped forward, retrieving the space rings from the two, and after a thorough examination, he extracted an identification token. These two are disciples of the Tianna sect. I recall their tokens, having previously dealt with a few of their kind. Jun Lin received the token, scrutinizing it closely. I might pay them a visit someday. Luo Jie immediately chimed in. Take me with you. The disciples of Tianna sect are no better than those from Wuyong's sect. They come at me as if I were their long-lost father. Did you consider my feelings when you said that? I am also a disciple of Wuyong's sect. Jun Lin couldn't help but retort. Luo Jie waved it off. That's different. You're a demon cultivator. Although he was shocked by Jun Lin's affiliation with Wuyong's sect, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as Jun Lin had no ties holding him back. Sigh, what a shame about our younger sister. Luo Jie gazed at Yun Ruoshi's lifeless body in Jun Lin's arms, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, a soul, regardless of its state, could never compare to a living body, at least for now. They could not engage in the intimacy of life. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Don't say such things. If you must shout, at least call her sister-in-law. Luo Jie shrugged. I'm older than you. I have the potential to live longer. He paused. My cultivation level exceeds yours. I can outlive you. After a long silence, Luo Jie sighed. Can you not change your words? You will eventually enter my Imperial Banner. Luo Jie felt a pang in his heart. All right, you're impressive. Sigh. Jun Lin suddenly exhaled deeply. The reason I wish for you to enter my Imperial Banner is precisely because I genuinely regard you as a brother. Luo Jie was taken aback for a moment before nodding. He still trusted Jun Lin. Jun Lin gazed silently at Yun Ruoshi, pondering. Everyone has things they care about. Even I am no exception. Right now, it's her, and in the future, it may be you or others. If I were alone, I could live freely. But with those I care for, I must exercise caution. Thus, the best solution I can think of is to collect their souls into the Imperial Banner after their demise. Luo Jie listened quietly to Jun Lin's words, and after a while, he remarked, I understand. At that moment, Jun Lin's expression shifted with a smirk. You don't actually believe that, do you? I merely wanted to trick you into the Imperial Banner. Luo Jie lipsnicket. Realizing he had been played with emotionally. Yet, the previous sentiment had felt sincere. Jun Lin patted Luo Jie on the shoulder, earnestly stating, You are simply too trusting. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't have survived this long. Luo Jie chuckled. But you haven't harmed me, have you? I still trust my judgment. That is true, but let us get moving before those from Qingshao City catch up. Otherwise, you might truly end up in the Imperial Banner. With that, Jun Lin soared into the air on his sword, leading the way, while Luo Jie followed closely behind. During their journey, after giving Luo Jie a brief instruction, Jun Lin's consciousness delved into the Imperial Banner. Inside, the atmosphere was quite lively. The Wan family of 5 was present. Though Wanzai's brother had already been refined into a pure soul, the pursuer, Tang Wu, had also met a similar fate. Additionally, the 2 disciples from Tianna's sect, recently imprisoned, were undergoing the agonizing process of refinement. Yun Ruoshi stood nearby, clapping her hands in approval, while Bai dutifully supervised the proceedings. Paul Yunling. Upon seeing Jun Lin enter, Yun Ruoshi joyfully rushed over and leaped into his arms. How does it feel to be here? Jun Lin asked as he gently stroked her hair. Hee, it feels better than when I was alive, Yun Ruoshi replied with a grin. When I was alive, I was always on edge, but now that I am dead, I feel completely relaxed. That is good to hear, Jun Lin smiled slightly, then turned his attention to the Wan family. The four of them, upon entering, had not suffered the same fate of refinement, as they dared not act out with by present. What do you intend to do? Wanzai's father instinctively shielded his wife and children behind him when he noticed Jun Ling's gaze. Jun Ling did not respond to him directly, instead addressing Bai Yi. Bai Yi, I leave these four to you. Ensure they obey. If they do not, feel free to devour them. He sought their assistance, as Bai Yi alone may struggle with the workload in the future. Moreover, his imperial banner required sufficient souls for advancement. Yes, Bai Yi responded respectfully and approached the four individuals. Jun Ling then pointed to the two Tianhe sect disciples, saying to Yun Ruoshi, you can deal with these two. Whenever you find them displeasing, just give them a beating. Consider it your revenge. Yun Ruoshi nodded with a smile. Okay, Brother Jun Ling is so good to me. After arranging everything, Jun Ling exited the imperial banner. Upon Jun Ling's consciousness returning, Luo Jie immediately inquired, Brother Jun, where shall we go next? Jun Ling contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had intended to return to Wuyong's sect, but having encountered Luo Jie, his plans needed adjustment. However, he could not think of a destination. Suddenly, he remembered the two Tianhe sect disciples within the imperial banner, proposing, shall we visit Tianhe sect? Oh, are we going to avenge our younger sister? That sounds splendid. I've long been displeased with that group. Luo Jie readily agreed without hesitation. That is not the plan. Jun Ling sighed, feeling a headache coming on, realizing that this foolish fellow was quite determined about this matter. It's inevitable. Luo Jie waved his hand dismissively, jokingly adding, I'm not blind. Chapter 45, On the Journey to Tianhe Sect. Jun Lin posed a question that had long confounded him to the system. What is the nature of the backlash of fortune? This matter is actually your fault. What? The system's response left Jun Lin flabbergasted. How could he be blamed for this? Do you remember the one in white? He is inherently a person of great fortune. During that heroic rescue, he should have escaped unscathed. Oh, please continue. However, due to your interference, he was killed by Yun Ruoshi, and his soul was captured by you in the Human Emperor banner. It must be said, you two indeed worked well together. Get to the point. Because you are from outside this world, you are not subject to its karmic ties. Thus, all the backlash of fortune has been borne solely by Yun Ruoshi. Therefore, her survival until the day she met you despite the backlash is a testament to her efforts. Listening to the system's explanation, Jun Lin nodded in understanding. So that white-clad individual is a child of fortune? Jun Lin was astonished internally. He never expected to have taken a child of fortune as a subordinate. Yes, but not entirely. How so? If the total fortune granted by the world to the child of fortune is 100, then the white-clad one occupies only 1, making him merely a pseudo-child of fortune. To become a true child of fortune, he must eliminate all other pseudo-children and consolidate all fortunes into himself. Is this akin to raising a goo? Jun Lin's lips twitched. The heavenly principles of this world certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. Indeed, different worlds cultivate children of fortune in distinct manners. This world is not in haste, hence it can proceed at a leisurely pace. What if I were to capture the souls of all the pseudo-children of fortune into my Human Emperor banner? Jun Lin pondered whimsically. The system fell silent, seemingly caught off guard by Jun Lin's proposal. Jun Lin, puzzled, urged, speak up. The book did not mention it. Days later, Luo Jie and Jun Lin arrived at a town near Tianhe sect. Their journey had been remarkably smooth, prompting Jun Lin to reminisce about the days when Yun Ruoshi was alive. Had she been with him, they likely would have encountered several ambushes along the way. Rather than this tranquil passage, Tianling City, being the closest town to Tianhe sect, was merely a few days' journey away, and thus most disciples of Tianhe sect would pause here after descending the mountain. As soon as Jun Lin and Luo Jie entered Tianling City, they immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists due to Luo Jie's striking red hair. To avoid revealing his identity as a disciple of Wuyong's sect, Jun Lin wore a mask upon arriving here. Is that the red-haired devil cultivator and the masked devil cultivator? A passing disciple of Tianhe sect took out a sect-esque commission and glanced at it. The commission bore no images, only simple text descriptions, a red-haired individual and one in a mask. Luo Jin noticed the subtle glances directed towards them and whispered, "It seems we are being watched." Jun Lin surveyed the surrounding crowd, unhurriedly stating, "Did you just realize this? It suddenly occurred to me that we are already on the wanted list of the righteous sections." Jun Lin grinned broadly and then soared out of Tianling City on his sword. "Wait for me." Luo Jie, not daring to linger, quickly followed in Jun Lin's wake. His pursuit, however, inadvertently revealed his identity as a devil cultivator. "Indeed, it is them. Brothers, there are devil cultivators. Pursue them." Devil cultivators? Where are the devil cultivators? I have never seen a living devil cultivator in my life. The atmosphere in Tianling City grew lively, with several cultivators either chasing or flying in pursuit of Jun Lin and Luo Jie. "Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by flying on your sword?" Luo Jie looked at Jun Lin, soaring through the air with concern. "What is there to fear? My Weiyang sect is the foremost righteous sect. Who dares question me?" Jun Lin's arrogance was palpable. Luo Jie felt a bit embarrassed. He did not fully grasp the complex relations among the righteous sects, but the idea of exterminating an entire sect seemed a bit grandiose. The third-tier martial artists trailing them posed no threat, as they could not fly and would struggle to keep pace. However, a few fourth-tier martial artists were also in pursuit. Jun Lin glanced back and could discern several figures flying in the distance, likely fourth-tier experts. He counted roughly 4. "How many can you handle?" Jun Lin inquired. Luo Jie was taken aback. Would they not go to flee, but instead engage them? Evaluating his strength, he concluded that although he was in the early 4th tier, he had a solid foundation, being at the 9th grade during his foundation establishment. As long as the opponents were not above the 7th grade, he could manage a simple fight against one level higher. With this in mind, he replied, "If they're early 4th tier, I can take on 3. If they're mid-tier, I can only handle 1. Then you take the 3 on the left, and I'll take the 1 on the far right," Jun Lin instructed, pointing to the 4 behind them. "Why do you only get to fight 1? Luo Jie questioned. Why not share the load evenly? Although Jun Lin's cultivation was lower, he was resilient and could certainly bear more pressure. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "Then you fight the 1 on the right, and I'll handle the 3 on the left?" "Certainly," Luo Jie nodded. "Rest assured, once I finish my battle, I will come to assist you." "Very well." Jun Lin did not hesitate and turned to confront the approaching figures. Luo Jie followed the earlier arrangement and charged towards the rightmost martial artist. "Devil cultivator, surrender at once." The young martial artist facing Jun Lin appeared spirited. Jun Lin frowned. Among the 3 he had chosen, 2 were in the early 4th tier, while 1 was at the peak of the 3rd tier. The boisterous youth was the one at the peak of the 3rd tier. Thus, Jun Lin could not help but exclaim, "You are the most useless one here, yet you dare bark? Do you think you have a say in this?" The youth, taken aback by his words, grew indignant. "You." However, before he could finish, Jun Lin interrupted him. "What do you mean you? Look at the cultivation levels of those around you. What about yours? Do you truly believe that just because you can fly, you have reached the 4th tier? Do you think you belong here? Arrogance. You are merely in the mid-3rd tier." The youth, despite his anger, showed some restraint and did not insult Jun Lin. "What of that? I am a devil cultivator. I have no shame. My tier does not prevent me from berating you," Jun Lin retorted defiantly. The youth, momentarily flustered, could not help but launch an attack at Jun Lin. Jun Lin swiftly dodged, remarking, "Oh my, you are really embarrassed now. How can you call yourself a martial artist with such poor mental fortitude? Devil cultivator, cease your insolence. This young brother is far more honorable than a devilish rogue like you." A nearby 4th-tier martial artist in a blue robe could no longer tolerate it. "What are you sticking your neck out for? You only speak because he hasn't said anything to you, and now you're getting emotional, aren't you?" Jun Lin retorted without reservation. You are outrageous. Oh my, is that all you've got? Do all righteous cultivators care so much about face? Why not just curse me directly, as I, Luo Jie, earnestly seek criticism?" Just as Jun Lin was preparing to engage in a battle of wits with the masses, Luo Jie's voice unexpectedly resounded. "Brother Jun, change. This is utterly ineffective." Chapter 46. My imperial banner is famished. Jie shouted as he flew over, somewhat flustered, with a middle-aged man trailing behind him. Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. What's this? Didn't you refuse to fight the three earlier? I never anticipated this fellow would be so formidable. Let me handle those three. Rest assured, I shall come to your aid once I conclude my battle. With those words, Jie charged directly toward the trio, confronting Jun Lin, shaking his head. Jun Lin took to the skies to confront another opponent. He had previously gauged the strength of these pursuers through the system. The middle-aged man before him was a late-stage practitioner of the fourth realm, while Jun Lin was merely at mid-stage of the third realm. Clearly, victory was unattainable, at least not through a direct confrontation. He would have to seek an opportunity to annoy his adversary, and if that proved futile, then he would continue to flee. Zhao Ling observed Jun Lin and couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems your companion has abandoned you, forcing you, a mere third-realm cultivator, to face me. Alas, such is the consequence of poor friendships. Jun Lin shrugged, choosing not to retort. Zhao Ling sneered. Your misfortune extends beyond mere companionship. You've strayed from the righteous path. Demonic cultivators are not on the right side. Jun Lin chuckled. Ah, to hear you speak is to receive profound wisdom. Noticing Jun Lin's nonchalance, Zhao Ling's displeasure grew. These demonic cultivators truly were incorrigible. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Zhao Ling launched a sudden attack. Before Jun Lin could even react, a punch pierced through his chest. Such ferocity? Jun Lin stared at Zhao Ling in astonishment. He had anticipated a significant gap in their strengths, but this was beyond his expectations. Indeed, the disparity was vast. The notion of defeating an opponent from a higher stage was utterly ludicrous. Zhao Ling watched Jun Lin, life ebbing away, and smirked, in your next life, do not become a demonic cultivator. With great difficulty, Jun Lin raised a finger in defiance. Are you instructing your father on how to act? Zhao Ling, taken aback by Jun Lin's obstinacy, furrowed his brow in surprise. However, his astonishment was not at Jun Lin's defiance, but rather at how he had yet to succumb to death. After all, he had obliterated Jun Lin's heart. No matter how strong one's will, how long could it endure? Shaking his head, Zhao Ling chose to ignore Jun Lin, redirecting his gaze to Jie, who was engaged in a 3-on-1 battle not far away. What fine opportunity! Jun Lin's spirits lifted. If Zhao Ling's focus remained solely on him, he would be at a disadvantage. But now that Zhao Ling's attention had shifted, it was time for him to act. In an instant, Jun Lin triggered his self-destruction. With practice, he had become adept at this technique. What once required preparation could now be executed at will, detonating multiple times if conditions permitted. The ensuing explosion hurled Zhao Ling hundreds of meters away. With a ringing in his ears, Zhao Ling struggled to maintain his balance, sensing searing pain coursing through half of his body. A self-detonation? Rage surged within him. How could Jun Lin still self-destruct when his heart was in ruins and his dantian shattered? The power of the explosion was formidable. Zhao Ling dared not look at his right side, realizing he had lost an eye. This self-destruction technique was indeed fearsome. In the aftermath of his rebirth, Jun Lin hovered nearby on his sword, marveling at Zhao Ling's injuries. His dantian had shattered, leaving him depleted of spiritual energy, yet he still possessed flesh, vitality, soul, and essence. As he honed his self-detonation technique, he had learned to burn everything within him, making his power formidable. However, this was primarily due to Zhao Ling's earlier distraction. Had Zhao Ling been attentive, his injuries would not have been so severe. Jun Lin approached Zhao Ling, whose half-destroyed form bore a grotesque appearance, and whispered into his ear, "Surprised, are you? I'm still alive." The sudden shout startled Zhao Ling, whose consciousness was already in disarray, prompting him to throw a punch at Jun Lin's face. Boom! Another violent explosion echoed. Jun Lin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have narrowly avoided a hit. He could withstand heart extraction and be sliced 1,000 times, but he absolutely could not allow anyone to slap him. Why? Are you still alive? Zhao Ling roared in anger, staring at the unscathed Jun Lin. Despite his disheveled state, Zhao Ling's injuries were not fatal. The physical resilience of a fourth-realm cultivator was substantial. At the very least, he could still fly. Should he fall, then he would truly be in peril. Seeing Zhao Ling in such a state, Jun Lin remained unperturbed. He leisurely sat on his sword and remarked, "Your inquiry is quite astute. Since you have not killed me, why should I not continue to live?" Zhao Ling offered no reply. His remaining eye fixed intently on Jun Lin before launching himself forward. "Oh!" Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Even in this desperate situation, Zhao Ling dared to attack rather than flee? This fool was courting death. Jun Lin engaged him with his sword, but Zhao Ling struck it away with a single punch. Though battered by explosions twice, Zhao Ling's combat prowess still equated to that of a nascent fourth realm cultivator. Engaging him directly would be unwise. Jun Lin swiftly evaded on his sword, employing a tactic of evasion. As time passed, Zhao Ling grew increasingly frantic. Unable to land a blow on Jun Lin, "You will die." His eyes turned crimson, his expression resembling that of a beast intent on devouring Jun Lin alive. At that moment, Ro Jie soared into view, brimming with confidence. "Jun, I've taken care of my foes. What of your situation?" Jun Lin pointed at Zhao Ling, indicating the current state of affairs. Ro Jie scrutinized the frenzied Zhao Ling and was taken aback. "What on earth? Has he gone mad? What did you do?" "Who knows?" A few words, and he became this way. "His mental fortitude is woefully inadequate," Jun Lin replied as he dodged another of Zhao Ling's blows. "Very well. Let me handle this. In his current state, I can easily defeat him." Ro Jie stretched his limbs. Though he had sustained some injuries during his 3-on-1 battle, they were not severe. Jun Lin did not object. Entrusting Ro Jie with the task was indeed the best choice. "By the way, what became of the 3 individuals you faced?" Jun Lin suddenly recalled the young man he had reprimanded earlier. One fled, one perished, and alas, the weakest was kicked off the platform. Ro Jie explained before positioning himself to confront Zhao Ling. Jun Lin looked down, observing that most cultivators below the fourth realm had wisely retreated upon witnessing the aerial clash. However, a few reckless souls still dared to follow. In the next moment, Jun Lin soared toward these individuals, setting his sights on the earlier young man. After all, this youth was strikingly handsome, possessed great talent, was polite, and even at merely the third realm, could traverse the skies. Moreover, as the weakest among them, he had managed to escape unscathed after facing Ro Jie. In summary, Jun Lin harbors profound suspicions that the other party is a false child of destiny. Therefore, he must not be let off easily. His imperial banner has grown exceedingly eager. Chapter 47. As he shouted for justice and freedom, a rebellion erupted. Simultaneously, Jun Lin summoned the imperial sovereign banner. In an instant, dark energy surged forth, and from it emerged a young man clad in white. The crowd gathered here was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a wave of panic. "Run! A demon cultivator is here to kill. Why are we running? He is merely a third-tier demon cultivator. Let's confront him. Who is your brother?" "I have no desire to be ensnared in the soul-refining banner." "Indeed, aren't you also a demon cultivator, seeking to profit from our misfortunes? I shall strike you down first." Having observed the spectacle for quite some time, the onlookers were well aware of the battle between Jun Lin and Zhao Ling above. Though they could not see the details of the combat, they had witnessed several explosive blasts with their own eyes. The fact that Jun Lin descended unscathed from such terrifying explosions only spoke to his remarkable prowess. They certainly did not believe they could withstand such force. In the blink of an eye, the assembled cultivators scattered in all directions. Jun Lin stood bewildered, while the young man in white beside him was equally at a loss. "Young master, whom shall I attack?" he queried, as all had fled at his appearance. He was uncertain as to whom he should direct his assault. Jun Lin did not respond but rubbed his face, murmuring, "Am I truly that fearsome? No, that was not it." He turned to the young man in white and admonished, "Look at you. You made such a grand entrance. No wonder they were frightened." "Yes, my subordinate acknowledges his mistake," the young man replied promptly, his tone filled with respect. It was prudent to admit fault when consequences loomed. Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Come, I shall assist you in acquiring a little brother." With that, he soared into the air on his sword. System marked the position of that youth. Okay, being a guiding system, it had its uses in navigation. Quite a distance. Jun Lin mused, noting the coordinates. Has he chosen to flee because he knows he cannot win? The little fellow exhibited considerable caution. Jun Lin increasingly suspected he was a false child of destiny. Without hesitation, he directed his sword towards the youth's location, with the imperial sovereign banner and the young man in white closely following. I am doomed. A third-tier martial artist, upon seeing Jun Lin approach at great speed, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, he was not inclined to surrender easily. I shall fight to the bitter end. However, to his astonishment, Jun Lin flew directly over him, completely disregarding his presence. The martial artist exhaled in relief. It was merely a false alarm. Yet, the very next second, Jun Lin turned around, glancing at the man below. Did I just hear him say I am doomed? The young man in white immediately nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he did say that. Very well then, let him meet his fate, Jun Lin declared. With that, the young man in white charged towards the unfortunate man below. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a relieved smile. In mere moments, another guest joined the imperial sovereign banner. Jun Lin continued his pursuit of the youth. At this point, the youth's coordinates had ceased to move. Perhaps believing himself safe, he had decided to rest in place. When Jun Lin arrived on his sword, he discovered the youth engaged in a fierce battle with a third-tier eagle demon beast amidst the forest. Jun Lin watched with keen interest, turning to the young man in white beside him. Once he has triumphed, you shall ambush him without affording him a chance to react. Understood. The young man in white nodded respectfully. As Jun Lin anticipated, the youth proved formidable, swiftly dispatching the eagle. Just as the youth was about to revel in his victory by roasting the eagle, the young man in white made his move. In a flash, he lunged at the youth. The youth reacted swiftly and countered, igniting an exhilarating duel. Jun Lin observed, refraining from intervening immediately. He wished to gauge the current prowess of the young man in white. Once inside the imperial sovereign banner, he became a sole entity, gradually transitioning into a specter. However, compared to ordinary cultivators of the same realm, his overall combat strength was somewhat diminished. Before long, the young man in white began to exhibit signs of defeat. Observing this, Jun Lin immediately took to the skies on his sword to assist. A compliant, false child of destiny like the young man in white was hard to come by. It would be a considerable loss if he were to perish at the hands of the second potential ally he was about to acquire. With Jun Lin's intervention, the youth found himself at a loss. Jun Lin wielded the seventh-tier spiritual sword bestowed by his master, a weapon the youth's current physical strength could scarcely withstand. In a swift motion, a blade of light sliced through the air, severing the youth's left arm. The youth cried out in agony, instinctively clutching the wound. Faced with the relentless assaults of Jun Lin and the young man in white, the youth ultimately chose to flee. Regrettably, he could not escape Jun Lin, and now wounded, his chances of evasion were further diminished. He had scarcely taken a few steps when a long sword intercepted him. Eliminate him. The notion of a child of destiny surviving against all odds was not to be taken lightly, even if he was a false child. The young man in white sent the youth crashing back. Jun Lin then swung his sword towards the youth's head. The youth hastily raised his arm to defend, but his limb was cleaved in two. Just as the long sword was about to descend upon him, the youth managed a strained smile and detonated himself. What? You too? Jun Lin's eyes widened in shock as he quickly retracted the imperial sovereign banner, bracing for the explosion. Boom! After the explosion, Jun Lin lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised, yet he muttered curses. Damn it, I never thought I'd be blown up one day. This kid is far too reckless. However, since the youth had self-destructed, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Thus, another violent explosion echoed through the forest. Upon his rebirth, Jun Lin stretched languidly. Curiously, he felt his vitality had grown increasingly resilient with each death he experienced. Now, even if his heart were extracted, he could still linger for a time. Jun Lin summoned the imperial sovereign banner, capturing the youth's soul, then walked aside to retrieve the long sword that had been blasted away. The seventh-tier spiritual sword lived up to its reputation. Despite undergoing 2 explosions, it remained unscathed, looking as pristine as ever. After securing the long sword, Jun Lin carelessly selected a second-tier long sword from his spatial ring and then soared in the direction of Luo Jie. Upon his return, he found Luo Jie mercilessly beating Zhao Ling. The already wretched Zhao Ling was now a bloodied mess, utterly unrecognizable. Jun Lin could hardly bear to watch. He thought it cruel to subject someone to such torment rather than simply ending it. "Oh, you're back. I was wondering where you were. Having finished my business, I was bored, so I took it upon myself to play with him. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago," Luo Jie explained with a laugh, casually dispatching Zhao Ling Jun Lin. "So, this fellow was pummeled into this state due to you? Well, that is indeed his own fault." Consequently, Jun Lin summoned the Imperial Sovereign Banner to capture Zhao Ling's soul, preparing to offer a sincere apology later. Upon witnessing this, Luo Jie asked, "What shall we do next? We are being hunted. We cannot go anywhere." Jun Lin was equally uncertain, deciding to take things one step at a time. "First, let us gather information near the Tianna sect." On the way, Jun Lin confirmed their safety and contemplated entering the Imperial Sovereign Banner to investigate. However, upon doing so, before him stood the very youth he had encountered earlier, engaging in fervent discourse before a multitude of souls. This left Jun Lin somewhat perplexed. Had he acclimated so swiftly? To his surprise, the lad seemed to adapt remarkably well. Jun Lin Gij. Yin Ruashi was the first to spot Jun Lin, joyfully rushing over. Simultaneously, the gazes of others turned toward this direction. Grasping Jun Lin's arm, Yin Ruashi pointed at the youth and exclaimed, "Jun Lin Gij, this person has been speaking of justice, rebellion, and freedom since he arrived." Upon hearing Yin Ruashi's words, Jun Lin was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he attempting to incite us to revolt? Chapter 48. This will reunite you with your junior sister rebellion? Jun Lin glanced at the youth not far away. This lad was quite audacious, even in death, stirring up the souls around him for a revolt. At that moment, the Wanza family of 4, gathered near the youth, immediately scattered. "Indeed, young master," they exclaimed. "He seeks rebellion and urges us to find an opportunity to turn against you, thus regaining our freedom." In a display of loyalty, Wanza promptly betrayed the youth. Jun Lin nodded. "You certainly have some ideas, but have you misunderstood the current situation? The child of destiny often harbors a rebellious spirit." With a snap of his fingers, Jun Lin subjected the youth to torment. He then turned to Bai, instructing, "Torture him for 3 days and nights. Let me know when he begins to relent." "Yes," Bai replied without hesitation, for there was no room for disobedience to Jun Lin's orders. "Brother Jun Lin, are you leaving again?" Yin Ruashi pouted, grasping Jun Lin's hand. She found it dreadfully dull to remain here alone. The Wanza family avoided her, and Bai was even less inclined to engage, having been on the receiving end of her wrath before. If it weren't for Jun Lin, they might have turned against her. Presently, within the Emperor's banner, only the young girl Wan Lin was available for conversation. This time, there is no rush, nothing urgent outside, so we may linger a while longer, Jun Lin said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Yin Ruashi's hair. His gaze, however, caught sight of Zhao Ling nearby. At that moment, Zhao Ling appeared remarkably calm, seated with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to the world. This surprised Jun Lin. He had expected Zhao Ling to continue his previous volatility, yet here he was, surprisingly docile. Approaching him, Jun Lin remarked, "Wake up." Zhao Ling opened his eyes, meeting Jun Lin's gaze. "Is there something you need? If you intend to strike, please make it swift." Jun Lin crouched beside him. "I am curious as to how you transitioned to such tranquility. Were you not previously quite irritable?" Zhao Ling lifted his eyelids, but remained silent. He had been beaten into submission by Luo Jie, stripped of his defiance. He recalled the moment vividly. Despite being incapable of resistance, Luo Jie continued to assault him. The dual torment of physical and mental anguish had shifted his animosity from Jun Lin to Luo Jie. If he could, he would eagerly seize Luo Jie and tear away a piece of his flesh. Yet, he was powerless to act. Noticing Zhao Ling's silence, Jun Lin remained unfazed. "Very well. Would you prefer death or to assist me?" Zhao Ling scoffed. "Join forces with you. A practitioner of the demonic path? Dream on." Ah, truly the righteous cultivator. Full of bravado, Jun Lin mused, opting not to engage further and instead directly refined Zhao Ling. to express his regret. The process was swift, sparing Zhao Ling any significant pain. After resolving Zhao Ling, Jun Lin wandered within the Emperor's banner space. The two disciples of the Tianhe sect previously entrusted to Yun Ruoxi had been thoroughly tortured, their souls flickering faintly on the verge of dispersal. Upon seeing Yun Ruoxi approach, they immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yun Ruoxi gasped. "Stand up, or I shall strike you down." The two quickly straightened, not daring to move. Jun Lin observed, astonished. This training has been quite effective. However, it seems excessively cruel. What transpired in my absence? Yun Ruoxi, slightly embarrassed, confessed, "I was simply too angry at the time and may have been a bit heavy-handed." She did not wish to leave a poor impression on Jun Lin. "No matter. It is of no concern," Jun Lin replied, for he had never deemed Yun Ruoxi particularly kind-hearted. Though she appeared gentle, she was, after all, a demonic cultivator capable of ruthlessness. After conversing with a few individuals within the Emperor's banner and amusing little Wan Lin, Jun Lin was summoned by Luo Jie. "What is it?" "There are two individuals below. Shall we investigate?" Luo Jie pointed at the two figures below. Just as he finished speaking, Jun Lin had already taken to the skies on his sword, leaving behind the command. "Is there even a need to contemplate? Let's go." On the ground, a male and female disciple of the Tianhe sect were engaged in light-hearted banter. The female disciple, beaming, said, "Brother, you must protect me well in this secret realm." The male disciple, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, assuring her, "Do not worry. While I am here, no one shall harm you." However, just as he spoke, he witnessed his sister being sent flying by a blow from a red-haired man. The male disciple's eyes widened in shock. "What is happening? Why did you strike? Do you possess no sense of cherishing beauty?" The sudden attack took even Jun Lin aback. He had merely intended to inquire about the situation, yet Luo Jie had acted impulsively. "What was that? If you fancied her, you should have said so," Luo Jie replied, somewhat taken aback. Jun Lin shook his head, choosing not to argue further, and instead summoned the Emperor's banner, capturing the female disciple's soul. Indeed, she had been killed outright by Luo Jie's strike. There was no denying the severity of the action. After securing the female disciple's soul, Jun Lin smiled broadly, directing a seemingly benevolent gaze at the young man before him. "I believe I overheard you mention something about a secret realm. Speak the truth, and I shall reunite you with your sister. I will tell you everything." The youth responded without hesitation, relaying the details of several minor sects that had discovered a secret realm. Initially, these sects planned to send their disciples to investigate, but the Tianhe sect had learned of their intentions. Fortunately, the Tianhe sect, adhering to the principle of unity among righteous sects, generously granted them a few slots to participate. Today marked the second day since the secret realm's opening, and the male and female disciples were preparing to explore it. Jun Lin exchanged glances with Luo Jie. "What do you suggest? What else is there to say? We must go. Opportunities like this are not to be missed. I care not for the treasures that may lie within, but the amusement it may provide is certainly enticing. Who knows, we might even encounter a false child of destiny." Jun Lin mused with anticipation. "I have revealed everything. Can I go now?" The youth's plea caught Jun Lin off guard. "What do you mean? Do you not wish to see your sister?" The boy's face fell as he gazed at his sister's lifeless body. It was impossible to deny his sorrow. Yet he was terrified of death, and even more so of entering the soul-refining banner, a fate he deemed worse than death. Understanding the youth's misapprehension regarding the Emperor's banner, Jun Lin sighed. "This time, my brother is indeed at fault. However, your sister shall not be alone within the Emperor's banner. You must accompany her. Rest assured, entering my banner is not a bad fate." Chapter 49. From this moment forth, I am a demon of the magical path. After ensnaring the young man's soul within the Emperor's banner, Jun Lin and Luo Jie each took a token belonging to a disciple of the Tianhe sect and soared toward the direction of the secret realm. Before long, they came upon a massive gate standing prominently on the ground nearby, surrounded by a throng of cultivators. A glance revealed that most were of indiscernible cultivation levels. Observing this scene, Luo Jie felt a twinge of concern. What should they do? It seemed they could not proceed. His striking red hair was far too conspicuous. Although he possessed the token of a Tianhe sect disciple, should any suspicion arise, his true identity would undoubtedly be exposed. Unlike Jun Lin, he was somewhat more cautious about his life. Jun Lin pondered this and agreed. There were simply too many people here. The likelihood of Luo Jie being discovered if he approached was high. Therefore, what do you mean by we? Are we that familiar? Jun Lin remarked, removing his mask and donning a long robe with a serious demeanor. I am a disciple of the Wuyang sect, and my sect stands resolutely opposed to demonic cultivators. Luo Jie responded, bemused, while that was a swift change of face. What are you planning? Jun Lin pointed at Luo Jie and instructed, you should find a place to stay. Then he gestured to himself, I will venture in for a bit. Luo Jie understood, realizing that Jun Lin intended to abandon him. However, given the current situation, he indeed could offer little assistance. After all, Jun Lin was virtually invulnerable, so his safety was not a concern. Very well, he nodded, all right. I will look around nearby to see if I can find some solitary righteous cultivators. If I cannot enter the secret realm, I shall scavenge around outside. Good. I shall take my leave, Jun Lin said, not lingering any longer, and flew towards the secret realm's entrance on his sword. Upon reaching the immense gate, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man. The man did not even lift his eyelids, inquiring in a flat tone, which sect do you belong to? Chan sect, Jun Lin replied, maintaining his composure as he presented the token he had just acquired. Initially, he had intended to use the identity token of the Wuyang sect, for as a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect's sword peak, how could the Tianhe sect dare to disrespect him? However, in his haste to leave, he had not secured his own identity token. Thus, he had to make do with the newly obtained Tianhe sect token. The middle-aged man scrutinized the token in Jun Lin's hand, confirming it indeed belonged to his sect. Although he had never seen Jun Lin, it was impossible for every disciple to be known by sight within a sect so large. Very well, you may enter. Exercise caution, the man said, returning the identity token to Jun Lin. Jun Lin accepted the token and stepped into the secret realm. Observing this, the middle-aged man shook his head, lamenting the lack of courtesy among the disciples these days. Could they not even utter a word of thanks? Once inside the secret realm, Jun Lin was immediately transported to an unknown location. Scanning his surroundings, he found no trace of anyone else. Consequently, he donned his mask, changed into a black robe, and summoned the Emperor's banner. From this moment onward, he was a demon of the magical path. However, after meandering through the secret realm for over half an hour, Jun Lin had yet to encounter a single soul. He did, however, come across numerous demon beasts, but they held little interest for him. Was the secret realm simply vast, or were there too few people within it? Seated atop his sword, he felt a sense of boredom. If this was the case, he might as well have stayed out. You're searching in the wrong direction. I just checked, and at the far eastern edge of this secret realm, there lies the inheritance of a 7th-level powerhouse. Others should eventually converge there. Oh, Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Impressed, I concede that your education has proven somewhat beneficial. Indeed it has. Under the system's guidance, Jun Lin redirected his course, flying toward the location of the aforementioned 7th-level powerhouse's inheritance. According to the typical conventions of such tales, a grand scene like this would undoubtedly feature a protagonist who astounds all by seizing the inheritance. If that protagonist were him, he would reap the rewards of the inheritance. Victory, if it were not him, then the individual would surely be a false son of destiny, and after eliminating them, he would gain another ally for the Emperor's banner. He would still emerge victorious. Just as Jun Lin was filled with anticipation, Yin Ruoshi suddenly leapt from the Emperor's banner. Brother Jun Lin, she called sweetly from his back. What is it now? I am so bored. Brother Jun Lin, could you bring a couple of people to keep me company? Yin Ruoshi pouted. All the beings in the Emperor's banner are just big men, and it's so dull. That little girl Wan Lin doesn't know much about anything. Very well. Do you want males or females? Of course, females. Once Jun Lin acquiesced, Yin Ruoshi joyfully returned to the Emperor's banner. Jun Lin shook his head helplessly. As he soared on his sword, he surveyed the situation below, thinking it would not be too difficult to capture a couple of individuals. The only concern was frightening them. After all, the infamous reputation of the soul-refining banner made people wary of the Emperor's banner. He merely wished to create a loving family where no one would suffer harm. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the secret realm, two young maidens were being pursued by several men with sinister expressions. Demonic cultivators. Why are there demonic cultivators in this secret realm? One of the demonic cultivators, observing the two frantic girls ahead, revealed a wicked grin. Do not even think about escaping. You cannot flee from us. They never anticipated encountering such alluring purple-haired maidens within this secret realm. They were indeed fortunate. The white-clad maiden glanced back at the three pursuing demonic cultivators. Her teeth clenched tightly. The distance was closing rapidly. At their current speed, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Rather than face inevitable defeat, it was better to fight desperately now. With this thought, the white-clad maiden exerted all her strength to push her younger sister, shouting, "You run first." As her words fell, she brandished her long sword to confront the approaching demonic cultivators. "Sister, no. If we must die, let us die together. Besides, even in death, I will take someone down with me." Xiaoqing, refusing to heed her sister's command, chose to fight alongside the demonic cultivators. By chance, Jun Lin passed by this scene and was intrigued. He decided to observe from his sword. The clash between the sinister demonic cultivators and the beautiful maidens was surprisingly captivating, and it was evident that the two girls were no match for their adversaries. It would be convenient to collect their souls afterward to keep Yun Ruoshi company. Chapter 50. Is it my turn to be the hero? Indeed, as Jun Lin had surmised, the two young maidens were no match for the trio of malevolent cultivators. However, the sorcerers did not exert themselves too ruthlessly, for they intended to savor the amusement of tormenting the sister duo. After all, breaking their spirits would be a regrettable loss. At this moment, the white-clad maiden found her spiritual energy waning, and a sense of panic began to envelop her. Were they truly destined to perish here today? No. Even in death, she could not allow these accursed sorcerers to harm Xiaoqing. She must devise a means to ensure Xiaoqing's escape. As the white-clad maiden wrestled with her thoughts, her gaze was suddenly drawn to Jun Lin, soaring through the skies on his sword. A glimmer of hope ignited within her. Help had arrived. Yet, upon noticing the imperial banner floating above Jun Lin, despair washed over her. Another sorcerer had come. Moreover, one who could fly. The sisters were truly cornered now. Sister, Xiaoqing, too, had spotted Jun Lin above, a flicker of fear crossing her features. They were indeed without a route of escape. Ha! Two lovely beauties, surrender quietly, and we shall be most gentle. One of the sorcerers chuckled as he approached the maidens, rubbing his hands together. They had also noticed Jun Lin in the sky, but they were unconcerned. If worse came to worst, they could allow him to join the fray. It was no matter. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you," the white-clad maiden whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rose to confront the sorcerers. The sorcerers, mistaking her actions for resignation, smiled, their hearts momentarily softened. Jun Lin observed silently, feeling a surge of compassion rising within him. Yet, he had no intention of intervening, for he was now aligned with the sorcerers, and the souls of these maidens had already been claimed by his imperial banner. Boom! At that moment, the white-clad maiden chose to self-destruct, sending the nearest sorcerer flying. His limbs scattered across the ground. The shock reverberated through the remaining two sorcerers, Xiaoqing and Jun Lin above. Jun Lin nodded in approval. He rated the self-detonation a 9, reserving the final point out of fear of inflating the maiden's pride. Xiaoqing, initially stunned by her sister's sacrifice, was soon overwhelmed by profound grief and rage, charging at the remaining sorcerers. No, she intends to self-destruct as well. In a confrontation of equal realms, proximity to such an explosion could result in either death or grievous injury. Without hesitation, the two sorcerers fled, but a long sword suddenly barred their path. Frowning, they glanced up at Jun Lin. They felt the urge to curse, but Xiaoqing had already rushed in, her anger fueling an unprecedented speed. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose self-detonation beside the sorcerers. Boom! As the explosion subsided, Jun Lin descended on his sword. "You!" One of the barely surviving sorcerers raised a trembling finger towards him, seemingly intent on reproaching him. "You're not dead yet?" Jun Lin smirked faintly, advancing to crush the sorcerer's neck, liberating him from his agony. He then summoned the imperial banner. At that moment, the souls of the white-clad maiden and Shao Qing were drawn towards it. Please no. I beg you, don't let my sister enter the soul-refining banner. The white-clad maiden cried out in terror. Jun Lin paused, recognizing her distress, and reassured her, fear not. This is not the soul-refining banner. It is the imperial banner, and your sister will be safe within. The white-clad maiden could hardly believe his words. She wished to protest further, but she was already being drawn into the imperial banner. Jun Lin sighed, such deep sisterly affection. Bai Yi, step forward. Bai Yi emerged from the imperial banner. What is your command, young master? Jun Lin gestured towards the three sorcerers. You may consume their souls at your leisure, but ensure that these two sister souls are cared for by Yun Ruashi. Bai Yi nodded in understanding. 3 days later, having stowed the imperial banner, removed his mask, and donned a flowing white robe, Jun Lin arrived at the fabled site of the Seventh Realm's inheritance. Now, he was a righteous cultivator. Before him stood a grand palace, and not far from it, a battle raged between a man and a woman. Jun Lin scrutinized them closely, and upon noticing the dark spiritual energy emanating from the man, he was taken aback. Why are there so many sorcerers in this secret realm? What are the disciples of the Tianist sect doing? Are they not screening these individuals? How reckless to allow sorcerers within. This is negligence towards the disciples in the secret realm. Jun Lin condemned. Turning his gaze to the other combatant, he saw a strikingly beautiful maiden. Though she appeared to be at a disadvantage, sustaining wounds under the sorcerer's relentless assault. Familiar narrative. Now, it was truly time for me to be the hero. Jun Lin's heart raced with excitement. He was no longer a sorcerer, but a disciple of the Yuyang sect, a rightful hero assisting a fellow disciple of the righteous path. However, recalling the previous incident with the white-clad maiden, he refrained from acting impulsively. This time, he would be thoroughly prepared. If any false child of destiny dared to intrude upon his heroic moment, he would side with the sorcerers and ensure their demise. If not, he would personally intervene to rescue the maiden before him. With bated breath, he observed, as the young woman sustained severe injuries, her life hanging by a thread. No one else appeared to help. At this realization, Jun Lin soared on his sword toward her. Stop! Spare her life. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hold your hand. Spare her. Damn! Jun Lin immediately halted his advance, barely resisting the urge to unleash the imperial banner upon this interloper who sought to usurp his moment. Meanwhile, the sorcerer, poised to strike down the maiden, paused, turning to regard an elegant youth approaching with a folding fan. What do you want? The sorcerer coldly inquired. The youth shook his head. Ling Quan, you truly lack a sense of humor. Such a beautiful girl. To kill her would be a pity. Oomph. Ling Quan scoffed. What you intend is of no concern to me, but do not delay the matter. Ling Yi smiled slightly. Rest assured, I am well aware of my intentions. He stepped closer to the maiden, his expression shifting to one of concern as he observed her injuries. Look at how fiercely you fought. It truly pains my heart. Ling Quan merely stood by, coldly watching. You will soon find yourself dead beneath a woman's whims. From a distance, Jun Lin understood the situation and withdrew half of the soul-refining banner. It was merely a misunderstanding. Thus, his moment was still at hand. Stop! Release that girl! Jun Lin shouted, charging towards the two, as a long sword aimed at Ling He's hand reaching for the maiden's wrist. Ling He, startled by the sudden attack, narrowly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Lin wrapped his arms around the maiden, retreating several meters while hovering on his sword, surrounded by a multitude of floating swords. Casting a formidable gaze upon the two sorcerers below, the maiden, gazing at Jun Lin, felt her heart stir. She had thought herself doomed, perhaps even to face humiliation at the hands of the sorcerers before her demise. Yet, unexpectedly, a savior had appeared to rescue her. Moreover, as she beheld Jun Lin's handsome visage and the swords encircling them, her eyes sparkled with admiration. So handsome! Is this truly her destined child? Chapter 51. A sorcerer pretending to be noble, how impressive I am, Jun Ling declared, brimming with confidence. It is no wonder that protagonists in novels often relish the idea of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Whether he could win the heart of the beautiful maiden was secondary. The exhilaration of the moment was unparalleled. Indeed, the trope of a hero saving a beauty, while Klitsch, remains effective. In stark contrast to Jun Ling's spirited demeanor, Ling He seethed with fury. "Who dares to steal the one I desire?" he exclaimed. As he overheard Jun Ling speaking, he abruptly fell silent, realizing the rudeness of his remarks, which were unbecoming of a righteous cultivator. After a moment of reflection, he amended his words. "You shameless sorcerer, how dare you entertain illicit intentions towards my sex junior sister? You deserve punishment." Although his words still lacked decorum, Ling He felt it necessary to condemn his adversary. The young woman nestled in Jun Ling's embrace gazed up at him, her heart swelling with admiration. "How virtuous he is," she thought. Ling He, however, sneered, "Boy, before you play the hero, you ought to consider whether you possess the strength for it." Ling He's smile twisted into one of cruel delight, his murderous intent evident. "As a righteous cultivator, even if I am lacking in strength, I will not allow you sorcerers to act with impunity." Jun Ling spoke with righteous fervor, embodying moral integrity. "Am I to be likened to that arrogant fool in white?" Meanwhile, Ling Quan furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Be wary. He can wield a sword and is not easily dealt with." Ling He dismissed this with a scoff. "What are you worried about? Are you afraid of a mere mid-level cultivator? Anyone who dares to steal my woman must be prepared to face death." With that declaration, Ling He flicked his fan and charged at Jun Ling. However, Jun Ling soared into the sky on his sword, evading Ling He's assault entirely. Ling Quan slapped his forehead in realization. "As expected, I knew it." Jun Ling, capable of flight, stood on solid ground. They were at a disadvantage against him. "Come down here." Ling He glared at Jun Ling, suspended above. "Oh, why don't you come up here?" Jun Ling chuckled, bemused by Ling He's foolishness. Ling He's anger flared. "You, a so-called righteous cultivator, are just a coward." Jun Ling's smile faded, replaced by a cold huff. "I'm nothing like you sneaky sorcerers. Furthermore, if it means eradicating your kind, I would gladly accept the label of cowardice." The maiden gazed at Jun Ling with admiration. "How resolute he is." Ling He fixed his gaze on Jun Ling, or rather the maiden in his arms. "When has the woman I desire ever been taken from me? And now, she is within your grasp." Ling Quan, witnessing the unfolding drama, urged, "Let us go. We cannot contend with him." Without waiting for Ling He turned to leave, trusting that his brother would have enough sense not to linger. If Ling He refused to heed caution, then he would meet his demise. "Fine, I concede this time. But mark my words, boy, you shall pay for this next time." Ling He understood that continuing the confrontation was futile and departed with a parting threat. "Is that all?" Jun Ling watched their retreating figures, disappointment settling in. He had hoped to demonstrate his prowess as a senior disciple before the maiden. Alas, it was not meant to be. As he gazed after them, a cold smile crept upon his lips. They thought they could leave after uttering threats? Such a scenario was far too simplistic. Descending before the palace, Jun Ling gently set the wounded maiden down and offered her a vial of healing elixir. "Stay here and recover. Do not wander off. I shall pursue those two sorcerers." The maiden shook her head vigorously, grasping Jun Ling's arm. "No, that is far too dangerous." Jun Ling inhaled deeply, pushing her hand away. "As righteous cultivators, we cannot idly watch sorcerers escape. Even if it is perilous, it is our duty." The maiden's eyes sparkled with admiration, seeing him as a hero. Jun Ling turned to leave, his resolve solidified. "Damn it, can he fly and think himself impressive? Just wait until I reach the fourth realm. I will surely kill that insufferable brat." Ling He cursed, his frustration mounting as the prey he nearly captured slipped away. Ling Quan remained stoic. "It is merely a woman. When have you ever been without one? If you continue this way, you will only bring about your own ruin." Ling He scoffed, "You a perpetual virgin cannot fathom the allure of women. Once you experience it, you will understand." Ling Quan shook his head, choosing silence. He felt helpless regarding his brother's reckless pursuits. If only Ling He devoted the same energy to cultivation, he might have already attained the fourth realm. As they continued on their way, they suddenly spotted a vaguely familiar figure ahead. Ling Quan immediately drew his long blade, while Ling He frowned. "Get out of the way if you're a good dog. I am in no mood for nonsense." If you wish to avoid death, keep your distance. Oh, Jun Ling turned around, flashing a grin at Ling He. Didn't T.U. just say to wait for you? How unfortunate that I've caught up with you now. Seeing Jun Ling approach, Ling He erupted with rage. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. You fool. Ling Quan silently cursed. Jun Ling's audacity to pursue them indicated he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. At the very least, he could fly, placing him in an invulnerable position. Confronting him head-on was not a wise choice. As Ling He charged at Jun Ling. A sly smile crept across Jun Ling's face as he summoned the Imperial Soul Banner. The figure in white surged forth, confronting Ling He directly. This unexpected turn of events stunned both Ling He and Ling Quan. The soul refining banner. Ling Quan's heart raced in terror. Why does a righteous cultivator possess one? No, he is also a sorcerer. Ling He realized with a mix of fury and disbelief. You dare to masquerade as a noble cultivator while condemning your fellow sorcerers and stealing my woman. Ling He's anger intensified, fueling his actions. Caught off guard, he was struck back by the figure in white. Cough. Ha ha ha. You think you're the only one with a soul-refining banner? Ling He wiped the blood from his lips, summoning his own banner. Mine has absorbed the souls of 1,000 victims. I normally do not collect male souls, but today, I offer you the chance to join them. Ling He laughed maniacally, and in an instant, hundreds of souls erupted from his banner. Ling Quan watched in horror. You have lost your mind. The soul-refining banner is among the most sinister of artifacts, not only for its brutality, but because the souls within can consume their master. Ling He had imprisoned the souls of countless women, all of whom he had slain, especially the primary soul, whom he had tormented to death. Typically, he could suppress it, but should the primary soul find an opportunity, it would seek vengeance. In his current state, Ling He was beyond reason, deaf to Ling Quan's warnings. Merely gazing at the distant Jun Lin, he shouted with fervor, I am not mad. He must perish. Chapter 52. So you are the culprit. In the soul-refining banner of Ling He, thousands of restless spirits surged forth, among which the most potent presence was that of a woman clad in red. However, upon her emergence, the red-clad woman did not immediately launch an assault on Jun Lin, but instead turned her gaze towards Ling He. Ling He coldly scrutinized the woman in red, demanding with his eyes, what are you waiting for? Strike them down. A flicker of resentment crossed the red-clad woman's face as she commanded the multitude of spirits behind her to assault Jun Lin, while she herself faced Bai. What a grand spectacle, Jun Lin mused, observing the thousands of spirits charging towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately made the decision to self-detonate. In an instant, a violent explosion obliterated the nearest 100 spirits to Jun Lin. Self-detonation? Ling He was taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, how ridiculous. Has fear driven you to self-destruction? In stark contrast to Ling He's amusement, Ling Quan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss despite Jun Lin's apparent self-destruction before their eyes. He wished to caution Ling He, but, to his astonishment, Jun Lin had already appeared behind Ling He. Watch out! Ling Quan exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards Jun Lin. Upon hearing Ling Quan's voice, Ling He felt a chill run down his spine. Danger! He stepped forward instinctively, only to be ensnared by a long whip around his neck. The sudden force nearly severed his head from his body, leaving him no choice but to yield and be pulled back to his original position. Surprised to see that I am still alive? Jun Lin grinned, holding the whip he had seized from the white-clad girl. It turned out to be quite effective. How is this possible? Ling He's pupils constricted, for just moments ago, Jun Lin had seemingly self-destructed. How could he now be behind him? Ling Quan, having rushed over, hesitated to act recklessly. Let him go, and we will depart. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? On what grounds do you believe you have the right to bargain? With that, he yanked the whip forcefully. Ling He writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back as blood trickled from his neck. Help! Ling He gasped, struggling to speak. Ling Quan observed Jun Lin with a calm demeanor, weighing his options. After ensuring that Bai could withstand the situation, Jun Lin grew less impatient. He kicked Ling He to the ground, placing his foot on Ling He's back, tightening the whip around his neck. Farewell. Ultimately, Ling Quan chose to retreat, recognizing his own limitations against Jun Lin. As he turned to flee, Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. One audacious escape. With a fierce tug of the whip, Jun Lin decapitated Lingyi, then soared towards Ling Quan on his sword. Meanwhile, the red-clad woman, who had been attacking Bai alongside hundreds of spirits, suddenly halted, flung away by Bai's palm. Yet, even then, she did not engage Bai further, but instead stared blankly at the spot where Lingyi's corpse lay. Bai remained vigilant, suspecting a scheme, but the next moment, the red-clad woman charged towards Lingyi's remains. On the other side, Jun Lin caught up with Ling Quan and detonated himself multiple times, ultimately resulting in Ling Quan's demise. Gazing at Ling Quan's lifeless body, he couldn't help but remark, "I warned you not to run. Wouldn't it have been better to obediently enter the Emperor's banner?" Surely, the poor reputation of the soul-refining banner had dissuaded these individuals from willingly entering his Emperor's banner. If they only understood the benefits it offered, they would be honored to join. After collecting Ling Quan's soul into the Emperor's banner, Jun Lin hurried back, suddenly recalling that he had almost forgotten about Bai. He hoped that Bai had not fallen victim to the red-clad woman. However, upon arriving at the site of Lingyi's corpse, he was stunned. Lingyi had been reduced to a skeleton, with scattered flesh surrounding him. Was he devoured by dogs? Jun Lin grimaced, pondering the deep-seated hatred that could lead to such a fate. Seeing Bai approaching, Jun Lin inquired, "What transpired here?" Bai promptly explained. "After you left, the red-clad woman saw him dead and rushed over to tear him apart like this." Recalling the horrific scene still sent shivers down Bai's spine. Though the reasons remained unclear, the red-clad woman's animosity towards Lingyi seemed to stem from the depths of her soul, revealing a desire that was nothing short of primal. As Bai reflected, she felt a sense of relief. Most soul-refining banners cultivate a main soul through nurturing methods, eradicating all consciousness from the rest. After all, few wish to live in constant fear of numerous restless spirits. However, within Jun Lin's Emperor's banner, aside from those who had offended him, most retained their awareness. Having been by Jun Lin's side for some time, she understood his capabilities and character. He treated his allies with kindness. Furthermore, with Jun Lin's talents, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. And she, as his foremost follower and the Emperor's banner's primary enforcer, had a bright future ahead. Jun Lin gazed somberly at Lingyi's remains, shaking his head in silence. Such a tragic end. He had intended to collect Lingyi's soul, only to discover it had already dissipated. The remaining souls in the soul-refining banner were mere remnants, with the main soul of the red-clad woman nowhere to be found. He stowed away Lingyi's soul-refining banner, knowing that the mindless souls within could serve to enhance Bai and the others' powers in the future. By the way, has that boy relented? Jun Lin suddenly recalled the youth within the Emperor's banner. Upon confirmation, he learned that the lad was indeed a false child of fortune. Bai pondered briefly before shaking her head. "Not yet. He is quite stubborn. I'll go take a look." As Jun Lin's consciousness entered the Emperor's banner, he found the boy still enduring the torment of refinement. Yet, he remained silent, eyes closed and teeth gritted in determination. Jun Lin's unexpected arrival startled the previous pair of siblings and the girl in green. "What expressions are you two wearing? Am I truly that fearsome?" Jun Lin observed the cowering siblings and felt displeasure. "It was not I who killed your sister. I merely facilitated your reunion. Why look at me with such disdain? It truly irks me. Why, yes, my apologies." The sister hastily apologized, urging her brother to do the same. "Enough. I am not unreasonable. Since I promised to reunite you, I shall not tear you apart again. Stay here and observe. See how well that family of four is doing over there." Jun Lin waved his hand, turning his attention to the white-clad youth and the girl in green who had entered days prior. Upon noticing Jun Lin's gaze, the girl in green immediately hid behind Yun Ruoxi and the white-clad girl. Jun Lin sighed. "Fine, perhaps I am indeed a bit intimidating. Don't be afraid, Xiaoqing. Brother Jun Lin is very kind. Besides, it was my request for both of you to come in. You cannot blame him," Yun Ruoxi reassured, holding the hands of the two girls. Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yun Ruoxi. No wonder, upon her entrance, Yun Ruoxi had eagerly engaged her in conversation with her senior. Now everything became clear. "So, you are the true mastermind behind it all." Jun Lin approached the suffering youth, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a smile, he remarked, by the way, I still do not know your name. The youth opened his eyes and replied, Lin Xiao. Jun Lin nodded. A commendable name indeed. However, is it truly necessary for you to be so obstinate? Being stubborn with me is futile. When have I ever been obstinate? Lin Xiao questioned, perplexed. Hadn't he merely conspired for a brief moment upon entering? He had not been stubborn at all. Oh, you're still being obstinate. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiao was somewhat bewildered. What had he done? Had he not merely spoken the truth? Moreover, he had genuinely not been obstinate. Chapter 53. What a wonderful girl. It is a pity she does not enter the Emperor's banner. In recent days, Lin Xiao has been enduring considerable distress. Ever since Jun Lin departed from the Soul Refinement banner, he has been subjected to relentless torment, with nothing but pain to accompany him. Jun Lin maintained exquisite control over the situation, rendering the damage inflicted upon his soul virtually negligible. However, these past few days, he has witnessed the joyous scenes within the Soul Refinement banner. He observed the daily life of a family of 4, the warmth shared by a pair of siblings who had been captured, and the harmonious interactions between 2 young maidens and Yun Ruashi. This was not at all what he had envisioned regarding the Soul Refinement banner. Thus, he came to a realization. Why must he endure such agony here when he could easily join the others and cultivate in this place like Bai Yi? There was no need for him to stubbornly oppose Jun Lin. Consequently, he resolved to relent. Fortunately, today he encountered Jun Lin. Yet, upon merely stating his name, Jun Lin accused him of being obstinate. When had he ever been obstinate? Was this not an act of bullying against an honest person? Jun Lin remarks, you say you're not obstinate. Are you not unwilling to submit? Lin Xiao was utterly bewildered. When had he declared his unwillingness to submit? This was slander. Someone was defaming him. Jun Lin appeared somewhat surprised. So you were willing to submit? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Jun Lin dissipated the refining power from the Emperor's banner that had been afflicting Lin Xiao and turned to Bai Yi. Did you not say he was unwilling to relent? Bai Yi hesitated. Indeed, prior to the young master's departure, Lin Xiao had not uttered a word. You never inquired. How could you know whether I have relented? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that his prolonged suffering was due to this rascal before him. Do you not have a mouth? Bai Yi retorted. I endured a week of refinement and said nothing. Lin Xiao was left speechless. He was not eloquent and could not match Bai Yi's wit. Jun Lin shook his head. You too. While the process may be peculiar, the outcome is favorable. We now have 2 capable individuals within the Soul Refinement banner. He then handed over several souls that had been refined to the 2 of them. Thank you, young master. Bai Yi immediately expressed his gratitude respectfully. Thank you, young master. Lin Xiao mimicked, but felt somewhat awkward. Bowing to a demonic cultivator was something he had never contemplated. Jun Lin nodded and departed from the Emperor's banner. After retracting the Emperor's banner, he returned to the location of the 7th Realm's inheritance. At this moment, the young girl he had rescued was healing her wounds. Upon seeing Jun Lin return, she immediately stood up. Senior brother, are you all right? Not knowing Jun Lin's name, she could only address him as senior brother. Jun Lin shook his head. I am fine. I flew high on my sword. They had no means to harm me. It is a pity that I forgot to inflict a few wounds on myself upon returning. I am relieved to hear that. The girl was still not entirely at ease and scrutinized Jun Lin closely. Once she confirmed he was uninjured, she sighed in relief. Jun Lin reached out to ruffle her hair. Despite your severe injuries, you still worry about me. Hurry and focus on healing. The girl blushed, I understand. Stepping aside, she consumed a healing pill and began to absorb its effects while stealing glances at Jun Lin's profile. He is so handsome. After a moment, she could not help but inquire, Senior brother, I still do not know your name. Jun Lin, he replied casually, gazing at the palace before them. I am Lan Shi'er. You can call me Shi'er, she smiled brightly. All right, Jun Lin turned to her, focus on your healing. Once you have recovered, we shall explore this place together. Lan Shi'er looked curiously at the barrier surrounding the palace. Can we enter? Jun Lin shook his head. Not at the moment, but we should be able to later. While he himself could certainly enter, as this formation posed no obstacle for him, what would be the point of entering alone? Thus, he chose to wait. He anticipated that once others arrived, someone would surely break the formation, allowing them to enter together and witness the spectacle. I see. Lan Elfe nodded, though she did not fully grasp why they could enter later. However, it did not concern her. After all, being with Jun Lin ensured her safety. Days passed, and a considerable number of people began to arrive. Most were righteous cultivators, primarily disciples of the Tianhe sect. Yet, none could break the protective formation around the palace. Some deemed it hopeless to enter and left, while others chose to wait, believing the formation might open of its own accord at any moment. Why are there so many disciples from the Tianhe sect? Lan Shi'er murmured as she observed the clustered disciples. What is it? Jun Lin asked. Are the Tianhe sect disciples not well regarded? Lan Shi'er glanced at the nearby gathering of Tianhe disciples and quietly remarked, this secret realm was originally discovered by our sect, but later the Tianhe sect seized it forcefully. To avoid gossip, they reluctantly granted us a few spots as hush money. Jun Lin nodded. Having heard of this from the pair of siblings earlier, it did not surprise him. What the righteous sects? Did they truly believe that righteousness and integrity were their sole attributes? On the path of cultivation, how many would refrain from staining their hands with the blood of innocence? The demonic cultivators were not the only ones guilty. Righteous cultivators were equally so. Even kin could turn against one another, let alone strangers. Jun Lin lowered his gaze, realizing that only the brothers and sisters who entered the Emperor's banner were truly trustworthy. Should he allow Lan Shi'er to enter as well? After all, such a wonderful girl would cause him heartache if she were to perish at the hands of others. Brother Jun, which sect do you belong to? Lan Shi'er suddenly asked with curiosity. Wuyang sect. Wow. Lan Shi'er's eyes sparkled. The Wuyang sect is the foremost sect in our eastern region. No wonder Brother Jun possesses such integrity and strength. You hail from the Wuyang sect. Unlike those hypocritical disciples of the Tianhe sect, another day passed, and Lan Shi'er's injuries had nearly healed. On this day, the number of people gathered before the palace exceeded 100, although no one had yet breached the formation. As noon approached, the palace's barrier began to shimmer. Instantly, those assembled were filled with excitement. Their patience had not been in vain. Soon, the formation surrounding the palace completely dissipated, and the grand entrance swung open, seemingly inviting everyone to enter and explore. However, the cultivators exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to step forward, until a middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself and boldly enter the palace. The others, seeing that nothing untoward occurred, promptly followed suit. Brother Jun, shall we enter now? Latency looked at Jun Lin beside her. Of course, but remember to be cautious. There may be dangers within. Jun Lin affirmed. Lan Shi'er nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will stick by you and not wander off. Together, Jun Lin and Lan Shi'er entered the palace with the throng. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of two colossal golden lions. In addition, within the grand hall, several chests were present. Scattered across the floor were numerous elixirs, herbs, and treasures of gold and silver, the freshness of which remained uncertain. This spectacle instantly captivated the onlookers, rendering them nearly breathless with exhilaration. Many, driven by impatience, rushed forward to hastily collect the resources on the ground into their spatial rings. At that moment, however, the golden pupils of two lion statues flickered ominously. Jun Lin noticed this and, furrowing his brow, protectively shielded Lan Shi'er, retreating behind the crowd. Chapter 54. I was rescued by Brother Jun Lin, the hero. Suddenly, two golden lions sprang to life, lunging towards the martial artists in the grand hall who were seizing resources. In an instant, two individuals had their heads bitten off. This unexpected scene horrified everyone, causing them to retreat in panic. Jun Lin shielded Lan Shi'er as they moved to the side. It's over. We can't escape. A frantic voice suddenly cried out. Unbeknownst to them, the palace doors had closed, and no amount of strength could budge them. Meanwhile, the golden lions continued their ruthless hunt of those who had taken resources from the palace. We cannot allow these beasts to rampage any longer. Let's work together and take down one of them. A voice rang out from the crowd, quickly receiving the agreement of the others present. At this moment, Lan Shi'er, sheltered behind Jun Lin, tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Jun Lin, should we help?" After assessing the situation, Jun Lin shook his head. "No need. It's unnecessary. The lions are clearly targeting those who have taken resources." The combat prowess of the Golden Lions was astonishing, far surpassing that of third-tier martial artists. Yet, their focus remained solely on those who had taken resources from the Grand Hall. Even when surrounded by other martial artists, the lions did not retaliate. Lan Xiao not that, trusting Jun Lin. Moreover, she had little fondness for the disciples of the Celestial River sect. Before long, the two Golden Lions had dispatched their targets, and amidst the crowd's attack, they leisurely returned to their original positions, once again becoming statuesque. The onlookers exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in a futile effort. The recent assault had not affected the two Golden Lions in the slightest. What does this mean? Are these resources merely for display? Someone grasped the situation, feeling a surge of anger. If we can't take them, why are they here? Is it a test to see if we can resist temptation? A young man voiced his interpretation. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly came to a realization. Someone expressed their relief. "Thank goodness I didn't try to seize the resources, or I would have met the same fate as those poor souls." At this moment, several corpses lay scattered across the hall, blood pooling on the ground, staining the spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as the gold and silver treasures. Just then, the door leading to the next chamber swung open. The crowd rejoiced, believing they had passed the test, and were surely about to face the second trial. With the first trial as a cautionary tale, they were determined to maintain their integrity moving forward. As they advanced toward the next room, they could not help but notice the abundance of spiritual herbs and elixirs scattered on the ground. "I wonder if anyone else will perish," Jun Lin mused internally, surveying the corpses. "What a waste of fine souls. I shall collect them later. Brother Jun Lin, shall we go together?" Lan Xier's voice broke through his thoughts. "Of course. Since we cannot leave now, let us join the others." With that, Jun Lin and Lan Xier followed the crowd into the second chamber. Before them stood statues of various wild beasts, all crafted from gold. Wolves, dogs, lions, bears, tigers, and eagles were all present. Jun Lin's heart sank at the sight. Bloodshed was surely imminent. Is this inheritance truly so brutal? As Jun Lin pondered, a golden light flashed in the eyes of the beasts, and they sprang into action, charging at the crowd. Simultaneously, the palace doors shut once more, leaving no way to escape. Roars echoed as the beasts pounced, among them a golden dog targeting Jun Lin, accompanied by a golden eagle. "Be careful, Brother Jun Lin," Lan Xier exclaimed, thrusting her sword at the oncoming eagle. Jun Lin drew the seventh-tier spirit sword given by his master, swiftly severing the golden dog's paw and then decapitating it, stowing its remains in his spatial ring. The beasts in this second room were significantly less formidable than the two Golden Lions from the first. Yet, they were still capable of posing a threat to ordinary third-tier martial artists, like Lan Xier, who was currently besieged by two golden eagles. As she struggled against the flying foes, she suddenly felt a hand wrap around her waist, pulling her back swiftly. In the next moment, a sword danced through the air, swiftly dispatching both golden eagles. Lan Xier turned to see Jun Lin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So strong, so reassuring. Trouble. Jun Lin cursed inwardly. The material of these golden beasts was inferior and could not withstand his sword. However, he had no desire to assist in defeating them. He yearned for bloodshed. Thus, he surveyed his surroundings and eventually found a relatively secluded corner with fewer golden beasts. Protecting Lan Xier, he led her there, although golden beasts still approached. Their numbers were significantly reduced. Lan Xier hid behind Jun Lin, feeling a profound sense of security as she watched him slay one beast after another. She glanced at the other martial artists being attacked, chased, or even killed by the golden creatures, feeling incredibly fortunate. The bloody battle between man and beast raged on for over an hour before finally concluding. The ground was littered with countless golden fragments stained with blood, alongside numerous corpses. Human organs lay scattered, sending chills down one's spine. In the hall, apart from Jun Lin and Lan Xier, every other individual bore wounds. Observing this, Jun Lin swiftly inflicted several deep cuts upon himself. With the others in a weakened state and him in full health, he felt too conspicuous. It wasn't time yet. He wished to avoid drawing attention from the others, as that would diminish his enjoyment. Brother Jun Lin, you, Lan Sayo ga pet, covering her mouth in shock as she looked at the blood seeping from his wounds. Don't worry. Jun Lin gently ruffled her hair. Lan Sierra bit her lip and nodded slightly. Jun Lin had inflicted the wounds himself, not from the golden beasts, so she trusted his judgment. However, the severity of his self-inflicted injuries was alarming. She could see bone. What if danger arose? Ultimately, unable to hold back, Lan Sierra slipped a healing pill into Jun Lin's mouth. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other martial artists, who had relaxed in the grand hall. Upon seeing the injured Jun Lin and the unscathed Lan Sierra, they quickly understood. Impressive. Some could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This brother is truly a model among men. Quite admirable." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I were a woman, I might fall for you. You are truly exceptional. Please, you are hardly the type anyone would look at, regardless of gender. Hey, don't say that. There are always those with such tastes. True. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it was due to the conclusion of the palace trials, or perhaps it was the joy of survival that allowed the spirits of the crowd to relax considerably, even sparking playful banter among them. Among the surviving women, some cast envious glances at the unscathed Lan Sierra, who stood beside Jun Lin. How wonderful it would be if they too could possess a companion who would shield them from all perils. Lan Sierra, keenly aware of the envious stares from the other women, felt a surge of accomplishment within her heart. She had been rescued by Jun Lin, the hero, from the clutches of two demonic cultivators. Chapter 55. Boredom. I want to see rivers of blood. The door to the third chamber swung open, yet the crowd hesitated to enter. The golden lion of the first chamber and the group of golden beasts in the second had instilled a certain fear in them. None could ascertain what awaited them in the third chamber. The first chamber tested their resolve against temptation, the second their strength. What could the third entail? A young boy among them spoke slowly, but silence enveloped the crowd. They were oblivious to what lay ahead. Perhaps it was a dead end. Yet looking back, the palace's exit had already closed. Some attempted to push it open, but found themselves powerless. They had no choice. Entering the third chamber was inevitable. Remaining behind would only lead to a slow demise. At that moment, the previously quiet boy suddenly rose, exclaiming, rather than waiting here to die, "We might as well take a glance." With that, he strode towards the third chamber. Observing this, others began to stir, unable to contain their eagerness. Someone had taken the initiative. As previously stated, no one could be sure of the third chamber's nature. What if it held no danger? What if it was a treasure trove? No one wished to gamble on such probabilities. They had all fought hard to survive and could not bear to watch someone else reap rewards. Thus, some resolved to follow. Damn it, what business is it of yours to be the first? Others grumbled, but still trailed behind. Some hesitated for a long time, yet seeing others move forward, they too succumbed to the tide. Jun Lin naturally would not miss such an opportunity, leading Lan Sierra towards the third chamber. What greeted them this time was a skeleton sitting cross-legged before the crowd. Beside it stood a massive stone tablet. The sight of the skeleton, due to the earlier encounters with the golden lion and beasts, sent chills down their spines, prompting a collective step back, eyes warily fixed upon the ominous figure. At that moment, the stone tablet began to glow, revealing the ethereal form of an elderly man. The old man scanned the crowd before nodding. Quite a number have arrived. This exceeds my expectations." The crowd observed the old man with mixed emotions, some excited, some alert, and others in a state of panic. The old man glanced at the skeleton and sighed deeply. "Alas, I have awaited this day." He then turned to address the crowd. "Since you have come here, I presume you are seeking my legacy?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. A legacy from a powerful being. Their journey was not in vain. The old man paid no mind to their changing emotions and approached the stone tablet. "I am a puppeteer. Those you encountered earlier were puppets I crafted. Thus, my legacy pertains to the art of puppetry." He continued, "The legacy is inscribed upon this stone tablet, but there is only one copy. You may decide amongst yourselves who shall claim it. Oh, and my legacy includes the power to control the two golden lions you faced earlier." As he spoke, the old man's form began to fade. "Alas, I fear I shall not witness my inheritor." His tone was tinged with sorrow, and before he could finish, he vanished completely from view. Laozi could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, a legacy from a powerful being, and the control over those two golden lions. It's impossible not to be tempted, but with so many here, everyone will surely want this legacy." Given her strength, she felt she had little hope. It was best for her to remain behind Jun Lin. However, if he desired the legacy, she would undoubtedly lend her support. Yet, knowing Jun Lin's character, she doubted he would wish to fight others for it. He was too upright for such actions. The thought made her feel a twinge of sympathy for him. While she admired his integrity, sometimes such righteousness could be a hindrance. In stark contrast to Laozi's musings, the crowd within the chamber had begun to stir. A puppeteer's legacy, coupled with the power over the two lions. Who wouldn't he want to seize such fortune? Brothers, allow me to take this legacy first. I promise to share its contents with you all later, declared a black-clad youth at the peak of the third realm. His words prompted a flurry of glances among the crowd. Though they were all disciples of the Heavenly River sect, could he be trusted? Of course not. Who knew if he would conceal his true capabilities? "Oh, dear brother, it's not that we distrust you. It's just that you haven't proven yourself to us. And we're not familiar with you," another young man interjected, earning nods of agreement from the others. "I haven't seen you in the sect. How can we know you didn't steal someone's token to sneak in? Indeed, you might even be a hidden devil infiltrating our righteous sect. How can we trust you?" The crowd quickly adorned the black-clad youth with the title of a devil. "You." The youth was enraged. How could they slander him so? Were they not all fellow disciples? Just look at your attire. It resembles that of those devils. Indeed, once you acquire the legacy, you might summon those two golden lions to eliminate us. The crowd continued to hurl accusations, branding the black-clad youth as a devil. Jun Lin, pulling Laozi into a corner of the chamber to minimize their presence, watched the unfolding drama with interest. However, after a while, it became evident that they were merely exchanging words. Finding it dull, Jun Lin muttered under his breath, "Boredom, I want to see rivers of blood." Huh? Laozi tilted her head, wondering if she had misheard. Did her Jun Lin brother just express a desire to see rivers of blood? What's wrong? Jun Lin turned to her, his tone gentle, feeling a surge of anxiety. Had he inadvertently said something contradictory to his persona? His soft inquiry reached her ears, and gazing into his concerned eyes, Laozi's cheeks flushed. Surely, she must have misheard. How could such a good person as Jun Lin utter such words? And no, it's nothing. She rubbed her slightly reddened cheeks. Jun Lin smiled gently, brushing her long hair as he said, "It's good that there's nothing wrong. Once this matter is resolved, we should be able to leave." Respectively softly. Seeing her reaction, Jun Lin felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it seemed his persona remained intact. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly River sect had grown restless. How dare they? I will not only speak, but act. Just wait and see. The black-clad youth, fed up with the accusations, strode towards the stone tablet, determined to prove his innocence through action. He would not hide his true capabilities nor control the golden lions to harm anyone here. However, he did not realize that no one cared whether he concealed anything. What mattered was that the legacy must not fall into anyone else's hands. Exposed indeed, a figure surged forth from the throng, delivering a resounding strike upon the black-clad youth. The earnest black-clad youth, caught unawares, could scarcely fathom that a fellow disciple would turn against him. Already injured, he was sent hurtling away, colliding violently with the wall of the hall, nearly meeting his demise on the spot. The assailant, however, swiftly approached the stone tablet, for that was his true objective. Yet, he was not unnoticed. At the very moment he reached out, another figure charged toward him. With the first blow struck, there was no possibility of halting the ensuing chaos. The hall erupted into turmoil. Each individual understood that this matter would not conclude peacefully. Only those who survived until the end could claim the coveted legacy. The rest were mere stepping stones. In that instant, the notion of brotherhood vanished from their minds, replaced entirely by enmity. Even those who had no intention of vying for the inheritance found themselves inevitably ensnared in the fray. How could this be? Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Were they not brothers? Why they turned on each other with such ferocity. Fearful, she clutched at Jun Lin's garment, sensing that these individuals had succumbed to madness. Alas, faced with such temptation, even sworn brothers could become bitter foes. Jun Lin sighed deeply, outwardly portraying a visage of sorrow and compassion, while inwardly reveling in delight. How splendid! He relished the sight of bloodshed. Chapter 56. Adorable nudge. The individuals within the hall were already wounded, and as the conflict erupted, they fought with lethal intent. Soon a life was extinguished on the spot, which further ignited the bloodlust in others. The situation had undeniably escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Jun Lin and Laozi, seeking refuge in a corner, wished to remain uninvolved. However, they were soon discovered by a young woman from the Tianna sect. She had long envied Laozi for having Jun Lin, a partner who shielded her from harm. Simultaneously, jealousy consumed her. At that moment, the chaos of the situation and Jun Lin's blood-soaked appearance, which suggested he bore severe injuries, compelled her to attack both Jun Lin and Laozi. Laozi quickly positioned herself in front of Jun Lin, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? We do not seek to seize this inheritance." Jun Lin placed a reassuring hand on Laozi's shoulder, gently pulling her behind him. "Just watch quietly. Fret not. With me here, they cannot harm you." Observing Jun Lin protectively shielding Laozi, the girl's jealousy intensified. Why were such splendid partners reserved for others? Why had she never encountered a companion of such caliber? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she launched an assault on Jun Lin. Laozi, filled with concern, asked, "Jun Lin, are you all right? Perhaps I should take over." Though she had previously been bested by a formidable demon cultivator, it did not imply her inadequacy. It was merely that the demon was exceptionally strong. Additionally, Jun Lin's injuries had yet to heal, and should the fight escalate, the consequences could be dire. Hearing Laozi's worried words, Jun Lin's expression stiffened. "What is this talk? What do you mean by 'are you all right'? A man cannot utter such words." To prove his capability, Jun Lin engaged the girl in combat, wielding his sword despite his injuries, even allowing her to strike him a few times. Ultimately, he managed to thrust his sword through her leg, sending her sprawling away. Upon witnessing this, Laozi rushed over, her heart aching at the sight of Jun Lin's new wounds. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Why didn't you kill her?" Her brother Jun Lin was far too kind-hearted. Even after being treated so ruthlessly, he still spared her life. Laozi, despite her own feelings, found it hard to comprehend. Jun Lin merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, instead gazing silently at the tumultuous scene within the hall. After a long pause, he leaned against the wall, closing his eyes in sorrow. "Sierra, tell me, how are these individuals any different from the demon cultivators?" As he spoke, his voice trembled. The cruelty displayed among fellow disciples was astonishing. At a loss for words, Laozi glanced at the indiscriminate attacks occurring around them and then at the injured Jun Lin. Unable to contain her emotions, she knelt beside him and embraced him. "Brother Jun Lin, I understand how pained you are to witness this, but at a loss for explanation." She attributed it to the small size of her sect, where harmony prevailed among the disciples, and no one had ever quarreled over resources. They had always shared what was necessary. Therefore, she struggled to fathom why these people would resort to violence over an inheritance one could be shared. Laozi, confused yet empathetic, held Jun Lin tightly. "We would never act this way." "Indeed, we would not," Jun Lin replied, opening his eyes and gently stroking her hair. "What ist? Who dares to compete with me? I would explode in retaliation." He believed these individuals were overly sensitive, engaging in grandiloquent declarations before the fight commenced. Just then, an arrow flew toward Jun Lin. Reacting swiftly, he shoved Laozi aside, only to have the sharp arrow pierce his shoulder. The arrow had initially been aimed at his heart. He could have dodged, but felt no need to. Furious, Laozi glared at the shooter, another young woman, who had just retaliated against a fellow disciple attempting to kill her. Upon seeing Jun Lin and Laozi in an embrace, she could not tolerate it. Did they not see the chaos around them? How dare they indulge in such affection? With that, she prepared to sever their envious bond. Fortunately, Jun Lin's reflexes were too quick. He had not been struck fatally. Lancier, enraged, drew her sword, ready to confront the girl, but Jun Lin restrained her. "Let me handle this. Don't be impulsive. Brother Jun Lin, let me go. I will slay this scoundrel," she declared, her teeth clenched as she glared at the archer. "Calm down. Allow me to manage this," Jun Lin insisted, pulling her back and forcibly removing the arrow from his shoulder. It was indeed painful, yet fortunately, the girl did not poison her arrows. Or else, he would have been compelled to resolve the matter swiftly. Lancier, unable to resist, ultimately joined in the fray. Together, they managed to defeat the archer. Jun Lin bore additional wounds, yet they were not critical. He consumed a healing pill to restore some vitality and another to tend to his wounds, preventing any further deterioration. "Now let me take over. You are too injured, Brother Jun Lin. Lan Sayo in si." She resolved that should another ambush occur, she would not allow Jun Lin to engage again. Jun Lin simply smiled, saying nothing. Fortunately, perhaps due to the intensity of the battle, no one else dared to confront them. More than an hour passed. The hall was strewn with corpses, the ground soaked in crimson. Heads rolled about, their eyes still flickering with defiance. "Ha! I have triumphed. I have triumphed." Amidst the blood, a young man struggled to rise, laughing maniacally. However, he soon noticed the severely injured Jun Lin leaning against the wall and the unscathed Lancier beside him. Panic set in. If this girl decided to attack, he might not withstand it. Lancier, observing the unfolding situation, had an idea. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Brother Jun Lin, wait. I will kill him, and then you can claim the inheritance." This unexpected declaration startled not only the bloodied youth, but also Jun Lin. I could weep. Jun Lin, with great effort, managed to stand and placed a hand on Lancier's shoulder, shaking his head gently. "No need. I do not desire it." He then turned to the boy, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I am not interested in the inheritance. I merely wish to leave here with her." Upon hearing this, Lancier became anxious. Is this the time for such righteousness? He is no good person. "Trust me, dear," Jun Lin whispered into her ear. The warmth of his breath caused her face to flush. "Aye, very well." Though still somewhat reluctant, she felt compelled to trust her brother Jun Lin. The boy, witnessing the exchange between Jun Lin and Lancier, swallowed hard. Yet, fixating on the stone tablet, not far off, he steeled his resolve. "Brother, I toast to you." With that, he turned toward the stone tablet, remaining vigilant. Once he obtained the inheritance and controlled the two golden lions, he would ensure their demise. What transpired here must never be revealed. The youth approached the stone tablet, his hand trembling with excitement as he began to perceive the legacy contained within. However, in the next moment, a wave of confusion washed over him, swiftly replaced by terror. You, this is not a legacy. Ha ha ha, how foolish. I shall gladly accept your body." The exclamation echoed with a blend of the boy's fury and cries of anguish, intermingled with the sinister laughter of the elder. "Possession." Lancier gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in horror as she realized she had nearly jeopardized her brother, Jun Lin. Indeed, a subtle smile graced Jun Lin's lips, revealing no surprise. He had previously found it peculiar when the old spirit had proclaimed that only one could obtain the inheritance, even hinting at the control over the two golden lions outside, before dissipating with a look of regret. Such a seamless maneuver. At that moment, Jun Lin had suspected the old specter harbored ill intentions. Now, witnessing the unfolding events, his suspicions were confirmed. However, it was precisely the right moment for him to intervene. Jun Lin rose immediately, moving to the center of the grand hall amidst Lancier's bewildered gaze. He summoned his sword and swiftly dispatched the youth. In the wake of this, a dark, ethereal banner of the Emperor materialized, drawing in the souls of the deceased present. The struggling souls of both the boy and the elder were inevitably ensnared as well. Lancier observed this spectacle, her mouth agape in astonishment. Once Jun Lin had resolved the situation, he recalled that a little darling was watching him from behind, prompting him to turn around. Instantly, Lancier spun away, crouching down and murmuring to herself, I didn't see anything, I saw nothing at all." Jun Lin paused, a knowing smile spreading across his face. How adorable. Chapter 57. May I then be the primary soul? Such a charming presence deserves not to be wasted on the human sovereign banner. Jun Lin approached Lan Shi'er, recalling his human sovereign banner and playfully waving it before her. Did you truly see nothing? Lan Shi'er cautiously opened her eyes, and before her was the black mist entwined around the human sovereign banner. Startled, she shut her eyes again. No, Jun Lin, what are you talking about? I seem unable to see anything. Jun Lin couldn't help but laugh. Really? I find that hard to believe. Lan Shi'er pouted, feeling a sense of grievance. Then, when you eventually kill me, could you please be a bit quicker? I fear pain. Jun Lin leidlich zepterheit. With wounds like these, you should have resisted. Lan Elfea Zulkit. Aside from appearing gravely injured, how else do you resemble someone who is hurt? She was not foolish. She had merely been upset by the two girls from the Tianhe sect who had attacked her and Jun Lin earlier. Now, it dawned on her that Jun Lin was capable of slaying those golden beasts in the second realm with ease, and his injuries were self-inflicted. Yet, upon reaching the third realm, he had fought back against two injured girls of the third realm and even sustained injuries himself? How is that reasonable? It was blatantly intentional. Regrettably, in her concern, she had failed to notice this. Thinking of this, Lan Shi'er couldn't help but tug at Jun Lin's arm. Jun Lin, could you let me be the primary soul? The situation had become quite clear. If she were in Jun Lin's position, she certainly would not spare herself. Since her demise was inevitable, she might as well strive for some advantage. Although Jun Lin had deceived her, he had genuinely saved her and protected her throughout their journey. Thus, becoming the primary soul of the human sovereign banner might not be such a terrible fate after all. After all, she had no other choices. Being the primary soul would at least allow her to remain with Jun Lin. They could commit acts of violence together in the future. Who knows? Perhaps love would blossom over time. Suddenly, Leighton Sieta smiled, leaving Jun Lin momentarily taken aback. He shook his head, saying, "What has brought about this foolishness? We shall discuss this later. I need to investigate within the banner." He had just collected numerous souls, including the remnants of a seventh realm elder. He needed to ensure everything was in order, lest chaos ensue. By Ian Lin, Xiao might not be able to maintain control. Allericht, Lan Elfea obediently nodded. Watching as Jun Lin unguardedly plunged his consciousness into the human sovereign banner. One opportunity. She blinked, but quickly shook her head. No, Jun Lin must surely be testing her. If she were to strike now, she would undoubtedly forfeit the chance to become the primary soul. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. She was simply too clever. Within the human sovereign banner, dozens of disciples from the Tianhe sect and other sects gathered, fearfully observing their surroundings. Too terrified to act. Contrarily, the remnant soul of the seventh realm elder was met with Jun Lin's refining buff upon entry. He had no choice but to fear the elder, causing trouble. As Jun Lin entered, he approached the elder's remnant soul. As the master of the human sovereign banner, in a state of awareness, he was the absolute sovereign within. Of course, should a soul with overwhelming strength be collected, it could potentially overpower his refining banner. However, the elder's remnant soul, which had been dead for countless years, was incapable of doing so. "Elder, where do you find this place?" Jun Lin inquired with a smile. Though the elder was a remnant soul, his combat prowess should still be at the fifth realm, making him a candidate for recruitment. The elder's remnant soul scoffed, "Ha boy, to possess a soul refining banner such as this is quite unexpected." Jun Lin shook his head, correcting him, "You are mistaken. This is not merely a soul refining banner, but the human sovereign banner." The elder's remnant soul sneered, "Spare me your words. Just state your intentions. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Submit to me." Upon hearing Jun Lin's words, the elder's remnant soul was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! How amusing! Your strength may not be remarkable, yet your ambition is grand. You wish for me to submit to you? Very well, but those girls over there must be given to me." Yin Ruoshi, who was watching the spectacle with Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, immediately stiffened, unable to suppress her urge to curse. What audacity to harbor such designs against them. "Are you negotiating with me?" Jun Lin frowned, sensing the elder was somewhat oblivious to his circumstances. "Or else," the elder chuckled. Jun Lin smiled coldly, seizing the elder's remnant soul by the neck. "What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me?" Before the elder could respond, Jun Lin swiftly refined him. He then tossed the remnant soul at Bai Yi and Lin Zhao's feet. "Here you go. A great supplement." "Thank you, young master." Bai Yi immediately expressed his gratitude respectfully. "Thank you, young master," Lin Zhao echoed, though this time it flowed more smoothly. Even a remnant soul of a seventh realm powerhouse was a significant boon for them. This could potentially allow them to ascend to the fourth realm. "Oof. How dare you, old fool, harbor such intentions towards us?" An indignant Yin Ruoshi charged forward and kicked the now-refined elder's remnant soul. Jun Lin smiled at the sight. He then turned to address the new batch of guests. With arms outstretched and a calm demeanor, he spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, how do you feel about submitting to me? You, a demonic cultivator. We shall never submit to you. Indeed, the disciples of the Tianhe sect will absolutely not yield to a demonic cultivator. I think it might be possible." The atmosphere became tumultuous. Jun Lin smiled indifferently, raising his hand to snap his fingers. Those souls who had just declared they would never submit were instantaneously refined into pure soul entities. Silence fell over the scene. Jun Lin regarded the remaining dozen souls, stating, "We are but strangers, and thus I have no interest in elaborating. This is your final opportunity." The remaining souls exchanged glances. Those with resolve had already been refined. Naturally, those left were less resolute. They all chose to submit. Jun Lin nodded, pleased with these astute individuals. He turned to Bai Yi and said, "Bai Yi, these individuals are entrusted to you. Train them well. I have no need for disobedient subordinates. I shall not fail you." Bai Yi immediately accepted this weighty responsibility. Lin Zhao, observing from the side, scratched his head, feeling it was unfair he had no role in this. Just because he arrived later shouldn't merit such treatment. Though he wished to voice this, he dared not. Jun Lin departed from the human sovereign banner. Bai Yi glanced at Lin Zhao and lightly scoffed, the implication clear. Within the hall, Lan Shi'er squatted on the ground, supporting her face with her hands. She pondered how she might die without pain. As Jun Lin's consciousness returned, he crouched beside her, asking, "What are you thinking?" Lan Shi'er snapped back to reality, grinning. I was contemplating how to die with less pain. And look, Jun Lin, I didn't T-act during that perfect opportunity. Isn't that obedient?" Jun Lin couldn't help but laugh, nodding. "Indeed, very obedient. So I could be the primary soul, right?" Lan Shi'er looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Yes, you may be." Jun Lin gently patted Lan Xier's head. In his imperial banner, there was no distinction of main souls. However, since the girl wished to play that role, he decided to indulge her. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings of the palace. Although it appeared that the ultimate outcome involved the remnant soul of an elder attempting to seize control, the true inheritance existed not upon a stone tablet, but within the skeleton itself. Approaching the skeleton, Jun Lin pried open its skull, revealing a small stone tablet within. This was the genuine source of the inheritance. Channeling his spiritual energy, he began to comprehend the legacy contained therein. In mere moments, Jun Lin grasped the art of puppet mastery and the methods of puppet creation. Furthermore, this knowledge included the dominion over the two golden lions from the first chamber. As Jun Lin assimilated the inheritance, the stone tablet disintegrated into dust. He clapped his hands, feeling enlightened. Thus, the elder's remnant soul had spoken the truth, albeit concealing its desire for possession. "Let's proceed." Jun Lin tapped Lan Xier's head and made his way towards the second chamber. Lan Xier, holding her head, looked perplexed. "Brother Jun Lin, are you not going to kill me? Is it that you cannot bring yourself to do so? I shall grant you a little more time to live." "Oh," Lan Xier pouted, realizing her worries were unfounded. Upon reaching the second chamber, Jun Lin first gathered the remnants of those who had perished there, suppressing them, and then led Lan Xier into hiding. Lan Xier gazed at Jun Lin in confusion. He did not speak, merely raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. Immediately, she covered her mouth and nodded, refraining from uttering another sound. Several hours later, in the third chamber, amidst a sea of corpses, a severely wounded youth slowly began to rise. Chapter 58. Do not think you can slip away, you scoundrel. The youth collapsed to the ground, his injuries causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. The individuals he had just encountered had shown no mercy. Had it not been for his mastery of the breath concealment technique, he might have met a similarly gruesome fate as the others in this place. To his astonishment, there was a practitioner of dark arts present. This individual had been awake all along. Though initially paralyzed by fear, he had chosen to remain motionless and concealed. Fortunately, the dark practitioner had not detected him. Yet, for safety's sake, he feigned death for several hours. Only after confirming the absence of any disturbances did he finally rise. Struggling, he retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and sat cross-legged on the ground to mend his wounds. In his current state, venturing outside would likely lead to a grim demise at the hands of a monstrous beast. Thus, paradoxically, this place had become the safest refuge for him. However, just as he began to channel his energy, a noise pierced the silence nearby. Clap, clap, clap. It sounded like applause. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he swiftly turned around. Before him stood a young man, accompanied by a girl who gazed at him with curiosity. "I knew you were hiding here," the young man said with a smirk, scrutinizing the youth from head to toe. Initially, he had not been certain of the other's presence. But after calculating the number of souls he had recently collected, he realized one was missing. Thus, he had waited for several hours, anticipating when this boy would reveal himself. "Why are you still here?" The youth felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The dark practitioner was still present. Moreover, it seemed the individual was aware of his pretense of death. How could this be? His breath concealment technique was so adept that even his master might struggle to perceive it. "I'm here waiting for you," the young man replied nonchalantly as he approached the youth. The latter took a deep breath. "What do you want?" "Me?" The young man chuckled lightly. "Why, that would be—" "Oh." Before he could finish, the youth lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward the young man's chest. Yet, the young man did not evade the attack. He bore significant injuries himself and felt it was time to regain his strength. "Brother Jun Lin," the girl named Laozi gasped in shock, rushing forward to cleave the youth in half with her own sword. She then turned, concern etched on her face. "Brother Jun Lin, are you all right?" Jun Lin stared at the lifeless body of the youth, his mouth agape. Wait, this girl is surprisingly swift. Moreover, the most pressing issue was the sword had pierced his chest. Did he appear unscathed? He playfully tapped Laozi on the head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, if I were to be in trouble, you'd be fine too, right?" Instinctively, Laozi covered her head but quickly realized, smiling, "It seems that's true. I won't die then." Yet she added, "But Brother Jun Lin, you are the one who's going to die." Though Jun Lin was a practitioner of dark arts, he had always treated her kindly, even promising to make her the master of the Soul Banner. She was indeed relieved that she was safe. But the thought of Jun Lin potentially perishing left her heart heavy. "Rest assured, I will not perish," Jun Lin declared as he pulled the sword from his chest. He felt his vitality surging, despite the blood loss. He was not yet on the verge of death. With a swift motion, he drew the blade across his neck. As his head rolled to the ground, Laozi's eyes widened in horror. "Huh?" She crouched down, gently lifting Jun Lin's head, her emotions a whirlwind. "Let us return to the sect and bury you. I cannot allow this place to become your resting ground." However, just as she prepared to store Jun Lin's body in her spatial ring, it suddenly dissipated into starlight. "Huh?" Laozi was once again taken aback. "What? Not even a body left behind? What are you doing?" Jun Lin's voice suddenly echoed beside her. Laozi looked up, seeing a perfectly intact and even more handsome Jun Lin standing before her, utterly bewildered. "Huh? Am I imagining things again?" Jun Lin waved his hand in front of her face, bemused. "Is this girl really so shocked by my suicide that she has gone daft?" Finally, Laozi snapped back to reality, leaping with joy. "Wow. Brother Jun Lin, you're not dead." Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "What did you think?" "But my survival means you should be worried for your life. Why are you so happy?" "Oh, in that case, why don't you pretend to be dead again? I'll just assume you've passed on. How about that?" Laozi suggested shyly. "That's a clever idea, but it won't work." Jun Lin ruffled her hair. "Stop thinking about those things." "Oh," Laozi pouted, slightly dissatisfied, but then recalled Jun Lin's resurrection. Unable to restrain her curiosity, "Brother Jun Lin, didn't you just have your head chopped off?" How did you come back to life? Naturally, it's because I am immortal. Even if you were to dismember me, I would still survive. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to come here as a practitioner of dark arts? Jun Lin explained while summoning the soul banner, capturing the soul of a youth Laozi had slain. Laozi tilted her head, curious. Isn't it because you're really strong? Jun Lin pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. You have a keen eye. Hee hee. Laozi giggled. But don't think that will allow you to slip away, Jun Lin said, playfully pinching her soft cheek. He then led her towards the palace exit. Along the way, Laozi trailed behind, confused. Brother Jun Lin, aren't you going to kill me? Jun Lin halted, turning to face her, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this girl be the heroine of a reincarnation tale? Did she know the benefits of entering the soul banner? Why was she so eager? After all, entering the soul banner didn't seem to offer any immediate benefits. I've never encountered someone so eager to enter the soul banner, he remarked. Laozi tugged at his arm. Well, I'll have to go in eventually. You can't just let me go, right? After all, Jun Lin was a practitioner of dark arts. He would never allow her to leave. If roles were reversed, she would surely keep him within the soul banner to accompany her forever. Jun Lin chuckled at this thought. The little one is rather perceptive. However, whether he allowed Laozi to leave or not made little difference to him, as no one in this world could truly threaten him. Yet, considering he had saved her, it would be a waste not to take her into the soul banner. And besides, she seemed to agree, didn't she? But he was never a man in a rush. If he were, Laozi would have entered the soul banner long ago. Upon arriving at the first chamber of the palace, Jun Lin assessed the two golden lions guarding the entrance. Confirming he could dominate them, he stored them in his spatial ring. At the exit, just as he pushed open the palace door, he noticed a considerable number of people gathered outside. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to Laozi. Hide here. I'll go check it out. Huh? Oh, okay. Laozi nodded. Though uncertain of what was happening, she followed his instructions obediently. As she concealed herself behind a wall, Jun Lin stepped outside, pushing the palace doors open. At this moment, a group of martial artists had gathered outside the palace. As Jun Lin emerged, he immediately caught their attention. Why are you the only one who has come out? Inquired a robust man who stepped forward. Jun Lin shrugged. What business is it of yours? Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? The burly man pushed Jun Lin, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. With a look of astonishment, Jun Lin gazed at the man. Are you provoking me? The burly man smirked disdainfully and pushed Jun Lin once more, saying, What if I am? Provoking me? You just ignited a powder keg. Chapter 59, Should we leave them with complete corpses? Boom! A violente explosion érupted, not only affecting the burly man, but also sending several onlookers flying. As for the burly man closest to Jun Lin, he was utterly obliterated. Cough, cough. What has happened? How did this kid suddenly self-destruct? A boy, covered in dirt, crawled up from the ground. The incident had been so unexpected that he hadn't had time to react and was thrown back by the shockwave. Fortunately for him, he fared better than those closer to the explosion, some of whom were now spitting blood. Dare to provoke me? Are you joking? Thinking I made of cotton? Jun Lin appeared before the crowd and scathed. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. How could he emerge unscathed after such a self-detonation? It seemed impossible. The only plausible explanation was that this young man had obtained an extraordinary treasure from the palace. With this thought, several individuals in the crowd began to devise their own plans. One man spoke up, Kid, we won't make things difficult for you. Just tell us what you acquired in this palace, and we will let you go. Oh, is that true? Jun Lin responded, somewhat surprised. Do people today really enjoy fabricating such easily discernible lies? The man nodded, affirming its authenticity. Jun Lin contemplated for a moment before conceding. All right, I believe you. In fact, I have obtained the complete legacy of a powerful puppeteer. As soon as this statement left his lips, an eerie silence fell over the scene. A few individuals, unable to suppress their excitement, began to tremble with anticipation. One relatively composed person inquired, Is that so? Then why is it that you are the only one who emerged? Jun Lin earnestly explained they fought over the legacy and ended up perishing inside, allowing me to take advantage of the situation. After reflecting on his words, he felt confident they were not a lie. Indeed, you are not deceiving us. However, upon hearing Jun Ling's response, the man scoffed. Do you think we would believe that? You must have killed them all for the legacy. Your actions are no different from those of a demonic cultivator. Ah, Jun Ling scratched his head. Is it possible that he truly is a demonic cultivator? How could he possibly differ from one? Are you out of words? Hand over the legacy now, and we will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for our rudeness. Rudeness? What do you mean by that? It seems you are determined to provoke us. Today, I will seek justice for my fallen brothers. As the words left his mouth, the man wielding a spear charged forth. Impressive. Jun Ling genuinely applauded the man before him. The way he spoke was indeed grandiloquent, leaving no room for criticism. Thus, Jun Ling engaged in combat with the man. Seeing this, the man's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, that massive explosion capability could not be used carelessly. The remaining spectators began to feel a thrill. Since Jun Ling could not explode as before, he posed no threat to them. They merely needed to subdue him, and the legacy would be theirs. With this in mind, several others joined the fray, while some continued to watch. A couple even chose to leave, recognizing that wagering their lives for an uncertain legacy was a foolish gamble. As more individuals participated in the siege against Jun Ling, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Laozi blinked her large, watery eyes, curiously watching the unfolding scene. Knowing Jun Ling was indestructible, she felt no concern. Instead, she was intrigued as to why Jun Ling did not simply eliminate these people, as he clearly had the ability to do so. At that moment, Jun Ling decided it was no longer necessary to feign weakness and swiftly killed one of his attackers with a single stroke of his sword. He then raised his hand, summoning two enormous golden lions. The legacy of the puppeteer included the methods and information to control these two lions, which possessed combat prowess comparable to a fifth-tier expert, albeit limited to the ground, as they had not been given wings and could not fly. Nevertheless, they were more than sufficient. Standing atop one of the golden lions, Jun Ling declared, "What a pity. The puppeteer's legacy includes these two golden lions. If you can defeat them, perhaps I will surrender willingly." The oppressive aura emanating from the golden lions began to instill a sense of dread among those who had come to confront Jun Ling. They could no longer suppress their desire to retreat. However, the lions were quicker. As one individual attempted to flee, a lion immediately pursued him, crushing his skull with a single paw. The scene left the others in utter shock. Instantaneously defeated? How could they possibly fight back now? I no longer want the legacy. Spare me. Brother, I was wrong. It was this guy who incited me. I had no intention of seizing your legacy. Ha ha ha. Now, does pushing me forward help? Do you really think he will let you go? Ha ha ha. Fools. We are all doomed. You scoundrel. If it weren't for you slandering our brother, how could we have done such a thing? I believe our brother would never indiscriminately kill. Listening to the incessant blame being thrown around, Jun Ling nodded in agreement before turning his gaze to the curious Laozi peering from the palace. He summoned her over with a wave of his sword. Smiling at the crowd now, "Don't say I lack compassion. Let this little one judge her fate. If she says to spare you, then I shall let you go." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within the crowd. A young man hastily praised, "This sister, possessing unparalleled beauty and grace, must surely be kind-hearted and reasonable." At this statement, the surrounding individuals gasped. What a clever tactic! Seeing this, the crowd began to shower Laozi with compliments, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. She buried her face in Jun Ling's chest and said, "Am I really that good? Jun Ling Gij, why not leave them with complete corpses?" What? The moment Laozi spoke, those who had been praising her fell silent, realizing they had been duped. Some could no longer contain their anger and were about to curse, "You wicked." However, before they could utter another word, a golden lion swiftly bit off their head. Seeing this, the remaining crowd understood that this pair was deliberately toying with them. They attempted to flee, but their speed could not compare to that of the golden lions. Jun Ling regarded Laozi with a hint of surprise. He had initially thought she would advocate for sparing these individuals and had even prepared for a change in demeanor. However, her response was truly unexpected. "Jun Ling Gij, why are you looking at me like that? Laozi Guetin, Bu Dao." Did she misinterpret his intentions? Yet, those individuals had attacked her Jun Lin Gij, so perhaps their demise was warranted? It's nothing. Jun Lin gently shook his head, collecting the souls of the fallen lions into the imperial banner. With nothing else to occupy his time, Jun Lin wandered around the secret realm a few more times, ensuring that nothing was overlooked before preparing to leave. Outside the secret realm, an elderly man sat near the entrance, his expression stern as his icy gaze scrutinized each individual emerging from the realm. He was exceedingly displeased, for the soul lamp of a newly accepted disciple had shattered, and that disciple's final destination, it is indeed this secret realm. Chapter 60. I do not succumb to pressure. At this moment, as Jun Lin and Lan Shi exited the secret realm, they were taken aback by the solemn scene outside. What was happening? Jun Lin glanced at the crowd fixated on him, then shifted his gaze to an elderly man nearby, whose expression was stern. Had something occurred? The elder scrutinized Jun Lin and Lan Shi, furrowing his brow. Which sect do you belong to? Giyu Sekt? Lan Elfer replied succinctly. Jun Lin hesitated for a moment, as the individual who had previously admitted him was also watching. Therefore, he solemnly declared, I am from Tian's sect. The elder chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? Then do you know who I am? This seemed to be a precarious situation, although he was unaware of why this elder was present. It was evident that doubts had arisen about him. After much contemplation, Jun Lin ultimately chose to feign ignorance, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I do not know. You may do as you wish. The elder nodded, his smile fading. Good, very well. Since you do not know, I shall enlighten you. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had been observing the unfolding drama stepped forward. He addressed Jun Lin. Will you surrender now, or shall I give you a beating before you do? Confronting a third-tier martial artist, he felt no pressure whatsoever. However, being a disciple of his own sect, he preferred to avoid unnecessary violence. Yet, this unfortunate fellow was in for a rough time. Not only did he not recognize Elder Wang, but he also chose to speak so rudely at the elder's most irate moment. A lesson was undoubtedly in store. Yun Ling Faunil. Surrender? What nonsense! However, before he could react, Lan Shi suddenly stepped forward and declared, Brother Jun Lin, leave this to me. Huh? Jun Lin was puzzled. Did this girl possess some extraordinary identity? In the midst of his confusion, Lan Shi approached, turning back to him. By the way, Brother Jun Lin, be ready. Jun Lin. He couldn't comprehend what Lan Shi intended to do. Suddenly, she placed her hands on her hips and pointed at the advancing middle-aged man. Do you dare to provoke me? The unexpected accusation left the middle-aged man bewildered. What is this? What business do you, a disciple of Gui West sect, have here? Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, What have I done to provoke you? Provoke me. You provoked a bomb. Lan Shi charged forward, initiating a self-detonation. The abrupt explosion left the middle-aged man stunned. Even Jun Lin was taken aback. Don't imitate everything, please. Lan Shi's self-detonation did not create a significant commotion, as most of those gathered were formidable figures from Tian's sect. A third-tier martial artist like Lan Shi would only cause minor injuries at most. If they were prepared, they would emerge unscathed. What nonsense! The middle-aged man cursed, bewildered by the sudden self-detonation of a young girl. What kind of behavior was this? Yet, noticing Jun Lin's dazed expression, the middle-aged man recalled that the girl had called him brother. Panic surged through him. This kid wouldn't dare self-detonate too, would he? Thus, the middle-aged man immediately exuded the aura of a peak fourth-tier martial artist, attempting to intimidate Jun Lin. You better behave yourself. Don't follow that little girl's example. Your life is far more valuable than a woman's. Don't act recklessly. Feeling the pressure the middle-aged man imposed upon him, Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. I do not succumb to pressure. Boom! Another violent explosion reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, a soul-collecting banner appeared, swiftly enveloping Lan Shi's spirit before vanishing. Upon witnessing this, the elder was taken aback and immediately stood, extending his consciousness to search for traces of demonic cultivators. Behind, without hesitation, the elder struck backward with a palm, only to be met with a violent explosion. The close-range blast caused his hand to tremble as he gazed into the massive crater before him. Self-detonation. Yet another self-detonation. Were these individuals truly fearless of death? In the span of mere moments, 3 had exploded. Moreover, when had the last self-detonating individual approached him unnoticed? You all continue your inquiries here. If anyone knows what transpired in the secret realm, inform me immediately. The elder's tone was frigid, his mood quite foul. The 3 who had self-detonated could very well be the culprits behind his disciple's demise, yet they had all perished in explosions. Did this count as avenging his disciple? Perhaps. But it felt too hasty, so much so that he experienced no sense of satisfaction in revenge. Furthermore, regarding the soul-collecting banner, it had merely appeared for an instant, captured a soul, and vanished. He had not detected any traces of demonic cultivators nearby, nor any lingering aura of the banner. This could only signify one thing. Either the demonic cultivator had already departed, or their strength was equal to or surpass his own. Perhaps the hidden demonic cultivator's target was Tiana's sect. This was not favorable news. He must find a way to convey the situation back. Otherwise, they might all perish here. Alas, his cultivation was still too low. However, this insignificant Tianhe sect, he would remember this grievance. As Jun Lin journeyed back to his sect, he observed the surrounding scenery. The individuals gathered before the secret realm were all formidable figures of the 4th and 5th tiers from Tianhe's sect. The elder might even be a 6th-tier sect elder. Once his cultivation improved, he would surely pay a visit to Tianhe's sect. For now, he should return to his own sect and enhance his abilities to ensure that his next self-detonation would not be in vain. As for Luo Jia, he had searched around but found no sign of him. He had also forgotten to establish a rendezvous point. Thus, he would have to rely on Luo Jia's resilience. That fellow was quite tenacious. On the way back to the sect, Jun Lin released Lan Shi'er, whom he had captured in the soul-collecting banner. At that moment, she seemed somewhat dazed. What had she just seen within Jun Lin's banner? She had witnessed a multitude of souls retaining their consciousness. 2 men commenting on the boy she had slain in the palace, and a girl named Yin Ruashi who had been particularly enthusiastic, asking her numerous questions. Was this truly the soul-collecting banner? It was somewhat different from her expectations. Shouldn't it be a primary soul controlling hundreds or thousands of other souls? How peculiar. Yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Noticing Lan Shi'er in a stupor, Jun Lin found it odd and waved his hand in front of her. Huh, Brother Jun Lin. Lan Shi'er finally snapped back to reality. Well, as long as you're fine. I was worried you had lost your soul, Jun Lin said, relieved. He then gently tapped her on the head. Don't imitate everything. I self-detonate because I am indestructible. You lack my capabilities, and you would be left with nothing but ashes. Lan Shi'er chuckled. I know, Brother Jun Lin, that you wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. So I took the initiative. Chapter 61. Oh, my poor senior brother who harms his own sect. Upon returning to the Wuyang sect, Jun Lin hastily made his way to the back mountain of Yujian Peak, where Bai Shihe resided. At this moment, Bai Shihe was indeed present, though her mood was far from pleasant. The recent loss of a newly initiated junior brother weighed heavily on her heart, and now her senior brother had encountered some troubles as well. Such misfortunes made her question whether she was a harbinger of calamity. One problem after another. Would her master be next? As Bai Shihe pondered these thoughts, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. She blinked in surprise, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was her long-missing junior brother. Unable to contain her curiosity, she was on the verge of inquiring about Jun Lin's whereabouts during his absence. It was not just her master who was anxious. The elders of the sect were as restless as ants on a hot pan. Before Bai Shihe could voice her questions, Jun Lin, with a sorrowful expression, leaped into her embrace. Ooh, senior sister, I was bullied, he cried, evoking both pity and concern from her. Hey, calm down. Bai Shihe gently pushed him away. Why do you return with such theatrics? With a heart full of sorrow, Jun Lin lamented, prompting Bai Shihe to feel a twinge of compassion. After all, he was her junior brother. Furthermore, when had disciples of the Wuyang sect ever been victimized by others? She inquired, who bullied you? Jun Lin explained, when I left the sect, I undertook a mission to investigate the presence of demonic cultivators in Qingshao City? Bai Shihe responded, momentarily taken aback. Oh, that place? It has indeed been confirmed that there are several demonic cultivators there. Senior brother is preparing to lead a team to confront them. Jun Lin's expression shifted. Is that so? But this senior brother, I have never met, is actually going to confront the demonic cultivators of Qingshao City? He must possess considerable strength. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, what is our senior brother's cultivation level? I almost forgot. Come with me quickly. Bai Shihe abruptly changed the subject, grabbing Jun Lin and soaring into the skies on her sword. Wait, what's going on? Has something happened to senior brother? Jun Lin questioned, bewildered by her sudden urgency. Bai Shihe shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I only heard from our master that someone accused senior brother of harming his fellow sect members and stealing the sect's treasures. He is currently being questioned in the law enforcement hall. Jun Lin was taken aback. What? He returns only to be met with such shocking accusations? My dear senior brother, who is supposed to seek vengeance in Qingshao City, cannot fall like this. As they made their way to the law enforcement hall, Jun Lin could not help but ask, surely our senior brother is not that kind of person, right? Bai Shihe glanced at him. If not, then what? Go and inquire. Senior brother has always had a stellar reputation within the sect. She too found the situation perplexing. It had only been 2 days since her senior brother emerged from seclusion. How could he suddenly be accused of harming his fellow disciples and stealing treasures? She strongly suspected foul play. However, until the truth was revealed, they should first see what the law enforcement hall had to say. If there truly was a false accusation, then their sword from Yujian Peak would not be ineffective. Jun Lin nodded. After all, he had never personally met Bai Ziyi, so he was uncertain of what kind of person his senior brother truly was. But a brother with such a good reputation surely would not commit acts of harming fellow disciples or thievery. Was it possible he, like Jun Lin, appeared as a righteous cultivator while secretly harboring dark tendencies? That seemed improbable, as such behavior would surely lead to exposure within the sect. Wasn't he that courting death? As Jun Lin contemplated the possibility of his esteemed senior brother being wronged, he arrived at the law enforcement hall alongside Bai Shihe. At that moment, a considerable crowd of curious disciples had gathered. In the center of the grand hall stood a young man clad in white, his long white hair cascading down his shoulders, his demeanor serene. Jun Lin recognized him as Bai Ziyi, his senior brother. Opposite him stood a shifty-eyed young man, whose appearance suggested he was not to be trusted. Of course, this was merely Jun Lin's initial impression. As Jun Lin approached the law enforcement hall, he seized the opportunity to ask a nearby junior sister, "Excuse me, do you know what is happening here?" Initially annoyed by the sudden inquiry, the junior sister softened upon seeing Jun Lin and pointed to the young man in the hall. That scoundrel is the one who slandered senior brother Bai. The matter has yet to be clarified. It may be premature to declare it slander just yet. A junior brother interjected hesitantly. What? The junior sister's displeasure was evident. What nonsense are you spouting? How could senior brother Bai possibly commit such acts? It must be slander. And you dare to defend that scoundrel? You must be in cahoots. Sisters, teach him a lesson. As her words faded, several other junior sisters and brothers with similar sentiments surged forward to confront the junior brother, showering him with punches and kicks. Jun Lin silently tipped back, contemplating the sheer chaos of it all. How tragic. Yet, one could not deny that his senior brother was indeed well loved by the junior sisters. Reflecting on it, Bai Ziyi's looks were only slightly inferior to his own. At that moment, seated at the highest point of the law enforcement hall, was an elderly man with red hair. Although he appeared aged, his robust physique exuded a certain beauty and strength. Yanni's mood was far from pleasant today. Recently, the sect's extraordinary talent had vanished shortly after joining Yujian Peak. After scouring the entire sect without success, they eventually discovered he had left on a mission. Now, they were trying to investigate the specifics of Jun Lin's mission and his whereabouts. Just then, someone accused Bai Ziyi, the sect's esteemed disciple, of harming his fellow disciples and stealing treasures. Damn it, he thought. The situation with Jun Lin was already troubling. And now this? Who could remain calm? To make matters worse, the head of the law enforcement hall had gone into seclusion. Yet because this matter involved a direct disciple, it cannot be treated lightly. Thus, the task fell upon the shoulders of a peak master from the divine fire peak. Had it not been for recently taking in a gifted disciple, which had lifted his spirits, he might have exploded in frustration. Janikirst inwardly. He believed that such matters should be resolved swiftly, either by execution or by crippling the offender's cultivation and expelling them from the sect. If that did not suffice, they could be forced into servitude at the divine fire peak for life. Casting a glance at Bai Ziyi and then at the spirited youth opposite him, he scrutinized them closely. I don't recognize you, he said, addressing the youth. What is your name? The youth stood tall, raising his head with composure. Reporting to the elder, I am Mo Chinchio. Yin Ni nodded. Very well then. Speak. Why did you slander Bai Ziyi? Chapter 62 quick. He is about to call the old master. Sever his hand at once. Naturally, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Mo Chinchio, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at Yin Ni sitting on the high platform. Yin Ni frowned and asked, What do you mean by I am questioning you. Why do you slander Bai Zai? Mo Chinchio thought, this doesn't seem right. Shouldn't he be reproaching Bai Zai for harming his fellow disciples? Could it be that this red-haired old man has a special relationship with Bai Zai? Gathering his resolve, Mo Chinchio responded to the elder. I did not slander senior brother Bai. I witnessed it firsthand and possess concrete evidence. Oh, is that so? You witnessed it firsthand? Yin and I couldn't help but chuckle. Then I am quite curious. How is it that you could witness it and still return alive? Mo Chinchio appeared to be prepared for this question. He promptly produced a stone and said, I possess a treasure that conceals my aura, allowing me to escape by chance. Otherwise, I would have surely perished at the hands of senior brother Bai. Bai Zai gazed at the stone in Mo Chinchio's hand. The concealment stone. It can obscure one's aura, rendering it undetectable by martial artists below the seventh realm. Bai Zai nodded inwardly, recognizing the boy's meticulousness. Yet, why not apply such cunning to his training? Moreover, what benefit would slandering him bring? Yin and I observed the stone in Mo Chinchio's hand and, somewhat impatiently, remarked, Very well, let us assume you escaped by mere luck. Now, you claim Bai Zai harmed his fellow disciples. What evidence do you have? Mo Chinchio felt an inkling of frustration. Is this red-haired elder targeting me specifically? However, he was well prepared. Thus, Mo Chinchio took out a recording stone and declared, I documented everything. Please, everyone, take a look. With that, he activated the recording stone, revealing an image. A man clad in white, with white hair, was mercilessly slaughtering several disciples of the third realm. After viewing it, Yin and I inquired, Why is it only a silhouette? Mo Chinchio quickly replied, At that moment, I was too nervous to approach closely, so I only captured senior brother Bai's back. Bai Zai pondered for a moment and asked, If it is merely a silhouette, how can you be certain that this person is me? Because I saw you with my own eyes. Mo Chinchio asserted. Bai Zai gently nodded, But if you truly saw me, why could you not capture my front? I saw you first before taking the shot. By the time I recorded it, you had already turned around to attack those disciples, hence I could not capture your face. Mo Chinchio answered swiftly, clearly having anticipated the question. Understood, Bai Zai acknowledged, not pursuing the matter further. Ultimately, it was Yin and I who would make the final decision. Yin and I regarded Mo Chinchio at a loss for words. Why be so obstinate? If you simply admitted your error, you might receive a lighter punishment. After a moment's thought, he remarked, The evidence you presented lacks a frontal image and substantial proof, relying solely on your words. It is difficult for me to believe you are not maliciously slandering. Monta Qiangqiu was instantly incensed. Elder, I respect you as an elder. Why do you continually target me? On what grounds do you assert that I am slandering? Yes. Yes, Yin and I replied, looking exasperated. Then tell me, which treasured item of our sect did Bai Zai steal? Mo Chinchio, feeling indignant at Yin Ni's attitude, yet unwilling to lash out, replied through gritted teeth, The Yuqian sword box. Yin and I nodded, Correct, not foolish indeed. But do you know to whom that item belongs? Mo Chinchio was taken aback. Isn't that a sect treasure? Seeing Mo Chinchio's expression, Yin and I immediately grasped that the young man was utterly clueless. He kindly explained, The Yuqian sword box was placed there by Bai Zai. You are slandering someone for taking what already belongs to him. Do you not think your mind is somewhat muddled? Mo Chinchio began to panic. This outcome was far from his expectations. No, it was completely different. His actions today appeared to Yin and I and Bai Zai as those of a mere clown. Humph. Have nothing more to say. Yin and I coldly huffed, his imposing aura descending directly upon Mo Chinchio. Caught off guard, Mo Chinchio collapsed to his knees. No, I cannot die here. Suddenly, the ring on Mo Chinchio's hand began to emit a faint glow. Outside the hall, Jun Lin observed this scene clearly. He immediately shouted, "Senior brother, he's about to call upon the old master. Sever his hand at once." Upon hearing Jun Lin's words, Bai Zai, though puzzled, turned his gaze to Mo Chinchio's hand. A strange soul aura was surging forth. In an instant, a flash of white light zipped by. Mo Chinchio screamed as his left arm was severed by Bai Zai. Damn it! Mo Chinchio turned to look outside the hall, attempting to identify who had conspired against him. Unfortunately, the crowd was too dense, and he had no idea who had shouted just now. Meanwhile, Yin and I, seated above, curiously glanced outside the hall. That voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of a certain missing disciple from the Yujin Peak. Could it be that he has returned? As his consciousness spread, he quickly detected Jun Lin among the crowd. Yin Ni's face lit up with joy. Just as he resolved one case of slandering his senior brother, the long-missing Jun Lin fortuitously returned. What a delightful coincidence! Bai Zai approached Mo Chinchio's side and picked up the ring from his hand. A remnant soul of a demon cultivator. Bai Zai furrowed his brow. This ring actually harbored the remnant soul of a demon cultivator, comparable to that of a 7th realm being. In life, he must have been a formidable 8th realm demon lord, perhaps even higher. Bai Zai tossed the ring to Yin and I. Elder Yin, there is a remnant soul of a demon cultivator here. You all can discuss how to proceed. Yin and I accepted the ring, nodding. All right, we shall take care of this. By the way, see if your Yutian sword box is within his spatial ring. Although he slandered, the Yutian sword box was indeed stolen. Bai Zai looked at the spatial ring on Mo Chinchio's other hand. He said nothing, merely extending his hand. Mo Chinchio gazed at Bai Zai's outstretched hand, feeling despondent. He regretted listening to the demon cultivator's temptations in the ring. However, it was too late for regrets now. After retrieving the Yutian sword box and placing it in Bai Zai's hand, Mo Chinchio severed his own meridians and perished in the law enforcement hall. Bai Zai stored the Yutian sword box and gazed at Mo Chinchio's lifeless body, gently shaking his head. If Mo Chinchio had slandered someone else, or if the stolen item were a true sect treasure, perhaps he could have succeeded. Alas, there is no if. Well then, have you all finished watching the commotion? Disperse. Remember not to emulate this foolishness. Yin and I scolded as he chased away the disciples outside the law enforcement hall. Soon, only Jun Lin and Bai Shiho remained. Yin and I hurriedly approached Jun Lin, expressing concern. Damn it, where have you been? We were so worried. Were you hurt? Jun Lin shook his head. Thank you for your concern. Elder, I am well. At that moment, Bai Zai also approached, smiling. I must thank you, junior brother, for your timely reminder. Otherwise, that demon cultivator might have succeeded. Of course, Jun Lin smiled back. He had sensed something was amiss when he noticed the black ring on that young man's hand. So he kept a close watch and indeed found something wrong. You two catch up. This young man has returned. And I must hurry to relay the news to those old geezers. With that, Yin and I took off into the sky. Jun Lin gazed curiously at the heavenly sword box in Bai Zai's hands. Is the security of our sect's treasury truly that inadequate? Can anyone simply kill and steal at will? Bai Zai shook his head and replied, that is not the sect's treasury. It is merely a storeroom, utilized to temporarily hold items that the disciples do not frequently use. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Jun Lin fell into a contemplative silence. What a cunning individual. Chapter 63. The Golden Big Cat. Although you have entered the master's tutelage for quite some time, this is our first meeting. Is there anything you require? Consider it a gift from your senior brother. Bai Zai inquired. Anything at all? Jun Lin's gaze fell upon the Yutian sword box in Bai Zai's hand. Bai Zai silently tucked the Yutian sword box away. Aside from that, let me ponder. Jun Lin thought carefully. It seemed he truly had no pressing needs. In terms of martial techniques, the self-detonation and sword control techniques were sufficient. As for resources, the Tang family head from Qingshao City had bestowed quite a few. What could he possibly lack? Suddenly recalling his 2 golden lions, Jun Lin asked, "Senior brother, do you have any metal materials of the 5th grade or above?" "5th grade and above?" Bai Zai contemplated for a moment. "Yes, how much do you need?" "The more, the better." "You are quite unreserved," Bai Shi had chuckled. "Why should I be modest? We are brothers, akin to family." Jun Lin replied earnestly. "Are you treating us as outsiders, senior sister?" Bai Shi's smile promptly froze, and she retorted indignantly, "What nonsense! I certainly regard you all as family. What kind of talk is that?" Bai Zai chuckled softly and shook his head. "I do have quite a bit of 5th grade metal materials. I will send them to you later." "Thank you, senior brother." Jun Lin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. What a good senior brother, to offer 5th grade metal materials so readily. Is the lineage of Yu Jianfeng this generous? Wait, it seems my dear senior sister only gifted me a technique. Moreover, I have yet to utilize it. I should find an opportunity to do so. Upon returning to the back mountain of Yu Jianfeng, Jun Lin learned from Yin and I that Leng Qiuyin had been waiting for his return for quite some time. As soon as she saw him return, she hurried over to inspect him closely, only relaxing when she confirmed he had not sustained any injuries. Then, she adopted a posture befitting a master, hands on her hips, and declared, "Why did you leave without a word, even forgetting your personal disciple's token? You mustn't do that again." Jun Lin observed Leng Qiuyin, her hands on her hips, appearing stern yet lacking any real intimidation, and glanced at Bai Shiha. Bai Shiha shrugged. "There's no helping it. That's how our master is." Leng Qiuyin huffed. "Look at your senior sister. She was no use at all. She failed to keep an eye on you. So she's at fault too?" "Huh?" Bai Shiha was somewhat bewildered. What did this have to do with her? In the blink of an eye, Jun Lin had vanished. What could she do? She couldn't possibly follow him 24 hours a day, could she? With his head lowered in contemplation, Jun Lin suddenly leaped into Leng Qiuyin's embrace, sobbing, "Master, I was bullied. Bai Shiha." Such a familiar scene. Leng Qiuyin was taken aback by this sudden display. "What happened? Who bullied you?" Jun Lin replied, "It was that lord of Qingxiao City. Their entire family are demonic cultivators. The moment I arrived in Qingxiao City, they fixated on me and chased me relentlessly. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might not have returned." "What?" Leng Qiuyin was instantly incensed. "These demonic cultivators are becoming increasingly brazen. Rest assured, I will send your elder brother to eliminate them." "Huh? What?" Just then, Bai Zai arrived, puzzled, as he tossed Jun Lin a spatial ring. "Inside, you will find some metal materials I have gathered over the years, including some 5th and 6th grade ones." Jun Lin caught the spatial ring. "Thank you, senior brother." Bai Zai nodded slightly, then turned to Leng Qiuyin. "What's the matter, master? I just heard you say something about annihilating someone." Leng Qiuyin replied, "Your junior brother was bullied by the lord of Qingxiao City. Conveniently, you have taken on the task of eradicating the demonic cultivators of Qingxiao City. So go help your junior brother seek revenge." Bai Zai furrowed his brow, looking at Jun Lin. Is that so? He indeed had accepted the task of exterminating the demonic cultivators of Qingxiao City. However, he was somewhat surprised to learn that Jun Lin had been bullied by them. Jun Lin nodded. "Yes." Bai Zai assured him, "Do not worry. This time, we are not the only ones from Wuyang sect heading to eliminate Qingxiao City. The city is doomed. I will help you take your revenge first." "Jun Lin, can I go with you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zai immediately shook his head without hesitation. "No, your current cultivation level is too low. It will be easy for you to encounter danger. However, I will see if I can bring the lord of Qingxiao City before you." As soon as Bai Zai finished speaking, he departed on his sword, not giving Jun Lin a chance to speak again. Leng Qiuyin then presented the token symbolizing Jun Lin's identity as a personal disciple of Yu Jianfeng and reminded him not to wander off. After that, she cautioned Bai Shiha to keep an eye on Jun Lin before leaving in haste. In the blink of an eye, only Jun Lin and Bai Shiha remained. Bai Shiha warned, "This time, do not sneak off without a word. The peak masters will blame me for not watching over you." Ahem. Jun Lin coughed lightly. "Rest assured, I won tea. I return this time to focus on my cultivation." Saying this, under Bai Shiha's skeptical gaze, Jun Lin found a relatively open area and released one of the golden lions from the spatial ring. With nothing else to do, he decided to give this golden lion a pair of wings. The reason he had asked Bai Zai for 5th grade metal materials was for this purpose. Within the inheritance of the puppet master, there were not only methods for controlling puppets, but also techniques for crafting and modifying them. However, under normal circumstances, transforming a fifth-grade puppet was quite challenging, and the diversity of materials could significantly increase the probability of failure. But that was under typical circumstances. As Jun Lin gazed at the puppet before him, several modification methods immediately sprang to mind. Due to his privileges, his understanding of puppet techniques had far surpassed that of the original inheritor. Bai Shihe observed the golden lion before her, somewhat astonished. Where did you acquire this? Oh, I was fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of a puppet master during my recent outing. This was included in the inheritance, Jun Lin explained casually. Then, right in front of Bai Shihe, he began to modify the golden lion. The next morning, Bai Shihe emerged from her bamboo hut, stretching lazily. After witnessing Jun Lin modify the golden lion yesterday, she had initially been awestruck, not expecting her junior brother to possess such skills. Yet as time passed, she found herself somewhat bored and returned to her dwelling for a nap. A day had passed, and she wondered if that fellow had completed the modifications. Bai Shihe muttered to herself, suddenly jolting awake. How could she have let her guard down? What if Jun Lin took advantage of the night to escape? Hastily, she rushed to the spot where Jun Lin had been modifying the golden lion. Upon seeing him still there, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, in this place, besides Jun Lin, there stood a tall, majestic golden lion with wings of gold. There wasn't much change compared to before. It simply had a pair of wings now. But this would enable aerial combat. At that moment, Jun Lin stood before the golden lion, nodding in satisfaction. It was quite similar to his expectations. Now, this golden lion truly possessed the combat power of the fifth realm, whether in the air or on the ground. As Jun Lin contemplated whether to transform another golden lion, Bai Shihe suddenly approached him with a cheerful demeanor. Junior brother, she beamed. Since you possess the skills of modification, you must also be adept at crafting puppets, right? Could you perhaps create a few adorable little puppets for your senior sister to play with? Jun Lin paused, pondering the concept of adorable. What precisely qualifies as cute? After a moment of reflection, Bai Shihe suggested something like little rabbits, kittens, or foxes. Would a large cat suffice? Jun Lin inquired. Bai Shihe, puzzled, asked how large. About this big, he replied, releasing a golden tiger puppet, over a meter tall, baring its teeth menacingly. This creation had been hastily fashioned from scrap materials the previous night. Though it appeared quite formidable, its actual combat prowess was merely at the third realm. Bai Shihe pointed at the fearsome golden tiger and questioned, "Is this a kitten?" Jun Lin nodded affirmatively, emphasizing a large kitten. To be precise, a golden large kitten. Chapter 64. My competent senior sister in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. During this period, Jun Lin had been diligently residing on Yujin Peak, immersed in his cultivation. With a substantial accumulation of medicinal elixirs, his cultivation level had ascended to the early stage of the fourth realm, known as the Yueying realm. Warriors at this stage possess the ability to traverse the skies for extended periods. Having finally broken through to the early fourth realm, complemented by the combat prowess of the fifth realm's golden lion, he believed it was time to venture out and enjoy himself. Jun Lin pondered this as he reflected on his month of disciplined cultivation. While this tranquil existence was pleasant, it was not suited for him. A few days prior, he had contemplated stealthily accompanying Bai Zai to Qingxiao City for some excitement. Yet Bai Shihe had kept a watchful eye, leaving him no opportunity. Recently, he had refrained from any mischief and crafted several small puppets resembling cats and dogs for Bai Shihe, which had somewhat eased her vigilance. Glancing at Bai Shihe, who was controlling a small cat puppet and a small fox puppet in a mock battle not far away, Jun Lin felt it was time to leave the sect and embark on a new journey. Just as he was contemplating whether to make a desperate escape or attempt a more conventional exit, a streak of light suddenly shot down from the heavens nearby. It was Bai Zai returning. However, he was not alone. Accompanying him was a disheveled, middle-aged man, whose face was smeared with dirt but appeared somewhat familiar. Junior brother, I have brought someone back for you, Bai Zai announced, landing before Jun Lin and throwing the middle-aged man at his feet. Who is this? Bai Shihe inquired curiously, having approached upon hearing the commotion. Bai Zai explained, he is the lord of Qingxiao City. Didn't you mention that this fellow had bullied you? I brought him back for you to take your revenge. Jun Lin surveyed the man sprawled before him, and then turned his gaze to the composed Bai Zai. Well, it seems Tang Shan has indeed been delivered right to my doorstep. My senior brother is truly a man of action. Tang Shan, in a pitiful state, lifted his head upon hearing Bai Zai's words, and when he recognized Jun Lin's somewhat familiar face, confusion washed over him. But as realization dawned, his eyes widened in fury. It's you, he hissed, glaring at Jun Lin with palpable animosity. He recognized Jun Lin as the one responsible for his son's demise. Yet soon after, Tang Shan's demeanor shifted to one of despair. Nothing mattered anymore. His son was already dead, and he would soon follow. Jun Lin smirked, leaning closer to Tang Shan. With that expression of resentment, you should have anticipated this day would come. Huh? Anticipated? No, this is indeed quite unexpected, Tang Shan replied, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. He had gleaned some information about Jun Lin through Tang Chi, hence his lack of surprise at Jun Lin's survival. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Jun Lin was a disciple of Wu Yang's sect, and a direct disciple at that. How absurd. It was laughable that such a prestigious sect had unwittingly accepted a demonic cultivator as a disciple. Suddenly, Tang Shan erupted in boisterous laughter, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. Humph. Bai Zai's cold snort reverberated, his overwhelming aura forcing Tang Shan to kneel, his face pressed against the ground, unable to move. Yet, Tang Shan continued to laugh heartily. He believed he had comprehended everything, but he had no intention of exposing Jun Lin's identity. On one hand, revealing Jun Lin as a demonic cultivator would only lead others to dismiss him as a resentful individual. On the other hand, he desired to help Jun Lin conceal his true identity, for he too wished to see Wu Yang's sect's downfall. Bai Zai furrowed his brow. Junior brother, take action. There is no need for him to continue his ramblings. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin took a deep breath and nodded, all right. Though facing death, Tang Shan displayed no trepidation, only roaring with laughter. Your Wu Yang sect will surely perish. Don't let me down. With a flash of sword light, Tang Shan's head rolled to the ground. Bai Shihe, observing the scene, remarked with displeasure, what a fool. Even in death, he curses our Wu Yang sect. Bai Zai shrugged nonchalantly. That is quite normal. In this campaign against demonic cultivators, I have heard many such things. It is not uncommon for people to utter their most venomous curses before meeting their end. Jun Lin merely gazed at Tang Shan's lifeless body, silent. While Bai Shihe and Bai Zai dismissed Tang Shan's words, Jun Lin understood their implications. Those parting words were clearly directed at him, indicating Tang Shan was aware of his identity as a demonic cultivator. Yet, he chose not to expose him. Why? Considering his final statement, it was likely an attempt to allow Jun Lin to remain undercover in Wu Yang's sect to orchestrate its downfall. Unfortunately for him, such ambitions were destined to fail. He was thriving within Wu Yang's sect. His master was admirable, his senior sister captivating, and his junior sisters delightful. His senior brother was a man of integrity. Thus, the notion of Wu Yang's sect's destruction had never crossed his mind. Well, junior brother's vengeance has been avenged. I must return to report the results of this endeavor, Bai Zai declared, collecting Tang Shan's corpse into a spatial ring before soaring away on his sword. As Jun Lin watched Bai Zai depart, he couldn't help but muse. My senior brother truly comes and goes like the wind. It's a pity I couldn't join in on the extermination. Bai Shihe chuckled. You still think about it? With your current cultivation, you might have perished there. She had kept a close watch on Jun Lin during that time, aware of his desire to join the fray. Regrettably, she had not permitted him to stray from her sight, even for a moment. So, seeing him still preoccupied with the matter brought her joy. After all, he had left without a word, causing her to receive a scolding, and now no one could fault her for any oversight. Hearing Bai Shihe's words, Jun Lin scoffed. What nonsense! I am now a formidable fourth realm warrior. Who could possibly kill me? Who would dare? Ah, yes, you are impressive, Bai Shihe replied, rolling her eyes. Being a fourth realm warrior herself, and at the pinnacle of the fourth realm no less, she did not feel quite as invincible. You should focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the fifth realm, no one will keep you confined to the sect, she advised. I know, Jun Lin retorted, smirking as he moved aside to consume a medicinal pill diligently resuming his cultivation. Bai Shihe nodded in satisfaction. See, I told you I am a competent senior sister. These days, Jun Lin had become increasingly disciplined and his cultivation was steadily improving, albeit at an astonishing rate that made her envious. After stretching leisurely, Bai Shihe made her way to her bamboo cottage. The sun was high in the sky, and she intended to take a nap. Not long after Bai Shihe entered her abode, Jun Lin slowly opened his eyes. The fifth realm? What ist? He was still at the early stage of the fourth realm, and reaching the fifth realm was not something achievable in a short time. Cultivation inherently becomes more challenging as one progresses. Moreover, the best method for rapid advancement and solidifying one's foundation is through battles, growing stronger by fighting. Most importantly, he had not visited his comrades within the Emperor's banner for a month. He finds himself somewhat nostalgic for that little rascal, Laozi. Thus, he slips away. Chapter 65. I want to return and inform my sect that I have perished sister. By the time you read this, I shall have departed from Wuyong's sect. Please do not fret for my well-being, as such worry is futile. Also, do not venture forth to seek me, for you shall not find me. Rest assured, I shall remain unharmed. Your junior brother is immortal and invincible, free to roam wherever he desires. I shall return once I've had my fill of adventure. Your beloved junior brother. Upon awakening from his midday slumber, Bai Shihe gazed at the letter in his hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Startled from a dying dream, he thought to himself, has my junior brother fled again? Not long after leaving Wuyong's sect, Jun Lin sat atop the Golden Lion, his consciousness delving into the human sovereign banner. Since his last return to Wuyong's sect, he had not found an opportunity to investigate the interior of the banner. After all, the sect was rife with formidable beings, and any hint of the banner's presence could lead to discovery. He was not yet prepared to reveal himself. Moreover, a month had passed, and Jun Lin was curious about the current state of affairs within the human sovereign banner. He had yet to check on the faux child of destiny he had captured in the secret realm. Inside the human sovereign banner, Laozi was the first to sense Jun Lin's arrival, or rather, she had been paying close attention throughout this time. Brother Jun Lin, she exclaimed excitedly, leaping into his embrace. It had been a month since their last meeting, and she had feared he might have forgotten her. Her call drew the attention of the other souls within the banner. Yin Ruoshi dashed over, but with Laozi occupying the favored position, she pouted in displeasure. Young master, Bai Ian Lin Xiao quickly approached, respectfully addressing him. Behind them, dozens of unfamiliar souls bowed in deference. Young master. Jun Lin gently stroked Laozi's hair, surveying the assembly of souls before him, nodding in satisfaction. They had performed admirably, not disappointing him. Not only did the souls Bai Yi had previously trained stand orderly, but even those acquired later were behaving impeccably. It was indeed a wise decision to have Bai Yi train these individuals. In future confrontations, he could simply summon the human sovereign banner and orchestrate a grand spectacle of spirits. After evaluating the ranks, Jun Lin inquired, "Where is that young man I last collected in the Great Hall? Is he among this group?" He had previously determined that the lad was indeed a faux child of destiny, a talent suitable for the role of squad leader. Bai Yi shook his head. He is not present. He is still undergoing refinement. As he spoke, Bai Yi gestured for the crowd to part. Not far away, a youth lay on the ground, eyes closed, fists clenched, his face occasionally contorting in pain. Jun Lin then recalled that he had applied a refining buff to the boy upon capturing him, fearing he would cause trouble. However, after returning to the sect, he had not utilized the human sovereign banner again, allowing the matter to slip from his mind. Seeing this, Laozi placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Humph. Brother Jun Lin is too kind. Such a person should be refined away. Others might be forgiven. But this youth had directly attacked her dear brother Jun Lin, piercing his heart. How ruthless. Bai Yi and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, not daring to speak. It was evident to all that the bond between Laozi and Jun Lin was exceptionally strong, and they were cautious not to offend. Jun Lin lightly tapped Laozi's head, admonishing her, a young lady should not be so tempestuous. He then approached the youth and asked you. However, before Jun Lin could finish his sentence, the youth immediately interjected, "My name is Cheng Yin, and I am willing to submit." Cheng Yin had awaited this moment for a long time. Since entering, he had endured the torment of refinement that struck at his very soul, initially fearing he would soon lose his wits. Yet, he had not been erased, and Jun Lin had discussed how long he could endure before choosing to submit. This discussion had continued for over a month. In truth, he had surrendered after 2 or 3 days, but Jun Lin insisted on waiting for Jun Lin's arrival. Thus, he had endured for over a month, a suffering only he could comprehend. Jun Lin regarded the earnest and eager Cheng Yin before him, astonished. Was it truly this smooth? It seemed that future faux children of destiny might be compelled to yield in such a manner. Contemplating this, Jun Lin lifted the refining power from Cheng Yin and declared, "Then welcome to our human sovereign banner family." Released from the agony of refinement, Cheng Yin felt an overwhelming sense of relief and was moved to tears. He promptly rose and respectfully stated, "Young master, from this day forth, I, Cheng Yin, shall follow your lead. If you direct me east, I shall not stray west." Splendid. Jun Lin could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Look at how well-behaved you are." Jun Lin exchanged startled glances, realizing that this lad might be a sycophant. Laozi scoffed at Cheng Yin's obsequiousness. How could he still have a place within the human sovereign banner after having wounded her brother Jun Lin? Truly, her brother Jun Lin was too kind-hearted. Cheng Yin, noticing her disdain, addressed Laozi, "Mistress, I should not have attacked the young master. I now deeply recognize my error. Rest assured, from now on, I shall be the most loyal servant of the young master." Although they referred to Jun Lin as young master, he was their true master. So addressing Laozi as mistress was not out of place. Upon hearing Cheng Yin's declaration, Yi was taken aback, and Lin Xiao was left speechless. Good heavens! Such eloquence! Why did it suddenly feel as though their positions were in jeopardy? Laozi, initially taken aback, felt her cheeks flush. What mistress, after all? Surely, it was Jun Lin who held the final say in their matters. Nevertheless, that title resonated deeply within her heart. Jun Lin shook his head, chuckling, "You should refrain from flattering me. I'm not swayed by such flattery. Instead of wasting your time, you ought to learn from Yi, speaking less and doing more." Cheng Yin promptly nodded, "Yes, young master." If he had the choice, he would prefer not to flatter. However, after enduring a month of refinement, he was terrified. If he didn't speak some good words, what if he were fed to the beasts one day? Yi, teach this lad well, so he understand his role. Jun Lin instructed before departing from the human sovereign banner. Accompanying him was Laozi. Leaning against Jun Lin, shyly asked, "Brother Jun Lin, could we perhaps visit Guiwa sect? I wish to inform my master of my current situation to ease her worries." "What? Are you serious? You're sending word of your own demise just to prevent your sect from worrying?" Chapter 66. Sister, you can go and take a look. Although Laozi's thoughts seemed somewhat peculiar, Jun Lin ultimately acquiesced to a visit to the Guiwa sect. After all, he found himself rather aimless at the moment, and a trip to the Guiwa sect could prove to be a worthwhile endeavor. He merely hoped that the disciples of Laozi's sect would not be overly excited upon seeing him and Laozi together. I knew you would agree, Brother Jun Lin," Laozi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at his consent. Indeed, Brother Jun Lin had always treated her with unwavering kindness, and she found herself missing him dearly after a month apart. A few days later, Jun Lin and Laozi arrived at the Guiwa sect. Seated atop the Golden Lion, Jun Lin surveyed the rather modest sect below and felt a twinge of confusion. Is this truly a sect? Just a few houses? It hardly seemed larger than the mountain peak where the outer disciples of Wu Yang's sect resided. No, it wasn't just a feeling, it was a fact. Gazing down at the Guiwa sect, Jun Lin pondered for a long while before he could not help but inquire, "Sierra, is this truly your Guiwa sect?" Laozi nodded earnestly. "Yes. How many members does your sect have?" Jun Lin asked, still struggling to believe this was a sect. After a moment of thought, Laozi counted on her fingers. "Including my master, senior sister, senior brother, and junior sister, there are a total of 5 of us. A sect with only 5 members?" Jun Lin understood now. It was no wonder that the previous secret realm had been discovered by Laozi's sect, yet ultimately became the possession of the Tiana sect. The Tiana sect had not only spared Gay West sect from annihilation, but had also granted them access to the secret realm. Truly commendable. Even if they had managed to control that realm, Lan Sierra sect would have struggled to maintain it. Brother Jun Lin, it seems that my junior sister has spotted us. Let us go down and take a look, Lan Sierra suddenly exclaimed. Jun Lin glanced down and indeed saw a young girl gazing up at them. He directed the golden lion to descend, landing gracefully on the ground. Lan Sierra rushed her junior sister. Junior sister, I'm back. Where are the master and the others? The junior sister, upon seeing Lan Sierra, who had transformed into a spirit, blinked in astonishment. After rubbing her eyes, she murmured, I must be dreaming. How could I see my sister's soul returning? Unable to contain her laughter, Lan Sierra replied, This isn't a dream. I am indeed a spirit now. The junior sister stared blankly at Lan Sierra, muttering, This dream feels so real. I must miss my sister too much. Lan Sierra playfully tapped the junior sister's head. What on earth are you thinking all day long? The junior sister covered her head, looking pitiful. Sister, are you really dead? How did you come back? She could clearly see that the spirit before her was indeed her sister, but the reality of her sister's demise baffled her. Fool! Of course. It was Brother Jun Lin who brought me back, Lan Sierra replied cheerfully. At that moment, Jun Lin approached. To be honest, he felt a strange discomfort at the notion of visiting the sect with the spirit of Lan Sierra. The junior sister's gaze turned to Jun Lin. She had seen him riding the golden lion earlier, but the lion had obscured her view. Now, she could see that he was quite a handsome young man. Moreover, he had specifically returned her sister's spirit, suggesting he must be a good person. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling lurking within her. What's wrong, Ling? Is your sister back? A voice emerged from a nearby house, revealing two women. The elder of the two, a middle-aged woman, froze upon seeing Lan Sierra. A spirit? No, she has become a ghost cultivator. Filled with concern, she hurried over, her heart aching. Sia, what happened to you? Who harmed you like this? Lan Sierra, feeling a bit shy, replied, I am fine, master. I merely died, but now I'm a ghost cultivator, so it's not quite complete death. I made the choice to self-destruct within the Human Emperor banner to avoid causing trouble for Brother Jun Lin. However, thinking back, it feels a bit unfair to my master. Seeing her master's worried face, Lan Sierra felt a pang of guilt. Still, if given the chance to choose again, she would make the same decision. Being a ghost cultivator wasn't so bad after all. It meant she could stay with Brother Jun Lin and Wu Ti hold him back at critical moments. Listening to Lan Sierra's words, Yi Qing was momentarily speechless. What does it mean to not be completely dead? And, given her current state, could she really be so carefree? The reputation of ghost cultivators was notoriously poor, often viewed as akin to demonic cultivators by most righteous practitioners. The influence of the soul refining banner was too deeply ingrained. Therefore, if Lan Sierra were to venture out in her current state, she might encounter a zealous righteous practitioner who would attempt to exorcise her. Yi Qing, feeling great concern, implored, you should stay within the sect from now on and refrain from wandering about. Being a disciple she held dear, even if Lan Sierra had become a ghost cultivator, she could never bring herself to harm her. Keeping Lan Sierra hidden within the sect seemed the best choice. However, contrary to her expectations, Lan Sierra shook her head vigorously. No need, master. I'm doing quite well with Brother Jun Lin. Brother Jun Lin? Yi Qing's gaze shifted to the young man standing nearby. Jun Lin smiled gently in response. His intention had been to accompany Lan Sierra back to bid farewell to her sect. He had no plans for mischief. Ye vink furuit herbrovisilitely, initially believing Jun Lin to be a kind-hearted individual. After all, how many righteous cultivators would willingly escort a ghost cultivator home? Yet she anticipated that he would take her disciple as well. Not even sparing a ghost cultivator? Yi Qing regarded Jun Lin with a complex expression. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, Young man, I understand you and Sierra may share mutual feelings, but humans and ghosts are worlds apart. Moreover, if others discover your close association with a ghost cultivator, it would be detrimental for both you and Sierra. Oh, what? Jun Lin was taken aback, wondering how he had become the center of attention. Noticing his bewilderment, Lan Sierra quickly clarified, Master, you needn't worry. Brother Jun Lin is a demonic cultivator. so there's no need to fear others discovering it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Wait, you mean he is a demonic cultivator? Lancier's senior sister, Yi Ziding, looked astonished. Does that mean, junior sister, you are within the soul refining banner? Yi Ziding's sentence trailed off, but Lancier understood her sister's implication and nodded. Yes, I am currently residing within Brother Jun Lin's soul refining banner. Oh wait, he prefers to call it the Human Emperor banner. It's quite pleasant inside. Yi Qing observed Lancier's blissful demeanor as she repeatedly referred to Jun Lin as Brother Jun Lin and then glanced at Jun Lin, who was watching the scene unfold. Silently, she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively beside Yi Ziding and Ling Er. Hearing Lancier's words, Yi Ziding managed a polite yet awkward smile. Is that so? Realizing her sister's skepticism, Lancier placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Of course. It's true. If you don't believe me, sister, you can go in and take a look. The atmosphere inside is quite harmonious. Chapter 67. This is not black smoke. It is the primordial purple chi. No, that won't be necessary. I certainly believe you. Ye Zitink Wavit had hence repeatedly, for she had no desire to meet her demise. Moreover, she harbored no intentions of ever entering the soul refining banner in her lifetime. Lan Xiao Pautet, perceptibly aware that her senior sister still harbored doubts about her. However, this was understandable. Such matters were difficult to believe for anyone. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the scene within Jun Lin's imperial banner, she too would remain in disbelief. Yi Qing observed both Lancier and Jun Lin, feeling a wave of agitation wash over her. This was a demon cultivator. Yet, how could her foolish disciple be infatuated with a demon cultivator? Had she truly corrupted her? Master, where is senior brother? Lancier suddenly inquired, having returned to bid farewell and naturally wishing for the presence of her fellow sect members. Ye Zitink, replied. We were worried since you hadn't returned for so long, so he went out to look for you. Oh, I see. Lan Xiao note that, acknowledging that there was little to be done about it, but it mattered not. Now that Master was aware of her situation, senior brother would naturally learn of it upon his return. Sierra, how did you die? Yi Qing asked abruptly. She wished to inquire about Lancier's affection for Jun Lin without delving into it too deeply. However, she wanted to understand the circumstances. If Lancier had been led astray by Jun Lin, then even if she loved him now, she would have to eliminate him on the spot. Me? Well, I suppose it could be considered suicide? Lancier mumbled, slightly embarrassed. Je vink fronet. Noticing her reaction, Lancier recounted everything that had transpired in the secret realm. After listening, Yi Qing fell silent, realizing she had nearly wronged Jun Lin. It was entirely her disciple's lack of intelligence at play. There was no need for any seduction. Yi Ziding's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Her junior sister seemed rather dim-witted. Yet, Jun Lin was indeed quite admirable, at least in Lancier's narrative. He had consistently protected her. Yi Qing gazed at Jun Lin, letting out a deep sigh. Sierra is not too bright. I hope you will treat her well in the future. Rest assured, Brother Jun Lin treats me wonderfully. You need not worry about me. Before Jun Lin could speak, Lancier eagerly spoke on his behalf. Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle, finding her adorably foolish. Je vingrolet herius. Having heard of elbows bending outward, but never had she seen it to such an extent. All right, this time I shall pretend I didn't see you two here. And you, young lady, refrain from mentioning this fellow's identity as a demon cultivator. Not everyone is as lenient as your master. Yi Qing gently ruffled Lancier's hair, feeling a mix of tenderness and helplessness. As a righteous cultivator, she should have directly apprehended both Jun Lin and Lancier. Yet, as Lancier's master, she found herself unable to take such action. Master, you needn't worry. Lancier cheerfully wrapped her arms around Jun Lin's. Brother Jun Lin is very capable. Nothing will happen. Yi Qing shook her head. Although his cultivation at the fourth realm was not lacking, it certainly did not qualify as remarkable. However, it is said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even if Jun Lin only possessed second realm cultivation, Lancier would likely consider him exceptional. As it was a farewell, Yi Qing ultimately felt a twinge of reluctance toward Lancier and invited Jun Lin to share a meal. The lunch was simple, consisting of a few pieces of meat from second to third-tier demon beasts, cooked with minimal preparation. The taste was quite decent. Laozi was pulled into a room by Yi Qing, whispering secrets that were unknown. Yi Ziding scrutinized Jun Lin, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Are you truly a demon cultivator?" Jun Lin smiled. "What else could I be? I possess an imperial banner. So what else would I be? Not all demon cultivators wield a soul-refining banner. However, those who possess and utilize one are invariably regarded as demon cultivators, with no exceptions. Thus, although he resides within Wuyong's sect as a disciple, he is in essence a demon cultivator." Yi Ziding nodded. That makes sense. Yet, she still found it somewhat absurd. A demon cultivator heroically rescuing a maiden was one thing, but to protect a righteous cultivator throughout was another. Ultimately, he even succeeded in winning her heart? This was akin to a plot from a mundane novel. At this moment, Ling reclining on the table, expressed her curiosity. "Big brother, what does the soul-refining banner look like? Do you wish to see?" Yes. Ling nodded eagerly, her age being one of curiosity and fascination with new things. She had only heard of the soul-refining banner and demon cultivators from her senior sister and master, never having truly seen one. Upon noticing her interest, Jun Lin summoned his imperial banner, stating, "There is nothing particularly remarkable about the soul-refining banner. Let me show you my imperial banner instead." Yi Ziding couldn't help but scoff upon seeing Jun Lin's imperial banner. What kind of imperial banner is this? It is merely a soul-refining banner. Aside from the name, what difference is there? Ling gazed curiously at the imperial banner hovering in midair. "Big brother, why does your imperial banner emit black smoke?" Jun Lin shook his finger. "This is not black smoke. It is the primordial purple qi. It is merely too dense, which makes it appear black." Ling nodded, "Zulmavat bewildert." "Senior sister said that your imperial banner is very harmonious. Is that true?" "Of course it is." Jun Lin patted Ling on the head. "I will let them come out for you to see." With a wave of his hand, the imperial banner floated into the air, from which a multitude of ghostly cultivators emerged. Leading them was one in white robes, with Lin Xiao and Cheng Yin each leading a group of ghostly cultivators. "Master." The multitude of ghostly cultivators greeted Jun Lin with respect. "Wow." Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. "So impressive." Yi Ziding, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. She could discern that these individuals retained their intellect. So, what Laozi said was indeed true. This was too reckless. What if one among these ghostly cultivators bore treachery and turned on Jun Lin? What would become of her junior sister? As Bai Yi and the others returned to the imperial banner, Yi Ziding finally spoke. "Did you consider the possibility that these individuals retaining their intellect could turn against you? Rest assured, they are intelligent beings, and I would never undertake actions without certainty." Jun Lin chuckled softly, well aware of Yi Ziding's concerns. Yi Ziding opened her mouth, wanting to express further thoughts, but upon seeing Jun Lin's confident demeanor, she chose to remain silent. Perhaps she should speak with Laozi later, for her weight in this matter far surpassed her own. By evening, Yi Qing reluctantly allowed Laozi and Jun Lin to depart. On the Golden Lion, Laozi leaned against Jun Lin, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Brother Jun Lin." Jun Lin gently shook his head. "It was no trouble. I was merely wandering about." "Nonetheless, Brother Jun Lin, you came here for me." Laozi nestled closer into Jun Lin's embrace. Jun Lin tenderly stroked Laozi's long hair. After becoming a ghostly cultivator, such gestures were possible, yet they lacked the authenticity of a true physical form. "Where shall we go next, Brother Jun Lin?" Laozi looked up at him. "Next?" Jun Lin gazed ahead, suddenly recalling a good friend he had previously abandoned near the secret realm. "I hope he is safe." Chapter 68, An Unintentional Incident System. Please mark the current location of Laozi. Okay, Laozi's coordinates appeared within Jun Lin's sight, near the vicinity of the earlier secret realm. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. His brother had been rather steadfast, remaining in this desolate place for over a month without leaving. It seemed rather unreasonable for him not to have made an effort to come and offer assistance. Laozi's coordinates continued to shift, leaving Jun Lin uncertain if he was on the move or being pursued. Nevertheless, Jun Lin remained unhurried, seated atop his golden lion, making his way leisurely towards Luo Jie. 2 days later, Jun Lin located Luo Jie based on the coordinates. At that moment, Luo Jie was soaring through the air, though his condition appeared less than favorable, with several visible wounds adorning his body. The golden lion Jun Lin rode was quite conspicuous, and as he drew closer, Luo Jie quickly spotted him. Upon recognizing Jun Lin, a sigh of relief washed over him as he exclaimed, "Brother Jun, you have finally emerged. Was the secret realm truly so captivating that you remained inside for over a month?" At this, Jun Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it not possible that he had actually exited a month ago and merely returned to the sect for a brief visit? Luo Jie's expression of excitement instantly faded, replaced by a look of exasperation. "Oh, so you're being completely honest, are you? You could have at least claimed to have been lost within the secret realm." Luo Jie thought to himself, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. "Must you be so forthright? A little deception would have sufficed. You are making me feel rather foolish. You know?" However, Jun Lin shook his head with righteous conviction. "No, we are brothers. How could I ever deceive you?" Listening to Jun Lin's words, Luo Jie couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Should he feel deeply moved by such brotherly honesty? There are not many who would act like this. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, Luo Jie shifted his gaze to the golden lion beneath Jun Lin and then to the girl nestled in his embrace. "Lan Elfia, I can't shake the feeling that you have been living quite the extraordinary life lately. By the way, is this young lady also your sister-in-law? Why is she a ghost cultivator? Did she perhaps enter your so-called imperial flag?" Lan Elfia immediately nodded. "Yes, and I voluntarily chose to enter." Upon hearing Lan Xier's words, Luo Jie nodded, both perplexed and astonished. While Jun Lin's imperial flag was indeed a remarkable place, there seemed to be no need for such urgency in entering it. Suddenly, Luo Jie remembered something and retrieved a soul refining banner from his spatial ring. He tossed it to Jun Lin, saying, "Take this soul refining banner. It should contain a few hundred residual souls. You can use them as sustenance for the souls within your imperial flag." Jun Lin caught the soul refining banner, surprised. "Where did you acquire this? I thought you had no use for such items." Could it be that Luo Jie had taken to slaying even demon cultivators during this time? Damn it. Speaking of that makes me furious. Do you see these wounds on me? Luo Jie suddenly exclaimed. Not long ago, while I was wandering, I encountered a demon cultivator being pursued by righteous cultivators. Unable to tolerate their actions, I saved her. We traveled together, but do you know what happened next? What happened? Jun Lin inquired, keen to hear more. The wretched girl confessed her affections for me. As if that were not enough, upon my rejection, she attempted to ambush me, intending to make me the primary soul of her soul-refining banner. Luoye Fumet. I regarded her as a comrade, yet she wished to entrap me in her soul-refining banner. Brother Jun, do you not think such a person deserves punishment? After listening to Luo Jie, Jun Lin fell silent. Setting aside the complicated emotions between Luo Jie and the demon cultivator, he pondered the implications of Luo Jie's words. Ah, subtle implications. Are we? Luo Jie suddenly realized, clearing his throat. Ahem, Brother Jun, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. Jun Lin nodded, exhaling deeply. I understand. In truth, I can comprehend your reluctance to enter the imperial flag, and I would not force you. No, that is not what I meant. Luo Jie zuriedli clarified. Paul do not misconstrue my words. You are not like those demon cultivators. Entering your imperial flag is beneficial, yet entering theirs would be detrimental. I am quite aware of that. Is that so? Therefore, you would still be willing to enter my imperial flag? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Of course. Luo Jie decisively nodded. Then come in and show me. Luo Jie tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. If possible, I believe it would be best for you to maintain your misunderstanding. He was indeed willing to enter Jun Lin's imperial flag, but that would only be a consideration for the future, not the present. Jun Lin gently caressed Lan Xier's hair, softly saying, Xier, some individuals are like this. Their words are sweet as honey, yet when it comes time to act, they begin to hesitate. Lan Elfia nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Jun is right. Such people are the most shameless. She could see that Luo Jie did not wish to enter Jun Ling's imperial flag so soon. But what did it matter? As long as it was what Brother Jun said, her role was to agree. Luo Jie observed the harmonious exchange between Jun Ling and Lan Xie, feeling somewhat speechless. He couldn't help but interject, "You two are quite the pair. Even if you are correct, what difference does it make? I'm a demon cultivator. Being shameless is quite normal for me." As he spoke, Luo Jie glanced around. "Moreover, we should hasten our departure from this wretched place. The commotion I have caused recently has attracted the attention of Tian's sect." Unfazed, Jun Ling replied, "What is there to fear? Have you forgotten our original purpose for coming here? Do we not come to stir up trouble? Being watched by Tian's sect is rather fortuitous." Well, Luo Jie pondered for a long moment. While that is true, given the current situation, it seems somewhat inappropriate. Jun Ling regarded Luo Jie with growing suspicion. "You mentioned that the commotion you caused was quite significant. Just how significant are we talking?" Upon hearing Jun Ling's question, Luo Jie grinned. "Well, it isn't particularly grave. I may have inadvertently killed the son of the Tianhe sect's leader." Chapter 69. Why can't I kill the son of a mere sovereign? How careless you are. Jun Lin could not help but chuckle. He genuinely did not foresee that Luo Jie would perform such an audacious act. Moreover, after committing this deed, Luo Jie stood before him unscathed, having evaded the wrath of the Tianhe sect. Truly impressive. No wonder he is my brother. Lan Xie gazed at Luo Jie in astonishment. Did he really just kill the son of the sect leader? How fierce. Are all demonic cultivators so unrestrained? Do they dare to commit such acts? Luoye somemhat embarasit. Responded, "I had no choice. That fellow struck first, and I merely acted in self-defense." "Are you certain the one you killed was the son of the Tianhe sect's leader?" Jun Lin inquired. If true, Luo Jie would indeed need to flee. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he found himself in dire straits. Luo Jie shook his head, unable to guarantee it. He claimed such an identity before he died, but that is merely his word. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, I have indeed been targeted by members of the Tianhe sect recently, and they seem to recognize me. Quite strange." Jun Lin glanced over Luo Jie's shoulder and nodded. "I can tell." "Huh?" Luo Jie asked, confused. "How can you tell?" "By looking with my eyes," Jun Lin replied, pointing to several individuals not far behind Luo Jie. A chill ran down Luo Jie's spine as he swiftly turned around. Before him stood two middle-aged men. One of them regarded Luo Jie and nodded. "We found him. Cripple his cultivation and take him back for the sect leader's judgment." The other middle-aged man nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he lunged at Luo Jie. "Go, Brother Jun Lin. I'll return to the imperial banner," Lan Xie exclaimed, rising to her feet. She understood her limitations. Remaining outside would only hinder. If she were to accidentally perish, it would be a significant loss. Thus, she hurried back to the imperial banner, allowing Jun Lin to act without restraint. Jun Lin nodded, summoned the imperial banner, and sent Lan Xie back. He then took to the skies on his sword. The golden lion charged towards the two middle-aged men. As a fifth-tier combatant, it faced little challenge against these two fourth-tier warriors. Unless they possessed weapons of fifth-tier quality or above, they would struggle to inflict harm upon the golden lion. Not bad, right? How did you become so formidable? Luo Jie stared in bewilderment at the golden lion taking on two opponents, perplexed at how, in just over a month, Jun Lin had surpassed him in strength. He could barely triumph over two peak fourth-tier warriors, yet this golden beast was dominating them. Did this mean it could similarly overpower him? A sense of urgency washed over Luo Jie. Jun Lin smirked. This was the power of a puppeteer. Observing that a single golden lion could not swiftly subdue both middle-aged men, he summoned a second golden lion. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and within moments, both men lay grievously wounded, one struck down by a powerful paw. Luo Jie descended to the ground, contemplating the scene before him. Jun Lin approached one of the fallen men, kicked him, and demanded, "Speak. Who are you?" The middle-aged man coughed up blood, retorting, "You've given me too much face." Jun Lin executed him immediately, capturing his soul within the imperial banner, then donned a benevolent smile. "Now it's your turn." Will you choose the path of cooperation or the path to demise? The other middle-aged man, eyeing the imperial banner hovering above Jun Lin's head, scoffed. What difference does it make? You can't possibly let me go. Jun Lin nodded. Indeed, I won tea. However, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. If you cooperate, I can assure you a more dignified end. But if you refuse, he let out a sinister chuckle. The middle-aged man felt a chill run through him upon hearing Jun Lin's eerie laughter. Although unaware of the consequences of defiance, he ultimately chose to cooperate. After all, he was destined to die. He might as well suffer less. Very well, Jun Lin replied with satisfaction. He then asked, did my brother truly kill your sect leader's son? Frankly, I don't believe he had the capability. Are you not seeking a scapegoat? Hey, Jun, I don't appreciate those words. What do you mean I lack the capability? Laozi retorted, feeling slighted. Why shouldn't he be able to kill him? The middle-aged man's lips twitched. Though he did not wish to admit the truth, it was indeed Laozi who had killed him. Jun Lin pointed at Laozi. But what grounds does he have to do so? Could it be that your sect leader's son had no bodyguards? Laozi suddenly interjected. Well, funny you should mention that. There was indeed one, but that person not only failed to kill me, but inadvertently gave me the opportunity to eliminate that kid. The middle-aged man nodded. That is correct. The young lord sneaked out, accompanied only by a late fourth-tier warrior. With this revelation, Jun Lin understood. So, he had snuck out, just like Laozi. A lively child, but regrettably, he could neither live nor move now. Casting a glance at the proud Laozi, Jun Lin remarked, what are you so proud of? You killed that kid, yet you didn't take out his protector as well? If you had, you wouldn't be wanted now. There was nothing I could do. That guy was at the peak of the fourth tier, and I had just recently broken through to the mid-fourth tier. Besides, he went berserk afterward. I was lucky to have survived. Jun Lin shrugged in confusion, unable to fathom how such fortune could befall Laozi. He pondered briefly before asking, how many members of the Tianhe sect are currently out looking for him? The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not sure, but the sect leader is furious. And since they already have his likeness, his words trailed off, but Laozi grasped the implication. He was left with no escape. Jun Lin patted Laozi on the shoulder. Don't worry, my good brother. When you die, I will certainly retrieve your body. Laozi scoffed. I'm quite resilient. The thing you fed me last time was indeed potent. I feel my strength and recovery abilities have significantly improved. As time passed and his cultivation advanced, he began to appreciate the benefits bestowed upon him by that demonic heart. Yet, he also worried daily about suddenly sprouting red fur. Let's hope so. Do you have any further inquiries? Jun Lin asked. No, Laozi shook his head. Seeing this, Jun Lin ended the life of the middle-aged man and summoned the imperial banner, preparing to capture his soul. The man's spirit felt the pull of the banner and was filled with dread. You can't before he could finish. He was drawn into the imperial banner. Laozi gazed at the two lifeless bodies on the ground and suggested, Brother Jun Lin, should we not take shelter for a while? Jun Lin looked at him quizzically. Is this your first day knowing me? Chapter 70. You truly have some thoughts, don't you? It is impossible to avoid the limelight. He has been in silence for too long. It is time for him to shine. Laozi silently observed Jun Lin. His suggestion to avoid the limelight was not for Jun Lin, but rather his own desire to retreat. The Heavenly River sect possesses an overwhelming number of powerful individuals. If it were merely a matter of causing trouble, he could still cooperate with Jun Lin. Unfortunately, he is currently being hunted by the Heavenly River sect, which complicates matters. If it were possible, he would have prepared to leave the eastern region for a while. You go ahead and stir up trouble. After all, you want to die. I must withdraw first. I can no longer remain in this place. Laozi waved his hand resolutely. Seeing Laozi's determination, Jun Lin did not insist any further. After watching Laozi depart, Jun Lin recalled a golden lion and hurried towards the location of the previous secret realm. He had been driven away by the Heavenly River sect members, and now he needed to reclaim his standing and, at the very least, vex those individuals. Along the way, he changed into a black outfit and donned a mask. The Emperor's banner fluttered above his head, shrouded in mist. Lower-level cultivators who witnessed this spectacle trembled in fear. some even prostrating themselves on the ground to minimize their presence, terrified of inadvertently becoming part of the soul-refining banner. In such a conspicuous manner, before Jun Lin could reach the secret realm, he was intercepted by several fourth-tier martial artists. The leading man scrutinized Jun Lin, noting his masked black attire and the soul-refining banner, concluding that this individual was affiliated with that red-haired demon cultivator. Some people from the secret realm had recognized Jun Lin, as he had shown mercy and spared many who crossed his path. However, upon hearing the latter part of the man's statement, Jun Lin felt indignant. "You claim I am a demon cultivator, and I accept that. But on what basis do you assert that I am allied with that red-haired demon?" The leading man paused, then laughed. "Who doesn't he know that the masked demon cultivator and the red-haired demon are in cahoots? Does it matter whether we are allies? Is there words that hold sway?" A woman beside him snorted coldly. "Why waste words on him? He is merely a demon cultivator, unworthy of lament. Should a demon cultivator be condemned to death?" Jun Lin retorted angrily. "Why is it that our kind is deemed expendable? When will we, the demon cultivators, rise up?" The woman scoffed. "Oh, are you saying we righteous cultivators should perish instead?" Just as she finished speaking, a golden lion lunged towards her, opening its massive jaws to bite at her head. Startled, she instinctively attempted to flee. However, just as she evaded the attack of the first lion, another golden lion appeared beside her and sank its teeth in her slender waist. "Senior brother, save me," the woman cried, cold sweat beading on her forehead, unleashing all her spiritual power in a desperate attempt to fend off the lion, but to little avail. The man she referred to as her senior brother was equally tense, his spear striking the golden lion repeatedly, leaving only faint white marks without causing any significant harm. The lion bit down, and the woman's body was torn into 3 segments, one of which was in the lion's maw. "What are your thoughts?" Jun Lin queried, soaring towards the trio on his sword, flanked by 2 golden lions. The remaining 3 were also fourth-tier powerhouses, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader of the group assessed Jun Lin and the 2 lions beside him, gritting his teeth, and ultimately resolved to take the risk for fortune. As long as they could eliminate Jun Lin, the 2 lions would no longer pose a threat. However, just as he prepared to act, the 2 golden lions swiftly approached him, baring their teeth. The lion responsible for the death of his junior sister still had remnants of her body in its mouth. Realization dawned upon him. This was not a gamble for fortune. It was a perilous endeavor. Seeing the 3 remain silent, Jun Lin furrowed his brow. "Why are you not speaking? Do you deem me unworthy of your words?" The trio kept their heads down, remaining mute. They were uncertain of Jun Lin's intentions, but understood that speaking now could lead to misfortune. "Well, if you choose silence, you look down upon me, do you? Then you shall all meet your demise." Upon hearing Jun Lin's decree, the leader panicked and hastily replied, "Senior, it is not that we have nothing to say. We simply have no thoughts." "Oh, is that so?" Jun Lin nodded, but then continued, "Your junior sister was killed by me, and you have no thoughts about it? You are a heartless and ungrateful wretch. You have paved your own path to death." With a snap of his fingers, the golden lions sprang into action, swiftly severing him in half. The remaining male and female stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. Jun Lin smirked and asked, "Now, let me ask again, what are your thoughts?" The man and woman exchanged glances. To die without thoughts or to die with them? What a grim choice. The man, steeling himself, spoke, "Senior, I believe. You truly have some thoughts, don't you?" Jun Lin interrupted. The man's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. "Ah, you dare to run when faced with death? You have already sealed your fate." Jun Lin snapped his fingers once more. The 2 golden lions swiftly pursued the fleeing man, each taking a bite, tearing him into pieces. "Now it is just you left. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Jun Lin's question again, the final woman felt her composure shatter. To die without thoughts was a certainty. To have thoughts was equally fatal. She realized that her silence would not save her. Looking at Jun Lin, she finally bent her knees, trembling as she implored, "Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you for life, to do anything you desire." Rather than face eternal torment within the soul-refining banner, she preferred to cling to life, perhaps finding hope for a future escape from suffering. In her desperation, fearing Jun Lin's rejection, the woman tore her clothes, revealing her shapely form. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the emperor's banner. Pointing at the woman, Lucier shouted, "Wow, you shameless woman!" Angrily glaring at the woman, she could not believe this individual would attempt to seduce Jun Lin, especially when she herself was not lacking in allure. Lucier wanted to shield Jun Lin's eyes, but feared that doing so would allow the woman to escape. Jun Lin chuckled lightly. "How did you get out?" Lucier pouted. "I was worried that you might be deceived by this wicked woman." Chapter 71. Do you think you can kill me? Jun Lin could not help but gently tap Lancier's head. "Do you perceive me as such a glutton?" He raised an eyebrow, clearly discerning that not everyone could capture his interest. Lancier scratched her head. "So, what do you plan to do about this person?" "Brother Jun Lin? What else can I do? As a righteous cultivator, she actually bows and scrapes to someone like me, a practitioner of the demonic path. Such a person deserves to perish." Jun Lin replied earnestly. Then, amidst the girl's terror-stricken gaze, 2 golden lions charged towards her. Lancier nodded, her understanding deepening. She had not considered this aspect before. It seemed she still had a distance to cover before becoming a competent demonic cultivator. There was much to learn. Speaking of which, Yun Ruashi was a demonic cultivator. Perhaps she could glean some insights from her later. After collecting the girl's soul into the human sovereign banner, Jun Lin continued towards the secret realm. This was merely a small interlude. Once he arrived at the secret realm, he would check if that old man was still around. If he was, he might not be able to act recklessly. As Jun Lin neared the secret realm, he retracted the golden lions. Although their combat prowess was formidable, using them continuously would soon become tiresome. Before the secret realm, a multitude of disciples from the Tiana sect had gathered, along with a few from other sections. Jun Lin strode in boldly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Or rather, the black mist emanating from the human sovereign banner floating above compelled them to notice him. Among the crowd, a man expressed surprise. A demonic cultivator? And merely at the 4th stage? The audacity of the demonic cultivators these days is remarkable. Here, there were quite a few 4th stage warriors, and even 2 at the 5th stage. "Leave this to me. I've been cooped up here for days, and I didn't expect a demonic cultivator to come knocking." A late 4th stage warrior stretched his body, eager to engage Jun Lin. Noticing the enthusiastic reception to his arrival, Jun Lin instantly broke into a sunny smile, spreading his arms wide. "Greetings, my brothers and sisters. I bring you good news. Your sect leader's son has been slain by my brother. Aren't you all delighted?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Several righteous cultivators from sects other than Tianhe began to retreat quietly, seeking to escape the scene. This demonic cultivator was remarkably bold. The man who had been preparing to strike, Jun Lin gradually retracted his smile, coldly stating, "Regardless of the truth in your words, you shall not leave today." As soon as he finished speaking, the man charged at Jun Lin. A smirk curled at Jun Lin's lips. In the next moment, he ignited his blood vitality and met the man's punch head-on. Having self-destructed multiple times, he was uncertain of his true strength. This was a perfect opportunity to test himself. With blood surging through him, Jun Lin discarded all defenses, every punch infused with a fearless momentum. The man initially felt no discrepancy in their exchange, but soon began to sweat profusely. Why is this person so reckless? Each of his strikes was met with Jun Lin's determined response, sometimes even taking the blows directly to land a counter. The result was astonishing. This dignified late 4th stage warrior found himself engaged in a fierce back and forth with Jun Lin. The exhilaration of battle surged within Jun Lin, fueled by the blood secret method. He scarcely felt any pain. However, the visceral impact of each punch against his opponent was truly exhilarating. The man's eyes widened in horror. Is this how fearless demonic cultivators have become? As he faced another punch from Jun Lin, instinctively, he chose to evade. Yet, he was met with Jun Lin's taunt. "What's wrong? Afraid? Is this all you're capable of? If you can't handle it, just leave and don't ruin my fun." Hearing this, the man was incensed, presumptuous. "Do you think I fear you?" The moment his words left his lips, his fist lunged toward Jun Lin's chest. Jun Lin grinned, abandoning defense to strike back at the man's heart. The man's heart raced, his earlier bravado evaporating. If Jun Lin's punch connected, it could spell his doom, while he too would be at risk. His life held far greater value than that of a mere demonic cultivator. With these thoughts, the man ultimately chose to retreat, sidestepping Jun Lin's punch. Coward! If you can't fight, then get lost. Bring someone who dares to engage. Jun Lin cursed, his enthusiasm dampened by the man's retreat. Who do you think you are? The man glared at Jun Lin, who would willingly engage in a life-and-death struggle with a demonic cultivator. And who do you think you are? Coward! Jun Lin retorted, releasing a golden lion in frustration. As the lion lunged at him, the man hurriedly defended himself, only to find his strength utterly inadequate against the golden beast. In a mere instant, he was pinned beneath its paw, half his body bitten off. Seeing this, the previously eager onlookers were left in shock. This lioness power must be at the 5th stage. I'll go intercept it. You all must eliminate that brat before he harms any more disciples. A 5th stage warrior suddenly rose, charging at the golden lion. Simultaneously, another 5th stage warrior rushed towards Jun Lin, but he was soon confronted by a second golden lion. After blocking the 2 5th stage warriors, Jun Lin turned his gaze to the remaining 4th stage warriors, smiling faintly. Now that the nuisances are occupied, let us engage in a fair duel. I shall take on all 5 of you. The 5 were momentarily speechless, realizing how exceedingly fair the challenge was. They struggled to find a counterargument. Nevertheless, they wasted no time charging at Jun Lin. A late 4th stage demonic cultivator, having killed one of their own, could not be allowed to escape. Their reputations were on the line. As the 5 advanced towards him, Jun Lin felt exhilarated. After consuming several blood vitality pills, he charged forward without even employing his sword technique. Relishing the raw joy of hand-to-hand combat, the Tianhe sect's 5 disciples managed to land strikes on Jun Lin repeatedly. Yet each time, his fists returned to favor. Without strategy, caution, or defenses, Jun Lin displayed the reckless ferocity of a man with nothing to lose. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone 10. With his cultivation being relatively low, Jun Lin, after sending 1 female cultivator flying, was pierced through the chest by a long sword. The 5 from the Tianhe sect gazed at Jun Lin, who remained standing despite the sword impalement, their hearts filled with trepidation. This battle was 5 against 1, and they each bore considerable injuries. The female cultivator who had been sent flying clutched her chest, visibly in pain, as her flesh had visibly caved in. Is he dead? Should be. He is not moving. Let us destroy the body. I want to feel secure otherwise. Despite Jun Lin's demonic status, the 5 could not help but admire his tenacity after this fierce confrontation. Yet, gazing upon Jun Lin's lifeless form, they remained somewhat apprehensive and resolved to obliterate the evidence. However, just as they approached Jun Lin, he abruptly stirred, flashing a grin at the 5. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my existence? Chapter 72. Is this your way of escape? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The self-detonation of a 4th realm martial artist was formidable enough. But now it was the self-destruction of Jun Lin, who had mastered the secret art of self-explosive techniques. The impact was naturally magnified. Those closest to Jun Lin were hurled away. Already injured, they now found themselves in a more pitiful state, with 2 of them gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The onlookers, 3rd realm martial artists, were largely unscathed from a distance. Yet those who were nearer had already lost limbs. Cough, cough. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. One peak 4th realm martial artist, propelled by the blast, coughed up blood, regretting not having kept his distance, and dealt a few more strikes while he had the chance. He should have anticipated this. Demonic cultivators fearlessly engage in battle, and self-detonation is no exception. What is happening? Didn't that boy just self-detonate? Why is this lion still moving? The 2 5th realm martial artists, engaged in combat with a golden lion, looked perplexedly at the beast that continued to charge at them. They too had been caught in Jun Lin's sudden explosion, but fortunately, their strength allowed them to withstand the damage. Meanwhile, the 2 golden lions had inexplicably retreated several meters just before Jun Lin's explosion, sustaining minimal injuries. I'm not sure. Can you 2 handle this golden lion? A woman, clutching her chest in pain, could not refrain from asking. She currently possessed no combat capability. And if these two could not subdue the golden lions, she feared for their lives. Just as she was consumed by worry, a familiar voice unexpectedly resonated in her ears. Of course, they cannot handle it, for I am still alive. The woman's heart trembled, and cold sweat broke out. That voice, it belonged to the demonic cultivator who had just self-detonated. With great difficulty, she turned her head, and her eyes fell upon Jun Lin, wearing a polite yet elegant smile. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could utter a word, a flash of sword light severed her head. Her soul captured within the imperial banner. Subsequently, Jun Lin addressed the remaining crowd with a calm demeanor. I am weary, my esteemed guests. If you do not mind, you may take a moment's respite within the imperial banner. Can I refuse? A boy lying on the ground weakly raised his remaining arm. Jun Lin pondered for a moment, then remarked, My friend, in your current state, do you truly wish to cling to life? It must be exhausting. Upon hearing Jun Lin's words, the boy slowly lowered his arm. Indeed, as Jun Lin had pointed out, in his condition, he had no desire to continue living. He merely sought to assert his presence. Conversely, the two Fifth Realm martial artists battling the Golden Lion and the lone, less severely injured Fourth Realm martial artists were not inclined to surrender. The gray-robed man assessed the unscathed Jun Lin and then glanced at his two comrades, ensnared by the Golden Lion. I am sorry, but once I return to the sect, I shall inform them of these events, and they will avenge you. The gray-robed man thought to himself, then knelt before Jun Lin, stating, I am willing to submit to you. Jun Lin was taken aback. What was this? He had prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet this man suddenly knelt? Were righteous cultivators nowadays so fearful of death? Noticing Jun Lin's silence, the gray-robed man quickly pledged his loyalty. My lord, I shall take down those two ungrateful fiends. Upon uttering these words, the gray-robed man charged at one of the Fifth Realm martial artists engaged with the Golden Lion, shouting, You scoundrel! Seeing my lord refusing to submit, you dare to resist. Today shall be your last. With that, he clashed with his opponent. Jun Lin couldn't help but smirk. What a talent this man was. Yet, what left Jun Lin even more speechless was that this gray-robed man appeared to be attacking the Fifth Realm martial artist on his behalf. However, the more they fought, the further apart they became. Ultimately, with a single palm strike, the Fifth Realm martial artist sent the gray-robed man flying dozens of meters away, then hundreds, then thousands. Jun Lin slapped his forehead. So this was how he intended to escape? It seemed he was trying to act as if he did not exist. Watching the gray-robed man retreat, Jun Lin approached another Fifth Realm martial artist, smiled slightly, and then self-detonated. The gray-robed man, in the midst of a frantic escape, heard the explosion behind him and felt a surge of curiosity, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. After kneeling to Jun Lin and betraying his comrades, he had seized this opportunity to flee. If he were caught, Jun Lin would undoubtedly not spare him. His only hope was to return to the sect and inform the elders of what transpired here. Where do you think you're going? Jun Lin suddenly appeared in the path of the gray-robed man. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jun Lin, filled with confusion. What did he get so close? Although puzzled, the gray-robed man dared not linger, swiftly turning to flee in another direction. However, just as he had barely covered any distance, Jun Lin appeared before him once more. This time, however, he was accompanied by Jun Lin's sword. Already injured and having lost the will to fight, the gray-robed man could not struggle for long against Jun Lin. Even his final desperate attempt was in vain. After dispatching the gray-robed man, Jun Lin returned to the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, only those who had perished in his explosion and a few severely injured Third Realm martial artists remained, alongside the two Fifth Realm martial artists, who were barely holding on against the Golden Lion's relentless assault. Jun Lin activated the Imperial Banner, drawing the souls of those nearby who had died, and subsequently released by E and the others. He pointed toward the group of gravely wounded martial artists, missing limbs. Eliminate those who have not yet perished. Bai He nodded and led the team to begin clearing the battlefield. Lin Xiao, observing the sea of corpses, suddenly suggested, Let us deal with the deceased as well. to prevent any of them from possessing abilities such as breath concealment. By he shot Lin Xiao a puzzled glance, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the battle between the Golden Lion and the two Fifth Realm martial artists concluded swiftly with Jun Lin's intervention. Within the Imperial banner, two Fifth Realm dignitaries were added. Soon, Bai also dealt with the remaining foes at the entrance of the Secret Realm, while Lin Xiao ensured that all nearby corpses were finished off. At Tianhe's sect, Jun Lin flew on his sword, pausing at a distance from his sect. He gazed at the mountain range housing Tianhe's sect, idly toying with a token of identity belonging to a direct disciple. Tianhe's sect, while not as formidable as Wuyong's sect in many aspects, was nonetheless a sect of some repute in the eastern region. Chapter 73. If you dare to look at me today, tomorrow you shall kill me. Jun Lin arrived at the riverbank, applying some concoction to his face. He intended to infiltrate the Tianhe sect for a bit of amusement. Yet his visage represented the esteemed disciple of the Yujian Peak from the Wuyong sect, making it unwise to reveal his identity at this time. Thus, a transformation was necessary. Although he had never studied the art of disguise, the mere thought of it sparked an uncanny ability within him. Before long, he found himself adept at it. After toying with his appearance for a while, Jun Lin gazed into the water's reflection and nodded in satisfaction. Though he still radiated charm, he bore little resemblance to his former self. Indeed, he was a prodigy. The only regret was that, despite his efforts, he could not surpass his own innate good looks. Perhaps this was the feeling of being lonely at the pinnacle. Arriving at the gates of the Tianhe sect, he noticed several disciples stationed there. Originally, he had intended to enter boldly, brandishing his identification token. Alas, most sects maintained a high level of vigilance towards martial artists who had attained the Fourth Realm or higher, and the Tianhe sect was no exception. Following the murder of the sect master's son, the Tianhe sect had intensified its scrutiny for any signs of demonic cultivators within its ranks. Holding an ordinary disciple's token would certainly warrant an examination, and carrying a core disciple's or an esteemed disciple's token would raise even more suspicion, as these tokens would self-destruct if infused with anyone else's spiritual energy. Thus, entering the Tianhe sect openly was not a viable option. He had to consider alternative methods, such as self-destruction, followed by a resurrection within the sect. This was an ingenious idea. Jun Lin drew a long sword and slashed his throat. To his surprise, blood gushed forth, yet he remained alive. In exasperation, he struck again, this time successfully severing his head. In the next instant, he had successfully infiltrated the Tianhe sect. However, this spectacle did not go unnoticed. A wandering youth, observing the sudden appearance of Jun Lin not far from him, was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was he hallucinating? The boy rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he saw Jun Lin charging towards him, shouting, "How dare you look at me today? Tomorrow you shall kill me. You have chosen your own demise." Startled, the boy momentarily froze, unable to react. Just as he prepared to flee, he found a golden lion behind him, its maw wide open. With a horrific crunch, the lion devoured the boy, blood splattering everywhere. Jun Lin sighed in relief, summoning back the golden lion and conveniently collecting the boy's soul into the imperial flag. He had feared being discovered as soon as he entered. Fortunately, his reflexes had proved sufficient. Surveying his surroundings, Jun Lin realized he knew nothing about the Tianhe sect, but the system might hold some information. With that thought, he inquired, "System, do you have a map of the Tianhe sect?" "Yes." As the system's voice echoed, a luminous screen appeared before Jun Lin, showcasing the layout of various regions within the Tianhe sect. He scrutinized it carefully and pinpointed the location of the sect's treasure vault. However, such places were guaranteed to be guarded by formidable warriors. Even self-detonation might not suffice to deal with them. Thus, he decided to put that thought aside for now, intending to explore it later when he had enough leisure. His gaze then shifted to the training grounds. This was an excellent place for combat. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Lin soared towards the arena. Along the way, he encountered a woman who was also heading in that direction. She regarded him with intrigue and could not help but ask, "Which peak do you belong to, junior brother? I don't believe I've seen you before." Jun Lin glanced at the map and replied casually, "Should you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. "All right, I am Ruoyu, an esteemed disciple of the Dan Peak." Now, junior brother, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Feigning indifference, Jun Lin replied, Luo Jia, Baijian Peak. I see. Ruo, you observe him closely. Are you heading to the training grounds? Junior brother? Jun Lin nodded, but did not respond further. Ruo Yu smiled. Her heart warmed. She and T expected him to possess such character. So handsome, yet so aloof. How had she never encountered him before? But upon reflection, it made sense. Most disciples of Baijian Peak were either battle maniacs or possessed exceptional talent in combat. As a disciple of the Dan Peak, she might not even visit the training grounds once a year, so not having seen Jun Lin was quite reasonable. As she admired Jun Lin's striking profile, her heart raced, and she could not resist asking, have you found a sparring partner yet? Would you like your senior sister to accompany you? Jun Lin shot her a peculiar glance. I do not strike women. Ruo Yu was taken aback, then covering her mouth. She laughed. I didn't realize junior brother Luo was such a chivalrous person. However, I assure you, my strength is formidable. Jun Lin ignored her, as he had already arrived at the training grounds. At this moment, a throng of Tianhe sect disciples had gathered, with several platforms in view. Among them stood a burly man over 2 meters tall, exuding an impressive aura despite his injuries. Upon seeing Jun Lin ascend the platform, the muscular man initially rejoiced, but upon noticing Jun Lin's early-stage 4th realm, his expression turned to disappointment. Junior brother, given your low cultivation level, I shall grant you the opportunity to concede. He was in the mid-stage of the 4th realm and had fought countless battles. Even injured, he was not someone a mere early-stage 4th realm youth could contend with. No need. Jun Lin suddenly produced a folding fan and gracefully waved it, causing many female disciples to gasp and some male disciples to scorn. Seeing Jun Lin's stubbornness, the burly man ceased his attempts to dissuade him. He had encountered many like Jun Lin who sought to showcase themselves on the platform. Very well then, prepare yourself. Sign the life and death contract. It shall be a fight to the finish. At this declaration, Jun Lin paused, puzzled. Is a life and death contract truly necessary? The muscular man scoffed, of course. If I were to accidentally kill you with your fragile frame, what then? If you are scared, you can still leave now. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. All right, I shall sign. As he prepared to inscribe his name on the life and death contract, Ruo Yu unexpectedly interjected, Junior brother Luo, there is no need to let your temper get the best of you. He is a direct disciple of our sect master, with strength surpassing that of his peers. You are no match for him. She would be heartbroken if such a handsome junior brother were to fall here. However, upon hearing Ruo Yu's words, Jun Lin felt compelled to sign. Without hesitation, he boldly wrote his name on the contract. Luo Jia. Watching Jun Lin sign the pact, Ruo Yu stomped her foot in frustration. All she could do now was hope that Qi Zhan would be lenient and not injure Jun Lin severely. Qi Zhan clenched his fists. Fear not, we are all fellow disciples. I will not go all out. If you cannot endure, simply concede. Do not be stubborn. Jun Lin nodded, then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a golden lion materialized before him, lunging towards Qi Zhan with overwhelming ferocity. Qi Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 74. Luo Jia's visit Qi Zhan, possessing merely mid-level cultivation of the 4th realm, found himself utterly powerless before the golden lion. In just a couple of exchanges, he was trampled beneath its feet, as the golden lion prepared to crush his skull. Qi Zhan, in a state of sheer panic, cried out, I admit, but before he could finish, the lion's paw accelerated, obliterating his head in an instant. The arena was plunged into a profound silence. Jun Lin retracted the golden lion and surveyed the stunned onlookers, inquiring, I suppose this means I have one? Luo Jia had slain the son of the Heavenly River Sect's master. He had now killed the master's direct disciple. What does this signify? It exemplifies brotherhood in unity. Ru Yu, witnessing the gruesome scene of Qi Zhan's crushed head, pointed at Jun Lin, momentarily at a loss for words. Jun Lin had actually killed the master's disciple? This was disastrous. This newly acquainted junior brother was destined for ruin. Jun Lin stood nonchalantly upon the stage, bemused. What is it? Why do you all stare at me like that? I merely acted in accordance with our signed life and death contract. If I inadvertently killed him, does that not mean he deserved it? News of the incident swiftly spread throughout the martial arena. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired elder arrived, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon spotting Qi Zhan's lifeless body on the arena, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Who did this? Step forward. The elder was furious. Was this not enough chaos? Just days after the master's son perished, the disciple followed suit. He could hardly fathom the wrath that would ensue when the master learned of this calamity. It was I, Jun Lin declared, holding a folding fan, his voice clear in the stillness. The elder's gaze fell upon him, icy and disapproving. You insolent wretch, to commit such fratricide and yet take pride in it? Today, you shall learn the consequences of your actions. As the elder raised his hand to strike Jun Lin, the latter interjected, Wait. The elder paused, frowning. What more do you wish to say? I refuse to accept this. You dare to defy me? The elder was momentarily amused by the audacity. However, since I have signed a life-and-death contract with this man, it stands that no blame should fall upon the other should one perish. Jun Lin brandished the contract, displaying both his name and Qi Zhan's. The elder glanced at it, then scoffed. What nonsense is this life-and-death contract? Was it sanctioned by the sect? Without the sect's approval, it is nothing more than a scrap of paper. Jun Lin shrugged. Very well, I concede. Since I concede, it seems I shall explode. With that, a tremendous explosion erupted within the martial arena. The elder quickly suppressed the residual shockwaves to prevent further casualties. Self-detonation? The elder seethed. This brat could simply blow himself up. Yet, he had far more to consider. The master would inevitably learn of this incident, and the question remained, how could he ensure the master would not react too violently? Meanwhile, Jun Lin, having escaped via self-detonation, soared towards the Heavenly River sect's treasury. Although his strength might not suffice to seize anything from within, it was worth a try, was it not? Excuse me, senior brother. A troubled youth approached Jun Lin, eager to inquire. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jun Lin swiftly slapped him, sending the boy spinning through the air. Dazed and clutching his face, the youth watched Jun Lin's retreating form, feeling aggrieved. He had merely sought directions to the Pill Peak. Why had he been struck? Were all senior brothers so quick-tempered nowadays? Had he known, he might have chosen a different sect. The treasury of the Heavenly River sect was located in a secluded area, hidden among several small mountains. These mountains formed a natural formation, further secured by additional protective arrays set by the sect. For an average person, finding the place was a challenge, let alone entering it. However, such obstacles posed no difficulty for Jun Lin, equipped with a map. After stowing the Golden Lion, Jun Lin charged into the natural formation formed by the mountains. This was a trapping array, imbued with illusions that could ensnare the unwary indefinitely. Yet, regrettably for the array, it held no sway over Jun Lin. He navigated effortlessly and soon discovered the mountain peak housing the sect's treasury. There, 10 individuals whose cultivation he could not discern awaited him, some middle-aged, others elderly. Upon his arrival, they awoke, and one elder with white hair regarded him, asking, What brings you here? Without batting an eyelash, Jun Lin replied, The sect master sent me to retrieve a few items. The elder closed his eyes slightly and said, Very well, present the sect master's token. Once verified, we shall grant you entry. Jun Lin smiled politely. Do you not believe me when I say I have no token? The elder remained unfazed, responding in a calm tone, then returned to fetch it. Without the token, even the master cannot grant you access. We recognize tokens, not individuals. Jun Lin smuggled. He had concocted this tale. Even if he returned, he would not acquire the token. However, glancing at the swirling vortex behind the group, an audacious idea struck him. It seemed the treasury was protected by an array rather than a door. Noticing Jun Lin's silence and his fixation on the treasury's entrance, the elder's brow furrowed slightly. This youth was peculiar. Forgetting to bring a token? More likely, he lacked one entirely. Though uncertain of how Jun Lin had traversed the Qing Mountain illusion array, he deemed it necessary to detain and interrogate him. With this thought, a glint of golden light flashed in the elder's eyes, and he raised his hand. Golden chains appeared out of thin air, binding Jun Lin. What the Elderby? Is this how you uphold martial ethics? Jun Lin was startled by the sudden attack, preparing for self-detonation. Yet, in the next moment, with a gentle motion of his arms. The golden chains shattered effortlessly. Is that all? Jun Lin chuckled. It was merely a control technique. What? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had not exerted his full strength, how had the chains broken so easily? The other 9 members encircled Jun Lin, their vigilance heightened. This youth was no ordinary individual. They all shared a common thought. The effortless shattering of a 7th Realm warrior's control hinted at the possibility of him being an 8th Realm expert. Since everyone is so eager, allow me to present a little firework display. Jun Lin's lips curled into a smile. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted around him. The 10 individuals were immediately struck with terror. An 8th Realm powerhouse had self-detonated? Surely, they would perish here today. Yet, to their surprise, the explosion's force was unexpectedly mild. None of them sustained any injuries. What just happened? Am I truly this powerful now? One man, astonished, looked at himself unharmed, unable to comprehend how he had casually withstood an 8th Realm warrior's self-detonation. The elder shook his head, declaring it incorrect. The power of the self-detonation barely reached the 5th Realm, comparable to the superficial cultivation of that young man. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder suddenly turned and struck backward with a palm. Goodness, old Deng, you possess quite the strength. Observing this, Jun Lin, who had been reborn prior to the secret realm, immediately self-destructed, denying the elder the opportunity to kill him. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels ensured that he could not inflict any harm upon the old man. Thus, after defiantly raising a middle finger at the elder, Jun Lin charged directly into the vortex. What is happening? He clearly self-destructed. How is he still alive? Now is not the time for such musings. That young man had entered the treasure vault, and we must hasten to follow him. The entrance to the vault is sealed with several barriers. With his cultivation, he should be trapped and unable to enter, right? This lad has survived 2 self-detonations, which is exceedingly strange. We cannot let our guard down. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet ultimately, they decided to venture into the treasure vault to uncover its mysteries. Meanwhile, within the vault, Jun Lin gazed in awe at the mountain of assorted resources before him. At a glance, there were medicinal herbs, spiritual fruits, enchanted weapons, and elixirs, among other treasures. Though he was uncertain of their uses, having come this far, it would be a disservice not to seize everything. Contemplating this, Jun Lin promptly cleared out the useless items from his spatial ring and tossed them aside. He then collected every resource within the vault, leaving none behind, and casually inscribed a message on the wall. Luo Jie was here. Chapter 75. Elixirs? Consume. Even if it leads to demise, I shall indulge. After inscribing the characters, Jun Lin surveyed the treasury once more, his heart stirring with unease. Logically speaking, as the treasure vault of the Tianna sect, this place ought not to be so impoverished. It could barely be accommodated within a single spatial ring. Was this a jest? After all, it was a sect of some repute in the Eastern Domain. How could the resources accumulated over the years amount to so little? Just as Jun Lin was investigating whether there was a hidden passage leading to another chamber, 10 figures abruptly materialized within the vault. The leading elder, upon noticing the resources had been supplanted by a collection of low-tier elixirs and materials, felt a surge of rage. He then glanced at Jun Lin, who was seemingly engrossed in etching something into the wall. Without uttering a word, he launched an attack. A colossal handprint manifested out of thin air, descending with a force that could obliterate all in its path, aimed directly at Jun Lin. In that moment, as Jun Lin completed the final character on the wall, he collided with the handprint. Instantly, he was transformed into a mist of blood. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the mist dissipated, revealing Jun Lin at the Treasury-S exit. However, he was met with a barrage of fierce assaults. Such enthusiasm! Alas, farewell to you all. Jun Lin smiled faintly and, before the attacks could strike, stepped into a swirling vortex. The elder's expression darkened. With his 10 companions, 2 of whom were at the 7th realm, how could they fail to subdue even a mere 4th realm lad? It was not merely a failure to capture him. This boy was utterly indestructible. He must possess a great secret. This matter must be reported urgently to the elders within the sect. so they could devise a means to seize this youth and extract the secret of his immortality. Fuming with indignation, the elder's peripheral vision caught sight of the two lines etched into the wall by Jun Lin. Luo Jia was here, and please safeguard the rest for me. I shall return to collect it. How outrageous! The elder's fury ignited. Did he take the Tina sect for a mere joke? You lot, hurry and inform the sect master of this matter. Seal the sect. We cannot allow that boy to escape. The treasures of our Tina sect are not easily taken. Having spoken, the elder glared at the disarray of items left by Jun Lin and snorted in anger before departing the vault. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their faces betraying their ire. To have been brazenly robbed of an entire vault's resources, leaving behind mockery. What a disgrace. News of this would surely tarnish their reputation. Upon exiting the treasury, Jun Lin did not linger, making a beeline out of the Qingshan illusion array. The 10 guardians were formidable. Even self-detonation could not harm them. Thus, there was no need to squander time on them. He had memorized the location, intending to pursue a sustainable path. This meant that once he exhausted the resources acquired this time, he would return for another endeavor. Should all go as anticipated, the vault he had plundered would replenish its treasures by the next visit. After all, people tend to forget pain while remembering pleasure. They surely could not fathom that he would dare return a second time. Leaving the area of the treasury, Jun Lin opened a map and pinpointed the location of Danfeng. He hastened his journey and, in no time, arrived at Danfeng. A young girl, upon seeing Jun Lin, could not help but approach him. Are you also here for elixirs, senior brother? Jun Lin glanced at her and nodded, something like that. The girl continued, what kind of elixir are you seeking? Arousing elixir. Oh, that is huh? The girl suddenly sensed something amiss, staring at Jun Lin in disbelief. Such an elixir, while occasionally concocted privately by the disciples at Danfeng, was never openly discussed, especially not in front of a girl. Jun Lin, perplexed, asked, what is wrong? Do you want one too? I could share some with you. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands. No, it's unnecessary. I don't need that. Without waiting for Jun Lin's response, she fled in a panic. Jun Lin chuckled softly, glanced at the map, and then soared towards the Dan Pavilion atop Danfeng. The Dan Pavilion served as the repository for elixirs at Danfeng and was the source of monthly provisions for the sect. Consequently, it was abundant in elixirs. Unfortunately, it was guarded by a white-haired elder. Unlike the treasury, the Dan Pavilion lacked protective formations, relying solely on the elder's vigilance. Typically, no one dared to act recklessly here. After a moment's thought, Jun Lin approached the elder, saying, Elder, the Peak Master has sent me to invite you for a discussion. The elder looked up, impatiently responding, what do you want now? I'm not going. You should return and tell that kid to stop bothering me with trivialities, he added. Jun Lin was taken aback and awkwardly scratched his head. Elder, the Peak Master insisted you must come. It seems a person named Luo Jia has appeared within the sect, killing the sect master's disciple and robbing the treasury. The elder was instantly bewildered and sprang to his feet. What? Is that true? Are you certain? Jun Lin nodded vigorously, affirming. The Peak Master said so. He insisted I convey this to you. Absurd. How could such a thing happen in our sect? Are the guards of the treasury merely idle? The elder's fury flared. He was acutely aware of the gravity of Jun Lin's statements. You stay here and keep watch over the Dan Pavilion. If anyone delivers elixirs, have them register themselves. Understood. Jun Lin promptly agreed. The elder, seeing no reason to linger, departed without delay. Once the elder's figure vanished from sight, Jun Lin turned and entered the Dan Pavilion. Look at that. The old fellow is easily duped. Though, it cannot be called deception, as not all of his words were false. Inside the Dan Pavilion, rows upon rows of elixirs were displayed, healing, cultivation, and others with unique effects, leaving Jun Lin momentarily dazzled. He immediately began to sweep through the inventory. Revitalizing elixir, restorative elixir, consume. Spirit-infusing elixir, convergence elixir, consume. Blood-exploding elixir, fury elixir, consume. Without regard for their effects, Jun Lin relentlessly indulged, pouring them into his mouth. One bottle consumed, another smashed, and yet another stashed away. In mere moments, a chaotic surge of energies coursed through Jun Lin's body, threatening to erupt. The ground was littered with scattered elixirs, many of which he inadvertently crushed beneath his feet. Boom! Suddenly, through sheer miscalculation, Jun Lin succumbed to the effects of the elixirs, resulting in an explosive outburst. Thankfully, it was not a self-detonation, and the impact was minimal. In the blink of an eye, all returned to normal. Jun Lin resumed grabbing ceramic bottles filled with elixirs, opening them and pouring their contents into his mouth. Just as he finished ransacking the first floor and prepared to raid the second, a youth cautiously peeked into the Dan Pavilion. "Elder, are you here?" Upon witnessing the chaos within the Dan Pavilion, the youth's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. Chapter 76. Robbery. You are doomed. The shattered pill bottles and scattered elixirs appeared to have been trampled upon. The young man gazed at the scene, unable to suppress a gulp. He understood. A grave situation had arisen. Although he was unaware of the absence of Elder Yu, he feared that the Dan Peak would soon be bustling with activity. Without a moment's hesitation, the youth swiftly turned and fled the Alchemy Pavilion, determined to relay the events at once. Meanwhile, Jun Lin had ascended to the second floor of the Alchemy Pavilion. Upon his ascent, he had noticed the youth on the first floor, but dismissed him as inconsequential. After all, he posed no threat. He continued to ravage every visible elixir. However, due to the superior quality of the second batch of elixirs, the explosive effects manifested at a much swifter pace. Should an onlooker have witnessed this spectacle, they would surely be left astounded. Not to mention, the flavors of these elixirs were truly delightful. Jun Lin muttered to himself, casually consuming another vial of elixir, savoring its strawberry essence. Yet, the potency was overwhelming. He felt as though he was engulfed in flames. After being inundated with a cacophony of chaotic elixirs dozens of times, Jun Lin successfully cleared the third floor of the Alchemy Pavilion, leaving only remnants scattered upon the ground. At that moment, the youth who had just departed returned with a throng of fellow disciples from Dan Peak. As they surveyed the disarray within the Alchemy Pavilion, their hearts sank. They understood that these elixirs represented their hard work. As disciples of Dan Peak, they had fixed monthly quotas to fulfill, and these elixirs were the fruits of their labor. Now, everything lay in ruin. They could already envision their quotas being doubled or even multiplied several times over in the aftermath. It seemed they could no longer remain at Dan Peak. Wait, surely the second and third floors are unharmed? One disciple quavered. The crowd collectively gasped. Indeed, if the first floor was in such disarray, how could the second and third floors have escaped unscathed? Though they all suspected the answer, they yearned to witness it for themselves. Upon reaching the second floor, the sight before them elicited relieved laughter. Their anxious hearts were momentarily at ease. Shall we venture to the third floor as well? Why not? After all, it can't be much worse than this. True, but could the one responsible for all this chaos be on the third floor? Will we be in danger if we go up? Many among them began to succumb to despair. Although this debacle ultimately fell upon Elder U.S. shoulders, he was still an elder. The misfortune would be theirs. Driven by curiosity, they ascended to the third floor, where they encountered Jun Lin. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Jun Lin placed one hand over his heart and bowed slightly, welcoming their arrival. To honor your presence, allow me to present a fireworks display. Under the astonished gazes of the disciples, Jun Lin consumed another elixir, transforming into a blinding white light. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through Dan Peak, drawing countless eyes. When the dust settled, the Alchemy Pavilion lay in ruins, and those who had come to witness the spectacle were either dead or gravely injured. Jun Lin summoned the imperial flag, capturing the souls of the deceased disciples. As for those who had not perished, they could only blame their misfortune. Had their vitality not been so resilient, they might have joined the ranks of the imperial flag. The heavily injured disciples, lying on the ground, cast their gaze toward the swaying imperial flag above Jun Lin. They managed to utter two words with great difficulty: demonic cultivator. They could not comprehend why there existed a demonic cultivator within their sect. More perplexing was how this demonic cultivator had remained unscathed despite his self-detonation, standing before them in full health. Ah, indeed, you speak the truth. I am a demonic cultivator, Jun Lin replied with a faint smile. Retracting the imperial flag and advancing toward them. TSK, TSK, you disciples of the Tianhe sect truly disappoint. Not only have you allowed a demonic cultivator to infiltrate, but I have also slain your sect's disciples, plundered your treasury, and now obliterated the alchemy pavilion. Demonic cultivator, you shall meet a terrible fate. A Dan-peaked disciple snarled, gritting his teeth as he glared at Jun Lin. Jun Lin's expression darkened. Such words are unwarranted. My actions are merely a reflection of your righteous stance. Just as you righteous cultivators believe it is your duty to slay demonic cultivators. As a demonic cultivator, I believe it is my duty to slay you. The disciple was momentarily speechless. The logic was irrefutable, yet who would willingly admit to being in the wrong? Thus, the disciple retorted, you demonic cultivators are vile and should perish. Quite right. Then come and slay me. Jun Lin shrugged nonchalantly. I shall do just that. A voice suddenly rang out. Following this declaration, a beam of sword light pierced through Jun Lin's chest. Jun Lin glanced at the gaping wound before raising his gaze to the assailant. None other than Elder Yu, the very elder he had previously deceived with a few words. Elder Yu was consumed by fury. He had just been tricked and had rushed to confront the peak master, only to discover that no one had sought him out. Realization dawned. He had been duped. He hurried back only to find the alchemy pavilion in ruins, his fellow disciples grievously wounded, and Jun Lin calmly conversing among them. How reckless of you to strike without understanding the situation. Do you not fear you might slay the wrong person? Jun Lin chided, and in an instant he self-detonated. This time, the explosion claimed the lives of those Tianhe sect disciples who were merely gravely injured. You scoundrel! Elder Yu's face contorted with rage, and he regretted not having slain Jun Lin outright. As he fumed, Jun Lin's voice echoed from behind him. Do not be so agitated. Elder Yu was startled. Upon turning, he discovered Jun Lin standing before him and scathed. Calm your temper. Were it not for your desire to kill me, they would not have perished. You are the cause of their demise. Elder Yu trembled with indignation at Jun Lin's words, and without hesitation, he drew his sword to behead him. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he struck Jun Lin down, the latter reappeared before him once more. You simply refuse to listen, do you? Enough of this. Remember to convey a message to your sect master on my behalf. Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively. Clearing his throat, he continued, he has lost his son and disciples. But what of me? Aside from acquiring the resources from your sect's treasury, the elixirs from the alchemy pavilion, and the souls of several Dan Peak disciples, I am left with nothing. With that, Jun Lin unleashed a dazzling firework display before vanishing. Elder Yu's countenance darkened, his body trembling with fury. Yet, he found himself powerless against Jun Lin, as his mastery lay in combat, not in controlling others. In the sect master's hall, the master of the Tianhe sect sat in his elevated position, listening to reports. His already somber expression deepened, his eyes glinting with intense malice and rage. Robbery. You shall pay dearly. Chapter 77. Alas, the world is in decline. After departing from Danfeng, Jun Lin did not linger at the Tianhe sect. Instead, he boldly left the sect, delivering a slap to the two disciples guarding the entrance as he exited. This act irrevocably severed his ties with the Tianhe sect. However, it mattered little to him, as he was not bearing his own name or face. As for Luo Jia, he had already incurred the blame for the death of the sect master's son, so adding a few more accusations would hardly make a difference. That fellow was remarkably resilient. Reclining on the back of the golden lion, Jun Lin reflected on his recent gains. The resources from the Tianhe sect's treasury were all at least of the 5th rank, featuring a variety of heavenly materials and treasures, spiritual weapons, elixirs, and some unique materials. The elixirs obtained from the Pill Pavilion were even more diverse, ranging from 1st to 6th rank. While it cannot be said that he had everything, he certainly had most of what he needed. It could be said that for a considerable time to come, he would not have to worry about resources. Should the day come when he truly found himself in need, he could always return to the Tianhe sect for another sweep. System, mark the nearest towns, he instructed. Although matters with the Tianhe sect had reached a temporary conclusion, he had only just emerged and had no intention of returning so soon. The last time he returned to Weiyang's sect, Lung Chuyan had lit a soul lamp for him. As long as the lamp remained lit, she and the others would not be overly concerned for his safety. Okay, with the system's voice ringing in his ears. 3 markers suddenly appeared before Jun Lin's eyes. Confused, he wondered why the system had marked 3 towns when he had only requested the nearest ones. Were they all equally distant? The town on the left is the closest, but it is merely a settlement of ordinary folk. The one on the right has some issues. While the middle one is a large town, the system clarified. Understanding dawned upon Jun Lin. This system was increasingly considerate, recognizing his boredom and taking the effort to highlight towns of varying circumstances. Alas, if only the system could enter the human sovereign banner, it would surely secure a position of honor. Raising an eyebrow, Jun Lin assessed the 3 markers and ultimately chose the one the system noted as problematic. With the Golden Lion galloping at full speed, they reached the town in just a few hours. Brother Jun Lin, we've arrived. Laozi gently shook Jun Lin, who had dozed off, resting against her lap, upon catching sight of the town. Already? Jun Lin sat up and gazed below, where a rather unassuming town, or perhaps a village, came into view. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about it. However, since the system had indicated that there were issues, he was certain that something was amiss. Retrieving the Golden Lion, he led Laozi to the town's entrance, where a sign displayed the town's name, Qingshan Town. Everyone here seems to be ordinary folk, Brother Jun Lin. What are we doing here? Are we going to kill them all and capture them in the human sovereign banner for the consumption of the white robes? She inquired. Yet, upon reflection, she doubted such a course of action, knowing her brother Jun Lin, despite being a demon cultivator, was fundamentally kind-hearted. We're just passing through, having heard there were problems. So we thought we'd take a look, Jun Lin replied, entering the town with Laozi. Though the town was bustling with people, the young men appeared lackluster, and many of the women wore grim expressions. Intrigued, Jun Lin sensed that something was clearly awry. Yet, rather than consult the omniscient system, he chose to let events unfold naturally. Knowing too much might rob him of the thrill of discovery. Brother Jun Lin, why do all the men here seem a bit odd? Laozi asked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the young men, who, at an age when they ought to be vigorous, appeared somewhat listless, their steps unsteady. Of course, a few young men still appeared relatively normal. Jun Lin shrugged, saying, "Who knows? Let us ask someone." These individuals looked as if they had been drained by the women in their lives. Yet, he did not entirely blame them. After all, as the saying goes, there are no fields that are overfarmed, only oxen that are overworked. Laozi, with her charming demeanor and striking beauty, approached a nearby matron and asked, "Sister, what has happened here? Why do those people seem so peculiar?" The matron, flattered by the address, initially brightened, but then responded with a hint of displeasure. What else could it be? A few wayward women have caused this mess. Noticing Jun Lin beside Laozi, she added, "Young lady, heed my advice. Take your man and leave quickly, lest," she sighed, "alas, the world is in decline." The matroness' words were veiled, suggesting some underlying concern. Yet she insisted they depart without delay. Such riddles. Jun Lin scoffed, though he had gleaned some key terms from her speech. Wayward women and societal decline. Indeed, human nature had deteriorated. If he was not mistaken, the issues here were likely related to the wayward women the matron had mentioned. But whether it was as he suspected remained to be seen, and if so, it would be rather exciting. "Should we leave, Brother Jun Lin?" Laozi asked, still feeling puzzled. Jun Lin shook his head. "No need. Do you think anyone here could harm me?" Laozi chuckled. "You're right. My brother Jun Lin is an indomitable force. After all, he emerged unscathed from such a tumult at the Tian's sect. How could anything happen to him in this little place?" The pair strolled through Qingshan Town, occasionally drawing glances from passers-by. Observant individuals might notice that while Laozi was beautiful, there was an ethereal quality about her that seemed somewhat strange, though no one probed further. As dusk fell and the moon ascended, a throng of young men began to converge in one direction, while others were being pulled away by their wives in the opposite direction. "Is it starting?" Jun Lin raised an eyebrow at this spectacle, intrigued as he followed the crowd. Soon, he found himself in an open space, where a splendid stage came into view. The previously lethargic crowd suddenly appeared invigorated, each person seeking a place to sit, their eyes fixed eagerly upon the stage. Jun Lin settled down with Laozi when a rotund gentleman nearby, noticing the two, expressed astonishment, leaning in to whisper, "Brother, is this your first time here?" Jun Lin nodded indeed. The man's expression suggested he had anticipated this, adding, "You're in for it now. You brought your wife with you?" Jun Lin. Laozi tilted her head curiously. "Why can't I bring my, husband?" The man quickly waved his hands. "Ahem, it's nothing at all." Laozi pouted slightly, dismissing the conversation with a nonchalant attitude, for she was certain she would learn the truth soon enough. Observing her disinterest, the man let out a sigh of relief. He whispered, however, "There is truly no need for you to come. Your, sister-in-law is far more beautiful than any of the others here." Jun Lin smiled and clarified, "I only arrived in Qingshan town today, and I was merely curious, so I decided to take a look." The man nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. Well, you are in for a treat, but I hope your sister-in-law does not become jealous. Be prepared for that." Just as he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy. The man was instantly filled with excitement, his gaze fixed on the stage. There, three graceful figures slowly ascended the platform, their silver masks obscuring half their faces, while translucent veils draped elegantly around them. In the soft glow of the moonlight, their exquisite silhouettes were laid bare for all to admire. Chapter 78. Let's see what they are up to tonight. What a decline in moral standards. Jun Lin gazed in astonishment at the three women elegantly dancing upon stage. No wonder that earlier, the matron had spoken of shameless women and the decay of societal values. It is indeed difficult to fault her. The situation was rather lamentable. Yet, on the other hand, it was undeniably captivating and intriguing. Beside Jun Lin, Laozi's eyes widened in shock at the spectacle. How could anyone be so brazen as to don such attire and perform such a dance in public? The garments were so scant that they barely concealed anything. She instinctively wanted to cover Jun Lin's eyes, wishing to shield her brother from the potential corruption brought on by these three women. Nevertheless, she suddenly recalled the conversation she had with Yun Ruoshi earlier in the Human Empress banner. That time, when a woman had stripped to seduce Jun Lin, Yun Ruoshi had explained that they were now ghost cultivators, distinct from their true forms, and could not satisfy Jun Lin in such ways. However, Jun Lin was a man with his own desires, and thus they should be more accommodating. Although Laozi was reluctant to share her brother with others, she found herself in agreement with Yun Ruoshi's sentiments. She felt that her previous outburst had been somewhat hasty. So, despite her disdain for the three performers, she believed she should not impede Jun Lin's enjoyment. After all, it was merely a spectacle. Amidst the cheers ringing in her ears, she silently scoffed. Did these men truly find such a display appealing? As her gaze returned to Jun Lin, she found him to be quite different from the raucous men around them. His expression was calm, and his gaze toward the dancers was one of simple appreciation and curiosity. Yet, if Jun Lin truly fancied such things, she considered that perhaps she could learn a thing or two. While she might not satisfy him in that regard, she could certainly compensate in other ways. Unaware of Laozi's musings, Jun Lin found himself growing bored with the performance. As a time traveler, his tastes had been refined before his arrival in this world. His earlier astonishment stemmed from the realization that such revealing attire and liberated dances existed here. However, he had to admit that the dance itself lacked finesse. Just as he contemplated leaving, a man beside him spoke up. "Brother, look at this. Your sister-in-law doesn't even seem jealous. This is not what I expected." Jun Lin glanced at Laozi, who was intently watching the dance, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I believe she enjoys this more than I do." The man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Laozi was more engrossed than he was, leaving him somewhat bewildered. This was unexpected. Shouldn't women react with disdain upon seeing such a performance? The man then felt a twinge of envy towards Jun Lin. Why was his wife not so understanding? Oh, right, he didn't have a wife. The man's gaze returned to the stage, and he remarked, "To be honest, I've grown a bit weary of this. But I've never been chosen, so I feel a bit resentful." "Oh." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The man licked his lips and continued, after every dance. "These three beauties select a few men to spend the night with them. Typically, it's 3, though sometimes they choose more. Unfortunately, despite coming here every day, I've never been picked. Jun Lin nearly burst into laughter, realizing the reason behind the melancholy of the men around him. As for why this fellow had not been chosen, Jun Lin suspected it might relate to his physique and appearance. However, upon hearing this, Jun Lin found himself less inclined to leave. After all, he was curious about being chosen himself. The experience must be quite extraordinary. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain the true nature of these three women. They appeared ordinary, yet it was inconceivable that common women would engage in such antics. As the dance continued for over an hour, the atmosphere grew tense as the performance came to an end. The crowd held its breath, eagerly anticipating what would follow. The woman in the center, covering her mouth with a light laugh, announced, "The dance is over. Now I believe everyone knows what comes next." With a playful wink, her sweet and alluring voice incited a wave of cheers from the audience. With a gentle laugh, she continued, "Now, I will reveal the numbers of those chosen tonight." As her words echoed, silence enveloped the venue. Each seat bore a number, and as she called out, those corresponding seats would be selected. Jun Lin glanced at his own seat, 97. The three women seemed to be well aware of whom they desired. 76. The dancer proclaimed, selecting a robust man with an unremarkable face, who appeared elated, as it was likely his first selection. The second dancer stepped forward, playfully smiling as she declared, "I choose number 97. Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Jun Lin's seat. Indeed, it was 97. Jun Lin remained unfazed, having anticipated this outcome. After all, the protagonist always stood out in a crowd. "Jun Lin, you must listen. This is unacceptable," Laozi exclaimed anxiously. "Even if you must choose someone, it should be someone new, not one who spends her nights with countless men." Jun Lin sighed, lightly tapping Laozi's head. "Do you truly see me as such a person?" Laozi pouted, feeling aggrieved. "Do not worry," Jun Lin reassured her softly. "They are not as captivating as you. How could I possibly be drawn to them?" The surrounding men, who had initially envied Jun Lin, were left speechless by his words. While they were true, did he really have to articulate them? And besides, if he was so confident, he should refrain from entering their rooms tonight. As the crowd simmered with envy and jealousy, suddenly, Jun Lin patted the shoulder of the plump man beside him and inquired, "Would you like to seize this opportunity that I offer?" The man was taken aback, staring at Jun Lin in disbelief. Such a fortunate chance was being presented to him. However, upon reflection, he realized the significance of the moment, especially with the man's wife observing nearby. Overwhelmed with excitement, he grasped Jun Lin's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I shall remember this favor, and whenever you require assistance, I will be at your service." Jun Lin's lips twitched slightly. There was no need for such formality. "I merely believe you are a commendable individual, deserving of this selection for your diligent efforts." The man was so moved that he nearly shed tears of joy. After three women flipped over 2 cards each, those not chosen departed in disappointment. Jun Lin and Laozi also left with the crowd, leaving only the 3 women and 6 others behind. At that moment, the woman who had selected Jun Lin felt a sense of puzzlement upon realizing he was missing. "Where is number 97? The man eagerly approached, exclaiming, "I am number 97. The woman was momentarily taken aback. She distinctly recalled that number 97 was supposed to be a handsome fellow, not a rotund individual. Could it be that the charming man had relinquished his chance to this plump fellow? A wave of frustration washed over her. She had initially hoped to choose someone attractive to experience a delightful evening. Instead, she found herself accompanied by an unappealing figure. However, with the situation as it was, she couldn't very well dismiss him, so she led the exuberant man and the others to her residence. Not long after their departure, Jun Lin and Laozi reappeared at the same location. "Brother Jun Lin, why have we returned?" Laozi questioned, somewhat perplexed, as the night had grown late and it was time for rest. Jun Lin, with a slight smile, glanced in the direction the 3 women had taken. "Of course, I wish to observe how those 3 women spend their evening." "What?" Laozi's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that her brother Jun Lin possessed such an interest. Chapter 79. May this merit be added to the emperor's banner. 3 women accompanied by 6 men arrived at 3 small houses. Jun Lin and Laozi trailed behind at a distance, remaining unnoticed by the others. Brother Jun Lin, do you think what we are doing is inappropriate? Laozi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Jun Lin pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps, but don't you want to know what they are truly up to? Laozi scratched her head, puzzled. Aren't they just engaging in such activities? Of course, she was curious and wanted to experience such things herself. But she wished to do so with Jun Lin, not merely observe others. Jun Lin smirked, not necessarily. What do you think those 3 women are? Now I see. Laozi paused, then suddenly grasped the implication. She had not considered it deeply before. Now, reflecting on it, she could sense something amiss. These 3 women danced daily in such revealing attire on stage, inviting those men to stay overnight without asking for a single coin. It was evident that something was amiss. Laozi felt she had unraveled the mystery. However, to engage in such deeds, she tapped her lips thoughtfully. Soon, she recalled a sect notorious for its reputation. Yet many were eager to join, the Harmony sect. Realizing this, Laozi gasped. Could these 3 be disciples of the Harmony sect? Seeing Laozi's astonishment, Jun Lin chuckled. Who knows? Let's go have a look. With that, he concealed his aura and stealthily approached the 3 houses. Laozi nervously followed, careful not to make sound. Before long, Jun Lin led Laozi to the window of one of the houses. As they drew near, they could hear the heavy panting of men within. 2 voices in total. Yet, only the sound of male gasps could be heard. Jun Lin exchanged glances with Laozi, whose eyes reflected confusion. This was not what she had envisioned. Jun Lin, however, remained unconcerned. Noticing the window was covered with oiled paper, he quietly made a small hole to peek inside. Although it produced some noise, the men's heavy breathing masked it. However, the scene within was not what Jun Lin had anticipated. 2 men lay on the bed, fully clothed and with closed eyes, yet gasping heavily, their faces expressing bliss. The woman who had brought the 2 men was seated nearby, slightly parted lips, drawing in their essence. Jun Lin curled his lip, as expected. They are indeed sinister. At first glance, the 3 women appeared as ordinary as anyone else. Jun Lin initially thought they were demonic cultivators or disciples of the Harmony sect, as Laozi mentioned. However, upon further reflection, if they were demonic cultivators, the townsfolk would have long been captured, rather than spending their days dancing for these men. Moreover, demonic cultivators typically did not engage in sustainable practices. They often consumed everything in one go, seeking new victims the next day. As for Harmony sect disciples, the chances were even slimmer. Dual cultivation generally required both parties to have high cultivation levels. They could easily find peers within their sect, rather than seeking out these mortals, which held little benefit for their cultivation. Thus, upon deeper contemplation, the likelihood of them being sinister was much greater. These malevolent beings absorbed the essence from mortals daily, utilizing it for their cultivation while concealing their own sinister aura. Moreover, the 3 women were quite astute, understanding the concept of sustainability. They did not drain their victims entirely, but selectively chose those with abundant vitality each time. Noticing Jun Lin had been silent for a while, Laozi grew curious, wondering if he had become entranced. However, she had not heard any female voices for quite some time. Gently, she tugged at Jun Lin's hand. He turned to see the concern in her eyes and chuckled. What's the matter? Upon hearing Jun Lin speak, Laozi was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they there to spy? Why had he spoken? Who? A woman's voice suddenly echoed from within the room. Yet, Jun Lin was undeterred. A long sword appeared from thin air, and in an instant, it pierced through the room, pinning the woman to the ground. The 3 sinister women were not particularly powerful. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to seducing ordinary residents of this small town. Nonetheless, the noise Jun Lin created was significant. The other 2 women, who were also consuming essence in their respective rooms, sensed the commotion and rushed out, only to collide with a long sword. In a mere encounter, Jun Lin dispatched all 3 malevolent women. As for the men they had brought, they remained entranced in the illusions woven by these sinister beings, unable to extricate themselves. likely lost in a delightful dream. Jun Lin clapped his hands. Boring. I expected something more unique here. Let us go. Just 3 minor malevolent beings. His disappointment was palpable. However, having performed a good deed by ridding the residents of Qingshan town of these 3 evildoers, he hoped this merit would be added to his Emperor's banner. Mounted upon his golden lion, Jun Lin flew towards the town furthest from his system's mark. 3 days later, Jun Lin found himself at the city's front, gazing in awe at the grandiose city walls before him. Where have I ended up? He pondered. Both the previous cities of Moyang and Qingshao paled in comparison to this locale. System, where is this place? Qinghuan Holy City, the capital of the Qinghuan Empire. The system explained. Understanding dawned upon Jun Lin. He had arrived at the capital, which explained its high-end and sophisticated aura. He had some knowledge of the Qinghuan Empire. There were 2 empires in the eastern region, the Qinghuan Empire and the Qishao Empire. Moreover, he understood that these 2 empires had been embroiled in conflict, each eager to swallow the other. Of course, Jun Lin only had a general understanding. The specifics remained unclear, as such matters did not concern him. However, if fortune favored him one day, allowing him to partake in the downfall of one of these empires, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Within Qinghuan Holy City, the sight of countless cultivators was overwhelming. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the 3rd realm was commonplace, and the 4th realm was abundant. After all, it was the capital of a nation, and a certain level of prosperity was to be expected. Holding a candied hawthorn, Jun Lin muttered with a hint of boredom. This place is indeed lively, but as the capital, it seems not the best place to stir up trouble. He had not even dared to let Lan Sierra accompany him. For in such a place, even a seemingly ordinary vendor could be a hidden master of the 7th or even 8th realm. Such a powerful being could easily dispatch Lan Sierra in the blink of an eye, and he could not ensure her safety. Just as Jun Lin contemplated whether he should leave, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead, seemingly engaged in something. Out of curiosity, he approached to discover a royal decree affixed to the wall. It shimmered with a faint azure glow, occasionally accompanied by the phantom of a blue bird. Chapter 80. Do you believe you are worthy? It turns out to be the Imperial Edict. I thought it was something else. Jun Lin smirked, finding it rather dull. Yet, as he turned to leave, he found himself glancing back at the edict once more. What would happen if he were to take it down? Would tearing down the Imperial Edict lead to the extermination of 9 clans? Jun Lin pondered, wondering if he were to assert boldly, what of it if I am condemned along with my 10 clans? Would this implicate his master and senior sister? Or perhaps, would it incite a conflict between Wuyang sect and the Qinghuan Empire? One is among the 2 great empires of the eastern domain, and the other is the mightiest martial sect in the region. If a confrontation were to arise, it would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. However, upon further reflection, he considered that Wuyang sect was his own sanctuary, not the appropriate venue for such affairs. If possible, it would be best to let Tian's sect confront the Qinghuan Empire instead. Speaking of which, the Imperial Edict had been displayed here for nearly 3 months. Why had no one dared to tear it down? Curiosity arose among the crowd, quickly followed by explanations. What a jest! Who would dare to act at this juncture? Knowing the new emperor had only recently ascended the throne, but isn't this the perfect opportunity? One might gain favor with a new emperor. Ridiculous. To gamble one's life? Many harbored discontent towards the new emperor. It would be wise to avoid courting death without sufficient strength. Such words should not be spoken lightly. It could cost one their head. I believe I've been quite tactful. You might as well be prepared to lose your head. Perhaps by tomorrow you will find yourself at home, pierced by numerous blades and deemed a suicide. Surely it cannot be that severe. The crowd was abuzz, discussing the Imperial Edict, yet none dared to take it down. Jun Lin squeezed in to catch a glimpse of its content. Well, there was nothing substantial, just 2 words, seeking talents. Concise and to the point, everyone understood what the new emperor desired, yet they all recognized their lack of capability to fulfill such a role. The Qinghuan Empire was quite chaotic now. In the court, there were open and covert struggles for power. Below the court, one would find danger lurking, both overt and covert. Dying from numerous blade wounds and being labeled a suicide was no trifling matter. Who knows, the new emperor might even succumb to exhaustion and illness one day. Listening to the discussions around him, Jun Lin, who had initially held little interest, suddenly found himself intrigued. This was indeed fascinating. Having never held an official position nor experienced court hearings, he had never seen what the emperor looked like. Furthermore, hearing these people speak of the chaotic court piqued his interest. The imperial edict seemed tailor-made for him. Thus, without further deliberation, Jun Lin boldly tore the edict down before the crowd. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone retreated several meters, leaving only Jun Lin standing there, holding the edict. What is the meaning of this, my friends? Do you believe I shall regard you as brothers now and prompt the emperor to exterminate my 10 clans? Dragging you along with me? Jun Lin pointed at the crowd. At his words, they were momentarily stunned. Such audacity! Yet, their shock quickly turned to alarm. They had no desire to be associated with someone so destined to perish. Immediately, they scattered, returning to their respective homes. Jun Lin scoffed, remarking on their cowardice. But, returning to the matter at hand, what was he to do now that the edict had been torn down? Not only was he unfamiliar with court politics, but he was also wholly ignorant of the laws of the Qingwan Empire. Nevertheless, this would not impede his pursuit of amusement, would it? As Jun Lin contemplated whether to rush to the palace and inform the emperor of his actions, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached, flanked by a contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing Jun Lin, he coldly inquired, "Did you tear down the edict?" Jun Lin glanced at the edict in his hand, and then at the unfriendly middle-aged man, responding defiantly, "Are you blind? Or are you feigning ignorance? Do you not see the edict in my hand?" The middle-aged man snorted, "You possess quite the audacity. Since you have torn down the edict, you must accompany me." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. Jun Lin followed without a moment's hesitation. Ultimately, he was taken to an inn, where the middle-aged man thoughtfully arranged a room for him and provided soldiers for his protection. Before departing, the man advised, "Tomorrow, I will return to escort you to court. Be prepared." Jun Lin nodded, retreating to his room, shutting out the world. Prepare? What a jest! He would simply parade through the court tomorrow, and might even flee the day after. What was there to prepare for? The next day, at dawn, the middle-aged man escorted Jun Lin to the imperial palace. "Mind your manners. Do not offend too many people," the middle-aged man cautioned, glancing at Jun Lin. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. What was the deal with this man, cold exterior, yet seemingly kind-hearted? The middle-aged man paid no heed to whether Jun Lin responded and called towards the palace, "Your Majesty, the individual who tore down the edict has arrived. Announce him." A voice echoed within the hall, tinged with excitement and anticipation. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. Did that voice belong to a woman? Upon being ushered into the hall, Jun Lin confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the emperor was a woman. No wonder he had heard whispers of discontent towards the new emperor in the court. It was likely due to this very reason. Qing Yuxue gazed down at Jun Lin, her heart swelling with joy, not because of Jun Lin's merits, but simply because someone had finally dared to heed her call. Within the court, there were those loyal to her. Yet not every seemingly loyal subject was genuine. Their facades were too convincing. Thus, Jun Lin's arrival brought her relief, for she truly needed someone she could trust. Yet, a fear lingered within her. She worried that Jun Lin might be swayed by others in the court. Before she could speak, a courtier boomed at Jun Lin, "Impudence! You stand before the emperor and do not kneel?" Jun Lin turned his gaze to the speaker, a white-haired elder, brimming with indignation. Amused, Jun Lin responded, "Old man, your tongue is quite troublesome. The emperor has yet to speak, and you are barking like a dog? One might mistake you for the emperor." Furious, the elder retorted, You insolent brat, lacking in decorum. Oh, you merely claim I lack decorum, yet do not accuse me of slandering you? It seems you genuinely aspire to be emperor. You, do not slander me. My loyalty to the royal family is as clear as day." Jun Lin scoffed. "Merely loyalty to the royal family? How vague. Who exactly are you loyal to? Surely not some vassal prince? You, how dare you? I am undoubtedly loyal to Her Majesty." The elder, nearly beside himself with rage, was on the verge of a fit. "Enough. Let us all refrain from further words," Qing Yuxue interjected. Seeing Jun Lin stand up to the elder brought her joy. What did this signify? It indicated that Jun Lin was not aligned with that old man, which reassured her greatly. However, this also meant that Jun Lin had offended the elder, and the days ahead might not bode well for him. Contemplating this, Qing Yuxue felt a twinge of concern. It is a rare occurrence to find someone willing to take the challenge, and one must not allow these wretched old fools to jeopardize it. However, shortly after Qing Yuxue finished speaking, yet another elder seated in a chair stood up and proclaimed, "Humph, Your Majesty seeks talented individuals, not mere scoundrels who only excel in verbal sparring." Jun Lin glanced at Qing Yuxue, pondering whether she truly was the emperor, for she seemed to possess no semblance of authority. Could she be a puppet emperor? Though he remained speechless internally, Jun Lin replied, "First, I am indeed a person of talent. Second, I appreciate your compliment." The old man was taken aback. When had he praised this young man? Yet, that was of little consequence. Since the lad claimed to be talented, the elder believed he could devise a means to make him retreat in defeat. He then stated, "Since you profess to be talented, allow me to test your abilities." "Test me?" Jun Lin chuckled. "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Chapter 81. The disobedient shall be turned into jerky humph. You insolent child, I'm the prime minister of the realm. How could I be unworthy? Bamni snurtakulli. Jun Lin, unfazed, replied matter-of-factly, "You are simply too unattractive. Responding to your question would diminish my worth." Wang Li was immediately filled with fury. How dare this impudent brat speak to him in such a brazen manner, showing him no respect. He was the prime minister of the Qing Yuan Empire, a figure of authority second only to the emperor. The audacity of this unknown youth to scorn him in the court was intolerable. A murderous intent surged within Wang Li. He could not fathom that Jun Lin, a mere novice in the court, would dare to insult him. Surely, someone was instigating this insolence, and it must be none other than the current empress herself, who harbored disdain for him. Did she wish to assert her dominance over him? He could understand her sentiments, but he found them distasteful. Thus, Wang Li addressed Qing Yuxue. "Your Majesty, this child is a brazen fool, merely adept at verbal sparring, and certainly not a worthy talent." As soon as Wang Li's words fell, several voices in the court chimed in agreement. What the Prime Minister says is absolutely correct. This scoundrel has torn down the imperial decree, yet possesses no merit. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor and warrants public execution. I second this. I second this. Qing Yuxue, witnessing the fervent support for Wang Li's proposition, felt a deep sense of frustration. She was acutely aware of the motives of these individuals. However, she also understood that she could not allow them to succeed. Even if Jun Lin were not a paragon of virtue, she had to protect him. Only in doing so could she foster loyalty among her subjects in the future. As Qing Yuxue contemplated her next move, Jun Lin interjected, "What do you mean by that? Why is it that as soon as this dog of a prime minister speaks, you all wag your tails in agreement? What do we call this? Factionalism, perhaps? And what is the penalty for that? Should it not be death?" Jun Lin's inquiry was sincere, for he genuinely did not understand the laws of the Qing Yuan Empire. However, those he addressed were incensed. How dare this insolent boy levied such outrageous accusations against them? How dare you slander us? We merely find the prime minister's words reasonable. You, who only know how to engage in verbal sparring, are the true deceiver. In an instant, the court erupted with condemnations directed at Jun Lin. Yet, as he listened to their tirades, Jun Lin remained unperturbed, casually cleaning his ears. All right, I understand that you're not forming a faction. However, the Empress has yet to speak. Why are you barking like dogs? Are you instructing the Empress on how to govern? Wouldn't that be akin to a palace coup? This is merely counsel." Jun Lin nodded. "Indeed, but a group of you coercing the Empress into actions she does not wish to take is, in essence, a coup. Is it not? I disdain to waste words with a fool like you who cannot discern right from wrong," exclaimed the minister, flinging his sleeves in anger and closing his eyes to meditate. "Your Majesty, you have seen it. This is merely an impudent child who should be punished for his crimes of disrespect towards the emperor," Wang Li interjected. Qing Yuxue sighed deeply in her heart. While she found Jun Lin's rebuttals to these men quite gratifying, she recognized that even an emperor could be powerless at times. Moreover, she was merely a figurehead without substantial power. If possible, she would rather not be an emperor at all. Nevertheless, she was determined to protect Jun Lin today, for both his sake and her own. Just as Qin Yushue opened her mouth to speak, Jun Lin preempted her. What do you mean I lack decorum? I hold great respect for your majesty. It is you who are unworthy. Jun Lin spread his hands. In all matters, one must reflect on oneself. Over the years, have you made any efforts, done any good deeds, or served with integrity in accordance with the emperor's will? Wang Li was vexed. So these words were conveyed through Jun Lin's mouth at the behest of the empress? Did she wish to instill loyalty in him? Ignoring Jun Lin, he continued, I implore your majesty to order the execution of this scoundrel. Do not let such a lowly individual act with impunity in the court. Seeing this, Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You all think I lack talent, correct? You just proposed a challenge. I am now granting you that opportunity. Is that acceptable? This old man is truly tedious, intent only on executing me. Furthermore, I cannot fathom what the empress thinks. She remains silent and seems unfit for the role. I feel that even Laozi would be a more suitable ruler than this girl. Wang Li furrowed his brow slightly. In his mind, Jun Lin was intertwined with Qin Yushue. To kill Jun Lin would send a message to her to behave. Thus, when Jun Lin suddenly suggested that he be tested, Wang Li viewed it as a desperate attempt to avoid becoming a scapegoat. Very well, let this boy die a clear death. After contemplating, Wang Li said, in that case, I shall pose a simple question. After our great victory against the Qishao Empire, we captured a multitude of prisoners. If the empress commanded you to oversee their labor, but they refused to obey and caused a riot, what would you do? A riot? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. If I were in charge, they would not have the opportunity to riot. Oh, what makes you say that? Wang Li was somewhat surprised. Could this child truly have a solution? Before sending them to labor, I would establish a system of rewards and punishments. Those who fail would be executed and turned into jerky, while those who perform well would receive rewards. As for the rioters, well, I believe they would not wish to become jerky, Jun Lin stated nonchalantly. He may not understand management, but that did not prevent him from improvising. After all, the final judgment rested with the empress, and he felt that his reasoning was sound. This, Wang Li pondered, though reluctant to admit it. This somewhat ruthless approach could indeed mitigate the chances of a riot. After all, if there are rewards for good performance, why would they choose death over striving for those rewards? With this logic in mind, Wang Li could not help but inquire, if that is the case, what kind of rewards do you plan to offer them? He chuckled. Rewards? Jun Lin suddenly wore a playful smile. Upon seeing this expression, Wang Li's heart jolted. Surely, he does not intend to withhold rewards? That would only incite a more furious rebellion. Jun Lin's smile faded. You are being a bit excessive. When did I say I would not provide rewards? Wang Li was at a loss for words. It was apparent from his previous demeanor that he did not seem like one who rewarded good deeds. Nevertheless, he asked, then what rewards do you plan to provide? Jun Lin shrugged. Did I not mention it earlier? Of course, I would reward them with jerky. Chapter 82. Do not sleep too soundly tonight. Reward them with jerky. This statement left everyone in the court, including Qin Yushue, utterly bewildered. It was somewhat inappropriate for a son to speak in such a manner. This was nothing short of diabolical. No, even demonic cultivators wouldn't dare to present themselves in such a way. Wang Li's gaze toward Jun Lin shifted. He had initially believed that Jun Lin was under Qin Yushue's influence, but now he found himself doubting. Could Qin Yushue truly manage someone so audacious? The thought troubled him. If Jun Lin were to ascend to his position, everyone in the court would likely be perceived as mere jerky in his eyes. Observing Jun Lin's calm and serene smile, Wang Li couldn't suppress a shiver. This individual must not be allowed to remain in court. His wickedness was too profound. He must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li immediately addressed Qin Yushue, saying, Your Majesty, this individual harbors malicious intentions, resembling a demonic cultivator. His presence in the court is a calamity. Qin Yushue paused, glancing at Jun Lin, only to find him still wearing that faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil around him. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within Qin Yushua. It felt as though if she dared to utter a single word against him, he would simply abandon his post. Though merely a feeling, Qin Yushua resolved to tread carefully. She responded, although this method, is somewhat unorthodox, it might still serve as an effective approach. As for your concerns regarding calamity, my dear Minister Wang, I believe you are being somewhat alarmist. Seeing this, Wang Li refrained from further comment. Clearly, Qin Yushua was determined to protect Jun Lin. Jun Lin arched an eyebrow, his gaze toward Qin Yushua now infused with admiration. Quite commendable, she understood the times well. However, it seemed she was so desperate for allies that she was willing to safeguard even someone as abstract as himself. Yet then again, since she was so intent on preserving him, it would only be fitting for him to deal with these old fogies in return. Thus, Jun Lin's gaze fell upon Wang Li's chair, and an idea took root in his mind. Stepping forward, Jun Lin declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the Chancellor for harboring ambitions of usurpation." At this proclamation, the court was immediately engulfed in a profound silence. A young man, standing beside Jun Lin, felt compelled to voice his thoughts. "Not again, my friend. Must you always speak such shocking words? Could you not accuse him of something less severe?" He feared that he might unwittingly attract Jun Lin's attention and be labeled a traitor himself. However, he consoled himself with the notion that, barring any surprises, Jun Lin's dramatic performance today would surely lead to his downfall by the next morning. Wang Li nearly toppled from his seat. What on earth was this rascal up to now? Ambitions of usurpation? When had he ever contemplated such a thing? Everyone in the court was acutely aware of their reputations, striving for enduring glory. As the Chancellor, Wang Li was no exception. He wished to assist Qin Yushua in strengthening the Qing Yuan Empire, leaving behind a legacy of unity and governance for future generations. He aspired to be renowned as a great statesman. However, he desired to be a statesman who could steer the Qing Yuan Empire through turbulent times, not merely a vassal of the emperor. Thus, Qin Yushua could not be a wise ruler. Yet, Jun Lin's sudden accusations left him utterly flabbergasted. If this situation wasn't clarified, how could he ever attain the title of a great statesman? Wang Li felt his composure slipping away. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury, he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I, Wang Li, have devoted my life loyally, my integrity shining like the sun and moon. How could I ever engage in treasonous acts? But why is everyone standing while you remain seated?" Jun Lin questioned, feigning confusion. Wang Li ground his teeth in anger. "What is wrong with me sitting?" This impudent youth was clearly up to some trickery. Jun Lin clarified, "Observe, your Majesty is seated, and so are you. Does that not imply you consider yourself equal to His Majesty? How can a subject presume to be on equal footing with the Emperor, and you claim you do not harbor treasonous intentions? Don't you think that makes sense?" The assembly fell into a heavy silence, all eyes downcast. Even those who harbored discontent toward Wang Li chose to remain silent, unwilling to become scapegoats should Jun Lin face repercussions. Noticing the lack of response, Jun Lin smugly declared, "See, everyone tacitly agrees." Upon hearing this, the courtiers lifted their heads, astonished. How could he be so brazen? Their silence did not imply agreement. Wang Li, feeling indignant, huffed, "You ignorant child, this was permitted by the late emperor. What is wrong with that?" Jun Lin interjected, "The late emperor is the late emperor, and the current emperor is the current emperor. If you equate the late emperor to the current one, why not refer to the founding emperor of the Qing Yuan Empire instead?" Wang Li was perplexed, struggling to comprehend this. Yet before he could retort, Jun Lin continued, "The late emperor granted you permission to sit, but that does not mean the current sovereign extends the same courtesy. You." Wang Li aimed to counter, but was swiftly interrupted by Jun Lin. "Do not speak yet. Just because the late emperor was willing to treat you as an equal, do you truly believe you are on par with him? If you do you think you rank above Her Majesty?" In a fit of anger, Wang Li stood up. "You insolent brat, I refuse to debate with you." Qin Yushua, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. An unexpected benefit had arisen. She had long been displeased with Wang Li. He He often spoke to her as if seeking permission while lacing his tone with veiled implications. She could perceive his intentions. Wang Li aimed to make her entirely reliant on him. However, as an emperor with little real power, if she were to become entirely dependent on Wang Li, she would truly become a puppet. Yet, being an elder statesman, she could not afford to alienate him so soon. Thus, she interjected, "Lord Jun, as it is your first time in court, you are perhaps unfamiliar with etiquette and may have spoken out of turn. Chancellor, please do not take offense." Wang Li quickly bowed. "Your Majesty is too gracious. This young brother speaks correctly. Without your Majesty's permission, I should not be seated." Qing Yushua nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Wang Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation. Did Qing Yushua truly not grasp his meaning? Of course not. This was clearly intentional. A glance at the smiling Jun Lin ignited a glimmer of malice in Wang Li's eyes. If that rascal made it to court the following day, he would write Wang Li's name backward. Chapter 83. It's all that damned Wang Li's fault. The court meeting was exceedingly tedious. Jun Lin stood to the side, growing weary and unable to stifle a yawn. His gaze swept over the assembly, seeking an opportunity to provoke someone he found displeasing. Alas, every individual who sensed his scrutiny immediately turned to face Qing Yushua with utmost reverence. In their minds, Jun Lin was merely a pawn sent by Qing Yushua to vex them. Moreover, his unfiltered tongue made them wary. They wished to avoid his attention, fearing that he might inadvertently expose their secrets, which would lead to their demise. Jun Lin scoffed. These people were truly timid. Each of them possessed considerable prowess. Yet they cowered in such a manner. Was reputation truly of paramount importance? A smile graced Qing Yushua's lips. Today, she felt quite content, as none of these individuals had, as was their custom, concocted reasons to criticize her as the emperor. This was all thanks to Jun Lin. She had taken a liking to this individual. After the court session concluded, Jun Lin stretched languidly. It was rather dull, and he decided not to return the following day. However, Wang Li struck him as a nefarious character, and he resolved to seek an opportunity to visit his residence, perhaps to uncover some incriminating evidence. On his way out of the palace, everyone avoided him. It was not until he had left the royal grounds that a middle-aged man happened to pass by, cautioning him, "Be careful tonight. If you fear for your life, it would be best to leave this place at once." "Who are you?" Jun Lin glanced at the man, curiosity piqued. "Ji Boda," the man replied, sizing Jun Lin up. "You certainly possess audacity. I hope to see you on the court again tomorrow." With that, Ji Boda departed. Jun Lin was taken aback. The name seemed familiar. Was he not the father of his good friend, Ji Wuchang? Was this family indeed surnamed Ji? Watching Ji Boda's retreating figure, Jun Lin contemplated. If this truly was Ji Wuchang's father, he ought to show some respect. He could hardly return to Weiyang's sect and confess. "I killed your father." Yet Ji Boda's words sparked a thought in Jun Lin's mind. Today, he had brazenly confronted the prime minister. If all went awry, he might find himself pierced by several blades and declared a victim of suicide. Nevertheless, he brushed off the concern, choosing instead to wander leisurely through the sacred city of Qingwan. As the capital of the Qingwan Empire, the city's splendor was beyond question. The myriad of young women and matrons dazzled his senses. "Make way. Everyone step aside." A youthful voice suddenly rang out in the streets. Jun Lin turned to see a vibrant young girl recklessly charging atop a massive lion, sending several low-tier martial artists flying. The scene was astonishing, and Jun Lin was momentarily stunned. Of course, the sight of her strikingly long legs caused him to nod in approval. Not bad, though he mused they were still 3 points shy of his senior sisters. Who is this audacious person? Is no one going to stop her? A woman who narrowly avoided being trampled exclaimed. Observing those who had been knocked down, some fortunate souls suffered only fractures, while others were perilously close to death. Who would dare intervene? She is the Prime Minister's favored daughter. We cannot afford to offend her, someone nearby remarked, while another sighed, just consider it bad luck. The Prime Minister is a decent man. He will likely offer some compensation. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow at the conversation around him. He was astonished to learn that the old Wang Li had fathered a child at his age, quite impressive indeed. After a day of wandering the sacred city of Qingwan, dusk descended. Jun Lin casually found an inn and rented a room. Initially, he intended to confront Wang Li, but reconsidered. The timing was not ideal. He resolved to wait until the following day when Wang Li would be in court to seize the opportunity. As night fell, the already tumultuous sacred city grew even more chaotic. A woman clad in black concealed her presence, vigilantly observing the vicinity of Jun Lin's inn. Shortly thereafter, several figures stealthily approached from various directions, all targeting the inn where Jun Lin resided. The black-clad woman was taken aback. Why were there so many? This was beyond her expectations. Had that lad provoked someone again after leaving the court? Gritting her teeth, she dashed forward to intercept those intent on assassinating Jun Lin. Regardless of the risks, she had to protect him. Alongside her, several figures surged forth. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted above the inn. The commotion piqued the curiosity of many within the sacred city. However, upon realizing the intensity of the clash, some of the less powerful martial artists stifled their curiosity and retreated. Meanwhile, Jun Lin was inside the inn, engrossed in meditation to consolidate his cultivation. He had consumed an excessive amount of pills in the pill pavilion of Tian's sect, resulting in an unintended peak in his fourth realm. Now, he prepared to solidify his strength before consuming more of the assorted pills he had procured from Tian's sect, aiming for an early breakthrough to the fifth realm. The ruckus outside did not escape Jun Lin's notice, yet he paid it little heed, merely casting a glance before resuming his focus. It was merely a brawl among experts. It was of no concern to him. He would wait until they had mutually exhausted each other before stepping in to collect the spoils. However, before Jun Lin could reap the benefits, a colossal palm descended from the heavens, obliterating the inn into ruins. What on earth just happened? Jun Lin emerged from the debris, gazing at the wreckage with a twinge of regret. This was excessive. There were innocent people inside. Fortunately, he possessed the Emperor's banner, which could grant them a second chance at life. As he prepared to summon the Emperor's banner to gather the souls of those who perished in the collapse, a figure suddenly charged before him. Locking eyes with Jun Lin for a fleeting moment, the individual brandished a long knife, striking down without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, what remained of the inn was further reduced to mere rubble. Those who had previously been spared now met their fate. This shocking scene left both the assailants and the protectors bewildered. What had just transpired? The attackers could not help but laugh, turning to flee. Meanwhile, those tasked with protecting Jun Lin were filled with mixed emotions. They had never anticipated that he would self-destruct. The black-clad woman bit her lip. She had been so close. Had Jun Lin delayed, even slightly, in his self-detonation, she would have had a chance to save him. Alas, it was too late to lament now. She concealed her presence and departed the scene. Once everyone had vacated, Jun Lin reappeared atop the ruins of the inn. The individuals who had come to protect him were likely sent by the Empress, so those who had attacked him. It was undoubtedly that damned Wang Li's doing. Hadn't he just spoken out against him in the court? To send so many to kill him was truly petty. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jun Lin discreetly summoned the Emperor's banner. After gathering the souls of this realm, he chose to end his life and instructed the system to mark the location of the Chancellor's residence. Chapter 84. Quite refreshing as dawn broke the following day, Jun Lin promptly located the residence of the Prime Minister. However, rather than launching a nocturnal assault, he opted for a more patient approach. Direct confrontation would be unwise, while allowing them to act with impunity was equally unacceptable. The only viable option was to execute a stealthy infiltration, which would prove to be exhilarating. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Jun Lin navigated through the crowd, having disguised himself with a transformation technique obtained from Chengyan. Even if Lang Qiuyan were to gaze directly at his face, she might fail to recognize him. Once Wang Li departed for court, brimming with confidence, Jun Lin stealthily approached the side of the Prime Minister's residence and scaled the wall. However, as soon as he peeked over, he witnessed a young girl mercilessly lashing a battered woman with a whip. The woman's mouth was gagged, and despite her agony, she could only emit muffled whimpers. The girl, while striking, furiously shouted, "How dare you speak ill of me behind my back? I shall teach you a lesson today." Jun Lin immediately recognized this girl as the one he had seen galloping through the streets on a tiger the previous day, Wang Li's daughter. It seemed that fortune had guided him to this moment. After all, they were fated to cross paths. With determination, he vaulted over the wall. Wang Lingling continued to berate the injured servant before her, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, she felt a sharp blow to the back of her head, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. The woman who had been whipped widened her eyes in shock, unable to utter a sound due to her gag. Jun Lin hoisted the unconscious Wang Lingling over his shoulder and glanced at the battered woman. "Are you all right? Would you like me to help you escape?" The woman nodded vigorously. Had it not been for Jun Lin, she would surely have perished that day. However, she knew that with Wang Lingling's abduction, she would be implicated as well. Seeing her reaction, Jun Lin nodded in understanding. He led her to a nearby room, found some rope and a large box, and unceremoniously stuffed Wang Lingling inside. He then carried the injured woman on his shoulder and exited the Prime Minister's residence. The defenses of the Prime Minister's abode were surprisingly lax, making it convenient for Jun Lin to escape. Initially, Jun Lin had intended to abduct Wang Li's wife, but fate had other plans, leading him to Wang Lingling instead. As he fled, onlookers observed Jun Lin carrying a battered woman while dragging a large box. Their curiosity piqued. What was he up to? Was he on the run? No one paid heed to the identity of the girl he was carrying. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, and in this world, ordinary souls possess the least rights. Jun Lin swiftly exited Qingxiao's sacred city and set the woman down, removing the gag from her mouth and offering her a healing pill. As her wounds visibly began to heal, tears of gratitude filled her eyes, and she knelt before him, saying, "Your kindness is unforgettable." She refrained from uttering phrases of indebtedness or promises of servitude, aware that she was unworthy and that Jun Lin had just abducted a lady from the Prime Minister's residence. She did not dare to accompany him. Jun Lin waved dismissively. "It's all right. I shall leave you here. You must find your own way from this point onward." With that, he took the box containing Wang Lingling and soared into the distance. Another day of virtuous deeds had unfolded. After departing from Qingwan Sacred City, Jun Lin flew at great speed to the nearest mountain range. Along the way, he heard some rustling from the box. He opened it, and amidst Wang Lingling's shocked and furious gaze, he bound her with rope using a technique known as the turtle shell bind. This method not only secured her effectively, but also accentuated her figure. Pleased with his handiwork, Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction and began digging a pit before her. Wang Lingling, in a state of panic, shouted, "What are you doing? My father is Wang Li, the Prime Minister. If you dare harm me, he will not spare you." Jun Lin, possessing strength superior to hers, rendered her completely incapable of resistance. The quality of the ropes binding her was excellent, leaving her no chance of escape. This was Wang Lingling's first encounter with such a predicament, and fear began to creep in. Jun Lin shot her a glare. "Be quiet. I'm in a hurry." Wang Lingling recoiled slightly, fear evident in her eyes. What could be so urgent? Casting a glance at the ropes, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that he intended to? But why dig a pit for such a purpose? As Wang Lingling gazed on with curiosity, Jun Lin excavated a cellar and unceremoniously tossed her inside, following it up with a spirit-replenishing pill. She felt her spiritual energy dissipate, rendering her limbs weak and powerless against the ground. Jun Lin clapped his hands. "Now just stay here quietly. I must return to deal with your father." His abduction of Wang Lingling had been a mere whim, and he had yet to devise a proper plan. Killing her outright would feel like a waste. In the imperial palace, the court was abuzz with Wang Li, who wore a beaming smile. For the young man who had dared to offend him had failed to appear that day. Those who crossed him suffered such fates. Qing Yuxue maintained a calm demeanor, yet her clenched fists hidden in her sleeves betrayed her agitation. She had sent her usual protectors to safeguard Jun Lin, only for him to meet his demise. Did this not imply that if they wished to kill her, it would be an effortless task? How absurd! Below, Ji Boda sighed deeply. Jun Lin was dead, having perished the very next day after the rankings were announced. Consequently, Qing Yushue's already low standing would plummet to the depths. How unfortunate! She wondered how her own son was faring. In the court, Some rejoiced while others lamented. Yet no one anticipated the entrance of a figure who strode confidently into the hall just before the session was to conclude. It was none other than Jun Lin. A middle-aged man in the court was taken aback upon seeing Jun Lin, exclaiming, How are you still alive?" Upon hearing this, Jun Lin raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the man, noting his mid-fourth realm cultivation, inferior to his own, easy prey. "How dare you bark like a dog? What gives you the right to stand alongside me in court?" With that, Jun Lin delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling out of the hall. Wang Li's face darkened with fury. How audacious! Jun Lin merely smiled with indifference. Audacious? I have yet to reveal my true audacity. Approaching Wang Li, he leaned closer and whispered, "Surprised to see me alive? Would you care to know why I have only now made my appearance?" A chill ran down Wang Li's spine, an ominous premonition taking hold. Jun Lin grinned widely. "While you were busy attending court, I took a little detour to your residence. Guess who I encountered?" Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Jun Lin continued, "I came across your daughter, a rather charming young lady. She is quite refreshing." Chapter 85. From the herb garden fan to the three-flavor study, as the phrase "very moist" reached Wang Li's ears, his emotions ignited instantly, and with a swift motion, he sent Jun Lin flying. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was disastrous. He had actually resorted to violence in the court. Moreover, he had not held back his strength during that strike. It could very well have killed Jun Lin on the spot. Observing Jun Lin lying motionless on the ground, Wang Li furrowed his brow. Though still filled with anger, he did not wish for Jun Lin to perish just like that. He was still unaware of his daughter's fate. Furthermore, such an act would brand him as a murderer of a colleague in the court. "Quick, summon the imperial physician," Qing Yuxue exclaimed anxiously, rising from her seat. "He cannot die." She glared at Wang Li, demanding, "What do you mean by this? Do you disregard my existence?" Wang Li felt a wave of frustration. Though he held no fear of Qing Yuxue, he dreaded the repercussions of today's events leaking out. The image he had cultivated over the years could be irrevocably tarnished. Realizing this, he knelt before Qing Yuxue, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this old minister acknowledges his guilt." Qing Yuxue nodded in response. "If that is the case, let us proceed according to the laws of the Qing Luan Empire." This was an opportunity that Jun Lin had risked his life to secure for her, and she had to seize it. However, just as Qing Yuxue finished speaking, a voice emerged from the assembly. "Your Majesty, this incident arises from the Prime Minister's deep affection for his daughter, which led to an unfortunate mishap. The crime does not warrant such severity." "Indeed, Your Majesty," another added, "this individual has committed heinous acts reminiscent of demonic cultivators. Allowing him to remain in the court would only bring disaster. The Prime Minister's actions are, therefore, justifiable." At the same time, the individual who had been previously kicked out of the court chimed in, "Your Majesty, this youth acts in a bizarre manner, lacking decorum and disregarding the rules. He is indeed a calamity, and the Prime Minister's actions should be viewed as a significant contribution." I second that. Nearly 90% of the officials in the court rallied in support of Wang Li. From the initial plea for mercy to the eventual praise of his actions, it was merely a matter of a few words. Witnessing this turn of events, Qing Yuxue clenched her fists, her emotions swirling. These scoundrels were all in cahoots. They would never allow her to topple Wang Li. What should she do? Was she to simply concede? Not far away, Jun Lin, who lay on the ground feigning death, smirked. This girl truly lacked authority. He stood up, having anticipated Wang Li's potential aggression prior to the court session. Thus, he had donned a piece of soft armor acquired from the Heavenly River Sect's treasury, which spared him from immediate demise. Yet, it still hurt somewhat. Jun Lin rubbed his chest, acknowledging that Wang Li's attack was indeed ruthless. All those years had not been in vain. The spectacle of Jun Lin's miraculous revival astonished everyone, particularly Wang Li. Although his strike had not been delivered with full force, it was still significant. Yet Jun Lin, merely at the fourth realm, had survived. Moreover, he appeared to be relatively unscathed. This was utterly unreasonable. Had Qing Yuxue provided him with some secret treasure for protection? Paying no mind to the spectators, Jun Lin approached the man who had just praised Wang Li's actions. "What do you want?" The man, caught off guard by Jun Lin's advance, appeared flustered. This insolent brat lacked manners. What do I want? Jun Lin smirked, raising his hand to pat the man's face. Did I not just inform you that your status is unworthy of standing on the same court as I? Upon hearing this, the man quickly understood Jun Lin's intent and retreated hastily. Yet, Jun Lin was swifter, kicking the man out of the court once more. Some could not bear to witness Jun Lin's behavior and immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, "Preposterous! In the court, how dare you act unlawfully?" Jun Lin faunil, stepping forward to deliver a slap to the offender. Did I not mention you were not worthy of being here? He retorted. With that, he executed the same tactic, kicking the individual out of the court as well. Surveying those present, Jun Lin mentally noted each official who had spoken in support of Wang Li. Those with formidable cultivation were not easy prey, but those beneath him, did they deserve to be in the same court? After scanning the assembly, he approached a middle-aged man at the mid-fourth realm. In the face of the man's bewildered gaze, Jun Lin swiftly slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "You insignificant insect! What cultivation do you possess that qualifies you to share this court with me?" Another official was removed from the assembly. Yet, Jun Lin was not satisfied. He quickly identified his next target. "You ugly wretch! What beauty do you possess that grants you the right to stand in this court? How about you, you dwarf? What height do you possess that allows you to share this court with me? How about you? Do you believe yourself worthy?" In an instant, the court was filled with the sound of slaps. There was some resistance, but Jun Lin deliberately targeted the weak, and those who opposed him were swiftly thrown out without causing any significant uproar. Soon, a crowd of officials gathered outside the grand hall, glaring at Jun Lin. Yet none dared to enter, having witnessed one individual being kicked out moments prior. Some were bold enough to demand Qing Yushue punish Jun Lin according to the law. However, Qing Yushue merely turned her head away, pretending not to see anything. Ji Bodai rubbed his forehead, reflecting on how this was the most absurd court session he had ever witnessed since entering the court. Yet, there was little he could do. Ever since the late emperor's passing, the court had been rife with undercurrents. The crown prince had died unexpectedly before ascending the throne, and Qing Yushue had been thrust into power under such circumstances. Initially, he believed this was all part of a scheme devised by Qing Yushue. Yet, the reality was that she was merely a pitiful girl trapped in a situation beyond her control. Perhaps Jun Lin's arrival could provide her with a glimmer of hope, which was why she allowed him such leeway. If Jun Lin could survive the machinations of these officials, perhaps he could indeed alter the course of events. At this moment, Jun Lin approached Wang Li, slapping his hands together as he knelt down, bringing his face close. Oh, let me see who this is. Is this not our esteemed prime minister? Why have you knelt before me?" Wang Li snorted coldly and stood up, with Jun Lin's brazen disrespect and ridicule of court officials. Even if he were to kill Jun Lin, who could possibly challenge him? Seeing this, Jun Lin expressed his displeasure. "Why have you reverted to this defiant demeanor? To be honest, I preferred the submissive appearance you had a moment ago, akin to a loyal hound. I hope you can return to that state." Chapter 86. Do remember to take me along when you seek the annihilation of his entire lineage. Wang Li cast a cold gaze at Jun Lin. This time, he refrained from striking. The life of this lad still held value. The taunts he had uttered earlier left Wang Li uncertain of their authenticity. If they were true, Jun Lin could not simply perish. He needed to extract from him the whereabouts of his daughter. If they were false, then there would be time enough to end his life later, regardless of their veracity. Wang Li could not suppress the rising fury within him as he recalled Jun Lin's earlier words. Boredom settled over Jun Lin as he noticed Wang Li's silence. The courtiers, witnessing Wang Li's reticence, also remained silent, refraining from further targeting Jun Lin. They had to adhere to the decorum of the court. Jun Lin, however, was different. This lad was unruly, and with Qing Yushue's apparent lack of restraint, any audacious remarks could easily earn one a slap. Seeing the silence enveloping the court, including Wang Li, Qing Yushue felt her spirits lift. She had deliberately chosen to ignore Jun Lin, allowing him to teach these scheming officials a lesson. Unfortunately, while Jun Lin's actions may have brought joy to her heart, they did little to affect the others materially. Ultimately, it was her own inadequacy that frustrated her. Concealing her discontent, she feigned anger and declared, "That will be all for today." Dismissed. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed the court, followed by the remaining courtiers. In the end, only Wang Li and Jun Lin remained. Wang Li's icy glare fixed on Jun Lin. "If anything happens to my daughter, your demise will not be a pretty sight." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "She is quite delightful." Wang Li's anger surged. "You?" Jun Lin chuckled lightly, pretending to ponder. "Though her temper may be a tad lacking, she truly is delightful." Wang Li nearly lost his composure, almost striking Jun Lin's insufferable face. "You shall pay dearly for your actions." With that, Wang Li huffed and turned to exit the grand hall. "I did not lie. She is indeed delightful." Jun Lin weaved a Wang Li's retreating figure. Wang Li paused momentarily, a wave of murderous intent flooding his heart. He had resolved that should Jun Lin dare to step outside the palace, escape would be impossible. "Master Jun, Her Majesty summons you." A figure suddenly appeared before Jun Lin, a woman clad in light armor. Summoning me? Puzzled, Jun Lin wondered why the Empress would seek him. He had planned to leave the court soon as it grew tiresome. However, after some contemplation, he decided to comply. Under the woman's guidance, Jun Lin soon found himself in the presence of Qin Yuxue. At that moment, she wore a smile that suggested a good mood, but upon seeing Jun Lin, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "My esteemed minister, your actions in court today were rather excessive." "Oh, so am I to take my leave?" No, that is not what I meant." Qin Yuxue hurriedly interjected, her anxiety evident. If Jun Lin were to leave, what would she do? Jun Lin remained silent, increasingly aware that Qin Yuxue diverged significantly from his preconceptions of an empress. Sensing his silence, Qin Yuxue felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing her earlier urgency had been misplaced. Nonetheless, the moment had passed, and there was no point in dwelling on it. "Speaking of which, I have yet to assign you a position. Choose one that pleases you." "Really? Then I shall be the prime minister." Qin Yuxue hesitated. That might be a bit challenging. How about you select another?" "I shall not refuse you." "Then I shall forego it." Jun Lin shrugged, asserting that if he were to hold a position, it must at least be on par with that old coot Wang Li, for he had no intention of being overshadowed. Qin Yuxue pouted, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Jun Lin sighed. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Qin Yuxue quickly called out, inquiring, "I would like to ask, the court currently has at least 90% of Wang Li supporters. What should I do?" Jun Lin regarded Qin Yuxue, acknowledging the wisdom in her query. Regrettably, he lacked the knowledge to advise her. If he were to put himself in her shoes, he would likely confront Wang Li directly. However, seeing the earnest look in her eyes, he offered a suggestion. "I recommend confiscation of their assets." "Huh?" Qin Yuxue was taken aback. Was it truly that straightforward? Jun Lin, mistaking her surprise for dissatisfaction, added, "If confiscation is not feasible, then execution might be in order. Exile the males and sell the females to brothels, utilizing them to their fullest potential." Qin Yuxue gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Did this fellow believe himself capable? Is it not possible? Jun Lin mused, contemplating her expression. "Then let us be more direct. Annihilate their entire lineage." Qin Yushue's face grew increasingly impassive. If she truly possessed the capability to indiscriminately annihilate entire families, she would not have found herself seeking Jun Lin's assistance. "Oh, by the way," Jun Lin suddenly remembered something. "Since we're on the topic, may I have the position of executioner?" "Executioner?" Qin Yuxue was puzzled. "Indeed, the executioner of the 9 clans. I can handle the executions of entire families. I assure you I will execute them flawlessly, leaving not a single worm behind." Qin Yuxue was rendered speechless. In that moment, she realized that the courtier's assessments of Jun Lin were not entirely misguided. He was far from ignorant of propriety. He was, in fact, a veritable harbinger of death. The audacity to propose the annihilation of entire families was alarming. After considerable deliberation, Qin Yuxue ultimately allowed Jun Lin to depart first, needing time to contemplate the feasibility of his suggestions. "My dear Empress, if you ever seek to annihilate an entire lineage, you must entrust the task to me. Or, At the very least, call upon me." Jun Lin called out as he exited. Outside the palace, Wang Li stood quietly at a distance, awaiting patiently. Though he was uncertain why Jun Lin had yet to emerge, he possessed ample time to wait. As for his daughter's situation, he had already dispatched someone to investigate. Regardless of the outcome, Jun Lin must die today. As time slipped away, under Wang Li's watchful gaze, Jun Lin strode confidently out of the palace. Moments after Jun Lin exited, their eyes met. With a swift motion, Wang Li vanished from his spot, only to reappear before Jun Lin. However, to his astonishment, Jun Lin did not evade but instead greeted him with a smile. The next moment, a violent explosion erupted, centered around Jun Lin. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion sent numerous passers-by flying, even causing the palace itself to tremble. Wang Li's expression turned to one of disbelief. Had he self-destructed? He could not comprehend why this lad would resort to such extremes. At that moment, Jun Lin stood at Wang Li's side, patting him on the shoulder. "My dear Prime Minister, allow me to share a little secret. You cannot kill me." Chapter 87 Chancellor. You surely do not wish to be punished along with your entire clan, do you? The voice of Jun Lin echoed in his ears. Wang Li, without a moment's hesitation, turned and struck out with his palm. Yet, as he moved, a violent explosion erupted near the palace. The successive blasts drew the attention of many, including the Imperial Guard, who rushed to the scene. Who dares to act recklessly in this place? The leader of the Imperial Guard, Lin Cho, swept his gaze around, ultimately fixating on Wang Li, who stood at the epicenter of the explosion. His thoughts became tangled. Even the emperor would not dare to act so impulsively. However, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, he could not remain passive. What would become of the emperor's authority? With that thought, Lin Cho approached Wang Li and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, Chancellor?" Wang Li ignored the man before him, scanning the surroundings as he extended his senses in search of Jun Lin. He was in a state of urgency. The words of Jun Lin still resonated in his mind, and the two explosions served as evidence that those words were not mere bravado. Seeing Wang Li's blatant disregard for him, Lin Cho's expression hardened. "If you do not provide me with an explanation today, Chancellor, do not blame me for being unyielding." Despite his words, Lin Cho felt frustrated. If it weren't for Wang Li's elusive nature, he would have already subdued him instead of engaging in this tedious confrontation. "My lord, this old fool intends to murder me. He dares to attack me in front of the emperor. This is a blatant act of rebellion." Jun Lin suddenly burst forth, lamenting. Wang Li recognized him as the person who had previously escorted him to meet Qin Yushua after unveiling the imperial edict. Based on Jun Lin's earlier attitude, it was evident that he was loyal to Qin Yushua. Seeing Jun Lin unscathed sent a chill through Wang Li. Could this man truly be immortal? If that were the case, had he just made an implacable foe of someone who could not be killed? This was unacceptable. There was no such thing as an invulnerable person. Perhaps this young man merely possessed some extraordinary means. Without hesitation, Wang Li launched another attack at Jun Lin, even with Lin Cho present. However, this time, Jun Lin did not evade or self-destruct, but instead retaliated with full force, bracing himself against the blow. Instantly, he was sent flying by Wang Li's palm, crashing to the ground in a broken and near-fatal state. Lin Cho intended to intervene, but found himself too slow, unable to match Wang Li's prowess. After Jun Lin was struck down, he seized Wang Li's shoulder. "At this point, you cannot continue to act recklessly," Lin Cho stated, fixing a stern gaze upon him. "Chancellor, you have gone too far. Please come with us." Wang Li nodded. "Rest assured, after this matter is resolved, I will certainly plead my case to the emperor. But before that," he glanced at Jun Lin, who lay on the ground in agony, and bypassed Lin Cho, charging toward Jun Lin. Lin Cho's anger flared. Did Wang Li truly think so little of him? Though he was somewhat weaker, he was still the emperor's personal guard, the commander of the Imperial Guard. He quickly attempted to stop Wang Li, only to realize that Wang Li's speed was beyond his reach. The Chancellor had already reached Jun Lin. "The emperor will avenge me," Jun Lin shouted, and then detonated himself. Another deafening explosion resounded. Lin Cho's complexion turned ashen. Wang Li had now endured 3 consecutive blasts and appeared somewhat disheveled. "Where is he?" Wang Li scanned the surroundings, unwilling to believe that Jun Lin could have perished so easily. The previous two instances of self-detonation and subsequent revival were still vivid in his memory. This time, once again self-destructing, only confirmed that Jun Lin would not meet his end so simply. Lin Xiao's voice boomed with anger. Wang Li, slaying a colleague before the palace. Surely you understand the gravity of this offense. As he spoke, Lin Xiao clenched his fists, feeling powerless due to the disparity in strength. If only he were stronger, he could have subdued Wang Li without needing to reason with him. Yet, to his surprise, Wang Li retorted angrily, "You are talking nonsense. He is not dead." With that, he soared into the air, surveying the vicinity. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What was this? The man had just self-detonated before his eyes, and Wang Li was insisting he was still alive? Was he feigning madness? But this did not seem like an act, and given Jun Lin's status and power, there was little reason for him to pretend. Wang Li continued to scan the area, extending his senses but still unable to locate Jun Lin's whereabouts. His demeanor shifted to one of calmness as he regarded Lin Xiao and the vigilant Imperial Guard below him. He realized he had acted too hastily, primarily due to Jun Lin's uncanny nature, which had spiraled the situation beyond his control. Yet what could he do? The deed was done, and he had no fear of punishment. What could a mere girl do to him? He possessed an imperial decree granting him immunity from all crimes except treason. Wang Li landed before Lin Xiao, unhurriedly declaring, "I will take responsibility for today's events and will present my apologies to the emperor. You all may leave now." Lin Xiao could not contain his laughter. "Leave? What do you take us for? What do you take the emperor for?" They represented the dignity of the current empress. Wang Li chuckled, placing a hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Do you think you have the ability to take me back?" Lin Xiao seized Wang Li's arm. "What else would you have me do? Would you dare to resist? This is far more than just harming a colleague." This man was indeed a fool. However, he found himself unable to resist. Having killed Jun Lin, he was justified, and those in the court would defend him, given the number of enemies Jun Lin had made. Moreover, he held the decree of immunity in his hands. Thus, Qing Yushua might only impose a light punishment upon him, but could hardly amount to anything serious. Yet, resisting the Imperial Guard equated to defying the emperor, an act of treason, though the court was currently filled with his supporters. He knew that once the walls began to crumble, many would be eager to push him down further. The position of chancellor was always coveted by others. Wang Li closed his eyes, contemplating his next move. That boy was certainly not dead. Moreover, he could not guarantee what reckless actions that unrestrained youth might undertake. Just then, a figure rushed toward him from a distance. "Chancellor, it is bad." The newcomer was a middle-aged man, missing an arm. Wang Li was taken aback upon seeing him and quickly inquired, "What happened?" This man had been sent to investigate news about Wang Lingling's whereabouts. How could he have ended up in such a state? The man, clutching his severed arm and drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Chancellor, the young lady is indeed missing. Moreover, on my way here, I encountered that Jun Lin. He severed my arm and then flew toward the chancellor's residence." Upon hearing this, Wang Li was struck with horror. That young man had indeed survived and had evaded his scrutiny, heading straight for his home. Lin Xiao, though puzzled by why Jun Lin had not perished, felt a surge of satisfaction. This accursed old fool truly deserved such misfortune. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on Wang Li and grinned wickedly. "Chancellor, I advise you to surrender quietly. Do not entertain any notions of rebellion." Chapter 88. By the Emperor's command, I am here to exterminate your 9 clans. Wang Li gazed at Lin Xiao before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! The Emperor truly possesses remarkable cunning. Though I am unaware of where Qing Yushua found this boy, I must admit that I have been outmaneuvered this time. Who would have thought that a seemingly harmless young girl could harbor such ruthless intentions? To bring me down, she has even dared to involve my family. What a masterstroke!" At this moment, he faced a dilemma. He could either be captured by Lin Xiao and subjected to trial or return home. Being apprehended by Lin Xiao would likely cause him no significant harm, yet the safety of his family would be uncertain. Conversely, should he choose to return to rescue them, he would ultimately be charged with treason. Either scenario was insufferable for him. Lin Xiao, Observing Wang Li's boisterous laughter, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Could this old fool be contemplating rebellion? He is certainly not my match. Fortunately, Wang Li did indeed resist, but rather than attempting to kill Lin Chou, he soared towards his own home. Lin Chou's expression darkened. Damn it, he truly does not regard me as a person. Yet, this behavior inadvertently solidified Wang Li's guilt. It would not be challenging to orchestrate his downfall. When the wall collapses, the crowd will push, after all. Lin Chou could only hope that Jun Lin would not suffer at Wang Li's hands. It would be a pity otherwise. As Lin Chou pondered, Jun Lin suddenly swaggered into view, leaving Lin Chou momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't this fellow supposed to be at the Prime Minister's residence? Jun Lin approached the man who had relayed the message to Wang Li, lightly patting his shoulder. Well done. I shall spare your life. The man, drenched in cold sweat, thought it unwise to be patted on the shoulder where his arm had been severed. Nonetheless, he forced a smile, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction. After his recent suicide attempt, he had indeed intended to head straight to the Prime Minister's residence. But he encountered this man along the way and was recognized. Thus, he had broken the man's arm and devised this ruse. He had been following closely behind and witnessed everything. Due to his concealed presence and disguise, Wang Li remained oblivious to his existence. Lin Chou, grasping the situation, wondered who had concocted this scheme. Was it the emperor or the imaginative young man before him? Just as Lin Chou was lost in thought, Jun Lin approached him, saying, I wish to see the emperor. Surely, you wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity, would you? Understanding dawned on Lin Chou. This was indeed Jun Lin's own scheme. He nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall escort you to the emperor. Before departing, he turned to the man who had informed Wang Li, coldly instructing, Seize this man. Await the emperor's judgment. As Lin Chou's command echoed, several guards swiftly subdued the man. In a panic, he looked to Jun Lin, pleading, But you just said you would spare me. Jun Lin paused, pointing at Lin Chou. I did say so, but the one who will not spare you now is him. The man's gaze fell to the ground, his spirit crushed, and he ceased to struggle. Lin Chou scoffed. What nonsense! Spare him? Does my position as the commander of the guards mean nothing? It's one thing for Wang Li to disregard me, but if this half-crippled boy dares to do the same, then I may as well resign from my post. Turning, he led Jun Lin to meet Qing Yuxue. Meanwhile, Qing Yuxue was still in distress. She had just heard the commotion outside the palace. The 3 explosions had sent tremors through the entire structure, startling her significantly. Who would dare create such chaos before the palace? Were there rogue cultivators or assassins from the Qishao Empire at play? No one had come to inform her of the situation. As she contemplated sending a maid to investigate, a girl entered, announcing, Your Majesty, young Master Jun requests an audience. Qing Yuxue was momentarily taken aback. Why has this boy returned? Is he still fixated on that executioner of the 9 clans? Despite her confusion, she summoned Jun Lin. Upon entering, Jun Lin immediately clung to Qing Yuxue's leg, exclaiming, Your Majesty, that old man Wang Li is plotting treason. He intends to kill me. You must take my side. While speaking, he rubbed against her leg. This unexpected display left Qing Yuxue utterly stunned. The maid beside her wasted no time, thrusting a sword toward Jun Lin. The blade pierced Jun Lin's chest, yet he remained unperturbed, still clinging to Qing Yuxue's leg and lamenting loudly until blood pooled around him. Only then did Qing Yuxue snap back to reality, hastily pulling away. What are you doing? She looked at the wound on Jun Lin's chest with concern. Yet her anger flared. This boy had no sense of decorum. She was the emperor. Did he truly think he could cling to her leg so brazenly? But no. He seemed to be on the brink of death. The sword had indeed pierced his chest. What baffled Qing Yuxue was that Jun Lin, right before her eyes, pulled the sword from his chest and swallowed a healing pill, appearing completely unaffected. This spectacle left the maid in shock. Was he truly unharmed? Should she continue her assault? The emperor seemed to show no significant reaction. Jun Lin wasted no time in approaching Qing Yuxue again. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is plotting treason. He has not only attacked me at the palace gates, but also resisted the guard's arrest. I request that his 9 clans be exterminated. Qing Yushua hesitated, finding the statement utterly fantastical. Would that old fool, Wang Li, be foolish enough to commit such an act? If it were true, it would be fortuitous indeed. She inquired, "Do you have evidence?" Jun Lin replied, "The guards can all testify." Qing Yushua nodded. "In that case, summon Lin Cho to meet me." Soon, Lin Cho arrived. Qing Yushua immediately asked, "Is it true, as young Master Jun claims, that the Prime Minister is plotting treason?" Lin Cho respectfully replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty." Qing Yushua felt a mix of joy and anxiety. The situation had unfolded too rapidly for her to prepare. She had to seize this opportunity to bring Wang Li down. Seeing her reaction, Jun Lin stepped forward again. Qing Yushua instinctively shielded her leg, eyeing him warily. Unfortunately for her, Jun Lin's target this time was not her leg, but rather his request. "Your Majesty, please issue the order to exterminate Wang Li's 9 clans. I am willing to handle this matter personally." Upon hearing this, Qing Yushua struggled to maintain her composure. Lin Shu stared at Jun Lin, astonished. Was there truly someone eager to take on this task, despite the risks of Wang Li retaliating and ending their life? Lin Cho hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, Wang Li is powerful. To avoid mutual destruction, we should deliberate this matter further." Jun Lin's displeasure was palpable. "Deliberate? Isn't that merely delaying the inevitable?" He immediately expressed his discontent, stating, "I believe this is unwise. If we proceed directly, Wang Li, burdened by family ties, will inevitably be hindered. If we allow him time to successfully relocate his family, the situation could become dire." Lin Cho was momentarily rendered speechless, recognizing the validity of this perspective. "Your Majesty, what is causing your hesitation?" After much contemplation, Qing Yushua gazed into Jun Lin's earnest eyes and ultimately resolved to place her trust in him. With a nod, she proclaimed, "Very well, I shall appoint you as the 9th Chief Justice, granting you full authority to handle this matter, while Lin Cho will accompany and assist you." "Yes." Lin Cho responded immediately with respect, yet he did not hear Jun Lin's voice. Turning around, he realized that Jun Lin had vanished without a trace. Is he in such a hurry? As Lin Cho and Jun Lin departed, a sense of anxiety enveloped Qing Yushua. The reason Wang Li was so difficult to deal with was not solely due to his position as chancellor, but also because he was a formidable 7th realm expert. Had Wang Li not acted excessively in recent times, she would not have wished to confront him. Since Jun Lin's entrance into the court, he had brought her numerous surprises, which encouraged her to take a gamble. Nonetheless, she felt it prudent to retain a contingency plan. Meanwhile, within the chancellor's residence, Wang Li was furiously smashing objects in his home. He had been outmaneuvered. Jun Lin had never even visited the chancellor's estate. Moreover, he had resisted the capture by the Imperial Guard. To make matters worse, his daughter remained missing. Wang Li took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. There was still a chance for a turnaround. That young man could not possibly be dead, and considering his strength, Qing Yushua would likely hesitate to act against him, unless absolutely necessary. He had no intention of openly confronting Qing Yushua, just as Wang Li contemplated how to safeguard himself moving forward. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from beyond the gates of the chancellor's residence. "Old Bai, I have come to exterminate your entire clan." Chapter 89, Endless Pursuit, is indeed an unending pursuit. Listening to the sounds emanating from outside, Wang Li was certain that Qing Yushua had indeed made her move against him. A plump woman hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "My lord, what on earth is happening? Why is that person outside?" Wang Li waved his hand. "The emperor seeks to strike against me. You must leave at once. I shall confront that young man, despite his formidable cultivation. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle with Qing Yushua, he would undoubtedly be the one to perish." Having served as chancellor for decades, his understanding of the Qingyuan Empire surpassed even that of Qing Yushua. Even if she wielded tremendous power, the profound legacy of the empire, built over countless generations, was not something she could easily disrupt. Regardless of her shortcomings, Qing Yushua was still a member of the Qing family. As long as a member of the Qing family occupied that position, the empire, despite any apparent decline, would endure. This allegiance is precisely why, despite holding immense power, He had never entertained the notion of usurping the throne for himself. He lacked the qualifications to do so. However, he had not anticipated that what had initially seemed a smooth plot would be disrupted today by an inexperienced youth. Upon stepping outside, Wang Li immediately spotted Jun Lin hovering in midair. Remarkably, he was unscathed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li struck at Jun Lin with a palm, his speed far too swift for a mere fourth-tier martial artist to evade. Yet, Jun Lin had no intention of dodging. At the very instant Wang Li initiated his attack, he detonated himself. A violent explosion surged through the Chancellor's residence. Lin Shou, who had just arrived, was taken aback, witnessing Jun Lin's self-detonation once more. This youth truly was enigmatic. Jun Lin reappeared before Wang Li. Smirking, "Old man, I suggest you surrender. Struggling in vain is futile." Wang Li glared at Jun Lin, refraining from attacking recklessly, and instead inquired, "Where's my daughter?" Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. "Good question. If you take your own life, I might consider revealing your daughter's whereabouts." Wang Li twisted his mouth into a sardonic grin, setting aside the fact that he would hear nothing after his demise. What good would it do to know if he were dead? Lin Shou stood nearby, observing Jun Lin's miraculous resurrection with envy. Who wouldn't desire such an ability? Yet, to offend someone capable of resurrection was hardly a wise decision. After all, Jun Lin held an official position in the court. There would be ample opportunities to cultivate a relationship, perhaps even glean some information in the future. For now, however, it was best to fulfill the orders given by the Empress. Lin Shou commanded the Imperial Guards following him. "Now, capture all members of the Wang family. Those who dare resist shall be executed on the spot." Yes, the Imperial Guards began their apprehension, and chaos erupted within the Chancellor's residence. Knowing that capture meant certain death, few were willing to surrender meekly. Some, powerless to resist, opted for self-detonation. The guards inevitably suffered casualties. Wang Li silently observed this scene. Having come to this point, a desperate struggle was their last resort. His gaze turned to Jun Lin. For him, as Chancellor, death held no terror. What was truly dreadful was dying with infamy. Now, branded as a traitor, he faced the very death he most despised, all thanks to this accursed individual. Even in death, he would ensure Jun Lin accompanied him to hell. Wang Li unleashed his formidable strength, the seventh-tier power radiating from him overwhelming many of the Imperial Guards, leaving them gasping for breath. "Impertinent!" Lin Shou shouted angrily, charging at Wang Li, only to be sent flying by a single punch, blood spewing from his mouth, indicating a severe injury. "Oomph! Ant!" Wang Li scoffed, previously hesitant to strike Lin Shou, but now he held nothing back. Jun Lin shook his head in disbelief. How could one feign strength when they lacked it? "Boy, prepare to meet your end." Wang Li formed a grasping motion with one hand, an invisible pressure beginning to crush Jun Lin from the outside in. Yet, Jun Lin deftly evaded the attack and self-detonated once more. A dazzling explosion erupted within the Chancellor's residence. The indiscriminate nature of self-detonation affecting both the guards and those within the residence. Seeing this, Jun Lin furrowed his brow, addressing Lin Shou, "Captain, I suggest you and these guards leave immediately. Do not hinder me here, or I cannot be held responsible if you meet your demise." Lin Shou was left speechless. Being the captain of the guards felt utterly stifling. Not a single person showed him any respect. Nevertheless, he led the guards away from the Chancellor's residence. For to perish in an explosion would be a significant loss. As for Jun Lin, he had already engaged in combat with Wang Li. To say they were fighting was an understatement. It was more like Jun Lin was setting off fireworks everywhere. One explosion here, another there. This reckless approach caused those inside the Chancellor's residence to flee from Jun Lin as though he were a specter. "Lord Wang Li, perhaps you should consider fleeing. It seems you are quite helpless against me," Jun Lin taunted while searching for his next explosion point. In the midst of his antics, he spotted a terrified girl cowering in a corner, devoid of any cultivation, her clothing revealing her status as a servant. With a sudden whim, Jun Lin seized the girl and tossed her over the wall of the Chancellor's residence. Today, he had spared yet another girl. Merit won for saving a life. After releasing the girl, Jun Lin turned back only to meet the gaze of another woman, who smiled warmly. Yet, instead of being granted her freedom, she was met with a tremendous explosion as Wang Li charged at her. Jun Lin inwardly sighed. My friend, why not pursue the emperor instead? Chasing me is utterly pointless. Initially, he had arrived with fervor to eradicate Wang Li's entire lineage, as he had never before engaged in such a venture. However, upon arrival, he realized the Chancellor's residence was far too vast, housing numerous martial artists, many of whom were even more powerful than him. The explosions seemed never-ending. Wang Li coldly remarked, "Your death is preferable to anything else." To this day, he had yet to land a single blow on Jun Lin. Every time he moved to strike, Jun Lin self-detonated. They had never clashed directly. Thus, it was possible that this boy's ability to resurrect was merely a unique secret technique, not a genuine power of rebirth. Proving this was quite simple. He merely needed to kill Jun Lin once. Chapter 90. I have my beloved minister, who dares to show me disrespect. The continuous explosions within the Prime Minister's residence drew significant attention at this moment. The source of all this chaos, Jun Lin, undoubtedly became the focal point of interest. Despite the persistent self-detonations, he remained unscathed. Is this even human? Whether it is a unique self-destructing secret technique or an ability to resurrect, it is undeniably alluring. Many had etched Jun Lin's visage into their memories. Currently situated in the holy city of Qingwan, they could not act, but should Jun Lin leave the city, they would have their chance. Jun Lin sensed the greed intertwined in the gazes of the onlookers, yet he remained indifferent. What could these insignificant beings do to him? Even if the mightiest beings of this world converged, it would make no difference. Observing Wang Li, who had become somewhat deranged from his inability to reach him, Jun Lin felt a pang of compassion. He was inherently kind-hearted and could not bear to see others suffer because of him. Thus, he sheathed his armor and retrieved a 7th-grade longsword, pilfered from the treasury of the Tianna sect. As Wang Li charged at him, Jun Lin did not evade, but allowed Wang Li to shatter his chest with a single palm strike. Wang Li's eyes gleamed with surprise. His previously frenzied demeanor calmed at this moment. Finally, he had struck true. In that instant of Wang Li's astonishment, the longsword concealed behind Jun Lin suddenly slashed towards Wang Li's wrist. Alarmed, Wang Li felt an imminent threat from the blade and knew he could not withstand it. However, before he could retreat, Jun Lin grinned broadly and firmly grasped his arm. Wang Li could not escape in time, and his right hand was severed. In the next moment, Jun Lin detonated himself. The force of the explosion hurled Wang Li away. The severed wrist did not concern him. He was fixated on one question. Could Jun Lin revive? Would he return in full strength or in a diminished state? Old Bai was quick to react, but Wang Li had hoped to eliminate him swiftly. Jun Lin strode confidently before Wang Li, who suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Truly! Wang Li's gaze fell upon his bloodied right arm, and the aged man appeared even older in that moment. Yet, even if he could not kill Jun Lin, could Jun Lin kill him? With a cold snort, Wang Li turned and fled the Prime Minister's residence. As long as he preserved his life, he would return one day for vengeance. Fleeing, are we? Jun Lin scoffed, thinking who could possibly stop him. Just then, figures emerged from all directions, blocking Wang Li's escape. Rabel, Bang Li, you dare to conspire against the throne? Today, I shall eliminate you, the traitor. How bold, Wang Li! Surrender at once. None among those who confronted Wang Li were of lower cultivation than the 6th realm, with one even at the 7th realm. At first glance, many appeared familiar. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed the seasoned officials from the court, along with some unfamiliar faces, likely subordinates of these seasoned figures. Jun Lin mused on how quickly the tides had turned against Wang Li. With his downfall, the position of Prime Minister would become vacant. It seemed all officials coveted that position. Weakened by his previous encounters and now injured, Wang Li could not withstand the onslaught for long. Ha ha ha! You all are swift in your actions. Yet which among you is truly innocent? My downfall today will be your tomorrow. As he was besieged and gravely injured, Bamli lauga maniakadi. Then, before the terrified onlookers, he chose to self-destruct. The explosion of a 7th realm warrior, even in a severely weakened state, was formidable. The horrifying blast radiated from Wang Li, and although many attempted to mitigate the explosion's aftermath, significant damage was unavoidable. As Wang Li's self-detonation echoed through the Prime Minister's residence, members of the Wang family were apprehended by the imperial guards. Some resisted fiercely, but with numerous officials intervening, they could not stir much of a rebellion. Thus, the era of a prime minister came to a close. What a pity, with so many experts nearby. Invoking the imperial banner might lead to it being destroyed. Jun Lin reflected on Wang Li and the bodies within the prime minister's residence, lamenting the loss. Alas, these were righteous cultivators. He was not afraid of them, but his imperial banner would be at risk. They could not distinguish between the imperial banner and the soul refining banner. Should it be mistaken for the latter and destroyed, he would suffer greatly. For safety's sake, Jun Lin refrained from collecting the souls of these individuals in public. After Lin Cho commanded the imperial guards to escort Wang Li's clan away, he approached Jun Lin with enthusiasm. Your contribution in ousting Wang Li is nothing short of monumental. His Majesty shall undoubtedly reward you tomorrow. Oh! Upon hearing this, Jun Lin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, is this truly the case? What sort of reward can I expect? Lin Cho smiled. Typically, a commendable official position is guaranteed, along with some monetary rewards and perhaps a residence with servants. He added, of course, these are mere speculations. The specifics depend on His Majesty's intentions. Jun Lin nodded in understanding, realizing these were trivial matters. Such rewards held little significance for him. His visit to the court was merely a spur-of-the-moment whim to witness the workings of a feudal dynasty. However, perhaps due to his brash demeanor, he found little of substance in the court, though he did enjoy the experience of slapping faces. The following day at court, Qing Shui arrived joyfully, relieved of the immense burden that had weighed upon her. Though many smaller burdens remained, what of it? She had her beloved minister, Jun Lin. Anyone who dared to show her disrespect would be dealt with by Jun Lin. Within the court, ministers who previously dismissed Qing Shui now bowed respectfully before her. A slight smile graced her lips as she nodded in satisfaction. Scanning the assembly, she intended to reward Jun Lin handsomely today, ensuring he remained steadfastly by her side. Yet, to her surprise, as she surveyed the room, she did not see the youth she longed to find. Qing Shui's smile abruptly faltered. Where is Jun Lin? Chapter 91. You've brainwashed her to the point of suicide. Do not be disheartened. Though you have lost your family, you still have us. We can be your family too. Laozi consoled the dejected Wang Lingling with genuine sincerity. After Jun Lin departed from the sacred city of Qinghuan, he thought of Wang Lingling, whom he had hidden underground, and decided to pay her a visit. To his surprise, he found that she had not fled. He then informed her of the annihilation of the Wang family, which led to the current scene. Wang Lingling curled up in the corner, hugging her knees and sobbing softly. Although Laozi's tone was gentle, it felt rather incongruous coming from a ghostly cultivator. Moreover, Jun Lin was nearby, scrutinizing the soul-refining banner in his hand, which was emanating dark energy. She was deeply afraid of inadvertently provoking these two individuals, for being absorbed into the soul-refining banner would spell disaster for her. Observing Wang Lingling's sorrow, Laozi believed her grief stemmed from the death of her family, and she continued to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Jun Lin was feeling somewhat exasperated with the Emperor's banner in his grasp. Why was it continuously emitting dark energy? He had insisted that it was merely the primordial purple energy, albeit a darker hue, but its appearance could easily lead to misunderstandings. System, is there a way to make my Emperor's banner emit golden light or another color instead of primordial purple energy? The system fell silent for a moment, clearly amused. What a ridiculous notion. If the soul-refining banner does not emit black energy, how can it still be called the soul-refining banner? However, there is a method. You could infuse it with merit, but this approach only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Alternatively, you could seek the recognition of heaven and earth for your Emperor's banner. Upon hearing the system's response, Jun Lin silently raised a middle finger in his mind. Not only did he still struggle to comprehend the concept of merit, but given his past actions, he was fortunate not to have accrued any karmic retribution. As for the second method, it was laughable. Having dispatched several fated children, it was unlikely that the heavenly path would acknowledge his Emperor's banner. How does one acquire merit? perform good deeds. Yet, even if you do good deeds, this world may not grant you merit. Therefore, I suggest you elevate your cultivation level and seize it directly. Jun Lin quietly stored the Emperor's banner. Deep down, he agreed with the latter half of the system's statement. However, his current cultivation level was too low to grasp the elusive concept of merit. He would reconsider in the future. Taking a pill, he began to cultivate. Currently, he was at the peak of the fourth realm. However, after the extermination of the Wang clan, he had consumed numerous pills, and he was now but a step away from the fifth realm. In just a few days, an abundance of spiritual energy coalesced, leading Jun Lin to break through to the fifth realm, the realm of divine thought. At this stage, a martial artist could probe the world with their spiritual consciousness. The higher the cultivation, the broader the range of perception. Jun Lin extended his spiritual consciousness, becoming aware of every subtle movement within a radius of several hundred meters. It was impressive, yet regrettably, his low cultivation limited his range. Retrieving his consciousness, he realized that with this newfound cultivation, it was time to consider departing. As for Qin Yuxue, he would return later to see if anyone else required his intervention. Let's go, Sierra. Jun Lin rose, stretching and loosening his body. All right, Lan Sierra skipped over cheerfully, followed by a timid young girl. Jun Lin looked at Wang Lingling, who was hiding behind Lan Sierra. She appeared to be rather timid. Wasn't she quite audacious back in the sacred city of Qingwan? Noticing Jun Lin's gaze upon her, Wang Lingling instinctively shrank back. Could you take me with you? These past few days, Lan Sierra had been conversing with her, providing comfort and helping her understand that not all ghost cultivators were malevolent. At the very least, Lan Sierra was genuinely a kind older sister. However, she still felt apprehensive about Jun Lin, the very one who had brought her here. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Take you with me? How would that work? Should I carry you with the Emperor's banner? Although he himself was uncertain of their destination, he had no desire to carry a burden with him. Wang Lingling pursed her lips. As the beloved daughter of the former prime minister of the Qingwan Empire, she had been raised in luxury, with no one daring to disrespect her. This upbringing made her a delicate flower, incapable of surviving outside the protection of the Wang family. Now that her family had perished and she was embroiled in the crime of exterminating 9 clans, her identity as Wang Li's daughter would surely lead to her capture and presentation before Qin Yuxue. Thus, her options were limited. Either follow Jun Lin or live in constant fear alone. Remembering Lan Sierra's word from the past few days, Wang Lingling gritted her teeth. Choosing to trust her, she retrieved a dagger from her spatial ring. Sister Sierra said the Emperor's banner is wonderful. I want to enter it. With that declaration, she inadvertently sealed her own fate. Jun Lin glanced at the crumpled form of Wang Lingling on the ground before turning to the bewildered Lan Sierra. What on earth have you been telling her these past few days? Lan Sierra finally snapped back to reality, hastily explaining, I was merely comforting her and mentioning how you differ from other demon cultivators, along with the harmonious atmosphere within the Emperor's banner. Wang Lingling lay on the ground, struggling as blood poured from her neck, having underestimated the severity of her actions due to inexperience. Observing her plight, Jun Lin acted swiftly to end her suffering. He then lightly tapped Lan Sierra on the head. You silly girl, how is that merely a casual mention? You've brainwashed her to the point of suicide. Hee. Lan Sio Tuka Sipi Sin. I was just speaking the truth. I wanted her to see that not all demon cultivators are bad. Who would have thought she would choose to end her life and enter the Emperor's banner? Lan Sierra wrapped her arm around Jun Lin's, saying, You should collect her soul, Jun Lin. This girl is quite pitiable. Over the past few days, she had talked to Wang Lingling extensively and sensed her vulnerability. After all, being suddenly thrust into a situation where her entire family was annihilated would understandably leave anyone feeling insecure. Jun Lin smirked. Pity? Hardly. Wang Lingling is hardly an innocent soul. Though I am not one to judge, collecting her for the sake of numbers is certainly feasible. Chapter 92. Do not become enamored with him. He is merely a legend, brother Jun Lin. Where are we headed next? Asked Lan Sierra, curiously linking her arm with Jun Lin's. Who knows? Jun Lin replied, casting a glance at the long-awaited sunlight. only to suddenly sense that the atmosphere around them felt somewhat unsettling. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly withdrew Lan Sierra back into the Imperial banner. His consciousness expanded outward, yet he still detected nothing amiss. Such circumstances could arise from several possibilities. Either his perception range was too limited, or someone with far superior cultivation was concealed nearby. There was also the possibility that it was merely an illusion, though he deemed that unlikely. Jun Lin had a strong trust in his instincts, pondering whether he should consider a self-detonation. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed through the air. A figure emerged from the depths of the forest, approaching Jun Lin. Almost simultaneously, several silhouettes flew in from the distance. The weakest among them boasted at least 5th-level cultivation. A knowing smile spread across Jun Lin's face. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. These individuals must have been waiting for him after discovering his ability to resurrect within the Qingluan holy city. He had not anticipated such patience, waiting until he emerged from underground before making their move. A middle-aged man standing opposite Jun Lin spoke with a smile. "Youngster, I believe you're aware of why we are here." Jun Lin shrugged, refraining from directly answering the man's question, instead expressing his confusion. "I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Knowing I cannot die, why would you provoke me? Are you eager to see your entire clan wiped out?" The middle-aged man paused, then scoffed. "If it were just me, I wouldn't have come so easily, but with so many of us here, do you really think you have a chance to escape? Once we catch you, I have plenty of ways to pry your secrets from you." As his words fell, beams of light erupted from the ground. Those flying in the sky infused their spiritual power into the pillars. In an instant, a formation took shape with Jun Lin at its very center. The middle-aged man continued. "What do you think? I spent several days setting up this formation just to trap you, and, thankfully, you cooperated by lingering here for days. Is this truly your trump card?" Jun Lin felt somewhat exasperated. He had expected something far more formidable. To his surprise, it was merely an ordinary formation. "Oomph," the middle-aged man huffed. "This formation came from a secret realm. It not only traps, but can also kill. If it weren't for my desire to uncover the secrets you possess, I would not have revealed this formation." Of course, he had still retained some backup. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, streams of pure light surged towards Jun Lin from the pillars. Rather than evade, Jun Lin chose to test the formation's might with his physical body. In an instant, 3 beams pierced through him. At that moment, any movement would result in him being sliced into several pieces. The middle-aged man smirked, satisfied with the outcome. "Now, relinquish your resurrection secret, and you shall cease to suffer." Jun Lin ignored the man, focusing intently on the formation. Soon, he identified the formation's core and even stumbled upon several flaws. This formation, he concluded, was rudimentary. He deemed a waste of time to dismantle it deliberately. Thus, Jun Lin initiated a self-detonation. Boom! The violent shockwave was suppressed by the formation, resulting in minimal commotion. The middle-aged man remained unfazed. He had anticipated this outcome, which was precisely why he had set up the formation. However, in the next moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. A familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Your formation isn't all that impressive." The middle-aged man's pupils constricted in shock. How had this brat escaped? He quickly turned to deliver a punch to Jun Lin's handsome face, only to trigger another explosion. Boom! This time, without the formation's restraint, the shockwave spread outward, sending the middle-aged man hurtling away. Before he could rise from the ground, Jun Lin reappeared before him, placing a foot on his chest and demanding, "Speak. What is your name, and from which clan do you hail? We're the 9 clans." The middle-aged man smirked, ignoring Jun Lin's inquiries, and once more attempted to attack him. He shouted to those around him, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and act. Are you willing to forfeit the secrets this brat holds?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers fell silent. Jun Lin's penchant for self-detonation left them at a loss for how to capture him. Even the formation they had painstakingly set up proved ineffective. Some lowered their heads in contemplation, weighing whether to continue entangling themselves in this mess. Others furrowed their brows, retreating behind the crowd. A few even chose to abandon the scene entirely. Boom! After another violent explosion, Jun Lin looked at the crowd surrounding him with a hint of disdain. how useless they were. Having come this far, they were too afraid to take action, fearing that he might retaliate and endanger their clans. If that were the case, why had they come at all? Such disappointment. The individuals present possessed a minimum cultivation of 5th level, with numerous 6th level practitioners among them. Yet, they merely observed rather than engaging directly. Jun Lin's words struck some with embarrassment. They had indeed come seeking the secrets of his resurrection. Yet, faced with his unpredictable self-detonations, they found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with him. Under even slight pressure, he would self-destruct, and the formation could not contain him. They genuinely could not conceive of a method to subdue him. As the standoff continued, a figure suddenly appeared, soaring from the distance and landing before Jun Lin. It was Lin Chao. Upon seeing Jun Lin, Lin Chao's excitement was palpable. "At last I found you. Quickly, return with me." His Majesty is nearly beside himself with worry. Jun Lin, puzzled, replied, "You seek me? How has the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guards been reduced to searching for someone like me? What can I possibly do?" Lin Chao sighed. "You vanished without a word, leaving His Majesty with so few capable individuals at his side. That is why I had to undertake this task." He wore a pained expression. After all, he was a commander of the Imperial Guards. Yet, because Jun Lin had left without notice, he had been forced to scavenge for him. Jun Lin nodded, acknowledging the predicament. However, he waved his hand dismissively, turning away to reveal a back burdened by weariness. "Returning is futile. Please convey a message to His Majesty. Do not become enamored with me. I'm merely a legend." Lin Chao, "Brother, I understand your enjoyment in this, but how can I report back if you refuse to return?" He couldn't help but want to retort. At that moment, Jun Lin turned back, noticing the middle-aged man attempting to sneak away while his attention was diverted. With a cold snort, he summoned several long swords that materialized from thin air. Attempting to flee? Chapter 93. The thunder retreat of His Majesty, Jun Lin wielded his sword to block the middle-aged man, with Lin Chao closely following behind, shattering the man's dantian. He then turned his gaze towards Jun Lin and inquired, "Are there any other matters to address? Let's resolve this swiftly. Time is of the essence. If we do not return Jun Lin promptly, the Empress will truly be beside herself with worry." Before Jun Lin could respond, those around them turned and departed without hesitation. There was no choice. Lin Chao was the commander of the Imperial Guard, and they could not afford to provoke him. They had families to consider and did not wish to meet the same fate as Wang Li, whose entire lineage was annihilated. Observing the retreating figures, Jun Lin remained unfazed, disinterested in wasting time on such individuals. After slaying the middle-aged man, he effortlessly absorbed the man's soul into the Imperial banner. The sudden appearance of this banner left Lin Chao momentarily stunned. A demon cultivator? He thought. Instantly, he regarded Jun Lin with heightened vigilance, prepared to act at any moment. Calmly, Jun Lin stowed the Imperial banner and glanced at Lin Chao, saying, "Why do you stare at me so? Am I that frightening?" Lin Chao was at a loss. This situation had become quite complicated. He was uncertain whether the Empress was aware of Jun Lin's identity as a demon cultivator. If this was a secret between Jun Lin and the Empress, any aggressive action on his part would be nothing short of reckless. Conversely, if the Empress was unaware, would bringing Jun Lin back pose a threat to her safety? Lin Chao weighed his options. Ultimately, even if he decided to confront Jun Lin, he doubted his own ability to succeed. Noticing Lin Chao's silence, Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Now that you are aware of my identity, shouldn't you hurry back? Or do you wish to join me in the Imperial banner?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chao could not restrain himself from suggesting, "Perhaps you should accompany me back. If you do not return, the Empress will truly struggle to find a suitable candidate for this upcoming secret realm competition." "Refuse. Wait, what competition? What secret realm?" Just as Jun Lin was about to decline, he caught the hidden keywords in Lin Chao's words. Noticing Jun Lin's growing interest, Lin Chao quickly elaborated, "Every year, our Qingwan Empire competes with the Qishao Empire for resources in a secret realm. This year, the Empress has specifically reserved a spot for you." Listening to Lin Chao's explanation, Jun Lin nodded in understanding. Although he was still unclear about the nature of this secret realm competition, it sounded promising, especially as it involved a clash between two great empires. However, he soon realized, frowning, this doesn't sound like a good thing, does it? Lin Cho confirmed with a nod. It is certainly not entirely positive. This competition signifies a confrontation between empires, and the victorious side will enjoy greater access to secret realm resources for the following year, making the journey perilous. However, given your remarkable resilience, I believe that if you choose to participate, victory for the Qingwan Empire is assured. Jun Lin nodded thoughtfully, intrigued. It sounds appealing. And as I currently have no destination in mind, I shall accompany you back. A clash between empires certainly promises excitement. I wonder how chaotic the secret realm will be. On the way back to Qingwan Holy City, Jun Lin curiously asked, now that you know I'm a demon cultivator, how dare you bring me back? To the Empress? There is little distinction between demon cultivators and righteous cultivators. As long as loyalty prevails, all are treated equally, Lin Cho explained. Both the Qingwan Empire and the Qishao Empire have numerous covert collaborations with demon cultivators, including among the ministers in court. In essence, as long as such matters remain concealed, everything is manageable. Upon returning to Qingwan Holy City, Lin Cho wasted no time and led Jun Lin directly to the palace to meet Qin Yushue. After a young girl announced their arrival, Jun Lin successfully entered to see Qin Yushue. At that moment, upon seeing Jun Lin, Qin Yushue's eyes brightened with joy. He had finally returned. Yet she feigned annoyance, saying, "Humph. So you finally decided to come back?" Taken aback by her words, Jun Lin felt perplexed. Wasn't it she who summoned him back? Had Lin Cho misinterpreted her intentions? Did she wish for him to return only to have Lin Cho eliminate him? Truly, to serve a sovereign is to walk with tigers. Unaware of Jun Lin's inner turmoil, Qin Yushue grew irritated at his puzzled expression. She exclaimed, "Address me as your majesty, and I did not summon you back." Jun Lin glanced at Lin Cho, who stood silently by, and nudged him. "My friend, did you act without authorization?" Lin Cho's lips twitched. Act without authorization? I hardly had the leisure. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, how could I venture out to find Jun Lin for days without Qin Yushue's permission? He was baffled by Qin Yushue's apparent change of heart. She had been so insistent on sending him to find Jun Lin, yet now she refused to admit it. Was this the cunning nature of a sovereign? Lin Cho decided to remain silent, believing that speaking more would only invite trouble. Observing this, Jun Lin quickly grasped the situation. He turned to Qin Yushue and remarked, "Your Majesty, while your tsundere demeanor is evident, I believe there is merit in embracing a Yandere disposition. You might consider exploring that avenue." "What tsundere or Yandere nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Yushue asked, bewildered. Jun Lin pondered. Tsundere could be described as someone who harbors affection yet insists on denying it. For instance, you clearly wished for my return, yet now you refuse to acknowledge it. With hands on her hips, Qin Yushue retorted, "I did not wish for your return, and I am not denying it." "Exactly. That is precisely how it appears." Jun Lin nodded enthusiastically, finding her reaction exceedingly fitting. Qin Yushue was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she truly was tsundere? No, this was merely this young man teasing her. At that moment, Lin Cho and the maid assigned to protect Qin Yushue observed the exchange with keen interest. Realizing how perilous it was to jest with the Empress, such actions could warrant annihilation of entire clans. Yet, would Qin Yushue truly enact such a punishment on Jun Lin? It seemed unlikely. In this regard, it appeared that the Qingwan Empire might soon witness the rise of its first male empress. Naturally, such thoughts were kept strictly to themselves. Qin Yushue, noticing Jun Lin's lack of decorum befitting a subject, felt exasperated. Did she truly lack the majesty of an empress? Did she resemble a tsundere? What even was a Yandere? Was it merely a sickly tsundere? Jun Lin had even suggested she develop in that direction. The more she pondered, the more Qin Yushue yearned to understand the distinction between a Yandere and a tsundere, prompting her to inquire further from Jun Lin. Now that piques my interest. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, I must enlighten you on this topic. Chapter 94. Allow me to show you something remarkable. After a thorough explanation from Jun Lin, Kinjitsu gained a comprehensive understanding of the so-called Yandere phenomenon. She found it utterly absurd. Wasn't this so-called Yandere merely a person with an extreme possessiveness? How could Jun Lin encourage her to develop in such a direction? He clearly had ulterior motives. By the way, did you summon me back for that so-called secret realm competition? Kinjiksu inquired. Jun Lin replied, let me elaborate. Kinjiksu hesitated, intending to clarify that she hadn't called Jun Lin back. But she knew that such a statement would only lead to him branding her as tsundere. Resigned, she began to inform Jun Lin about the secret realm competition. The secret realm competition was an agreement established years ago between our Qinghuan Empire and the Qishao Empire. The victorious side would gain the right to select resources preferentially for a year. This year's competition was fast approaching, so Kinjiksu paused, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she looked at Jun Lin. Therefore, I hope you'll participate. With you on our side, our chances of victory in this year's competition could increase significantly. Upon hearing Kinjiksu's words, Lin Cho in the audience scoffed inwardly. Increase significantly? What joke? This individual is a demon cultivator, one who wields the soul refinement banner. Oh, and let us not forget, an immortal demon cultivator. I suspect that once the competition begins, everyone inside the realm will merely be toys for Jun Lin. Increase significantly? More like 100%. Very well. Jun Lin did not decline and nodded in agreement. The secret realm promised excitement. His previous venture into one had yielded substantial gains. He was curious to see what this occasion might bring. Seeing Jun Lin's unhesitating consent, Kinjiksu was greatly pleased. The secret realm competition was scheduled to commence in 11 days, and the following day, they would set off. Unfortunately, as the emperor, she could not accompany them. Otherwise, she would relish the opportunity to witness the spectacle. The next day, under Lin Chao's guidance, Jun Lin and a group of officials boarded a cerulean flying vessel. Its overall appearance resembled that of a bluebird, with a vividly painted Qinghuan on its sail, the emblem of the Qinghuan Empire. Good morning, young Master Jun. Truly, young Master Jun is impressive and accomplished. Your journey aims to bring glory to our Qinghuan Empire. You are indeed a youthful hero. Is indeed so. With your capabilities, upon your return, you shall undoubtedly be promoted. Young Master Jun, I have a granddaughter who has just turned 16, possessing exceptional beauty. Perhaps you could meet and cultivate a connection? On board, everyone who encountered Jun Lin, particularly those from the court, greeted him with fervor, their words laced with flattery and sycophancy. There was no escaping it. Jun Lin was akin to a sword hanging over their heads. Whenever Kinjiksu found them displeasing, she could easily investigate and have Jun Lin eradicate their entire lineage. The process was not laborious. After all, very few among them had clean hands. Some, however, preferred to avoid greeting Jun Lin. Yet, given the enthusiasm of others, neglecting to acknowledge him would be tantamount to delivering oneself into peril. Jun Lin reclined in a lounge chair, closing his eyes in repose, indifferent to the court officials who approached him. The crowd, undeterred, merely sought to pay their respects. And Jun Lin's silence was perhaps a blessing, for they feared the moment he might require their assistance. Before long, the atmosphere around Jun Lin grew tranquil. The Qinghuan flying vessel traveled swiftly, protected by formations, and all he could feel was the gentle breeze caressing his face, a most pleasant sensation. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a youth, appearing no older than 14 or 15, approached him. Upon seeing Jun Lin, the boy declared, "Move aside. This seat belongs to me." Jun Lin, who had been on the brink of sleep, opened his eyes in surprise, curious to discover who possessed such audacity. Eradicate your entire lineage. It must be done. Yet, upon realizing it was merely a child, he found it rather tiresome and turned away, dismissively waving his hand. Run along, little brat. I have no desire to move today or to eradicate your lineage. What era is this? How can such insolence still exist? Does he possess an aura of diminishing intelligence? The boy, irked by Jun Lin's response, bristled with indignation. Who was this individual to speak to him in such a manner? Unaware of Jun Lin's identity, he prepared to teach him a lesson. However, this scene caught the eye of a passing middle-aged man, who was immediately taken aback. He rushed forward, delivering a kick that sent the boy sprawling to the ground. You fool! Do you wish to die? Apologize to young Master Jun at once. As he spoke, He pressed the boy's head to the ground in a gesture of contrition. The sudden turn of events left the boy bewildered. Yet, seeing the urgency and seriousness etched on the man's face, he complied, bowing his head and offering an apology. Enough. What adult would lose their temper with a child? Jun Lin remarked, eyes still closed, his tone devoid of concern. The days aboard the flying vessel were monotonous and tedious. Only upon reaching their destination did Jun Lin rouse himself, stretching languidly. As always, the site of this year's Secret Realm competition was at the border between the Qinghuan Empire and the Qishao Empire. Due to the ongoing conflicts between the two nations, the area was desolate, yet it harbored a unique secret realm, one scarce in resources but teeming with ferocious beasts, sprawling across a vast expanse. Its suitability made it the chosen battleground for the Qinghuan Empire and the Qishao Empire. On their journey, Jun Lin gathered a general understanding of the rules. They were straightforward, employing a point system. Each participant would receive a special token upon entering the secret realm, while additional tokens were scattered throughout the realm. A month later, the total number of tokens held by those who survived would determine each empire's score. The side with the higher score would emerge victorious. The simplicity of the rules belied the weight of the phrase "survive to leave," which was the true essence of this competition. Although they had yet to enter, Jun Lin could already envision the chaos that awaited within. A month of contention among 300 martial artists, all vying for the same exit. One could easily predict that the final day would be the most tumultuous of all. Jun Lin's heart brimmed with anticipation. The border between the two nations was devoid of human habitation, lacking even an inn. With a day remaining before the commencement of the Secret Realm competition, the group rested aboard the Qinghuan flying vessel. Several diplomats engaged in discussions with their counterparts from the Qishao Empire in front of the Secret Realm. An elderly man, observing Jun Lin reclining on his chair, pondered deeply before approaching. With a tone of earnest supplication, he implored, "Young Master Jun, if it pleases you, I beseech you to look after my inept son during this venture into the Secret Realm." Is he afraid of dying, yet still wishes to enter? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, recognizing that those who emerged alive from the Secret Realm would be rewarded based on the number of tokens they contributed. Those with significant contributions could even be granted official titles or nobility. Thus, many, despite understanding the dangers, chose to participate. Yet this man, fearing for his son's life, still wished for him to enter. It was perplexing. The elder sighed. "It is not that I fear for his life, but rather I am concerned about potential mishaps." Despite my objections, he secretly registered for the competition. "Ah, I see. So you desire me to protect him?" Jun Lin surmised. "Indeed." The elder nodded earnestly. "Name your conditions. As long as they are within my means, I shall spare no effort to fulfill them." Jun Lin contemplated for a moment, then smiled lightly. "As for conditions, let us set that aside for now. Allow me to show you something remarkable, and afterward, you may make your decision." As he spoke, Jun Lin turned his hand, and in an instant, a myriad of primal purple aura enveloped him, materializing the Emperor's banner in his grasp. Chapter 95. You are all my wings the following day. At the entrance of the Secret Realm, hundreds of martial artists from the Qinghuan Empire and the Qishao Empire gathered. A total of 300 warriors, with varying levels of prowess, were set to compete in the Secret Realm. However, the most formidable among them reached only the pinnacle of the Fifth Realm. It was established that participants could not exceed the Sixth Realm, a rule agreed upon by the two empires. Yet, Jun Lin found this regulation lacking in precision, as it allowed some Fourth Realm warriors, who clung to life, to masquerade among them. The chasm between realms was insurmountable. Most Fourth Realm warriors appeared as mere playthings before those of the Fifth Realm. Before entering the Secret Realm, Jun Lin received a token crafted from pure gold, which would serve as the measure of their final standings and something they would strive to collect throughout the competition. He tucked the token away and, with a casual motion, seized the token from a nearby man, stating earnestly, "You cannot manage this token. Allow me to hold on to it for your own good." The man, the son of the elder from the previous day, stared at Jun Lin, momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to protest but dared not speak. Despite his shock upon learning of Jun Lin's identity as a demon cultivator, the elder resolutely insisted that Jun Lin look after his son. However, Jun Lin had declined, uninterested in playing the role of a caretaker for a grown man. This time, the Qishao Empire had dispatched a full 150 participants into the secret realm. As the most favored minister of the Empress of the Qingwan Empire, Jun Lin felt justified in subtly hindering the competition. Soon after the tokens were distributed, a venerable elder with white hair briefly explained the rules from a high platform. Once the rules were established, the participants were permitted to officially enter the secret realm. With the gates to the realm unsealed, Jun Lin eagerly followed the throng into the depths of the unknown. Upon entry, he was met with desolation. The secret realm was bereft of resources, and the beasts within, long starved, exhibited an aggressive nature rivaling that of the participants from enemy nations. Before long, all 300 warriors had entered the realm, followed closely by 2 elders tasked with maintaining order. Previously, during another competition, a fierce battle had erupted at the entrance, resulting in a river of blood. To prevent such chaos from recurring, 2 powerful figures were always sent to ensure the participants could compete in an orderly fashion. Jun Lin grimaced at the thought of these guardians, as his initial desire upon learning the rules had been to engage in immediate combat, to unleash bloodshed, and expedite the competition. Regrettably, he was now left to explore the secret realm. He soared deeper into the realm, while others dispersed, most preferring to avoid early confrontations with participants from rival nations. After a brief period, the 2 elders at the entrance confirmed that the crowd had departed without conflict before sealing the realm, which would not reopen for another 30 days. Within the secret realm, Jun Lin reclined upon the back of a golden lion, admiring the scenery. However, his path was soon obstructed by a man clad in black robes. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, and with a flicker of his spatial ring, dozens of spiritual swords materialized, hurtling toward the black-robed man. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only just arrived and had yet to utter a word before being attacked. "How dare you block my path? You have chosen your demise." Jun Lin scoffed from atop the golden lion. Under the barrage of spiritual swords, the black-robed man found himself drenched in sweat. This was utterly unreasonable. Though he intended to ambush Jun Lin, he believed he deserved at least the courtesy of an introduction. Fuming internally, the black-robed man summoned his dark energy, forcing his way through the encirclement of swords and charging at Jun Lin. "How dare a mere mid-fifth realm warrior act so brazenly before me?" Jun Lin sneered. Having faced opponents of the 7th realm before, this mid-fifth realm warrior was beneath his notice. Blood-burning secret technique. In an instant, Jun Lin's aura surged, and he met the black-robed man head-on. A sharp crack echoed as their fists collided, causing the black-robed man's pupils to constrict in horror. "It's broken." Yet before he could process this, Jun Lin's second punch followed swiftly. The black-robed man, unable to withstand the onslaught, chose to evade, only to be pierced through the chest by a spiritual sword. Coughing up blood, the black-robed man was consumed by shock as the sword's sharp spiritual energy ravaged his insides. Attempting to flee, he realized that both Jun Lin and the swords had sealed his escape. "My life is over," he thought, resigning himself to fate as he closed his eyes. Jun Lin dispatched the black-robed man and retracted his swords. He had become so accustomed to self-detonating that he nearly forgot his inherent strength. Of course, the spiritual swords he had acquired from the Tianna sect were indispensable, as they were all of at least 6th-grade quality, providing an unparalleled experience in battle. Summoning the Imperial Banner, Jun Lin captured the black-robed man's soul and allowed the banner to flutter above him, drawing attention. He was curious to see how many would come seeking trouble. Stretching languidly, he prepared to recline, just as Laozi emerged from the banner and settled onto his lap. Shortly thereafter, Yin Ruoshi also appeared from the banner. Seeing the scene, she placed her hands on her hips, her tone filled with discontent. "Oh, so you've forgotten your old love in favor of a new one? While alive, you called her your lucky star, but now that you're in the Imperial Banner, you've left her behind." TSK men. Upon hearing Yin Ruoshi's words, Jun Lin remained silent, simply gazing at her. As she held his gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she averted her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Lin finally spoke with sincerity, "You are all my wings." Yin Ruoshi blinked, realizing how shameless his words were. Was he implying he wanted them all? Chapter 96 begins with a jest on your part. Although the competition in the secret realm has only just commenced, the struggle for tokens has already ignited. Jun Lin reclines atop the back of a golden lion, relishing the massage from Laozi, while observing a skirmish between a man and a woman below, feeling quite content. He finds himself puzzled as to why warriors of the fourth realm would dare to enter this secret realm. What else could they accomplish aside from receiving a beating? Do they truly think themselves invincible? The two combatants below quickly notice Jun Lin hovering in the air, the ominous black mist of the Emperor's banner, making him conspicuously visible. A demon cultivator. Both exclaim in surprise. The woman from the Qishao Empire feels a surge of joy, recognizing that many demon cultivators from her empire are involved in this clash. Surely, this demon cultivator must be one of theirs. With this thought, she shouts eagerly, "Senior, there's a person from the Qingwan Empire here. He possesses a token." Upon hearing her cry, the man across from her becomes alarmed. If memory serves, the Qingwan Empire had no demon cultivators participating this time, and he feels the instinct to flee. Yet at that moment, Jun Lin is already descending on the golden lion with astonishing speed, one that a mere fourth realm warrior cannot hope to escape. It's over. The man grits his teeth, casting a defiant glance at the smug woman across from him. Resolute, he decides that even in death, he cannot allow this woman to triumph. He must self-destruct. He must annihilate this wretched creature. However, just then, he realizes that the golden lion is charging directly toward the woman, who remains blissfully unaware of the imminent danger until it is far too late. Just before the lion's claw descends upon her, she finally comprehends the peril, but it is already too late. The lion's paw shatters her skull, leaving her lifeless body beneath its feet. The man is struck with horror. Yet upon seeing Jun Lin's face, he breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out he is one of their own. Jun Lin casually collects the woman's soul into the Emperor's banner and then sizes up the man, extending his hand. "You, hand over your tokens." Although reluctant, the man complies and presents all 3 tokens from his possession. Jun Lin nods in satisfaction, stating, "Well done. However, you must understand that this is not mere theft. Your cultivation is insufficient to wield such tokens safely. This is for your own good." Yes, I understand," the man replies, forcing a smile and nodding repeatedly. It would be folly to protest. The name of Jun Lin has long resonated throughout the Qingwan holy city. To voice dissent might very well lead to his demise by this time next year. System, does this secret realm offer any form of inheritance? Wandering aimlessly day after day is hardly a productive endeavor. Jun Lin muses while reclining on Laozi's lap. Having idled in the secret realm for a day, he realizes there are still 29 days remaining before he can depart. He cannot continue to flounder without purpose. He must find something to engage in. To the southwest, a soon-to-mature 7th grade spiritual fruit recommended for acquisition. To the southeast, an oasis where a spirit beast resides, suggested for capture. Directly north, at the deepest part of the secret realm, a shrine seals an ancient demon cultivator, recommended for release. The system promptly marks several notable locations within the secret realm and provides its suggestions. Jun Lin raises an eyebrow. All options sound promising, particularly the one involving the ancient demon cultivator. Generally, in tales featuring such sites, protagonists or antagonists inevitably seek to break the seal, triggering a cascade of events. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Lin inquires, which location is currently the most populated? To the southwest, 17 individuals are making their way there. Very well, you may withdraw, Jun Lin commands. Following the system's guidance, he alters his course toward the location of the soon-to-mature spiritual fruit. Although he does not particularly covet a 7th grade spiritual fruit, after all, the entire Tiana sect is his garden. He feels an urge to seize it lest he feel a sense of loss. Along the way, Jun Lin dons a black robe, concealing half his face with the hood while also masking his cultivation level. This inspiration strikes him from the woman of the Qishao Empire whom the golden lion had slain. Prior to entering, he noted that many participants from the Qishao Empire were clad in black robes. Initially indifferent, he now realizes they are likely all demon cultivators. As a demon cultivator himself, Donning a black robe to obscure his face allows him to infiltrate enemy ranks undetected. While en route to the location of the 7th grade spiritual fruit, Jun Lin encounters a woman in a similar black robe. She glances at Laozi, who is still massaging him, then at the fluttering Emperor's banner, and remarks, "You truly have a refined taste." Jun Lin meets her gaze and replies, as the saying goes, "One must savor the pleasures of life when fortune smiles upon them. And may I inquire where you are headed?" Feigning ignorance, the woman responds coolly before accelerating her pace. How rude, Jun Lin thinks, rolling his eyes. She must be going through a rough patch. The location of the spiritual fruit is atop a mountain peak. By the time Jun Lin arrives, a gathering of over a dozen individuals is already present. Among them are members of the Qingyuan Empire and the Qishao Empire, currently locked in a standoff. Jun Lin assesses the numerical disparity. 14 individuals in total, 6 from the Qingyuan Empire and 8 from the Qishao Empire, 3 of whom are black-robed demon cultivators. His arrival draws their attention, and upon seeing Jun Lin's black robe, the Qingyuan Empire members feel a chill of dread. It's over. They think he is one of their adversaries. As expected, Jun Lin strides directly toward the Qishao Empire's side, grinning at the despairing Qingyuan members. How simple it is to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. However, his new allies do not seem particularly formidable. They're not only outnumbered, but also lack skill. One of the black-robed demon cultivators from the Qishao Empire scrutinizes Jun Lin, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. He furrows his brow and inquires, "Which faction do you belong to?" Jun Lin looks down at him with disdain, replying haughtily, "What gives you the right to question me?" The black-robed cultivator falls silent, certain that Jun Lin is indeed a demon cultivator. Genuine cultivators seldom exhibit such arrogance. Even if feigning, it would not seem so natural. His tone suggests either a captain or someone not aligned with him, leaning toward the latter. At that moment, a higher-ranked man in white from the Qingyuan Empire can no longer contain himself and suggests, "Shall we discuss how to divide these spiritual fruits?" Before them stands a spiritual plant bearing several nearly ripe fruits. "Divide?" Jun Lin chuckles. "Why not simply give them all to you?" The white-clad man is momentarily taken aback, forcing a laugh as he responds, "Please do not jest, my lord." Jun Lin's smile fades. "You are the one who initiated this jest." Chapter 97. Is it only when I wield a whip that you will be compelled to work? I want all. Jun Lin held his hand in a mock gesture of refusal, exuding an air that brooked no dissent. This domineering demeanor left several members of the Qingyuan Empire feeling displeased. However, considering the overwhelming numbers and the presence of 4 demonic cultivators, they ultimately chose to withdraw. At that moment, 3 figures clad in black robes from the Qishao Empire blocked their path, grinning ominously. "Thinking of leaving? Have you consulted us?" The leading man from the Qingyuan Empire's expression darkened. "What do you intend to do?" They had already abandoned the pursuit of the spiritual fruit. It was baffling that these demonic cultivators would not let them go, not fearing a desperate fight. Though they were outnumbered, a fierce battle would certainly lead to mutual destruction. One black-robed cultivator grinned. "What do I want?" "Why, your lives, of course." With that, he and his 2 companions charged at the members of the Qingyuan Empire. The sudden turn of events caught even those from the Qishao Empire off guard. Hadn't they just retreated? Why were they suddenly engaging in combat? As the Qishao cultivators deliberated whether to intervene, one of the black-robed figures shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come and assist." Seeing this, the hesitant warriors from the Qishao Empire prepared to rush in. However, Jun Lin interjected, "I believe it's wiser to let them go. While we may have the numbers, a fight to the death would leave us all worse for wear." His words resonated with the others, causing them to reconsider. They had no need to engage in conflict at this juncture. Should they provoke these adversaries to the point of self-detonation, their escape would be jeopardized. "What do you mean?" The black-robed cultivator glared coldly at Jun Lin. Jun Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm merely stating the truth. If you wish to kill, do it yourself. I refuse to put myself in harm's way." The righteous cultivators of the Qishao Empire nodded in agreement, their sentiments aligning with Jun Lin's. It was absurd to seek unnecessary bloodshed when the spiritual fruit was so close at hand. The 3 demonic cultivators, realizing their scheme had unraveled, wore grim expressions. They had hoped to use the chaos to eliminate the Qingwan Empire members, but were thwarted by Jun Lin's astute reasoning. Taking advantage of the situation, the members of the Qingwan Empire made their escape. The three black-robed cultivators returned to their group, and the collective gaze shifted towards the impending ripeness of the spiritual fruit. This place was not only of interest to them, but also attracted numerous beasts eyeing the fruit and the cultivators with greedy intent. The three demonic cultivators, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Let us deal with these beasts first. Don't tell me you intend to sit idly by." A few of the less skilled Qishao warriors chuckled nervously, assuring, "Of course not. We would never shirk our duty." The more seasoned fighters, harboring a natural disdain for demonic cultivators, scoffed in response, letting their actions speak volumes. Ultimately, the three cultivators fixed their gaze upon Jun Lin. Unlike the others, he was unperturbed, sitting atop the golden lion with a dismissive glance at the trio. "What are you staring at? Am I your superior? You'd best show some respect." Frustration simmered in one demonic cultivator who, unable to contain himself, contemplated eliminating Jun Lin. "Ha! How amusing," Jun Lin sneered. "What if I choose not to respect you? Do you truly believe you can kill me? You, forget him. Don't lose sight of our objective." At this, the black-robed cultivator gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Jun Lin, intrigued, taunted, "What are you still waiting for? Should I fetch a whip to compel you to obey?" The three demonic cultivators shot him icy glares before turning to confront the beasts vying for the spiritual fruit. Meanwhile, Jun Lin reclined comfortably on the golden lion, occasionally dispatching the foolish beasts that dared approach him. As time passed, a few more warriors from the Qishao Empire arrived, including three black-robed demonic cultivators. With their numbers bolstered, they gradually cleared the area of beasts. Despite sustaining various injuries during the skirmish, none were fatal. As dusk descended, the spiritual fruit neared ripeness, prompting the group to convene and discuss the allocation of the spoils. "I propose 1 fruit per person, with the excess going to the strongest among us. What do you think?" suggested a middle-aged man. This proposal was indeed fair and represented the best distribution method without igniting conflict. "I have no objections." "Neither do I." The consensus among the group was clear, and Jun Lin's lips curled into a smirk, recognizing that it was his moment to shine. Just as he prepared to voice his dissent, 6 black-robed demonic cultivators struck first. With a swift thrust, 6 blades pierced the chests of the 6 most powerful warriors present, revealing their premeditated intentions. With demonic energy surging, 2 of the 6 were slain on the spot, while the remaining 4 were left gravely injured. "How dare you? What are you demonic cultivators up to?" "Up to?" Your reaction is quite predictable. The demonic cultivators grinned as they charged at the remaining members. With the loss of 6 elite fighters, the remaining warriors stood little chance against their assailants. Jun Lin's words caught in his throat, astonished by the unfolding events. It was unexpected that these demonic cultivators would turn on their own. Unlike him, who at least spare his allies, these demonic beings seemed ruthless. After eliminating their own, would they not turn their sights upon him next? An unsettling anticipation stirred within Jun Lin. As anticipated, the outcome unfolded as he had foreseen. With the loss of 6 formidable warriors, the remaining members were no match for the 3 demonic cultivators. Only a mid-level 5th realm fighter posed any resistance, ultimately resorting to a desperate self-detonation that nearly claimed the life of one of the demonic cultivators. Once the Qishao Empire warriors were dispatched, the remaining cultivators directed their attention towards Jun Lin, who had been observing the chaos from above. The black-robed demonic cultivator who had previously clashed with him now grinned. "Surprised you didn't flee. I underestimated you." Chapter 98. Do you know why villains always die from excessive chatter? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, questioning why he should flee. "It is you, the demonic cultivators, who have harmed your colleagues, and you truly deserve death." The demonic cultivators fell silent at Jun Lin's words. Such a lofty proclamation. What does it mean that you merely stood by, watching without lending a hand? Now that the battle is over, you act with such righteous indignation, do you? One particularly irascible demonic cultivator could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "We are all demonic cultivators. yet you pretend to be noble? What makes you so special? I can't even be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it." Jun Lin snapped his fingers, and a golden lion materialized from thin air, followed closely by several floating spiritual swords. In an instant, the golden lions charged toward the 5 demonic cultivators, with dozens of spiritual swords trailing behind. The power of the golden lions equated to that of a 5th-tier martial artist. They had once accomplished remarkable feats, but sadly, they were somewhat outdated now. The 5 demonic cultivators each took on their roles. 2 obstructed the golden lions, 2 defended against the onslaught of the swords, while 1 broke through the defenses, charging directly at Jun Lin. Facing 5 alone, such confidence. Yet, regrettably, he lacked the corresponding strength. The black-clad, demonic cultivator sneered. "Do you know why villains always perish from excessive chatter?" Jun Lin ignited with a red glow and effortlessly seized the black-clad cultivator's fist with one hand. Leaning in close, he enunciated each word clearly, "Because they talk too much." Boom! Following a violent explosion, only the resurrected Jun Lin remained at the scene, while those nearby who had experienced the blast were likely reduced to mere fragments. Below, a gravely injured demonic cultivator trembled as he removed a piece of flesh that had splattered onto his face. Gazing up at the unscathed Jun Lin, he was filled with astonishment. He had previously been gravely wounded by a self-explosion from a mid-stage 5th-tier martial artist, rendering him unable to participate in the fray. While the 4 demonic cultivators engaged with the golden lions may not have noticed, he had witnessed Jun Lin's self-detonation with his own eyes. Now, however, the latter stood unharmed. Rebirth? What kind of divine technique is this? Meanwhile, Jun Lin retracted the spiritual swords and golden lions, feeling a twinge of pity for the battered golden lions. Perhaps they should be reserved for riding or intimidating lesser beings in the future, lest they suffer further damage. At that moment, the remaining 4 demonic cultivators were also taken aback to see Jun Lin standing unharmed. No damage? What was the meaning of that recent explosion? Before they could ponder further, Jun Lin began to stride toward them in the air. There was no time to consider. The 4 of them, in unison, charged at Jun Lin. Yet, what awaited them was the self-detonation of a 5th-tier martial artist. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion rippled outward, causing distant spiritual fruits to tumble from their branches. The heavily injured demonic cultivator below trembled even more. He had intended to warn his teammates, but it seemed unnecessary now. It was wiser to lower his presence. Surviving was preferable to perishing alongside them. In the air, Jun Lin surveyed his surroundings, only to find that his previous explosion had merely wounded the 4 individuals rather than obliterating them. This was somewhat disappointing. Therefore, amidst their astonished gazes, Jun Lin dashed before them, transforming once more into a streak of white light and erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. This time, none would escape. All settled. Indeed, self-detonation proved most effective. Jun Lin was quite pleased with his results. After dispatching the demonic cultivators, he proceeded directly to where the spiritual fruits lay scattered on the ground. He picked one up and took a bite, finding the flavor quite pleasant. Examining the fruit in his hand, he inquired within his mind, "System, what is the purpose of this spiritual fruit?" Linglong fruit. Consuming it can slightly enhance cultivation aptitude, particularly beneficial for those pre-foundation establishment. That indeed holds little value. I shall consume it as fruit. Jun Lin collected the linglong fruits. These were useful for those still in the pre-foundation stage, as they could elevate their aptitude, resulting in higher quality foundational bases. However, for him, they were no different from ordinary fruit, for he was a genius. Confident there were no oversights, Jun Lin summoned the golden lions and departed the area. At that moment, a demonic cultivator lying on the ground, feigning death, slightly opened his eyes, watching the golden lions retreat with a sense of relief. Further away, just as he hoped for the golden lions to vanish from his sight, they suddenly changed direction, charging directly at him. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened in shock, but, gravely injured, escape was nearly impossible. He could only fervently pray that Jun Lin had not returned due to discovering him. "You didn't think I would truly leave, did you?" cackled Jun Lin, his voice echoing ominously. The demonic cultivator, upon hearing Jun Lin's words, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Look at how presumptuous this person is. He could easily kill him, but instead chose to play games. The demonic cultivator opened his eyes to see Jun Lin standing before him, wearing an unsettling grin, and felt utterly speechless. He immediately attempted to muster the remnants of his spiritual energy for a self-detonation. If he must perish, he would do so with dignity. However, just as he made a move, Jun Lin pierced his dantian with a sword, the sharp spiritual energy shattering his dantian and causing his foundational base to collapse. Buddy, you wish to self-detonate too? My apologies, but that's my domain. Jun Lin grinned widely. The agony of his foundational base shattering rendered the demonic cultivator momentarily speechless, filled with rage as he cursed Jun Lin's ancestors. Truly, he was denied both life and death. Jun Lin, curious, sat before the demonic cultivator and mused aloud. By the way, how come so many demonic cultivators from the Qishao Empire have entered this place, all clad in black robes? Are you part of a single organization? The demonic cultivator, recovering from the pain of his shattered foundation, merely closed his eyes in silence, offering no reply. Jun Lin, undeterred, continued, You entered here, yet even killed your comrades. I suspect you have a specific purpose for coming to this place. The demonic cultivator remained silent. Moreover, you previously sought to kill those from the Qingwan Empire. Are you after their corpses? The demonic cultivator still did not respond. Please, don't remain silent. It feels rather foolish for me to be talking to myself. The demonic cultivator continued to remain mute. Seeing this, Jun Lin suddenly had a thought, raising a hand. I know of a sealed area within this secret realm, said to contain an ancient demonic cultivator. What do you think? The demonic cultivator opened his eyes and gazed at Jun Lin, thinking to himself, You know everything, yet you still choose to act like a fool. Chapter 99. For the sake of our great undertaking, go to your death. Initially, I was unaware, merely speculating, but now I'm fully aware. Jun Lin gazed at the corpses of the demonic cultivators strewn across the ground. This fellow had dared to insult him, and in a fit of rage, he had not restrained his hand and swiftly dispatched him. However, in death, one must not let such an opportunity go to waste. Jun Lin summoned the imperial banner, ensnaring the soul of the demonic cultivator within. It is now certain that these individuals are targeting the ancient seal of the demonic cultivator. While this matter does not directly concern him, he cannot miss the ensuing spectacle. He is eager to witness the prowess of the ancient demonic cultivator who is formidable enough to be sealed away here. Before setting off, Jun Lin inquired within his heart about the system. How many demonic cultivators have ventured to the ancient demonic cultivator's altar? None at all. They are likely still gathering the materials needed to lift the seal, such as the blood of warriors from the two great empires. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jun Lin felt enlightened. It aligned closely with his suspicions. Earlier, observing these demonic cultivators killing, he sensed they intended to utilize the bodies for some purpose. Now, it is evident that his assumptions were correct. He must lend them a helping hand. Jun Lin removed the spatial rings from the corpses of the deceased and collected all the bodies from the scene. Since the lifting of the seal requires the blood of warriors, it would be preferable, if possible, to use the blood of the warriors from the Qishao Empire. After all, the people of the Qingwan Empire could be considered his own. He would assist them when passing by. However, the Qishao Empire is different. Their alliance with these demonic cultivators has sealed their fate. He merely expedites their inevitable end. The golden lion soared toward the location of the seal, although the demonic cultivators were not yet prepared to unbind the seal. That did not hinder his desire to assess the situation firsthand. Along the way, he encountered a black-robed demonic cultivator. What spoils have you gathered? Upon seeing the imperial banner floating above Jun Lin's head, the black-robed demonic cultivator immediately recognized his identity. Another demonic cultivator. Since he was one of their kind, he felt reassured. Not bad, Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. The black-robed demonic cultivator nodded, saying, I just eliminated a small squad. I wonder how the others are faring. Jun Lin smirked slightly. There should be no issues. The warriors of the Qishao Empire are rather complacent. from the black-robed cultivator's words. It was clear that the supposed spoils referred to the number of people killed. He wondered if this individual had slain warriors from the Qingwan Empire or the Qishao Empire. Hearing Jun Lin's comment, the black-robed demonic cultivator scoffed. Indeed, a bunch of mindless fools. The Qingwan Empire's warriors may not be strong, but they sure can flee quickly. Jun Lin merely nodded, choosing not to engage further. The black-robed man continued, "There's no time for idle chatter. I must eliminate as many as possible before they catch on. I must take my leave." With that, he accelerated past Jun Lin. However, in the next instant, a 7th-grade spirit sword whizzed toward the black-robed demonic cultivator. Thud! The black-robed cultivator reacted swiftly, turning to block, but the physical form of a 5th-stage warrior could not withstand the assault of a 7th-grade spirit sword. His arm was severed in an instant. Feeling the pain from his severed limb, the black-robed demonic cultivator glared at Jun Lin, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Jun Lin smirked. "Did I not just mention that the warriors of the Qishao Empire are rather careless?" With that, several more spirit swords flew toward the black-robed demonic cultivator. Simultaneously, Jun Lin's voice rang out again. "Moreover, your corpse will serve as a splendid offering. For the sake of our great undertaking, go to your death." The black-robed demonic cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Killing me will only yield one more offering. Wouldn't it be wiser to let me hunt more warriors from the 2 empires? Does he not know how to calculate? Fuming, the black-robed demonic cultivator, having lost both arms, felt his rage boil over. He had come here prepared to die. Death was inconsequential. However, to perish at the hands of such a foolish ally was intolerable. He resolved to eliminate Jun Lin first, and then bring Jun Lin's spoils and life to another companion. Yet the assault of dozens of spirit swords brought him back to reality. He could not contend with Jun Lin. Reluctantly, the black-robed demonic cultivator said earnestly to Jun Lin, "Do have some sense. Do not recklessly slay your allies. Cooperative efforts will yield more offerings." After making this plea, he chose to abandon resistance and accept his fate. Upon hearing the black-robed demonic cultivator's final words, Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, bemused by the fellow's unexpected kindness. What use is such counsel? He had acted with that intention all along. After slaying the black-robed demonic cultivator, Jun Lin captured his soul within the imperial banner, offering a reassuring remark. "Rest assured, you shall witness it for yourself." The black-robed demonic cultivator was about to curse, but before he could finish his words, the overwhelming pull of the imperial banner drew him in. Jun Lin inspected the spatial ring he had acquired from the black-robed demonic cultivator. Inside were a dozen corpses, a bountiful harvest indeed. After stowing the spatial ring away, Jun Lin continued his journey toward the altar. The altar sealing the ancient demonic cultivator lay deep within the secret realm. Even at full speed, it would take several days to reach. During these days, Jun Lin encountered 3 more black-robed demonic cultivators. As previously noted, the warriors of the Qishao Empire were quite careless, leading to the swift demise of these 3 black-robed cultivators at Jun Lin's hands. Moreover, each of them, just like the last, offered heartfelt advice before generously meeting their end. Jun Lin found himself somewhat moved. Such selfless dedication. Upon arriving at the location where the ancient demonic cultivator was sealed, Jun Lin scrutinized the surroundings. Not only was there a dilapidated altar, but there were also several protective formations encircling it. Within the range of these formations lay countless corpses of demonic beasts. Some had already turned to bleached bones, while others appeared to have died recently, their blood fully drained. This indicated the formidable nature of the formations. Yet they posed no threat to him. Jun Lin boldly strode into the protective formations. The formations activated automatically. In an instant, flames, wind blades, and lightning struck in rapid succession. Jun Lin attempted to withstand a lightning strike. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the spot where Jun Lin had stood was reduced to scorched earth. The next moment, Jun Lin resurrected before the altar, astonished as he glanced back at the formations. Had they truly dispatched him so swiftly? Chapter 100. A life dedicated to my master. Jun Lin surveyed the formation before him. As a warrior of the 5th realm, He was astonished that a mere bolt of lightning could reduce him to nothingness. Indeed, it was quite formidable. This was merely a protective array to prevent anyone from approaching the altar. How powerful must the ancient demonic cultivator sealed within be? Curiosity filled his heart as Jun Lin turned to face the altar. The altar was round, with a diameter of over 100 meters, yet it appeared extremely dilapidated, with visible signs of damage, perhaps due to years of neglect. It had clearly stood for quite some time. Jun Lin knocked on it and inwardly inquired, "System, how can the seal be broken?" "It's quite simple. Just wait for those demonic cultivators to arrive." Jun Lin's lips twitched. "I meant to ask how to break the seal. If you wish to do it yourself, that is impossible. Breaking the seal requires a total of 108 materials, the key body of the ancient demonic cultivator, and the sacrifice of over 100 warriors." Very well. Jun Lin felt a wave of disappointment. It was evident that this was not a simple task. He might as well wait for the demonic cultivators to arrive. Perhaps he could strike when the ancient demonic cultivator was revived. How many demonic cultivators are on their way here? None at the moment. Jun Lin was speechless. These demonic cultivators were rather slow, lacking the urgency he possessed as an outsider. Nonetheless, there was nothing to be done but wait a little longer. However, idleness was not an option. Jun Lin rose and left the area, wandering through the secret realm. Days later, Jun Lin returned to the altar-S location. During his time away, he had casually rescued several participants from the Qingwan Empire and had also dispatched some from the Qishao Empire, as well as a few black-robed demonic cultivators. Now, he possessed over 40 corpses. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a great hero in the rescue of the ancient demonic cultivator. At this moment, dozens of individuals had gathered, all clad in black robes. Jun Lin seamlessly blended in among them, as no one found his presence suspicious. Among the black-robed demonic cultivators, the leader was a middle-aged man whose hood had fallen back, revealing a face adorned with several strange patterns. The demonic leader gazed at the altar, protected by the formation, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Break the formation. As soon as the leader's command was issued, a dozen black-robed demonic cultivators stepped forward to dismantle the array. There are many methods to break a formation: locating the formation S-core, forcibly dismantling it, or using specialized artifacts. However, the method employed by these particular black-robed demonic cultivators was rather unique. They found their positions, forming a large circle around the formation, and then produced short daggers, chanting incomprehensible incantations. After a moment, they simultaneously plunged the daggers into their own hearts. Drops of black blood dripped from the blades, and a dark aura began to emanate from them, their life force fading as that eerie energy corroded the formation. Were they truly sacrificing their lives to break the array? Jun Lin was astonished. These individuals did not regard their lives as precious. They were indeed quite determined to revive this so-called ancient demonic cultivator. The deaths of the black-robed demonic cultivators yielded significant results. The formation weakened under the assault of their black aura, ultimately shattering under the force of the leader's punch. The altar was laid bare before the gathered demonic cultivators. Jun Lin could distinctly sense the excitement radiating from those around him as the formation crumbled, their breaths quickening to the point where he worried they might struggle to breathe. The demonic leader approached the altar, glanced around, and declared, "It is time to welcome the return of our master, my brethren. Offer the sacrifices we have prepared for him. All for our master." The dozens of demonic cultivators shouted in unison, each producing corpses from their spatial rings. There were bodies of warriors from the Qingwan Empire, the Qishao Empire, as well as those of black-robed demonic cultivators. In the midst of the chaos, Jun Lin also revealed the corpses he had stored in his spatial ring. With over 40 bodies, none present could match his count. Yet, as everyone released their offerings simultaneously, no one noticed this detail, nor would anyone discover that he had slain several of his own companions. The demonic leader surveyed the over 100 corpses on the ground, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With a wave of his hand, he collected the bodies. When they were laid out again, they were neatly arranged upon the altar. Soon, a series of obscure incantations escaped the leader's lips, lasting longer than before, long enough for Jun Lin to feel drowsy. However, The surrounding demonic cultivators grew increasingly exhilarated. A female demonic cultivator beside him trembled with anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, the demonic leader ceased his chanting, raised his hands, and the corpses upon the altar shattered into pieces. Blood seeped into the altar, the flesh gradually shriveling away until it turned to dust, swept away by the gentle breeze. The patterns on the altar flickered, glowing with a sinister crimson light. Not enough. The demonic leader gasped in alarm. The bodies were insufficient, but it was too late to hunt for more. He turned to the excited crowd, declaring, "As the faithful servants of our master, we must contribute to his return. It is time for us to offer ourselves." Listening to the leader's words, Jun Lin couldn't help but scoff internally. How eloquent! Was it not merely a call for them to sacrifice themselves? Who among them would be foolish enough to comply? If you have the capability, why not lead by example? Just as Jun Lin pondered this, the demonic leader drew a dagger, stabbing it into his own heart. Dark energy surged around him, and a jet of blood sprayed onto the altar. Jun Lin was taken aback. He truly went through with it. The other demonic cultivators followed suit, surrounding the altar and mimicking his actions, some even overwhelmed by emotion and rushing to the altar to sacrifice themselves. Jun Lin struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, before it was his turn, the patterns on the altar glowed with a crimson hue. The pale-faced demonic leader suddenly smiled. With a wave of his hand, 108 different materials emerged from his spatial ring, arranged in a particular manner that perfectly covered the altar. The leader then excitedly turned to the four guardians behind him. "Quickly, place our master's body upon the altar." The four guardians nodded eagerly, each producing an ice coffin, within which lay the head, arms, torso, and legs of the ancient demonic cultivator. However, as these parts were assembled upon the altar to form the ancient demonic cultivator's body, the leader frowned slightly, as if something was missing. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in alarm as he looked at the four guardians. "Where is our master's heart?" Chapter 101. You may reverence me as your master. With the commanding roar of the leader of the demonic cultivators, three of the four guardians turned their gaze upon the fourth. They questioned, "Wasn't the heart of our master entrusted to your protection? Or have you misplaced it?" TSK. Upon feeling the collective scrutiny of the crowd, Chengge could not help but click his tongue, thinking they would be oblivious to his actions. As his words fell, he swiftly retreated several meters to avoid provoking them. He then continued, "Surely, you do not believe I could be brainwashed? I am no mindless creature like you. Do you truly think that an entity long deceased could be resurrected just because of a body acquired from who knows where?" The leader of the demonic cultivators glared fiercely at Chengge, demanding, "Where is my master's heart?" Chengge grinned. I consumed it, and I must say, your master's heart was rather delightful." As he spoke, Chengge discarded his loose black robe, revealing his true form. His inky hair cascaded down his back, and at that moment, a pair of black wings unfurled behind him, along with two additional black arms. Although he was uncertain of the origin of that heart, it had indeed brought him considerable surprise. Chengge clenched his four fists. Ever since he had devoured that heart, his strength had been on an incessant rise. Though he had sprouted two extra arms and wings, what of it? His power had surged significantly. He could even distinctly perceive the enhancement of his martial aptitude. Seeing this, the leader of the demonic cultivators' eyes widened in fury. This wretched being had the audacity to consume the heart of their master. How dare he? At that moment, the leader unleashed his suppressed power, breaking through to the sixth realm. Simultaneously, the three guardians beside him also experienced a surge in their cultivation. They had deliberately restrained their abilities to arrive here, only to face betrayal at the final moment. Despite the unfolding chaos, Chengge remained remarkably composed. Had these individuals suppressed their powers, so had he. Among the guardians, who was stronger? Naturally, it was he who held the advantage. Chengge also ceased to suppress his cultivation, swiftly breaking through to the mid-sixth realm. As he faced the onslaught of the demonic cultivators, Chengge remained unperturbed, even finding amusement in the situation. Evading their attacks with a flap of his wings, he remarked, "Though your master may not be resurrected, you still have me. I have consumed your master's heart, and you may very well acknowledge me as your new master. Blasphemy. The leader of the demonic cultivators appeared to be losing his sanity, particularly incensed by Chunga's brazen behavior. If I do not slay you today, I shall have no face to return to the church. Not only the leader, but the three guardians and the surrounding demonic cultivators were also driven to fury. In truth, there was no need for such hatred towards him. Their actions were inherently futile. Rather than squander those resources in demonic hearts, why not offer them to me? Would it not be more prudent to utilize them to their fullest potential? At this moment, Chungu exhibited an air of ease. The wings on his back contained spatial power, allowing him to perform short-distance teleportation. Though outnumbered, these demonic cultivators were at a loss to subdue him in such a short span of time. Even if they could not defeat him, he could easily escape. With his swiftness, they stood no chance of pursuit. Utter nonsense. How could the church's words be false? You filthy wretch dare to consume my master's heart. You shall perish. The leader's eyes brimmed with crimson fury, utterly devoid of reason, consumed only by a desire for bloodshed. Chungu shrugged. I warned you, yet you refuse to believe. Do you not see the time that has passed since the sealing? Even if there were a soul, it has long since perished. How could it be? Suddenly, Chungu's words faltered as he noticed Jun Lin holding a heart of uncertain origin and placing it upon the body of the ancient demonic cultivator. At this sight, the leader of the demonic cultivators snapped back to reality, bellowing, "Stop! How dare you insult my master with such a filthy object?" Jun Lin merely scoffed at the leader's words. What nonsense! Although I found this heart carelessly discarded by a demonic cultivator, your master's heart has already been consumed, so spare me your picky objections. Ignoring the leader, Jun Lin placed the heart upon the ancient demonic cultivator's body. Chungu stroked his chin. Brother, I understand your despair, but this is utterly unnecessary. Resurrection is impossible. Having spent a year or two among these demonic cultivators, he was acutely aware of the situation. If the church's records were accurate, this ancient demonic cultivator had been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a soul existed, it would have long been extinguished during such an extensive period. These individuals continued to brainwash themselves, claiming that this body belonged to the ancient demonic cultivator. It was a blatant deception, and he marveled at the number of people who believed it. However, at that moment, the heart placed upon the ancient demonic cultivator's body began to meld into it. Chungu was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, could it truly be capable of resurrection? Observing the altar's activity, the entire assembly fell silent, including Jun Lin. The demonic cultivators of the church knelt in reverence, awaiting their master's return. Chungu and Jun Lin exchanged curious glances, both eager to witness whether this so-called ancient demonic cultivator could genuinely be resurrected. Chungu leaned towards the idea that resurrection was impossible, given his prior actions, while Jun Lin believed it was feasible, knowing that a true ancient demonic cultivator was indeed sealed here. Soon, the materials upon the altar were entirely consumed, disintegrating into powder. The altar shattered, and with its destruction, a torrent of black mist erupted from below. Gradually, the ancient demonic cultivator's body rose within the black fog. Chungu quietly took a half-step back, sensing that the situation was amiss. This entity might genuinely be capable of resurrection. Could it be that the brainwashed demonic cultivators were indeed correct? Quickly, the surging black mist converged within the ancient demonic cultivator's form. At that moment, the ancient demonic cultivator slowly opened his eyes. Welcome back, my master. The leader of the demonic cultivators and the throng of followers cried out in ecstatic unison. A flicker of dark brilliance passed through the ancient demonic cultivator's gaze as he spread his arms, savoring the rush of air against him. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, how could he not feel elated to see the world again? Yet, before he could fully relish the sensations of a world transformed over millennia, he felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. The ancient demonic cultivator pressed his hand to his chest, frowning deeply. His body was rejecting his heart? No, wait. This heart was not his. Chapter 102. My heart races, pounding with an intensity that borders on discomfort, as if it might explode. Even if it were to burst, death would not be immediate. However, Without reclaiming my heart, I might as well be considered dead. Where's my heart? I cast a glance at the group of demonic cultivators kneeling before me. Their leader swiftly turned to point at Chungu, but at that moment, Chungu had vanished without a trace. The leader of the demonic cultivators realized the gravity of the situation and hastily replied, "To the master, it was stolen. But the thief remains within this secret realm and cannot escape for the time being." He believed that with the master's prowess, capturing the thief Chungu would be no trivial matter. Yet before that, he needed to prepare a spare heart for the master. Thus, the leader decisively sliced open his chest, revealing his own pulsing heart. Devotees of the master, it is time to present our hearts. With his declaration, the other demonic cultivators, filled with fervor, made the same choice. This scene left Jun Lin, who was observing from the side, feeling a chill. This is truly a cult. Dozens of hearts lay bare before me. Without hesitation, I gathered the hearts into my possession, but at that moment, my own heart suddenly burst within me. My expression darkened, and blood trickled from my lips. After extracting the exploded heart, I replaced it with the leader's heart. This would not suffice. A cold glimmer flashed in my eyes. If I did not swiftly reclaim my heart, this body would be rendered powerless. That accursed thief. My consciousness expanded, discerning a familiar aura lingering nearby. Found it. I murmured to myself, ready to pursue, only to notice a cloaked youth standing quietly to the side, observing me. I cannot help but ask, why do you not offer your heart? Although I was unaware of why these individuals regarded me as their master or why they willingly sacrificed their hearts, I was more than willing to accept their offerings. "Oh, because I'm not of their kind, but if you wish for my heart, that can be arranged," Jun Lin explained, as he reached into his chest and pulled out his heart, dividing it in two. He presented one half before me, saying, "However, I'm not so generous, so I can only give you half." I was left speechless. Even I found Jun Lin's actions chilling. Yet, seeing him remain lively after extracting his heart was beyond absurd. The individuals who had just offered their hearts had not survived for more than a few seconds, bodies still lying there. As I accepted Jun Lin's heart, a doubt crept into my mind. Is this truly a heart? At that moment, Jun Lin placed the remaining half back into his chest. Noticing my gaze upon him, he inquired, "What is wrong? Why do you stare at me so?" I paused before asking, "Aren't you dead?" "Not yet," he replied. "Will it be the right time?" "Now is the time,"